Trang Thup Tam is the main character this time. He is currently participating in the competition of the outer disciples of the Imperial Guard School. Here, the outer disciples must fight each other, and only those who win will gain the qualification to join the inner sect. This competition will be personally supervised by the outer elders to ensure fairness. On the arena right now, Trang Thup Tam is a mysterious outer disciple who has won 11 consecutive times. The audience, witnessing this undefeated streak, thinks no one would dare to challenge him anymore. However, that is when another outer disciple, named Dim Qiu, breaks through to a new level under the guidance of an elder known as Haiyan Lao. After breaking through, Dim Qiu leaps down from the opposite mountain. This left the witnesses in shock and awe, as the distance between the peaks is several miles. Anyone who can jump from one peak to another must possess extraordinary skills. Dim Qiu lands dramatically, and upon seeing him, some are amazed while others appear visibly disappointed. At this moment, he stands in the center of the arena, loudly declaring, "Rivers of Bends, and you have your time. Today, Dim Qiu wants to show everyone that the original genius has returned." As soon as he finishes speaking, two flames appear in his palms, one blue and the other yellow. The outer elders are even more astonished, as what appears in Dim Qiu's hands is not ordinary fire, but twin strange flames born from heaven and earth. Not stopping there, Dim Qiu begins to merge these two flames together. At that moment, the elders are so anxious that they stand up abruptly. He is not going to use that Buddha-wrath technique or something, is he? Does he want to destroy the entire arena too? Hurry! Someone save him! The elders shout loudly. But then, an even more astonishing scene occurs. As the strange twin flames rush toward Trang Thup Tam, he neither dodges nor intends to counterattack. Instead, he stands still like a log. If people think Trang Thup Tam is so scared he has gone stupid, but just then, he feels an itch in his nose and lets out a sneeze, and frighteningly, Trang Thup Tam's sneeze completely disrupts the combined flame technique, potentially destroying Dim Qiu's arena. He certainly could not have anticipated this, which is why he is the one looking dumbfounded. After neutralizing his opponent's attack entirely, Trang Thup Tam glides across the arena, quickly approaching Dim Qiu and delivering a powerful punch. In response to this counterattack from Trang Thup Tam, Dim Qiu is sent flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. At that moment, the host of the arena also receives new information. Trang Thup Tam appeared mysteriously, and after defeating Dim Qiu, it was his 12th consecutive win, prompting further investigation into his background. Notably, throughout the entire competition, Trang Thup Tam did not use any spiritual energy. He simply used one punch to defeat all his opponents. In this way, he officially becomes the biggest dark horse of this tournament. After ranking first in the inner disciple selection competition, Trang Thup Tam naturally gained the qualification to join the inner sect. He and the new recruits followed the elder up the mountain, but halfway there, they were stopped by a group of royal guards, citing that the royal family was investigating a fugitive within all the realms, and requested the cooperation of the Imperial Guard in the investigation. Trang Thup Tam looked on in dismay, wondering why there were royal guards even in this remote place. He did not want to attract more trouble, so he was planning to sneak away. However, just after taking 2 steps, a notification window appeared right in front of him, halting his movement. It displayed a mission to pass the direct inspection of the royal guards. Moreover, this was a forced mission, with no way to refuse. Trang Thup Tam was so furious he wanted to smash the notification window. Not long ago, this damn system suddenly dropped from the sky, but it had never issued any missions before. Now the first mission it released was to push him into the fire pit, because he was actually a fugitive that the royal family had been hunting for an entire year. The young master of the Trang family. But how did Trang Thup Tam become a wanted criminal, and why did he have a system? He had to go back to the beginning. He was originally a modern person, and the previous body of Trang Thup Tam was incredibly weak. Sneezing could even break 2 ribs. Ultimately, in a disaster of earthquake and fire, Trang Thup Tam lost his life. When he woke up, he found himself in this world of cultivation. His soul had crossed into the newly born body of a child from the Trang family. The head of the family, Trang Dude, had previously had 12 children, all of whom died young, and Trang Thup Tam was the 13th. Hence the name. Trang Thup Tam carried the soul of his past life and was aware from birth. He felt that he must cherish this healthy body in this life to live a new life for the royal family. However, shortly after he was born, an elder told his father that Trang Thup Tam was just a waste because he had no spiritual root in this divine continent. Every being awakens their spiritual root upon birth. Even the lowest hybrids usually have some cultivation base. And even a pile of dung or a puddle of urine in this world has a trace of spiritual root. However, Trang Thup Tam had absolutely none, meaning he was even worse than dung. Trang Du was the lowest child in this world. The elder grabbed Trang Du by the shoulders, shaking him vigorously. "What kind of uncle are you who belittles their own grandchild like that?" Trang Du ignored everything and even gave that elder a good beating for him. The fact that Trang Thup Tam was born healthy was already much better than the previous 12 children. Later, to help Trang Thap Tam awaken his spiritual root, Trang Du thought of all sorts of ways, from bathing in elixirs to consuming spirit pills. But none of it worked. The thing he heard the most from childhood was his mother's teachings. That he absolutely must not go outside because the world outside was incredibly complicated, which was a fatal point for him. So the indoor garden was the only place where Trang Thap Tam had ever spent his time from childhood to now. He often sat by the window watching other kids play and felt incredibly sad. After all, those kids were no different from him. Why could they have fun while he could not? That thought grew within him, until one day, Trang Thap Tam decided to ignore his mother's advice and ran over to join the other kids. I want to play too. Can I join you? The kids stopped when they saw him and exchanged glances. Then the boy in the yellow shirt spoke up first. Who are you? Why have not I seen you before? It is, the more people, the more fun. Right, another kid chimed in. Then jumped up and threw the ball in his hand straight at Trang Thap Tam, shouting, "Catch this." Trang Thap Tam saw the ball flying towards him, feeling it was just a normal ball, yet somehow, Trang Thap Tam could not catch it. Furthermore, when the ball hit him in the face, he was immediately knocked back. His body skidded across the ground, creating a large ditch, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The other kids were stunned by the sight, then burst into tears and ran away. What? Big O is going to kill someone. Help, someone got hit by the ball and is done for. After that incident, to protect Trang Thap Tam, his father arranged for him to live in a remote and isolated area, cut off from humanity in the outside world. Servant named Trang Ningen was assigned to accompany Trang Thap Tam to take care of his needs and protect him. Before leaving, his mother promised that whenever they had free time, they would definitely come to visit and reminded him to practice diligently while he was there. Hearing this, Trang Thap Tam flinched, because in his past life, his parents had said similar things. From now on, you must practice the basics diligently. That will also help improve your physical condition. Trang Thap Tam could not hold back. His eyes turned red. He knew that whether in this life or the last, his parents wanted to protect him, which is why training had become a part of his life. Every day, Trang Thap Tam persisted in running 10 miles, doing 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups. Every day he was so exhausted he could hardly breathe. But he managed to keep it up for a whole year. Finally, one day after training, a strange voice suddenly rang in Trang Thap Tam's ears. I have completed the accumulation target. The physical cultivation system has been successfully activated. That was the first day he obtained the system. Trang Thap Tam was so happy he felt like he could fly. After so many years of struggle, had he finally activated the guiding golden finger. Trang Thap Tam was so excited he went crazy, immediately grabbing the simulation window in front of him, requesting the system to help him with bone cleansing and some high-level spiritual root awakening. He was tired of living as a useless person. However, in front of Trang Thap Tam, only a cold notification appeared from the physical cultivation system. No way. This system does not have that feature. Trang Thap Tam immediately felt deflated. But soon the system sent a new notification. Although it could not awaken spiritual roots or refine bones, it could help him train his body and activate his potential to embark on the path of cultivation. Upon reading this, Trang Thap Tam felt somewhat comforted. As a newbie, surely there must be some reward for me. Right, something like a training method for the body. Trang Thap Tam asked again. Anyway, the male lead in time travel stories gets these systems. And in my previous life, I read about many of them. The system was silent for a few seconds, wondering why this kid knew so much. However, in the end, it still activated the first newbie reward for Trang Thap Tam. It was a first training activity during the adaptation period called Mass Sports Promotion. After reading the notification, Trang Thap Tam felt like he had been struck by lightning. The very next second, he shouted, "What the hell is Mass Sports Promotion? This reward is so lame. It promised to help me cultivate, but I did not even get 100 coins." While complaining, Trang Thap Tam pretended to be pitiful and wiped his tears. The system, seeing this, automatically provided him with a reward, artificial tears to protect his eyes. However, just one drop was all he got. Trang Thap Tam was still dissatisfied and continued to cry. Looking at other systems, he envied how they could help their hosts open up a broad path. Why was the distance between him and those systems so different? This remark slightly touched the pride of the physical cultivation system. To punish Trang Thap Tam, it shot a bolt of electricity straight at him, forcing him to shut up immediately. After that, the system also forcibly completed the login process for the training course. Once done, Trang Thap Tam would be able to earn corresponding training points, which could later be used to upgrade the system, exchange for rewards, and so on. Thus, after 2 years of system awakening, Trang Thap Tam persisted in training every day. Finally, on a beautiful day, he exhausted all the training points he had earned and successfully upgraded the system. He entered the stage of mastering physical cultivation, unlocking a series of new features like new training processes, shops, and system quests, Trang Thap Tam was extremely excited, feeling that the path he had persevered on finally showed some promise. However, he had barely enjoyed his joy when suddenly 4 tall, muscular men in long-way outfits descended from the sky. As soon as they spotted Trang Thap Tam, their eyes locked onto him. Then, the bearded man in the lead smiled sinisterly and muttered, "Finally found the target." At the same time, Trang Yinggiving received a blood-written letter from the mainland via a messenger pigeon. The words in the letter made her lose her composure. It stated that Heavenly General Nam Kung Energy had been maliciously imprisoned. All related forces had been completely expelled. And unfortunately, the Trang family was also caught in that whirlwind. Therefore, the imperial family sent people to hunt down Trang Thap Tam. After reading these lines, Trang Yinggiving immediately abandoned her work and ran to find him. However, the letter arrived just slightly later than the royal guards, as Trang Thap Tam was already surrounded by them. Once they confirmed that the person in front of them was the young Master Trang, they rushed forward to capture him. Fortunately, Trang Nian appeared just in time. After delivering a powerful kick to push back the bearded guy, she quickly threw the young master over her shoulder and ran. "Our family is in trouble. They want to capture you." Trang Nigan spoke anxiously. At that moment, Trang Thap Tam realized just how dangerous his situation was. The bearded guy stood still, observing their 2 masters for a while before bursting into laughter. The intel said, "The young master of the Trang family is a useless kid without any spiritual roots, living on a deserted island far from people, with only a maid to take care of him. Looks like this maid is definitely you." Seeing that they were outnumbered and the situation was dire, Trang Yinggiving urged Trang Thap Tam to escape first while she would hold the enemies back. However, the bearded guy was furious after hearing that. "We are the royal guards. A little maid like you dares to speak so arrogantly. You think you can hold us back?" Insolent. Along with those words, he threw a heavy spiked club from his hand, wrapping it around Trang Yinggiving's neck. Before she could react, the enemy forcefully yanked her head back. The force was so strong that Trang Yinggiving was flung into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, leaving Trang Thap Tam in shock. "Young master, run away. Forget about me." Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of Trang Yinggiving's mouth, and her neck twisted to one side, Trang Thap Tam's face darkened. Although she was just a maid, she had taken care of him since childhood, and they were as close as sisters. No matter how strong the opponent was, Trang Thap Tam did not want to forgive anyone who bullied his loved one. Seeing him clench his fists towards the enemy, Trang Yin became very anxious. "Young master, what are you trying to do? Please do not do anything foolish." In contrast to Trang Yin's worried expression, the 4 royal guards could not help but burst out laughing at Trang Thap Tam's appearance, because who did not know that the young master of the Trang family was a useless kid with any spiritual roots, even inferior to an ordinary person. Yet he wanted to fight the royal guards. There is a limit to stupidity. The bully shouted, then threw the iron club made from spiritual roots from his hand. The people behind began to worry, fearing that this move would turn Trang Thap Tam into a pile of minced meat. But then something unexpected happened when Trang Thap Tam used his bare hands to knock back the enemy's iron club. How could this be? The bearded guy stammered in shock. "I am a royal guard. You are just a child." He had not finished his sentence when Trang Thap Tam suddenly closed in, decisively striking his opponent's chin. The guy immediately fell unconscious, flying about 3 meters back. The remaining guards rushed to confirm, even more shocked to find he had stopped breathing. Just one move could take down a royal guard. This is not the kind of power a waste should possess. Fearing a long night filled with dreams, the other 3 charged forward to attack, wanting to take down Trang Thap Tam, but facing simultaneous attacks from 3 directions. He remained incredibly calm. It was time for a public sports demonstration. Then, Trang Thap Tam performed a public sports display for Trang Nigan for the first time. Even though he had practiced many times before, this was the first time she saw its effects with her own eyes. At first glance, the moves Trang Thap Tam executed seemed pointless. Yet they perfectly helped him evade the relentless attacks from his opponents. Trang Yinan suddenly felt regret, having always thought her young master only excelled at practicing useless, bizarre techniques. Now she realized how powerful they actually were. While dodging, Trang Thap Tam continuously closed the distance to his enemies, eventually using a single move to knock down 2 guards, sending them crashing into the bearded guy. Now only one remained, trembling with fear. "Don't come any closer, or I will call for help," he threatened. But Trang Thap Tam acted like he was not afraid at all. Then, with just a blink, he closed in on the guy and delivered a kick straight to his groin. Trang Thap Tam's kicks were already painful enough, and this one hit a sensitive area. Of course, the guy had no way out now. When he fell, the gem he had tightly grasped in his hand dropped and shattered, revealing a portal. As soon as Trang Yian saw it, she recognized it as a spatial jade slip containing a teleportation array, and she shouted, "Young master, we need to get out of here." A big figure is coming. But just as Trang Niven finished speaking, a hand reached out from the teleportation array, followed by a massive figure that looked like a giant ape. Incredibly intimidating, Trang Niven was drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that the person emerging from the teleportation array was one of the 12 celestial generals of the royal family, known as Phong, the red-haired demon. A powerhouse of this caliber had come here. It seemed they were out of options. As soon as the figure appeared, he fixed a gaze filled with hatred and disdain on Trang Tam, then said, "Is this the useless young master of the Trang family mentioned in the intel? Indeed. I can't sense any spiritual energy at all." He then looked around and saw the 4 guards had been defeated. Naturally, Phong Kuuthin did not believe Trang Tam was capable of doing this, so he presumed Trang Ngine was the one behind it. A mere maid could achieve this much. It was quite surprising. "Now, to die at my hands is your greatest honor in this life." The smile of Phong Kuuthin made Trang Ngine shiver with fear. The next moment, he raised his hand, pointing his thumb straight at her, and unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. Trang Ngine fell into despair, ready to close her eyes and wait for death to take her away. But just then, Trang Tam rushed in to shield her. This situation terrified Trang Ngine even more than facing death. The event happened so quickly. Trang Tam took the full brunt of Phong Kuuthin's attack. His small frame was knocked back dozens of meters. Trang Ngine was so scared she was nearly paralyzed. Fortunately, Trang Tam only lost consciousness. Phong Kuuthin found this situation very amusing. Most ordinary cultivators would have turned to dust from one of his strikes, yet someone without any spiritual roots like him could withstand it, and only fainted. This made Phong Kuuthin suspect that Trang Tam might have some high-level, protective artifact. "No problem. I can just take all of you back," he chuckled, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to suppress his opponents. Even standing quite far away, Trang Ngine was still affected by the immense pressure from the heavenly general. Just that aura alone was enough to suffocate anyone. She truly did not know what to do while the young master was still unconscious in her arms. But just at that moment, a loud rumble echoed, and the ground shook violently. Someone else was coming. From the technique of the newcomer, Trang Ngine quickly recognized it was her master, the elder of the Trang family, Trang K. She felt like someone about to drown who had just grabbed a straw. When Phong Kuuthin saw Trang K, he could not help but laugh mockingly. "Who would have thought he would come all the way here? Aren't you supposed to be protecting that rundown Trang family? Why are you running here?" "Under the order of the family head, I came to protect young Master Chun," Trang K replied firmly, then urged Trang Ngine to run away quickly while he would hold off the enemy. Trang Ngine bit her lip, wanting to say something but stopped. She knew her master was still weaker than Phong Kuuthin, but the young master's life was more important than anything. Trang Ngine gritted her teeth and carried him away. The scene was left with Phong Kuuthin confronting Trang K. But the old man clearly did not take Trang K seriously. The elder of the Trang family remained calm, and both sides quickly charged at each other, their blows creating tremors so intense that the earth shook. Trang Yen had run quite far but could still clearly feel the seismic vibrations. She wanted to cry but swallowed her tears, murmuring to the child in her arms, "I am afraid even the master is not his opponent. The future of the Trang family might depend entirely on him." Young master. During this temporary unconsciousness, Trang Tam dreamed a dream. In that dream, he was still Tam from his previous life, desperately fleeing from an earthquake. Trang Tam could still vividly recall the moment he fell and the sound of his ankle snapping. That pain was unlike anything else. He also remembered the frantic expressions of his parents and how they reached out to catch him. But just then, a large rock fell down. His parents were hit by the rock while trying to protect him, and ultimately they lost their lives. Those feelings were too real. In the dream, Trang Tam cried, and when he woke up, the panic and tears were still there. At that moment, Trang Ngine was sitting nearby, and seeing the young master awake, she hurried over to check on him. Trang Tam scanned his body and found no major injuries, but the recent dream still left him extremely shaken. Trang Tam mumbled. "Yep. The elder finally caught up and saved us." Trang Ngine replied in a heavy tone. "But what about the Trang family? What about my parents?" Trang Tam asked anxiously. Though she did not want to, Trang Ngine had to reveal the truth. The raid on the Trang family was too sudden. Except for those who were out, everyone else was caught in the disaster. The family head, Trang Dude, was also unfortunately captured because there was no elder to protect him. After hearing this, Trang Tam's mood immediately sank. He blamed himself, thinking that if the elder had not come to save him, his parents might have been able to do something. It was truly frustrating. As he exclaimed the words frustrating, he swung his fist hard against the wall. Little did he know that this outburst of strength caused a whole wall to collapse. His power was indeed astonishing. However, that was not the main point right now. Trang Tam continued to blame himself, as whether in this life or the last, He always dragged his parents into danger. Isn't there anything I can do for them? Trang Thuptam asked again. This time, Trang Nigivan answered without hesitation. The future of the Trang family may depend on your help. You must participate in the Hien Then Thana Phi and win the title of Doughty to save our clan. The Hien Then Thana Phi is a competition held every 40 years in the mortal world to select the top genius, called Hien Then Doughty. The one who becomes Doughty will possess unparalleled resources and power for cultivation. The royal family will fulfill one of their requests. And there are even precedents for pardoning all crimes for the Hien Then Doughty. In other words, as long as Trang Thuptam secures this position, he can ask for a pardon for his family. After the battle with Enlong Vong and Fong Qiu then, Trang Yian developed a strong belief in her young master because she felt that although he lacked a spirit root and could not cultivate, there seemed to be a mysterious power within him. And if that mysterious power could be harnessed correctly, there would truly be hope for the future. Hearing her speak, Trang Thuptam also felt a surge of energy within himself. He resolutely said, "From now on, I will train seriously." However, right now, the royal family has issued a warrant for Trang Thuptam. So just the matter of escaping is already enough to give them both headaches. Currently, he and Trang Yin are in Tai Dun, and according to her, leaving here is the best option. Trang Thuptam did not even hesitate for a second and immediately said, "All right, let us go somewhere else to hide. I will focus on my training." However, there is another headache. Only official monks can participate in the Hien Then Thien Sai, while wandering cultivators are not qualified. In other words, Trang Thuptam must join a sect. But given his unique constitution without spiritual roots, this could easily expose his identity. Just then, Trang Yin thought of a sect in the southern wilderness, being far away. The claws of the imperial family would find it hard to reach there, as long as he disguises himself well. A Trang Thuptam would be hard to detect. However, Trang Nunian could no longer accompany him, as she needed to assist her master in gathering the clan members who were wandering outside. You must be careful. Young master, Trang Thuptam was not one to rely on others. After discussing with Trang Nien, he went to the southern wilderness by himself and joined the outer disciples of the Eng, Laming Tin Amen. After a year of cultivation there, he finally succeeded in the inner disciple qualification exam. However, on his way up the mountain, he encountered the imperial guards conducting surprise checks. As previously seen, what is worse is that the dam system would not let him escape, forcing him to face the inspection head-on. The guards had already checked the previous disciples, and now it was Trang Thuptam's turn. Although he was very nervous, he had to appear calm, but nothing happened. He looked up, and compared to the painting, one of the guards issued orders. Hearing this, Trang Thuptam thought to himself that he was done for. The red-haired monkey, Fong Ku then, had seen him before. It seemed this time there was no escaping. He was so tense that his hands clenched into fists, contemplating whether to take down the guards. However, it seemed like fate was on his side, as the wanted poster of him was so poorly drawn. It did not resemble him at all. Trang Thuptam was speechless at that drawing, and the guards, seeing he did not look like the one in the painting, moved on, searching in other sects. The reason the drawing was so horrid was that when the artist approached Fong Thayun, Kiku asked him to describe Trang Thuptam. That red-haired monkey insisted on doing it himself. "I need to personally handle this so he has no way to escape. The drawing created by me, Exechfakwa will surely have a unique style that captures the essence of that wicked brat's face." And as everyone can see, a caricature was born, and Trang Thuptam successfully escaped a crisis. After overcoming the greatest danger, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he just needed to continue developing in the sect while ensuring no one discovered his lack of spiritual roots. However, this was far from easy. According to the customs of the Yin Lumdrum Tian Men, the first thing new inner disciples must do is undergo a spiritual power test. Damn it. Trang Thuptam could not help but shout. This was no joke. If the spiritual power test reveals that he has no spiritual roots, he would be completely exposed. He decided to play the escape card, planning to find another distant sect to cultivate. And then that system appeared again and issued a forced mission, making you carry out the spirit root test it demanded. Tell me, were you doing this on purpose? Trang Thuptam went crazy. Other systems help their hosts escape danger. So why do you want to push me into the fire pit? The system did not explain and just continued to electrocute me. Truly worse than a self-governing nationality. Trang Thuptam had no way to resist and had to endure staying to take the test. The new disciples gathered around the spirit stone. This precious item could not only test the cultivation level, but also determine the quality of the spirit root in the cultivator. Trang Thuptam completely gave up hope. You just escaped one calamity with those long way, so you surely won't be lucky enough to escape a second time. The first one called by the elder was the Meng Sung. As he stepped up and touched the spirit stone, 2 lines of text indicating the 8th level of the QI refining stage appeared at the top of the stone. The medium-grade spiritual root corresponds to his realm and grade. Other cultivators were also called one by one. This inspection process was even witnessed by Zhang Men and the two elders. The elder Shu and elder Beng, they were very pleased to see this new generation, filled with ambition and decent strength. Feeling that the future of the Yulin immortal sect is looking bright. Until the name Kung Maozi was called at the spirit testing platform. Everyone was shocked to see an old man so frail he had to use a cane. I have tried 60 times. And now I finally get to join the sect. Xing M said proudly. But the elder in charge of the inspection ordered the disciple to be taken down the mountain due to his age being beyond the limit. As the elder finished praising the youth's ambition, he was left speechless by this scene. Indeed, it is hard to avoid having a few rotten apples in the bunch. After the commotion with Kaigamamas passed, the next person called was Trang Thap Tam. He nervously approached the spirit testing stone. With everyone here watching his every step, who would not wonder what kind of cultivation and spiritual root allowed the dark horse to win 12 consecutive rounds in the outer sect with just one punch. Even the elders were no exception. Trang Thap Tam knew his identity was about to be exposed, but he wanted to buy some time. So he asked the inspecting elder to let him warm up a bit. He then began performing some familiar public sports exercises. The sight of Trang Thap Tam twisting on the spirit testing platform made everyone from sect master Nung Kung Yun to the elders and disciples frown. What is he doing? His movements were so strange. They murmured but patiently waited, while stalling for time. Trang Thap Tam tried to think of a way to cope. Earlier, the stable dragon guards had warned the Yu Lin immortal sect members that the wanted criminal had no spiritual root, and if discovered, they must report it immediately. If he exposed himself now, he would be caught. Trang Thap Tam kept stalling but could not come up with a decent plan until a stick of incense later. The inspecting elder could no longer contain his impatience. Hasn't a stick of incense passed? Is there going to be a test or not? Do you want to be kicked out of the inner sect? After being yelled at like that, Trang Thap Tam had no way to dodge anymore. He slowly approached the spirit testing stone, knowing he could only take a risk now. In the dense atmosphere filled with spiritual energy, perhaps he could use the wind direction to throw a punch, forcing all the spiritual energy into this stone, provoking it to react. However, it seems that Trang Thap Tam underestimated his own strength, because after he struck, that punch shattered the precious stone instantly. The move he just executed was the first technique unlocked during the beginner's training phase. And it is one of the most practical skills. The system had guided him through training, and after a long time, he finally achieved a significant breakthrough in strength. Trang Thap Tam did not expect that even though he tried to control his power as much as possible, that massive precious stone was still sent flying into hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces. The moment the fragments of the precious stone fell, everyone present felt as if the sky had fallen in. Among them, the expressions of the sect leader Nam Kung Yen and the two elders beside him were surely the worst. Shortly after, the sound of furious cursing from the elder echoed through the hall. Damn it. Get away from me. Today, I must skin this brat alive. Elder Beng tried to stop his fellow disciple from beating Trang Thap Tam. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not quell his friend's furious excitement because the precious stone was a test stone established since the founder opened this sect. It had stood proudly at the Lumdra Tianmen for thousands of years. But today it was shattered by a brat. The elder felt that even if Trang Thap Tam bowed his head in apology today, it would still be too lenient for him. He wanted to throw him into the furnace for 100 years to make up for this loss. I was just following your orders, giving it my all just like everyone else. Trang Thap Tam pouted, wondering if that precious stone had expired or something. After all, it had been established since the founder opened the sect. It sounded like it had been around for a long time, or perhaps it had some inherent flaws. If so, then the founder was careless. Trang Thap Tam's lack of remorse only made the elder angrier. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? How dare you argue back? If it were not for sect leader Nam Kung Yin showing up just in time, the elder probably would have really skinned Trang Thap Tam alive, compared to the two older elders. Nam Kung Yin seemed the calmest and most reasonable. That precious stone had stood strong for 10,000 years, and today it was shattered by Trang Thap Tam's strike. Nam Kung Yin felt that the boy's potential was extraordinary, and if he invested in his training, his future value could surpass even that precious stone. That is right. Elder Stu, think about the current situation of the Anglama Mun, which is lacking talented youths, and calm down. Elder Beng took the opportunity to comfort his old friend. If the sect leader said so, Elder Stu could not rebut further and could only snort coldly and turn away. Nam Kung Yen was fair. Although he did not punish Trang Thap Tam heavily, he still had to face consequences for damaging the sacred artifact established by the founder. After some thought, she decided to confine him to Thainfong for a month. Thainfong was a remote area in the sect, surrounded by wild plants and animals. For others, this might be a terrifying punishment. But for Trang Thap Tam, this place is truly wonderful, in such a desolate, uninhabited area. He can shed the fear of being discovered and focus on his training. At this moment, Trang Thap Tam opened the system, and the simulation window displayed the conditions for the next system upgrade. Specifically, the training points must reach 2,000, while Trang Thap Tam currently has 700 points. Next, the body value must reach 100, and he currently has 30 points. The proficiency in movements must reach 90, and his current progress is 50 points. Then he must obtain a secondary love pill level 5, 10 kilograms of level 6 beast meat, and finally complete the medium-grade Central Essence Index, which is currently at 20 per 1. Only by upgrading the system can he enter the next stage of training. For now, he still lacks a significant amount in these areas. Trang Thap Tam knows he should not rush, so for now, he will use his training points to unlock the remaining gym movements. But because he has so few training points, he can't exchange them for specialized equipment, so he can only use dirt to make weights. So Trang Thap Tam truly embodies a poor student overcoming difficulties, diligently practicing bench presses with this dirt weight in the forest. But while he was engrossed in his workout, a green snake suddenly lunged at him, just in time. Trang Thap Tam punched it, turning it into a massive resistance band to practice his pull-downs. That poor green snake was utterly defeated by Trang Thap Tam. He is in a hurry because the Haiyan Thean tournament will be held in just a few years, and he must work hard to train more. Thus, he quickly got used to and mastered life in Then Feng. It could even be said that Trang Thap Tam has become the ruler of this place. For example, today on the peak of Then Feng, under the deep blue sky, an explosive battle is taking place between two birds. One side confidently claims that its beak is the most powerful weapon in the world, with a beak length of 3.7 inches and a pure weight of 7 taels and 13 grains. The other side also confidently asserts that its beak is extremely sharp, with a beak length of 3.3 inches and a pure weight of 6 taels and 4 grains. However, just as they were about to charge at each other, Trang Thap Tam grabbed both of them by the neck with his hands. Perfect. A delicious lunch for today. Thus, those two aggressive birds, even if they were celestial beings, became Trang Thap Tam's nutritious roasted meat. Besides focusing on physical training, he also pays great attention to supplementing quality protein to enhance his muscles. And these two birds are not the first victims of Trang Thap Tam on the peak of Then Feng. However, there was something unusual about today's meal. The sky was clear when suddenly dark clouds rolled in, and right in the middle of the stormy clouds was a deep pit located at the very top of Then Feng. From within that deep pit, thunder and lightning continuously erupted. Each thunder strike created a tremendous tremor, causing the Imperial Forest Academy at the foot of the mountain to shake as well. At first, the disciples thought there was an earthquake, until Elder Saul looked up at the sky and realized that this was the power generated from the thunder tribulation breaking the barrier, transmitted down from the peak of Then Feng. He sensed that someone was undergoing a tribulation, and Elder Bang frowned at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He remembered that the Supreme Elder was in seclusion, and assumed that this time the Supreme Elder had chosen the peak of Qianfeng for the tribulation. Upon hearing this, Nam Kung Yen immediately realized something was wrong. The thunder tribulation of the Supreme Elder could potentially destroy an entire mountain, and that peak of Qianfeng was where they were holding Zhang Shizhen. If this thunder tribulation struck, even if it was not in the center, the force of the lightning would still crush everything around it into dust. Quick, get the lightning protection talismans to save him. Nam Kung Yen hurriedly issued the command. They could not afford to lose both the precious spirit stone and a talent they had not had the chance to nurture. That would be a double loss. Yet Zhang Shizhen on the mountain was completely unaware of the impending danger. He even simply thought that it was going to rain soon. So he was quite upset that he had not finished grilling the bird meat. Can it rain later? Or can I just use one palm? Is it possible to disperse the dark clouds? Zhang Shizhen murmured, and this reckless young man actually tried it out. After all, he had been practicing pushing weights these days, and it was time to test the results. However, just as he was about to take action, the system appeared to stop him. It reminded Zhang Shizhen that this was not an ordinary storm, but a thunder tribulation meant to temper the body and enhance muscle cultivation. That would increase his physical value. Zhang Shizhen could not believe he was encountering such a good opportunity. But with such a huge mountain, how could he ensure he got struck by lightning 100% to enhance his body? The system understood his thoughts and gave a rather crazy suggestion. It told Zhang Shizhen to step into the center of the thundercloud, and Zhang Shizhen, being reckless, did not hesitate to follow. He had reached the center of the cloud, but it was a bit high. So Zhang Shizhen jumped with all his might, and then struck hard at the center of the cloud. Under this stimulation, a series of lightning bolts immediately struck down, hitting Zhang Shizhen, who was still suspended in the air. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would surely be turned to dust. But for Zhang Shizhen, this little bit of lightning was far inferior to the electric punishment from the system. It was unclear if it was because he was unharmed that the pride of the thunder tribulation was offended. But the thunder became increasingly stronger. At this point, the sect leader Nam Kung Yen and the two elders had begun to approach the scene. They were all very surprised to see that the thunder tribulation was not striking the ground, but unexpectedly exploding in the center of the clouds. Worried for Zhang Shizhen, they had to speed up to get closer to the peak of Chanfeng. At this moment, the Supreme Elder had broken through to a new realm. But what puzzled him was that not a single bolt of thunder had struck down. The breakthrough process was even lighter than a feather. After leaving his position, the Grand Elder caught a very fragrant smell of grilled meat. He followed the scent and saw Trang Thap Tam, sitting there grilling meat with a charred face. The Grand Elder could not imagine that this boy was the one who just endured the lightning tribulation for him. A glance at Trang Thap Tam's attire made the Grand Elder immediately guess he was a disciple of the Yulun sect. Before entering seclusion, he had instructed Nam Kung Yun to send any exceptionally talented disciples to him for guidance. Now that Trang Thap Tam appeared here, he naturally assumed the boy was that exceptionally talented disciple. On the other hand, Trang Thap Tam saw the Grand Elder's simple clothing and his intense gaze on him, thinking that the old man was too hungry and was eyeing the grilled bird in his hand. Seeing Trang Thap Tam's worry expression, the Grand Elder could not help but laugh and then asked, "Kid, why are you here?" As he spoke, the Grand Elder was self-satisfied, thinking that Trang Thap Tam showing up right after his breakthrough was a blessing in disguise for the boy. "I am grounded here," Trang Thap Tam replied. "What did you do to deserve that? Did you get into a brawl with your fellow disciples? Isn't that a little more serious? Can it get any more serious? Did you break into a forbidden area? It can't be more serious than that. Don't tell me you broke a treasured artifact." After 3 guesses, the Grand Elder finally managed to deduce Trang Thap Tam's crime. Seeing him shyly nod, he continued stroking his beard, laughing heartily. "You do not need to blame yourself because the Yulin sect, although not a major sect, still has its capabilities. Even if you broke a treasured artifact, it is not a serious issue. It was the inner sect's spirit stone," Trang Thap Tam added. And this statement left the Grand Elder stunned. After a few seconds of regaining his composure, he could not help but shout, "What?" His reaction was basically no different from the previous elder, and even more exaggerated. Trang Thap Tam felt like this old man was about to bite his head off. The spirit stone must be what the founding ancestor left behind, a treasure passed down for thousands of years. How could a little brat like you break it? Besides, legends say there is an ancient black phoenix sealed under that stone. Now that the seal is broken, is not there going to be a disaster for the righteous immortal sect later on? As he spoke, sweat poured down the elder's face like a waterfall, while Trang Thap Tam remained silent throughout. After all, he was partly to blame in this matter. What more could he say? Then, the elder noticed something strange. He walked around Trang Thap Tam, and then confirmed that there was not a shred of spiritual power emanating from him. Is it a difference in cultivation level? Or do you have a magic item suppressing it? How could a small cultivator of 15 or 16 years old break the spirit stone? Not just on the divine continent, even in the upper realms. There are not many who could do that. Are you sure you broke the spirit stone and are not lying? Faced with the elder's relentless questions, Trang Thap Tam could only nod like a woodpecker. Unexpectedly, the elder suddenly opened his robes to reveal his frail, bony chest, then demanded that Trang Thap Tam hit it with all his strength. Hearing his illusion, seeing his reality, "Now, hit my chest with all your might so I can test your strength." Trang Thap Tam immediately refused, fearing he would seriously injure the old man. "No way. Is this old man trying to train his body? Little brat, do you know who Li Shixi is? Who do you think I am?" the elder shouted. At that moment, Trang Thap Tam finally learned the name of the old man standing before him. At the same time, the system activated a mission to accept and follow Li Nai Si Kong's suggestion. This was not a forced mission, so he had the right to refuse, but if completed, he would receive a reward of quality egg whites. Trang Thap Tam was greedy, so he would rather take a useless reward than miss out. So he immediately agreed to take on the mission. At that time, the elder Lina Si Kong was still feeling proud. He had just broken through a new level, leading to an enhancement in his innate defensive technique, and wanted to use this opportunity to test its effectiveness. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, Lina Si Kong saw Trang Thap Tam on the opposite side, gritting his teeth and throwing a punch at him. The old man immediately fell into panic. "I have not said to start yet, you little brat," he said while hurriedly activating his innate defensive technique. But even after activating it, Lina Si Kong was still pushed back by Trang Thap Tam's punch. If he had not dodged in time, the righteous immortal sect might have lost an elder today. At that moment on the mountain range, fluffy white clouds filled the sky, creating an ethereal atmosphere. But he was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. His gaze seemed to turn to stone. With just one punch, such terrifying power could erupt. He looked at Thap Tam in shock. This kid was no longer inferior to the holy sons and daughters of prestigious families. If Nancy did not stroke his long beard, having such a genius join the Imperial Guard sect would be a truly wonderful thing. Just as he was pondering, A layer of internal energy in his body suddenly cracked. This left neck Si Kong stunned. What? The innate astral energy had reached such great heights. Yet it was still shattered. He could not help but tense his body, continuously uttering praises. Not bad. This kid really surprises me. Immediately after, a cunning expression appeared on his face, and Si Kong rolled up his sleeves. Come on, compete with me. Let me see what your strength is. Thop Tam thought to himself, after seeing the reward he had unconsciously punched. Only to break a hole in his protective gear, he looked at the old man in front of him, wondering how strong this old man was. But it reminded Thop Tam of someone familiar. The aura was exactly like when he met the red-furred monkey. Contrary to his cautious expression, the old man chuckled and said, Kid, are you ready to take it? Immediately, two large hands struck towards Thop Tam. This was the mountain-quaking fist. Faced with this momentum, he began to gather internal energy to prepare for the attack. The next moment, Thop Tam could not help but clench his jaw in fear. The oppressive force was too strong. In a moment of crisis, a Kung Yen stepped forward and shouted, Elder. Her presence momentarily halted the old man, causing him not to strike towards Thop Tam anymore. Upon arrival, Kung Yen respectfully bowed her head. Elder Kung Trok had successfully broken through. As soon as she finished speaking, she questioned, But what are you doing, looking at your stance? You do not want to compete with the disciple, do you? Suddenly caught off guard, the old man's face turned as dark as a rock. After all, being an old man with white hair, he feared being accused of bullying the younger generation. So Si Kong adjusted himself and pretended to clear his throat a few times. Not all. What is my identity? How could I possibly strike at a disciple? I am just guiding him. At this point, he could not help but feel pleased with himself. Everyone knows I am someone who places great importance on boundaries and is measured in my actions. Kung Yen thought to herself. It is precisely because you are particularly unmeasured, wanting to test the strength of your disciple at the slightest opportunity and cause harm during competitions. So during your seclusion, I was extremely cautious in bringing the disciple there. Then he looked at Thop Tam with a smile, declaring, I see this child's talent is extraordinary. Perhaps it is time to conclude the confinement early and bring him into the inner sect for training. Finally, with Elder's intervention, Thop Tam's confinement ended early, officially entering the inner sect, and shortly after, he was taken to the miscellaneous room. Looking at the shabby old room, the sign crooked and worn, it resembled an abandoned house. The Thop Tam's face looked somewhat grim. You can't believe your eyes. Asking again, is this the inner gate? Elder Bung looked up and replied, you would have been assigned accommodations before entering the inner gate, but this time the number of students has exceeded the standard. Moreover, you delayed nearly a month before enrolling, and all other rooms are full. So you have to stay temporarily in the storage room behind the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared away, leaving you with a few words. Pack well. And remember to bring your identity jade tablet to the Ling Ko Hall tomorrow. The bored expression on Thop Tam's face was clear. In the secluded spot, he finally chose to ignore those people. But Thop Tam began to look around at the scenery of where he would be living in the coming years. The setting featured a lake with mountains behind it. Isn't this a perfect hiding place? He thought he would be disappointed. But contrary to that, our male lead could not help but feel joy. The Thop Tam raised his head to enjoy the breeze. This fresh atmosphere reminded him of the leisurely days on the deserted island. It truly makes one unable to resist the simplicity, blending with nature. Just as he finished speaking, his clothes were stripped off, leaving him bare, suitable for relaxation. And it was also an important part of muscle training. He quickly ran down to the water ahead. Feeling as if he were part of the lineage with the birds in the sky, he jumped high, preparing to make a beautiful dive. The little flying swallow dove, like a swimmer, Thop Tam landed gently in the water, making a loud splash. He swam with the fastest speed like a professional bodybuilder. At this moment, Thop Tam was using the technique of lying down to conceal the knife. Quickly swimming far from the shore, the surface of the water drew a series of waves resembling a dragon's back. It looked intimidating. But even the fish under the water were frightened by Thop Tam's swimming speed. Faintly in the distance, he saw a hazy figure appearing and disappearing in the watery mist. As soon as Thop Tam glanced over, he was startled, seemingly seeing a person ahead, but swimming at such a high speed. He could not react in time. Thop Tam's inner self cried out in distress, realizing he was about to collide. Though he tried to use his foot technique to evade, it seemed ineffective, like a ship losing its brakes. He drew a large circle on the surface of the lake, and the waves spread out. But just as Thop Tam was thrown up, the girl also shared the same fate as him. Their bare bodies collided, and a song echoed in Thop Tam's mind. A Chun had fallen for a Si Pelvung, and in a starlit madness. The boy's stunned face lingered for a moment. The girl was also taken aback. The situation was too surprising, and she could only use her hands to cover her exposed chest. Flashing back half an hour earlier, he was competing with Manhwa Sikong. The strength of both caused rocks on the mountain to keep falling. Their fierce clash made some stones drop, accidentally hitting an apple on the tree. The force from afar was so strong that it could pull the apple down. Their battle had caused countless apples to fall from the trees, one stone after another. Even though they are small, the little stones keep rolling down the cliff like this. Before long, it caused a massive landslide below. Those innocent trees just fell down, unable to withstand the speed of the leaves. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl was strolling, admiring the rows of trees by the roadside. And she finally approached the mountain gate. She swept her messy hair behind her ear. Today is my first day in office. I initially wanted to fly, but to get used to the new teaching environment, I decided to walk a bit. This beautiful girl is Lun Than Hyen, the newly appointed master of the Imperial Forest sect. After speaking, Than Hyen joyfully stretched out her arms to feel the wildness around her. But the scenery was beautiful and the air was fresh. She immersed herself in nature, with the scent of the earth mingling in the air, making her feel as if she were blending into the wild. Suddenly, while her soul was hanging from a tree branch, rocks from the fight of two people on the mountain crashed down. Naturally, this was beyond Than Hyen's expectations, and she stood there, dumbfounded with her mouth agape. Of course, running from the sun is impossible. Than Hyen got hit by all the dirt and debris. From a beautiful young woman, she now looked like a muddy mess. What on earth is this? She looked at her lovely dress, now tattered, and felt frustrated. Why would there be a landslide in the middle of this peaceful forest? Just when she felt exhausted and dirty, she stumbled upon a clear lake in front of her. Than Hyen was, of course, overjoyed. She did not rest and rushed down, finally finding a place to wash herself clean. After that, of course, the beautiful girl happily jumped into the cool water. But while she was enjoying herself, something suddenly rushed towards her. A loud sound erupted. Than Hyen jumped in surprise and turned around. What is going on? Could it be a giant water spirit? She happened to catch sight of the whirlpool created by Thap Tam, and she was quite surprised, focusing on whether there were any water monsters inside to fight against when suddenly, a boy with a huge snake appeared in front of her, out of nowhere. She found herself staring at something she should not see, leaving Than Hyen dumbfounded. Her mind instinctively assessed every muscle line above. The body shape was perfect, but she could not help but gawk at the six-pack. Than Hyen then suddenly froze, realizing she should not be thinking about this. Instinctively, she shouted out loud, from the clear water. Than Hyen quickly took her clothes and draped them over herself. Furious, she angrily drew her sword and pointed it at him. You pervert. The Thap Tam was startled. He awkwardly tried to explain. It is an accident. Just an accident. But of course, no one would believe it. Than Hyen pretended not to hear and swung her sword, causing Thap Tam to nearly lose his mind, as he watched the water split apart, creating a path, his eyes almost popping out. The 13th's face turned pale. The sword energy is too strong. If it hits, it could take a piece off me. Than Hyen would not let up, determined to chase him down. Than Hyen then leaped high, her body curving into perfect proportions. They say a gentleman can hardly pass a beautiful woman. Despite the danger, 13th could not help but be mesmerized by her figure. His infatuation with beauty almost cost him dearly. 13th finally muttered, I said it was just an accident. Besides, she looks even more radiant like this. Than Hyen blushed deeply, her anger rising. You still dare to speak? It seems I must cleave you. Her sword flew through the air, sharp enough to make 13th shudder. Although he managed to dodge, the unfortunate hairpiece did not. Watching his hair fly away, 13th silently lamented. Almost got hit in the head. In the 36 strategies, running is the best policy. He quickly returned to the water, swimming fast with the speed of a water dragon. Trying to escape, no one could match his speed. Than Hyen watched the splashes of water, covering her face with her hands. In an instant, everything around fell silent. The water calm again. Than Hyen frowned, observing, his movements are quick. She could not help but wonder. Before bathing, she had clearly released her spiritual senses. Yet she felt no sign of him approaching. Her voice grew cold. Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, just a moment's pause, and I will make sure to kill you. Far off, the lonely boy sat against a rock, completely bare. 13th sighed. His soul had just returned to his body, too close for comfort. The next day, the scene shifted to another place, where 13th looked around cautiously. It seemed yesterday's events left him still dazed. 13th now had to wear a disguise mask. Was this the inner gate of the Imperial Guard? Indeed. It felt much more imposing than the outer gate. The crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing the new quests and fresh Kwai pills, which could enhance cultivation, good quality at low prices, urging warriors to team up for opportunities. Newcomers were seeking guidance. He stood amidst the cacophony, but the painting style here felt off. Why did it resemble a game lobby? Just then, a voice startled 13th. This is the inner gate corridor. Some disciples conduct transactions here. He quickly turned to find out where the voice came from. In front of 13th. A cute girl approached. Are you the entry tester? 13th struck with a fist, shattering the spirit stone. Indeed. Those with malicious intent often had ghosts trailing them. He startled. On guard. Is there a misunderstanding? I am wearing a mask, and yet you can still recognize me. The girl then lunged forward, hugging him tightly. Benefactor. I finally found you. I recognized your silhouette even when it transformed. Noticing that the girl in front of him was not dangerous, Thoptam finally took off his mask. Master. Let me introduce myself. I am this year's newcomer. Thanks to you breaking the spirit stone, I managed to escape the exam. Onon admitted helplessly. I only got into the inner sect because of luck. If I had not passed the entrance exam, I would have been sent back to the outer sect. Thoptam's expression changed, but he took the chance to ask. You have been in the sect for a month. Do you know the way to the spirit mechanism hall? I have been searching for half a day. Owen cheerfully replied. Of course. Follow me. She quickly led him to the spirit mechanism hall. When Thoptam was spotted, everyone started whispering excitedly. That is him. Right, no doubt about it. He is the one who broke the spirit stone with a punch. He tried to push through the murmurs, sweating from the tension. Is it real or fake? He looked so ordinary. His face paled. It seemed everyone already knew about it. The P-Tam silently lamented. He did not want to draw attention. He just wanted to train comfortably. Oon took out her phone, showing the unprecedented feat of Master breaking the spirit stone with a punch. It had been trending online for half a month. The P-Tam was speechless. Was there really such advanced stuff in the world of cultivation? After that, the two quickly headed to the registration desk. Once the entrance registration was complete, please take back your Jade token. Oon explained to him. The Jade token not only proves your identity, but can also be used to search for other things in the realm. Thoptam happily picked it up. With this, I have officially stepped into the inner sect and can participate in the grand tournament. She quickly added. So Master's goal is the grand tournament. But only 2 participants from the Yulin Immortal sect are allowed. And it is a qualifying round. Hearing this, he once again lost all faith in life. What? Oon continued. Only disciples rank 10th or higher are qualified to compete for those 2 spots. This means people who have been with the Yulin Immortal sect for years will also participate. He felt disheartened and stammered. Then what about my studies? Oon quickly cut in. Follow me a bit. You can find your identification Jade token on the heavenly mechanism board. Then Oon placed her phone on the stone tablet in front of them. Instantly, a beam of orange light appeared. There were many characters on it, like a huge number. This was the course list for the new students. Thoptam began to read the names on it. There were so many registrants that he gradually lost patience. Finally, it was his turn. But what shocked Thoptam was that his score was 0. At that moment, he felt like a dried-up corpse. He could not believe it. No points at all. Oon replied. Scores can be achieved through cultivation, studying, completing tasks, and contributing, among other things. After all, Ngong has yet to officially enter the sect, and being imprisoned for a month, lagging behind others, is to be expected. She gently patted Shisan's head while comforting him. Don't be discouraged. With Ngong's strength, I believe he will surpass the others soon. You feel like a criminal without a spirit root being hunted down, Shisan explained dejectedly. That does not mean I have to stand out in front of everyone just because I earned credits. Inside, you can't help but scream. It is so easy to get exposed. I just want to be an ordinary person. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the front door, startling both of them. Zhangxi, get out here now. Even before seeing him, the voice was already hostile. Having searched for you for an entire month, finally today I can catch you. As he caused a commotion, the crowd fell silent and looked over. Meanwhile, Shisan and Oon silently observed the opponent. He looked disdainfully at the man in front of him and calmly asked, Who are you? Oon looked at him, immediately recognizing him, which made her anxious. Oh no, why is he here? Oon told you. That guy has always held a grudge against you. Shisan was surprised. I have never met him. How could I have made an enemy of him? She explained. It is because of the spirit power assessment during the entrance exam. In fact, it was a test that assessed not only the academic performance, but also one of the bases for class placement after 2 months. It would have a significant impact on future cultivation resources. As a result, your punch shattered the spirit stone, directly nullifying your test results, which made him harbor deep hatred. Just as she finished, Phyla started yelling like a mad bull. That bastard used a trick to break the spirit stone. Today, I will expose you. Do you dare to duel with me? Hearing this bold declaration, Owen worriedly advised you not to agree. She added, Do you remember the new student ranking list from earlier? Only 3 people ranked above the rest. And he is one of them. His cultivation has already reached the Kwai Foundation stage. Meng Phyla ranked 3rd on the new student list. With no one responding, Phyla kept yelling, Zhangxi, if you are brave, fight me to see who is superior. Onon continued to stop you, urging you not to agree. The intersex rule is that unless the opponent accepts the duel invitation due to skill, otherwise, one cannot secretly duel. Moreover, the spirit mechanism hall has elders guarding it. He won't dare to do anything to you. Then, Shi-san looked straight at him and said, I refuse. You can turn around and leave. I still need to earn credits. I do not have time to play with you. Philo was so furious he gritted his teeth. Play. I am a new student ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. And you think I am just playing to compete with you? Even with veins popping. He still shouted loudly. Then let us wager 500 credits. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, your ears perked up. Shi-san quickly stopped, but fearing to lose a good opportunity, he immediately smiled faintly and asked, How many credits did you say? At that moment, the announcement board immediately lit up, and the mission had now been released. The reward for defeating Phyla is a specialized spirit tool. A greedy person definitely won't pass up a profit like this. He starts calculating. This mission reward is worth 300 training points. With both learning and mission rewards. Double the temptation. Just thinking about it makes his mouth water, but then he quietly weighs the pros and cons. The more attention he attracts, the easier it is to expose his identity. He has to play it safe. Although he is indeed greedy, he calms himself down and tells himself to be patient. But after a while, the expression on Shi-san's face grows increasingly grim. It seems he is already addicted to the benefits. Finally, the two of them blinked and stood outside, ready to compete. Seeing this scene, he could not help but cover his face in despair. In the end, he could not resist the temptation. Oon stood outside, shouting loudly, It has come to this. My benefactor, I believe you will win. He looked disdainfully at his opponent, thinking that dealing with the person in front of him, even basic exercises would be excessive. Shi-san calculated that the key is not to attract too much attention. He can't do anything too flashy. Meanwhile, Phi is extremely pleased. He has finally waited for this day. Then he shouted loudly, accepting the challenge. Equivalent to MC Zazen signing a death warrant. Even if I kill you here, I won't have to take responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, his weapon was summoned. This is the long thong. Looking at the sharp spear in front of her, Oon was startled. This imposing weapon. Could it be a lower-grade spiritual weapon? She worried for Shi-san, in such a desolate place. How could a newcomer possess a weapon of this level? My benefactor is in danger. Phyla seemed like a young horse eager to charge. He rushed towards Shi-san. He stood still, seemingly unable to withstand this blow, watching the sharp spear point aiming at his face. But the next second, Shi-san immediately reached out with both hands, calmly grabbing the weapon from his opponent's hand. This is a direct counter move. But for some reason, he just kept lifting and lowering the spear like a weight. Owen's face looked like it was about to fall off. The crowd also could not understand what he was trying to do. But right after that, before anyone could question, using a technique to exert force and break through, Shi-san bent the spear like a piece of noodle, astonishing not just Owen but even his opponent, who could not help but stare in shock. What? Suddenly, Shi-san's gaze froze. Wait a minute. He dejectedly held his head, silently crying out in despair. What am I doing? Didn't I say I would not do anything too flashy? But when he saw the object shaped like a stick, he instinctively began exercise. While he was still in torment, Philo was already at a loss. He collapsed to the ground, looking at his weapon now twisted like a struggling fish. He could not bear this shock. My family's battle weapon was bent by someone else. But soon after, the veins on his face bulged. Philo yelled again. This time I really have to kill you. And just as he finished speaking, a powerful blow came toward him. That Tam was moving like he was exercising, twisting and leaning. But strangely, he could dodge everything, continuously striking. Yet not a single hit landed on his opponent. Pila stumbling around. That Tam smugly looked at him. Your upper body strength is not bad, but your lower body is weak. This shows you have neglected your lower body strength training. And Pila certainly won't accept that. Damn it. That fire system martial art. His hands went up into the air. Then he skillfully made consecutive hand signs. The next moment, Pilo immediately gathered his internal energy, his whole body swelling up. Fire! That Tam impatiently kicked his back. The spell preparation was taking too long. For him, it was just a foot movement, but it sent his opponent flying. Witnessing this dominance, Onon and everyone present were left speechless. After this match, once again, his image would be on the bulletin board, leaving Thaptam exhausted. Why is this happening? He is trending again. Never seen anyone so famous yet so scared. Thaptam felt down, thinking he had been too flashy lately. He reminded himself to act more quietly, focusing on his studies and earning credits first. The scene quickly shifts to the next day. At this moment, Then Hyen stood in the crowd, announcing loudly, from now on, all lessons for new students will be solely taught by me. She coldly introduced herself. I am your new instructor. Lun Than Hoen truly was an unexpected adversary. Upon seeing her, he could not help but scowl and curse under his breath. Damn it. Than Hoen continued. I am your newly assigned instructor. The Thoptam lamented inwardly. Great. Just my luck. And chose to run away to save his skin. He thought to himself. To avoid unnecessary trouble. It would be better for him to leave. But he had not gone far when Du Hao's gaze quickly caught him. It turned out Than Hoen did not recognize him. She simply thought, is that kid trying to skip class? Not giving me any respect. Immediately, she called out loudly. Hey, blue-haired disciple. Do you have something urgent that requires you to leave early? At that moment, his heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. It is, she noticed me. At the same time, a fellow disciple approached. Leaving right after the first class of the instructor was quite disrespectful. He must have wanted to score points with the master. So he put a hand on Thoptam's shoulder, urging him to turn around. Thoptam's inner turmoil intensified. As he turned around, he muttered to himself, this is not good. Caught off guard, as soon as she clearly saw his face. Than Hoen vaguely remembered him as the pervert who spied on her bathing a few days ago. Recalling the situation clearly, all her anger surged into the grip tightening around his arm. It was truly hard to find someone once lost. But upon finding him, it turned out he was a new student of the Imperial Guard sect. Than Hoen thought wickedly. Now that I have you, I must find an opportunity to eliminate you. Then she quickly transmitted a message to Thoptam. About what happened at the lake that day. Have you spread it? Unfamiliar with these things. He turned around. Looking confused. Shouting. Who is talking? Than Hoen frowned. Explaining. This is a sound transmission technique. Do not speak out loud. Just respond in your mind. Hearing this, Thoptam was instantly startled. It really was her. He nervously broke out in a sweat. Desperately explaining. I swear. I won't say anything. I already said. That kiss was unintentional. Than Hoen still had the intention to silence him. Very good. When the time comes, I will make sure you die a satisfying death. She was calculating silently. But it is not easy to act in the sect. First, let you experience a bit of suffering. With that thought, Than Hoen said loudly. In today's first lesson, I want to train your ability to withstand pressure. Everyone knows that when the gap in cultivation is too great, the stronger side does not even need to act. Just releasing their spiritual power can repel the opponent. Resisting the pressure of spiritual power is also one of the mandatory courses for cultivators. Pausing for a moment, she continued, I need a disciple to cooperate with me. Is there anyone willing? Upon hearing this, Mestinon quietly felt excited. The opportunity to be close to the leader had come. He was smiling, thinking he was the talented young master of the Jiang family. And it was because of her that he lowered himself to join this inferior sect. Then, Masi Dung raised his hand. Master. I volunteer. But in an instant, she flew past him. Than Hoen's cold aura flicked her hand lightly, and Ma Dung was thrown far away. Dodging to the side, she approached Thoptam. Does this disciple agree? As she spoke, Than Hoen put on a charming expression that promised special rewards. But he felt a chill down his spine. This look was definitely a deadly smile. I did not want to draw attention. And just as I was about to escape, the system activated a mission again. And if I succeed in this mission, the reward will be a random enhancement item. It must be said that human greed knows no bounds. Thoptam seemed to be swayed. Soon after, he reluctantly agreed. I will give it a try. I hope the master will go easy on me. Than Hoen was very pleased. She thought for a moment. This sect's new students also cultivate at the Ki refining and foundation establishment levels. So she would first test him with her foundation establishment spiritual power. Immediately after, Than Hoen waved her hand and shouted, releasing her spiritual power. A storm surged forth. Moreover, it was aimed directly at Thoptam. He stood still, like a great tree before a storm, not budging at all. Msi Dung was a bit shocked. He could not help but clench his teeth, marveling at the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual power. Looking at the other disciples, some with lower cultivation levels were starting to struggle to breathe. Yet, Trang Thoptam showed no reaction. On the contrary, he appeared quite relaxed. Thoptam acted as if nothing was happening. He asked loudly, is it starting now? Than Hoen was extremely annoyed. You little brat. You really want to embarrass yourself. Do not. Then let us raise it to the core formation level. As she spoke, she exerted more strength in her arms. At this moment, the ground beneath Thoptam's feet was indeed being lifted by the gust. He could not help but look at her provocatively. Feeling a bit challenged, Than Hoen frowned in annoyance. Yet she still maintained an air of calm. However, the fact that he could escape under her watchful eye indicated he had some real strength. Unable to withstand this challenge, she immediately used all her strength. Then I will unleash my full realm. Her realm was the nascent soul stage. And above Thoptam, something like a large stone seemed to be slowly pressing down. You jump back at the surge of power. And at that moment, a force from the sky struck down, shattering most of the rocks. Everyone here was thrown back, feeling as if they were on a plane, and some with weaker cultivation could not hold on and fell to the ground. Meklasi, with his high cultivation, always prided himself. Yet now he had to kneel just to keep from falling. He was shocked. The force was too strong. Even I can withstand it. But then he looked at you, Trang Thap Tam. Seeing the young man before him, Masi Dung was in shock. Yet you could hold on. Van Hien naturally could not help but break a sweat. What? I used all my spiritual energy. Yet he still defeated me. Everyone was panicked by this level of internal power. But only Thap Tam could still withstand it. You really have a strong will. Looking up at Van Hien. This weight is just right. Then finally, the Thap Tam managed to stand up straight, just barely holding on to the remaining spiritual energy. Van Hien's face darkened when she saw you using your strength to lift weights, gritting her teeth in frustration. Is this brat mocking me? Then a malicious smile appeared. Then I guess I will just have to secretly use my spells. If you can hold on, then dying won't be so easy. With 2 fingers hidden behind his back, he quickly gathered his internal power. Using wind magic, a whirlwind descended from the sky. This was the wind spell, suddenly affected by a strong external force. Thap Tam realized that his legs had firmly planted themselves on the ground. Now he could not stand straight anymore under its weight. Thap Tam bit down hard on his jaw, feeling the pressure increase drastically. Van Hoen could not hold back her astonishment. Even with magic, he could still withstand it. This woman's heart is too tyrannical. She continues to exert force. So I will increase it more. At this moment, what Thap Tam was bearing on his shoulders could be compared to a major natural disaster. At this point, a few drops of sweat had appeared on your face. Your arm trembled for a moment. But then with an unimaginable strength, you shouted loudly and stood straight up. Your legs felt like rocks. And Thap Tam was now completely stable. Van Hien was once again left in astonishment. What? How can he still be standing in this situation? Thap Tam could not hold back anymore. If he kept hiding his abilities, he would be the one to die. Immediately, the male lead shouted loudly, gathering his spiritual energy. With a single word, he stood tall, head held high. Looking toward his opponent, the winds flew straight back to their master. Van Hien's heart raced. Not good. The spell redirected back at me. This wind was strong enough to lift her skirt straight up into the air. Fortunately, Van Hien was quick to grab it. And just like that, the proud girl who wanted to take a life was thrown to the ground instead. Her head was spinning. But she still had to declare the end of the pressure resistance test. That night, after returning to her shabby home, Thap Tam sighed in relief. Finally, this performance did not lead to any disputes. Suddenly, you freeze, scrolling on the screen as if you have seen something. But the dismissive comments and mockery are countless. But it all comes from the same account. Thap Tam is curious about who this person is, anonymous. At the same time, a notification from Lam Tin Vin Liam pops up. A new competition for sword users has begun, and everyone is seeking recognition. The prize for the winner is 1,000 course credits and premium training resources. Along with that, there is one-on-one instruction from a skilled teacher. Unable to contain his excitement, Thap Tam jumps up. There are so many course credits at stake. Then he hesitates, thinking, but participating in this competition seems too obvious. More importantly, he does not have a foundation, can't use spiritual power, and fundamentally cannot control a sword. He falls into contemplation. If he participates in the competition, it could expose his identity and harm himself. After that, Thap Tam happily leans back in his chair, deciding to focus on practical learning instead. But suddenly, the system strikes him hard in the head. The pain brings tears to Thap Tam's eyes. He clutches his head, wondering why this strange method has to appear. In the following days, a glimmer of fear flickers in his eyes. Wait a minute. The system appearing now is not just showing on the board. The high-level mission this time is to participate in the sword control competition and achieve first place. The Golden Core realm can create light that soars, clouds that rise high, and dense fog. Lower realms need external help, using spiritual power to assist in the control. The minimum requirement is to reach the Kai refining stage. But the most common is sword flight. Time flows swiftly, never waiting for anyone. Soon, the day of the sword competition arrived. Kim Chai hosted the event, and the competition officially began, inviting the contestants to take their positions. The fighters immediately lined up neatly. Everyone was eager. Thap Tam looked over and could not help but exclaim. Indeed, there were many participants in this competition. At the same time, Mst. Vong stepped forward, surprised that you also came to participate. He smugly glanced at you, thinking that competing on the same stage means you won't have a chance to shine. The Thap Tam tiredly looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? This question caught him off guard. Messi Ung glared back in disbelief. You came here, and I still do not recognize you. We were in the same class just 2 days ago. Then he adjusted his tone and formally introduced himself. I am the son of the Jiang family in the southern wilderness. Zhang Mei Dilung is also the one ranked second in the current freshman competition. While speaking, he glanced over as if looking for someone from afar. It turned out that gaze was directed at Than Hyen. The leader was standing in the elder's position, watching, determined to perform well. Masi Dung then said, "In this competition, you will only be in my shadow." Seeing that you did not even pay attention, he was annoyed. You completely ignored him. Thap Tam sighed. Feeling the tension, Kimchi announced loudly, "Now, contestants, please choose the weapons you wish to use." A cheerful young man stepped forward. Finally it was his turn to shine. Long Vinungo picked up a large iron claw. Kimchi commented that this aura was that of a weapon from the spirit realm. The first contestant chose a rare weapon from the spirit realm. The next one scoffed, mocking it as just a low-quality item. Then he shouted, "Come out." The weapon looked akin to a selfie stick, Kimchi excitedly said. Although its appearance is hard to describe, it is still a weapon of the spirit realm. She joyfully continued hosting. Everyone has indeed prepared before coming here. All the weapons are at least from the spirit realm. Mesivang on this side sneered. A bunch of blind fools. Just small weapons from the spirit realm. Check out my treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from within his triad. That light flew straight ahead with an imposing aura. Behind Mesidong was a sharp, long weapon named Taitron Kim, just as he expected. This attracted the attention of the elders standing at a distance. One of the elders spoke. "This type of spiritual power is a weapon from the celestial realm." Elder Bang added, "Weapons are divided into earthly, spiritual, celestial, immortal, and sacred realms. All the competitions so far have agreed to provide magical weapons, but this time, allowing the disciples to prepare themselves might not be fair." "Right," Kung Yin argued, stating that in cases of equal strength, the magical weapon is the most crucial key to success or failure. It seems that although it is unfair, this is the rule. She fully understands that during battles where lives are at stake, the opponent won't forfeit their high-level magical weapon just for fairness. Menesdung was quite pleased. With his peak architectural cultivation and a celestial magical weapon, he was sure victory was his. He then looked down disdainfully at Trang Thap Tam, waiting for the moment to show off. Before he could finish speaking, he was wide-eyed, staring in surprise at Thap Tam. Looking at the broom in Thap Tam's hand, Masi Dung stammered. "This is your magical weapon," Thap Tam calmly replied. "Yep. I borrowed it from my uncle to sweep outside before the competition." He secretly wondered, isn't this just an ordinary broom? Are you turning this competition into a child's game? Then Kimchi stepped forward, inviting everyone to place their magical weapons in the designated spot. Hearing Kimchi say this, Thap Tam was a bit surprised but instinctively spoke up. "The rules are as follows. This competition will have an additional round, where we will retrieve items from the air. First, we will get our magical weapons from a sufficient distance. Then, following the predetermined route, we will use sword flight, and the first to reach the finish line will win. Of course, there will be many obstacles along the way." The Thap Tam silently groaned. "What is this? I do not have any spiritual power. How can I retrieve items from the air?" A Misi Dung approached him, sneering, feeling the pressure yet. Shortly after, all of everyone's weapons were placed on the board as per the rules. Kimchi quickly shouted, officially starting the competition. Everyone harnessed their inner strength, and weapons flew into the air. Then each person skillfully grasped their own weapon. Naturally, Masi Dung was no exception. This was too easy for Masi. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shot off on their swords, creating a truly magical scene. On this side, only the clouds remained on the ground. Thap Tam stood frozen in place. The crowd looked at him, murmuring. He glanced disdainfully at Thap Tam. "I am going ahead." "Good luck, rookie." There are still people on the field. Why has not he left yet? Can't he even retrieve his own magical weapon? Doesn't he know the basics of retrieving items from the air? Someone like him dares to sign up for the competition. The Thap Tam inwardly cried out, "What should I do now? If I do not act, I will be suspected." The elders were surprised. "What is wrong with Trang Thap Tam? Can't you handle this little bit with a spirit object?" Than Hoen looked at him with undisguised contempt. "That kid is so embarrassing." Of course, Thap Tam could hear everyone's mockery. He helplessly bit his lip, knowing he could only try. Immediately, he extended his hand and shouted, "Sword, come back." On the ground, where Thap Tam stood, a large crack opened, and the fissure widened, impacting the stand for the items in front of him. As the broom soared, the Thap Tam gripped the handle tightly and rushed back to his side, with it in hand. He shouted, "Got it. I have taken the object from mid-air." The elder's face turned pale. Is this also considered taking an object from mid-air? Everyone was focused on the swords flying in the air. Powerful energy sources were continuously shooting through, surpassing their opponents. Above were some unclaimed rocks. From those, powerful energy sources shot out to attack the sword users hovering in the air. Those with weaker cultivation could not dodge and fell down. Mesidung was thoroughly pleased. He was a sword practitioner. Plus with the heavenly battle aura to support him, this competition seemed made just for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thap Tam was still retrieving objects from mid-air. As soon as the broom reached his hand, he quickly grabbed it tightly. Thup Tam held the broom handle and began to channel a powerful energy source to prepare for ascension. Instead of hovering above, he chose to ride the broom like a witch from a magical movie. The elder was once again left speechless. What kind of stance is this? Why does his sword flight look so different from everyone else's? Quickly, even though he started after everyone, he had already caught up with them. The rock in front immediately channeled energy, attacking Thup Tam like everyone else. Of course, he quickly dodged the attack. He then stepped quickly on the energy that had just attacked him, using it as leverage to dash forward. The elder nearly fainted from surprise, feeling that his moves were becoming increasingly unbelievable. Manhwa was still unaware, feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking that those who followed behind were about to disappear. Just as he finished speaking, Thup Tam casually flew up on his broom alongside him. Thup Tam shouted in astonishment. When did you get so close?
Good.
He did not care and paid him no attention. But suddenly, Thup Tam's body came to a halt. The next moment, his body felt as if heavy stones were tied to him, causing him to slowly fall down. Seeing him fall like that, Masai-dung could not help but wonder. But of course, he secretly chuckled to himself. The Thup Tam was shocked, thinking, my jump has reached its limit. Looking into the distance, Thup Tam calculated that the stone ahead was still far away, with no place to gain force. He silently lamented, the system requires me to come in first in this competition. Failing such a tough task will surely lead to punishment. Masai-dung looked over disdainfully, thinking that someone who had not trained their sword skills properly dared to participate. How embarrassing. A malicious thought suddenly crossed his mind. I will give you a big surprise for showing off in front of the leader earlier, so you can't hold your head up again. Then, Masai-dung channeled energy into his hand, gestured with the other, shouted, and used his strength to pull the rocks closer together. As he spoke, his other hand decisively aimed at Thup Tam, and just like that, a hail of stones immediately rained down on him. Elder Bung was startled, channeling energy to attack other opponents with the rocks. Isn't this against the rules? The elder replied in a deep voice. The competition rules do not prohibit this behavior, and of course, no one will come to help you. Thup Tam was standing in front of the large stones. He looked at the stones, momentarily startled, and then a loud explosion erupted, painting the sky red with flames. Masai-dung was smug, thinking that even if you were as tough as steel, you would not survive such an explosion. But to his disappointment, from the blast of the leaves, a figure shot out like lightning. The Thup Tam not only survived, but he also casually used the stones as a launch pad to move even faster. Little did Masai-dung expect that our protagonist would be so formidable. He stared at Thup Tam, his expression completely dumbfounded. What? He smirked coldly at him. Thanks, Elder Jiang, for this fireworks display. With that, he stomped hard on his face, flattening it like a pancake. Thup Tam cheerfully said to him, this is a gift for you. And just like that, the next person to fall was Masai-dung. Thup Tam soared forward like a witch on a broom, leaving only dust behind, and finally spotted the finish line, accelerating even more until he crossed it first. Kimchi shouted excitedly. The champion has appeared. It is Thup Tam. Not only did he win, but he also set a new record by defeating the legendary senior brother in the shortest time. Hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback. Did I accidentally break a record too? Breaking the competition record comes with a high reward, and with the system's bonus, Thup Tam was temporarily enjoying a joyful life. Now, he was leisurely roasting a large chicken. Time to replenish some quality protein. As soon as he caught the delicious aroma, he could not help but lick his lips. With a little more seasoning, it would taste even better. Thup Tam then dashed straight into his house. I remember there were some spices in the room. As soon as he ran in, he immediately grabbed a pile of jars happily and came back out. But what shocked Thup Tam was that when he looked up, all he saw was a pile of white bones. Where's my roasted chicken? Why is there only bones left? Each carefully prepared piece of quality protein had been stolen away. Thup Tam faced another difficult problem, his face darkening with anger. There are mice. Thinking about it, he then roasted another fat chicken, and the fragrant smoke began to rise again. But this time, there was no one around, just the roasted chicken and silence. It turned out Thup Tam was hiding in a nearby hole, observing to catch the mouse that stole his meat. He thought to himself, this time I will catch a really big chicken to use as bait. There is no way I can't catch you. Just as he finished his thought, a dark shadow quickly darted towards the roasted chicken. Its speed was incredibly fast. This could not possibly be just any animal. As Thup Tam sensed a presence rushing towards him, he startled and said to himself, it is. That hand immediately dove toward the roasted chicken, ready to grab its small, delicate fingers. It was at that moment, after finishing his words, he pulled hard on the trap he had set from the start. The string shot up from the ground, wrapping around the thief's body. Just as he caught the chicken, The thief was also tightly bound at the waist. It was not a rat at all, but a cute little girl with 2 horns on her head. The moment Thap Tam saw her, he was startled. It was not a mouse, but a little girl. The horns on her head reflected her stubborn personality, and their eyes met in shock. At this moment, both the thief and the one who caught the thief were momentarily frozen. This girl, on the contrary, possessed extraordinary strength. Realizing the situation, she quickly ran off, pulling Thap Tam along at high speed. Her speed was even faster than a hawk. 1 step, then 2, then 3. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, she reached the top of another mountain. Tiu Men turned her head back and laughed triumphantly, thinking a mere string could catch her. But in the next second, her eyes widened as she saw Thap Tam still holding onto the string and chasing after her. Thap Tam held on tightly and shouted, "Thief, give me back my protein." Tiu Men pouted angrily. "It is just a roasted chicken." Then she quickly matched her pace and focused her gaze back on Thap Tam's face. With a single kick, the ground and stones erupted around her, followed by a loud explosion. Tiu Men stood in the smoke, grinning proudly. "You think you can drag me down?" At that moment, a voice rang out behind her. "You are right. Roasted chicken is indeed high-quality protein." Tiu Men was startled and immediately turned to look behind her. Thap Tam stood right there, enjoying the delicious meal, devouring 2 chicken legs while Tiu Men glared at him. Seeing her stare, he waved a chicken bone in front of her, showing there was nothing left. At that moment, she looked at her hands. The chicken had quickly disappeared. Tiu Men potted and glared him angrily. "Does this thief want to die?" Just as she finished speaking, Tiu Men lunged to attack Thap Tam, but he easily dodged her. Thap Tam could not believe it. "Why are you just a little girl stealing food and making a fuss?" Tiu Men yanked hard on the string around her waist. "The stuff in my hands just magically turned into yours." Then she kept punching and kicking at Thap Tam, but he just dodged without attacking. Thap Tam looked at Tiu Men, thinking her strength was considerable. Looking around, he felt confused, as even a casual blow could break rocks. Tiu Men smirked proudly. "Is that all you can do, you little brat?" The long string shot out again, successfully wrapping around her body several times. Thap Tam laughed happily. "Sorry, but if I let you go, everything around will be ruined by you." Tiu Men scoffed. "You think a mere string can hold me? I will pull." As she said this, she strained to free herself from the ropes. But in the next moment, she was left stunned as the string felt like rubber. It stretched and tightened again. Tiu Men flailed around like a fish out of water, screaming in panic, "I am getting out! I am getting out!" she cried, bleeding to the heavens. "And even the heavenly artifacts could not hold me. Why can't this rope break free?" Thap Tam explained a bit. "The rope has elasticity, and I reinforced it with my energy. So how could it possibly snap easily?" You were secretly pleased, not expecting that the training tool gifted by the system in this competition would actually be useful. Tiu Men growled. "Do not you know who I am? How dare you blind me like this?" Thap Tam was surprised. "Who are you?" You were cautiously aware, unless this girl had a complicated background. She smiled slyly, then stood tall, confidently introducing herself. "I am your senior sister, the renowned Tiu Men of the Imperial Forest Sect." After hearing her, Thap Tam fell silent for a long time, the space around them quiet. "You helplessly said, your girl looks only about 7 or 8 years old. Yet she is my senior sister." Tiu Men smiled triumphantly. "Don't be fooled by my young age. I entered the sect earlier than you, offending your senior sister. You know what punishment you deserve. Right, no more talking. You stay silent, I stay silent, and the wind surrounds us." Tiu Men suddenly jolted, feeling her body being lifted up. She screamed but did not dare to struggle. "Bake, bake, bake. What are you doing?" The Thap Tam ignored her. "It is easy knowing you are also a disciple of the Imperial Forest Sect. I will take you to the main hall to seek justice, to discuss in detail how to make up for the protein I lost." Tiu Men's voice screamed across the hills. "You let me. Do not you have any respect for the young?" Thap Tam shrugged it off. "I do not care." And just like that, everyone quickly entered the sect. Tiu Men's screams made everyone suddenly stop, hearing that familiar octave voice. The older disciples were terrified. "Oh no, the little demoness has emerged." Upon seeing her, everyone shot off to hide like rockets. Thap Tam looked on with a frown. "Seems like the talk about you is not good at all." Tiu Men pouted and turned her face away, as if she needed you to care. And so, the Thap Tam walked ahead, dragging the little girl behind him like taking a puppy for a walk. Watching this scene, the older disciples stuck their heads out, mouths agape in shock. That is the little demoness of the Imperial Forest Sect. How did that pervert named Trang Thap Tam manage to subdue her? As expected, a thick tangerine peel has sharp nails. These whispers are too ostentatious. Tiu Men listened and became furious. She was annoyed, hurt but wanting to hurt others. Kicking a few stones on the ground hard, the senior brother in the distance was hit by the small stones in the chest. He looked like he wanted to vomit everything he had eaten. watching him lying on the ground. The other two were startled and scared. He is out cold. Seeing her so domineering, Thap Tam could not help but remind her, "You should calm down a bit." The girl pouted, sticking out her tongue. "Ignoring those pesky guys. I do not like people talking behind my back." Thap Tam glanced over, and she blurted out, "I really want to know what kind of parents raised a child like you. So stubborn and ill-tempered." At the same time, Gong Yan stepped forward and said, "That is right. I am Xiao Man's mother." As soon as he saw her, he was left speechless in shock, frozen like a statue. After that, Shi-san quickly recounted the whole story to Gong Yan. She responded, "I already know about all that." She glanced at her mischievous little girl. "Haven't you been grounded? Why did you sneak out in front of her mother?" The little demon girl toned down her attitude. She looked sad because she heard that someone broke the talisman and even defeated the little prince. Setting a new record in the swordsmanship competition made people unable to resist their curiosity, wanting to see it for themselves. Gong Yan rubbed her forehead in frustration. A month-long grounding, plus copying the scripture every day. Little Ma was startled and quickly retorted, "Isn't that going to get her locked up for a long time?" She shot a glare at the girl. "Are you still complaining? That is what you get for misbehaving." Little Treasure lowered her head softly. Xiao Man did not dare to say anything. Xiao Man stepped back. The sight of the little girl looked very lonely as she quietly walked outside. Shi-san watched her leave with a heavy heart. Seeing her daughter, even Gong Yan, as a mother, felt no better than Little Man. After a moment, she sighed and continued sadly, "She is just a poor child." Gong Yan recounted that the girl's background was different from others. Shi-san asked in surprise, "Different from others?" Soon after, a truth about Xiao Man's origins was revealed. She was born from a giant egg that I picked up many years ago. This left him momentarily stunned. Shi-san thought to herself, "Does not that mean there is a lot of protein?" Luckily, it was not me who found it. Or else it might have been made into soup by now. She recalled feeling helpless. I wanted to cook it, but unexpectedly when the egg met high temperatures, it hatched into a girl. Moreover, when she was born, she was already in peak physical condition. Naturally strong, and out of kindness, I took her in. When Xiao Man first saw Gong Yan, she happily called out, "Mommy," and Shi-san added. Thus she became her foster mother. As time passed, Gong Yan realized the girl's flaw was that Xiao Man could not control her strength. That day, she was hugging a goose and teased, "Little Xiao Man. So cute. But because of your immense strength, the goose has gone to its ancestors." Xiao Man even built a tomb for it. Feeling quite sorry, Little Xiao Man, I could not control my strength again, and day by day, she unintentionally caused damage, injuring others. And her disciples kept making her hurt while playing. Senior sister broke my arm again. Little Man would always pout and run after her. I did not mean to. Speaking of this made her heart heavy, which is why Little Man always had no friends. Hearing this, a sudden wave of sympathy arose in his heart. The words friends kept swirling in Shi-san's mind. Remembering his own childhood, he had also cried, not understanding why no one wanted to play with him. Mother Thap Tam struggled to comfort. Or perhaps everyone was worried that the child was hurt. And inside, he suddenly empathized. She was like him in a past life. Kang Yin continued the unfinished story. Gradually Tiu Men changed her personality, becoming mischievous and stubborn, enjoying playing pranks. Thap Tam's voice suddenly turned cold. She did this, perhaps to draw everyone's attention. He looked up at the sky, not seeing her laughing. Perhaps inside she felt very lonely. Back to a desolate mountain. The sound of punches shook a large rock, echoing loudly. It was Tiu Men. The girl stood there continuously venting her anger on the rock in front of her, each punch leaving a large mark. She pouted her face. That annoying Thap Tam made me get punished even more. At that moment, Thap Tam appeared behind her, speaking loudly. "Is this your meditation room? I did not expect you to know this place." Tiu Men was startled, turning around to look at the other person. As soon as she saw Thap Tam, she got so angry that her cheeks puffed up and shouted, "You!" Her face had not relaxed even a bit. "How do you know this place? You did not come here to laugh at me on purpose, did you?" At this moment, the Thap Tam looked at the girl with a bit more sympathy. Her eyes filled with pity as she stared at her, recalling Kang Yin's earlier words. "You and Tiu Men have a lot in common. Maybe you could help her." Finally, freeing herself from her thoughts, Thap Tam looked around. "Is this where you live?" Looking at the interior and the holes around, he could not help but exclaim, "How can it be so messy like this? It really looks like a trash heap." Tiu Men glared, gathering her energy. "You really came to mock me. I am angry now." Thap Tam hurriedly waved his hands. "Calm down. Calm down. I do not want to fight." Suddenly he asked the girl, "Do you enjoy playing pranks like this? You actually want to attract others' attention, right?" The words coming out of Thap Tam's mouth were too abrupt, making Tiu Men momentarily startled. Seeing her silent, he continued, "Deep down, you always want friends. It is just that your tough exterior keeps others away." Suddenly, A bitter feeling could not help but surface in Thap Tam's mind. Exactly like my past life. It felt like hitting the nail on the head. Tiu Mun stood dazed, staring at him. To suppress her emotions, the girl turned her face away, avoiding Thap Tam's gaze, but her voice trembled. Her small body subconsciously shook a bit. Who said that? Tiu Men turned her head back with teary eyes. Who said I do not have friends? Then she tried to cheer herself up just by pointing at a stone shaped like a person in the distance. Look, this is little Taiyu Men number 11. Then Taiyu Men happily introduced another stone. This is number 12. Thap Tam could not help but grimace. Isn't this just using stones to make clay people? This kid is quite troubled. Although she was moved, she could not let go of her sharp personality. You are the one who should be ashamed for saying that to me. I have been watching you for a few days now, and seeing how isolated your home is. No one visits you. She calmly exposed. You do not have any friends. Do you? Her words caught him off guard for a moment. Did not they? At this point, Thap Tam was no different from a child. He pouted and asked back, who said that? Then he took out a heavy dumbbell he always carried with him, introducing it as this is my iron buddy, and then pulled out a red dumbbell, saying it was his big guy. Finally presenting a rope he used to tie up Tiu Men before. This person you met is called T2, Thap Tam proudly said. These are all my companions. Watching him proudly introduce a series of gym equipment as his friends, Tiu Men felt helpless. This guy is even worse off than me. Then Thap Tam took out a small book from his chest, handed it to the girl whose life was as unfortunate as his, and said, this is for you, since you have always been ostracized, even having to use tricks to get others to notice you. Surprised by the gift, Taiwu Men was a bit taken aback. For the first time expressing his feelings, Thap Tam shyly turned his face away. Take good care of this. It is a top-notch technique. Consider it compensation for causing you to be punished more severely. Taiyu Men reached out with both hands to receive it. Although it was just an ordinary book, her heart felt incredibly joyful. She gazed at it in her hands for a long time, stammering. This is a yoga relaxation calligraphy book. Tiu Mun wrinkled her nose in disdain. What ugly writing is this? Did you write it yourself? Thap Tam got angry. What is with that dismissive expression of yours? He seriously said. Do you have any idea how valuable this handwritten book is? Internally explaining. This is the relaxation technique that the muscle training system gives after entering the late stage training. I see that while you have great strength, it is hard for you to control, especially when you are emotional. That is because your muscles are overly tense. So what you need now is not strength training, but learning how to relax. The girl stood there, dazed, listening to his instructions. Thap Tam continued. This yoga relaxation method can help improve your physical condition, relax your muscles, and improve your mood. Then he turned and left. You consider it carefully for now. If there is nothing, I won't disturb you anymore. Tiu Mun stood there, staring at his back for a long time, seemingly still in shock over what just happened, whether Thap Tam felt it or not. The warm tears from her small cheeks could not help but fall. Her hand tightened around the book as if to keep herself from crying out of happiness. The news about Thap Tam capturing Tiu Men had hit the trending charts. Finally, it had reached the ears of those who needed to know. And lately, it had all been about him. Liu Then, with a cunning look, held his phone and said, this guy named Trang Thap Tam has been in the spotlight lately, has not he? The target of Dekling On's unjust kneeling is him. I wonder what kind of unorthodox method he used to win the contest, turning me into this. Fifi La, also unwilling to back down. I knelt down. The wounds from our last duel still have not healed. Liu big brother, please uphold justice for us. Lu Cheng smirked. Don't worry. This newcomer has drawn too much attention already. We need to keep him in check. Transitioning to a bustling sales stall. Buy now without fear of loss. Disciples of the Imperial Guard. Come check it out. Raw stones are being sold in large quantities, appealing to people of all ages. And the raw stones from the 10,000 Beast Mountain are guaranteed. The two Taoists walked around, wondering who these sellers were. Why do they all seem so strange? They are traveling merchants. Sometimes the sect allows them to trade on the streets. Yiming suggested. Should we try our luck a bit? The other shook his head. Forget it. They are just raw stone suppliers. It is a one-time deal. If we get scammed, who do we even complain to? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. Oh my. Someone just cut a medium-grade spirit stone. Not believing his ears, Nietong immediately turned around. What? He was stunned. Inside the spirit stone was spiritual energy, the main resource for cultivation for cultivators, and it was also considered a common currency. Spirit stones, with spiritual energy divided into 4 grades. Medium, high, and top grade. The goods from this traveling merchant could actually yield a medium-grade spirit stone. Not just Ev Yang. Everyone was stirred by the cheering and rushed over to see who was so lucky. Onoan held the spirit stone in her hand, excitedly cheering. You did great. Young master. You actually opened a medium-grade spirit stone. This level of spirit stone is very rare in the wild region. The traveling merchant frowned. What kind of luck does this kid have? He only used 100 low-grade spirit stones and managed to open a medium-grade spirit stone. Although he had opened a rare treasure, his expression was as dark as stone. Thaptam looked like he was about to cry, silently lamenting that there were too many people around. If it were not for the system's enforced mission suggestion, who would come to such a crowded place? Remembering how he had been startled and screamed when he saw this damn mission during practice. Oh my. After thinking it over, he clicked his tongue but decided to just let it go. One of the conditions for leveling up in the system is to gather 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. At the same time, applause erupted. Not bad. Not bad. Thaptam was taken aback upon hearing it. The person had not even appeared yet, but the voice was echoing. Unexpectedly, Trang Thaptam, who had been rising like a kite in the inner sect recently, also knew about spirit techniques. It turned out to be Liu Cheng. As soon as he saw him, he clasped his hands in greeting. Indeed, seeing is believing. Liu Cheng specially came here to meet him. Thaptam asked in surprise. Liu Cheng, is there someone like him among the new students? Owen added. Why is he here? He is not a new student. He has been cultivating at the Immortal Gate for many years. The sudden mention shocked Thaptam. What? He introduced again. There is someone at my place who knows a lot about raw stones and really wants to duel with you. The man stepped forward respectfully and said, I am Feng Divan Suff. I saw that you are quite skilled in spirit techniques and came to seek your guidance. Thaptam shrank back like a wet chicken. I have no idea what the original technique is about. Qiansok is persistent, and Juan Shidi was just joking. To show my sincerity, I will also show my shortcomings this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and strolled around, examining the stones on the ground closely. Qiansok's gaze missed nothing, not even the smallest stone, until he suddenly stopped as if he had discovered something. Qiansok silently sat down by a rock in front of him, running his hand over it. His other hand seemed to sense some kind of aura, making his heart race. Immediately, he picked up the rock and said, Boss, I want this raw stone. Without waiting for the boss to respond, he struck the rock with his internal force. Like a skilled sculptor, the chips flew off, leaving only a beautiful piece in the center. Owen exclaimed brightly. This is stunning. Thaptam was also surprised. It was a top-quality essence. And just like that, they had revealed this level of essence. Everyone was amazed, discussing, how is this person's skill so good? Could he be a master essence manipulator? The system continued to display notifications, and his inner self seemed to vibrate with a layer of alertness. A warning from the system indicated there was only one essence left. Thaptam felt a surge of anxiety. What? Only one left? Seeing his reaction, Liu then felt smug. Juan Thaptam dared to accept the challenge without considering who could open a higher value essence. And the loser would have to give all opened essences of the day to the winner. He stood frozen, staring at the system screen in front of him. This was a mandatory task, and he had to accept the challenge and win the bet. The Thaptam's gaze turned cold. He spoke up. Who is afraid of whom? Watching his companions score good finds, Liu then was immensely pleased. He thought to himself, good. The young ones are indeed impulsive and easily baited. Then, unable to hold back, Liu then said, this is your bet against fighting the Insokun. But I want to bet with you too. Are you up for it? Thaptam curiously asked him about the external bet. The sly one continued. Right. We each stake an additional 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, meaning the loser not only loses all the essences open today, but also has to part with an extra 10,000 spirit stones. The crowd buzzed with chatter. 10,000 spirit stones. That is a lot. I have only had a few thousand low-grade spirit stones after 10 years in the field. No wonder he is an old hand at it. Thaptam quickly looked at the girl beside him. Owen. How many low-grade spirit stones do I have left from the remaining course? She immediately checked and found there were less than 2,000 stones left. Liu then was very pleased. With less than 2,000 stones, this amount would not even be enough to buy something like raw stones. Thaptam honestly told him, I do not have enough spirit stones. As soon as he heard this, Liu then smugly replied, that is fine. If you lose, you can be my servant for 3 years to settle the debt. Owen was extremely angry, insisting her benefactor should not agree to him. Judging by his expression, he must have come prepared. Her pitiful lips trembled as if about to cry. And Thaptam thought to himself, I wanted to. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. This was Thaptam's mandatory mission. He had to accept the bet against Liu then. Then, instead of refusing, Thaptam stepped forward. No problem. Du Thonong laughed loudly from behind, commenting that it was rare to see such drama in the competition at the sect. As soon as he finished, he twirled the ring on his finger. Well, I won't hide this good item any longer. Immediately, a pile of stones of various sizes appeared before everyone. He continued, this is the 9 Aperture's origin stone, nurtured by the spiritual energy of 3 fragments of heaven and earth, with a higher chance of yielding high-grade essence. I originally intended to bring it to the Heavenly Origin Stone Trading Square, but I am presenting it here today, Liu then added. Then let the competition begin. The Insoki and Thaptam approached the pile of stones, both scanning it with their eyes. The Insunki immediately formed a hand sign, pointing 2 fingers at his eyes and beaming with pride. This ability instantly allowed Thin Soxi to see the stone in front of him, and he was very pleased, having found it. But just then, before Thin Sok could collect himself, Thaptam stepped up to touch the stone in front of him. I want this one. This made Thin Soki freeze, realizing it had been snatched away from him. Too fast. Du Thung spoke up. Little brother has a good eye, but this essence stone costs 3,000 spirit stones. The Thaptam was shocked. What? I do not have enough spirit stones. You should ask him if we can use the medium-grade essence to trade. Then Sumfjik stepped in, cutting him off. The betting theme this time is essence. It can't be used for trade. He then reached out to touch the very stone Thaptam was looking at. I want this one. He did not expect his opponent to do that. Thaptam was momentarily taken aback. Oan, who was watching from the start, could not help but shout, "You are so despicable." The Insunki replied nonchalantly, "We are competing fairly. If you do not have enough spirit stones, it is just because you were not prepared. But you were afraid of being robbed by me." He then immediately used his internal energy to cut the stone out. Inside appeared a beautifully crafted orange stone, and it was quite large. Thaptam was quietly stunned. It was the last of the high-grade essence. Thin Sonki looked at him and said, "Besides, I am not a mere essence examiner. I am a fate master, slightly more esteemed than an essence examiner. I can probe the origin vines below and calculate the destiny map above." Thaptam stood frozen, feeling like he might cry. Du Thong stepped forward. "Little brother, do you want to check out those 2 stones? Those 2 stones only need 2,000 spirit stones to buy." The Thomtam said nothing. His face darkened. Then he sat down and began forming hand signs with 2 fingers. No one understands why he is counting numbers at this moment, but the sequence of numbers is counted out like a rhythm for exercise. Liu then watches in surprise, but he still does not understand what that kid is doing. The Thoptam thinks to himself, although the high-grade crystals are gone, the system has not shown a failure notification. Moreover, the mission requires at least opening high-grade spiritual stones. This proves that among these stones, there is still a chance for a higher grade. Just now, I observed, only momentarily seeing the spiritual energy in these 3 stones. Probably because my vision is not sharp enough. Then he happily exclaims, "The eye protection exercise is over. Now is the moment to determine victory or defeat." As he speaks, the Thoptam's eyes widen. He immediately bends down to stand up, his expression cold as he looks over at the pile of stones. Finally, he spots the last high-grade stone. It is shining with a golden light among the other stones. This surprised Thaptam greatly. He could indeed see more clearly now. Then he looked around. Everyone was in black and white, except for a single gemstone that radiated a different, dazzling light. Thaptam walked toward that stone, picked it up, and said, "I want this one." Lu Cheng, seeing this, smugly replied with a mocking tone, "You do not need to pick from that pile of trash. Do you?" Thaptam held the stone calmly and said, "This raw stone has clear veins, a dark and solid geological structure, definitely taken from deeper layers of the mountain mine. A stone with such an outer shell can not only gather the spiritual energy of the essence, but can even isolate the light of the premium essence." Lu Cheng, hearing him speak, glared at him in annoyance. Thaptam then exerted his internal energy, causing the stone to crumble, revealing a bright red essence inside. Lu Cheng could not help but panic. A red essence. Jiansu clenched his fists and said firmly, "It is premium essence. How could there be a raw stone of this grade among this trash?" Lu Cheng angrily asked the merchant, "What is going on here?" He fearfully replied, "I do not know." "Okay. This trash was just the debris bought from the mine area. Who would know there was a premium essence hidden inside?" He seriously looked at the essence in his hand. Although this essence was only the size of a fist, its value was far greater than your commercial essence. Thaptam stood before the group and said, "You have lost." He smiled smugly and said, "Hand it over. All the essences you opened today along with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Cheng grimaced and snorted, throwing something towards him. Thaptam caught it, opening his hand to reveal 2 white rings and 1 red. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "These are 2 rings. The red one contains all the essences opened today, and the other is 10,000 spirit stones." He and Tian Su turned to leave. "We are going." Lu Cheng suddenly looked back at him and left with a parting remark, "Don't get too cocky, Thaptam. The real drama is yet to come." Thaptam looked at him like he was an idiot, excitedly grabbing his hand, joyfully exclaiming, "Master, you are amazing. Even Master Li is not your match." Thaptam happily laughed and said, "It is all just luck." You handed the white ring to Oan Oan, pointing at the ring, saying, "Thank you for your help today, using the ring. This is a gift for you." She looked at the ring and said, "This is a 10,000-piece top-grade spirit stone." Oan immediately raised her hand to refuse. This is too precious, Thap Tam then said. Take it. I have too many already. Besides, I have gathered so much essence today. You think? I have absorbed quite a bit of spirit energy anyway. He turned to leave, waving and calling back. Farewell. I need to go train at the rocky cliff near the small house where he lived alone amidst a celestial setting. He stood on the grass looking at the mission board, where 4 notifications appeared. Complete the mandatory mission. Accept the challenge from Fying the Insucking. Complete the mandatory mission. Bet with Li Yu Then. Total reward 1000 training points. Check the essence of the host. 1 supreme essence stone. 1 top grade essence stone. 1 high grade essence stone. 1 mid grade essence stone. Thap Tam raised his hand to his chin, pondering and asking. Leveling up the system requires 2000 mid-grade essence stones. How can we divide the essence obtained today? The mission board then displayed that high-grade essence can be exchanged for lower-grade essences. The system will arrange the most reasonable based on the leveling up conditions. And any remaining high-grade essence will be retained. He raised his hand, holding a red essence stone and the red ring he just obtained, saying, No problem. Arrange it. The essence stone and the ring slowly disappeared, and the system appeared, absorbing 1 essence. The leveling up conditions of the training point system are 2000 per 2000 with 300 remaining. Body value 80 per 100. Action proficiency 80 per 90. Monster affinity level 50 per 1. Monster flesh blood level 60 per 10 kilograms. Mid-grade essence 1000 per 1000. With 20 high-grade remaining. Thap Tam looked at the leveling up conditions and saw no issues. The remaining conditions were just the monster core and meat. From behind, Oh no, On's panicked voice rang out. This is Benefactor. The Thap Tam turned around, confused, and said, What is going on? She shouted. It is the rogue traders. They are here to cause trouble. Inside the Imperial Palace. The rogue trader said to Kung Yen, Master, please take a look. This is the spirit stones that this kid traded. Inside, Yang was filled with stones, and now all have turned into ordinary rocks. He must have used a concealment spell on me from the beginning. Thap Tam angrily shouted at the rogue trader, You are lying. These spirit stones were exchanged with my credits. And why did not you check carefully when receiving the spirit stones? The man was sweating and immediately said, We rogue traders have a low cultivation level. How could we detect your magic? Kung Yin spoke up. So how do you intend to resolve this? The rogue trader was waiting for this, clasping his hands and smiling, since he used fake spirit stones. Then clearly the transaction has failed. So the essence sold must be returned to the owner. The rogue trader spread his arms and said, My request is not high. Just return that supreme essence stone, and we will call it even. The Thap Tam pouted and said, So you were after this? He crossed his arms and pouted. Too bad I have already absorbed that essence stone. The rogue trader was shocked, not believing his words. How is that possible? That is the supreme essence stone. How could it be absorbed in such a short time? Are you trying to cheat? Seeing the two arguing, Kung Yin spoke up to calm them down. She held out the item in her hand and said, This is a top-grade item restored to its original form, still usable once more. At the very least, it can help find out if there are any precious stones inside worth compensating for your losses. Thap Tam immediately shouted, the sect leader. Kung Yin looked at him and said, It is. Du Thong smirked and replied, All right. I will consider it a bit of a loss on my part. Thap Tam's sharp gaze fixed on him, gritting his teeth and saying, Disgusting. Du Thong thought to himself, Fighting with us. You are still too naive. After that night, the hot news about using magic to deceive Du Thong and the shameless actions of Trang Thap Tam were exposed. The savage with high cultivation was indeed Trang Thap Tam. With his filthy tricks, he held his phone like it was made of stone, wondering why so many bad hot topics were surfacing suddenly. To keep it short, his voice echoed in the phone, Sect leader. That Du Thong is clearly deceiving us. Why are we still reconciling with him? Kung Yin replied. I forgot to mention that once that tool is activated, it will attract a lot of magical beasts nearby. In the wilds of the southern realm, behind the Yilin mountain, the livestock lived in herds. They could be called the natives here, carefree and untroubled, until one day, the chickens here found no peace, and we lived in fear. A wicked stranger was mumbling all day. Protein. 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 And whenever this person appeared, they all ran away in a panic. The terrifying giant has appeared. He shattered their peaceful lives. And the chickens were continuously caught and eaten. It turned out that the horrifying figure in the eyes of the livestock here was the Thap Tam. He held the neck of a chicken. Feeling satisfied, Protein has arrived today. And thus, the title of the great demon king Protein has spread far and wide in the animal world. They all ran away one by one. As for Trang Thap Tam, he had no choice but to go deep into the forest to hunt them. Every day he followed the traces, feeling extremely tired. Suddenly, one day while hunting for Protein, a loud voice rang out, Help! Help! The sound was loud enough for him to hear. Thap Tam stood and looked around. Is someone calling for help up ahead? Quickly. He dashed straight toward the thicket in front of him, pushing aside the leaves to see clearly. The scene before that Tam left him stunned. He observed the situation in front of him for quite a while. It was a wild boar with red fur. It was chasing after a fellow cultivator. The Thoptam gasped and shouted in excitement. The beast was chasing a person. Such a large beast, so much protein. But suddenly, his gaze froze. Thoptam told himself, "Wait a minute. Take a closer look. That figure seems familiar. The person being chased was none other than the one who had just challenged me 2 days ago." Feng think this. Right. At that critical moment, Thin Sonki was knocked away by the boar. He flew several meters away, helplessly lying on the ground. Thoptam was astonished. Mouth agape. Isn't he a seasoned cultivator? How could he not deal with a single pig? So all the skill points are added to the original technique. Even though Chinsok's whole body hurt, he still struggled to get up. Blood had started pouring from his mouth at some point. So Chinsok was a bit worried. This place is too far away. It seems I am not going to escape. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the person across from him, and he was taken aback. Upon seeing the figure of the boy, he immediately recognized it was Trang Thaptam. Instinctively, Chinsok shouted towards Thaptam, "Help!" But his body suddenly froze. 2 days ago I just targeted him. How could he help me? While Chinsok was lost in thought, the wild boar charged at him and rammed into him again. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth. Thaptam stood at a distance, unable to help but mock him. That hit was pretty brutal. Sharing the same thoughts, he began to contemplate whether he should help or not. 2 days ago, he had just made things difficult for himself, so he should let him be taught a lesson. But since they are fellow disciples, he could not just stand by and watch. But while he was still hesitating, the system panel popped up. If he wanted to save Chinsok, he would get 100 training points. If he chose not to help, the reward would be a set of athletic gear that could resist divine probing. Thaptam looked at the reward with bright eyes. Athletic gear. Sorry. Fune Chinsok. It seems like heaven wants me to abandon you. At this moment, Chinsok lay helpless on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Blood smeared across his face. In a state of utter despair, in his dying moments, he glanced at Thaptam with a glimmer of hopeful desperation. Unsure of what was happening, he saw the boy doubling over with ladder and thought to himself, "While he is laughing at me, it seems he does not want to help." Helplessness filled his gaze as he mocked himself. It was only natural. A person like me who flatters deserves this. Before dying, he recalled his family's words, carrying the mission of the Tran Hung family to enter the Royal Forest Immortal Gate. A sock. The future of the family depends on you. He also remembered the elder's harsh words, that due to his average talent, he was not valued. With your level, how could you enter the inner sect? Submitting to the powerful. Chinsok recalled kneeling before Liao Cheng and his words, "That day was not wrong. Submit to me, and you will gain the talent for cultivation. I can give it to you." Now, as Chinsok lay dying, his original intention was shattered, and his family was humiliated. He deserved the retribution. The large wild boar certainly would not spare him. After delivering a fatal blow, it charged to eat the person lying on the ground. Chinsok shut his eyes tightly, surrendering himself, his heart echoing a farewell. But at that moment, a figure quickly stepped in to block the boar. Feeling something was off, Chinsok immediately opened his eyes, unable to suppress his eyebrows from knitting together. Thaptam spoke up. Clearly, compared to athletic gear, the protein absorption was much higher. Hearing the familiar voice, Chinsok struggled to rise to see who was saving him, and he was shocked to shout out. Trang Thaptam said nothing, but immediately landed a painful punch on the wild boar's snout. This attack from Thaptam left Thin Sufti gaping in astonishment. Strong. Too strong. Just one move and it is dead. Blood and flesh from the pig splattered everywhere. Thaptam looked down on it. Just a larger than usual beast. Is it really that hard to kill it in one hit? Chinsok asked in disbelief. A beast. This is a level 4 magical beast. Its power rivals that of a golden core cultivator. He replied casually. Oh really? It feels just like those little chickens and ducks. They can't escape my strike. The Insivi immediately wanted to resolve his confusion. We had a conflict 2 days ago. Why are you helping me now? The Thoptam nonchalantly replied. It is nothing. I just felt like having some grilled meat. Of course. Thoptam could not pass up this delicious grilled pork. When he got back, he immediately grilled a large leg. Seeing Chinsok still sitting there silently, he asked in surprise. Are you sure you do not want to eat? He smiled bitterly. That is the meat of a level 4 magical beast. In my current state, even a single bite might not be enough to suppress the energy within. I could explode and die. Thoptam looked at him with tears in his eyes, thinking, has this guy gone mad? It is just a regular piece of grilled meat. Is it really that exaggerated? Meanwhile, the other party had his own thoughts. Is this person crazy? No matter how strong your body is, eating a lot of level 4 magical beast meat. Are not you afraid of side effects? Thoptam then asked Dinsoche out of curiosity. How did you end up being attacked by a wild beast? Dinsoche briefly recounted. First, I must emphasize, that was not an ordinary wild boar, but a level 4 magical beast. Also, you know I am a fate master. When we cultivate, the most troublesome thing is disturbances from those nearby. So we need to find a place without people. The mountain behind the wilderness of the Lam Tin Sec borders the 1U mountain range. So hardly anyone comes here. It is just that beasts rarely escape from the 1U mountain range, especially since it is a level 4 magical beast. Is not there some incident happening inside? Then Sonchi felt a bit guilty. How can I repay you now? I do not want to owe anyone a favor. How about I rid your fortune and help you turn misfortune into fortune? That is also something I can use right now. Dap Tam was surprised by the suggestion, thinking that with his current fugitive status, it might help a lot. After weighing the pros and cons, he pouted and said to Thinsuch, well, let us give it a try. Then both of them ignored Dap Tam's grilled meat. Now, the two were standing side by side. The Insoki explained, as a fate master, predicting the future requires climbing the fate ladder. The higher the ladder, the more you can see into the future. But of course, the price you pay is also greater. He raised his hand to his forehead to form a seal and began. The compass floated up, spinning a few times in a trajectory above the center. The circle gradually grew larger. Dap Tam watched the formation in front of him. A bit date. Thien Sunki's fingers were still at his forehead, deeply focused on his divination. In just a moment, Thien Sok was standing high above the clouds, looking around. But suddenly he froze and shouted, how is this possible? Why is not Thang Menli appearing but instead a gate of fate appears? If a powerful person has techniques to conceal the secrets of heaven, then I probably can't even enter the space now. But given the current situation, even if I could enter the space, I would not be able to see the fate of ascension. Thien Sok wondered. Could it be that the path to ascension is hidden behind a door that needs to be opened to be seen? Without hesitation, Thien Sok reached out to force open the door to see the fate for Dap Tam. But as soon as he touched it, a powerful surge of energy erupted from it. Once again, Thien Sok's body was thrown back with immense force. With his ordinary eyes, Dap Tam could only see his companion suddenly being thrown far away. Not understanding what was happening, this guy has really bad luck. Just got knocked around by a pig and now is being backfired by the path to ascension. Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, Dap Tam shouted in fear, are you okay? Thien Sok was startled and stood up, secretly surprised. I failed. Is my technique not refined enough? Or is it that this person's future cannot be seen at all? Dap Tam worriedly said. Maybe we should just let it go. Saving you is just a convenience. Thien Sok waved his hand. I do not like owing others a favor. If I can't calculate your future, then I will just return that batch to you. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and asked him, is Thien Sok really telling the truth? The incident 2 days ago was actually orchestrated by Liu Than. That merchant is indeed his guest. The high-grade spirit essence we opened was also prepared in advance. I just did not expect that among the discarded spirit stones, there was a top-tier spirit essence that you took away. After that, the scheme to make you create a fake spirit stone was also to tarnish your reputation. Dap Tam smiled brightly. Indeed it was like that. I said everything could not possibly be that way. He secretly felt pleased. But that merchant definitely encountered bad karma. Thien Sok added. I will expose Liu Than and return Than back to you. Dap Tam replied in surprise. But are not you his subordinate? Would that be disadvantageous for you? Thien Sok lowered his head. After this life and death experience, I seem to have regained what I lost. Before leaving, he assured Dap Tam. Don't worry, I will be fine. That evening, when he checked the bulletin board, he saw a post about that merchant incident. Dap Tam was shocked. He really posted it, and it quickly made it to the hot news. Time flew, and the next day, the bulletin board released a series of information. Are you the one behind all of this? Thien Sok. Dap Tam was astonished. What is going on? In just one night, the board was filled with posts cursing Thien Sok as a traitor. Right. He hesitated while holding his phone. Should he send a message to comfort him? But as soon as he sent the message, Thien Sok replied and invited him to Nam Ding to talk. Dap Tam was surprised. He replied so quickly. After all, it was to clear his name that this storm had arisen, so he had to go see how he was doing. After that, you immediately arrived at the meeting point, where everywhere was deserted with no one around. Dap Tam looked around. Was not it supposed to be a meeting here? Where is everyone? While you were still looking around, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. You finally made it. Once Dap Tam spotted the target, his whole body tensed up. In the distance, Thien Sonki was suspended in the air. Below him were the people from Liu Then. He looked at Dap Tam with great satisfaction, then boldly challenged him to come over and talk. Meanwhile, Thien Sumchi's situation was not any better. He looked pitiful after being beaten. At this moment, he resembled a real squirrel, hanging there with his face stained in blood. Long Dap Tam suddenly felt a chill. Did you turn him into this state? Liu Then did not deny it. Instead, he arrogantly said, betraying me leads to this result. Your anger gradually rose. But Dap Tam still tried to stay calm and asked, Is it really necessary to go this hard on someone from the same school? Liu then laughed heartily. Same school. There is no one as genuine as you. Hearing him say such disgusting words made Thap Tam lose his composure. If you are going to say that, fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Thap Tam's internal energy surged to 9 parts. Seeing your aura like that, Liu then naturally did not dare to rush in. He raised his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Just then, several sharp daggers appeared around Thane Suchi's neck, ready to stab him. Liu then smiled smugly. If he took one more step, his life would not be guaranteed. Thap Tam's conscience would not allow Thane Sunchi to be harmed any further. He stood still, thinking Thap Tam was truly scared. Then he made a petty demand, kneeling and bowing his head. "If you do not comply, I will take his life." As he spoke, he pressed those sharp hidden weapons closer to Thane Suchi's neck, causing more blood to spill. The Thap Tam merely chuckled. No matter the world, traitors still have the same filthy mouths. Liu then maintained his arrogant attitude, smugly looking at Thap Tam. "What did you say?" But a second later, Thap Tam successfully grabbed Thane Suchi and landed before the astonished scoundrel. After successfully rescuing his comrade, he gently laid Thane Suchi on the ground. At that moment, the Thap Tam's gaze turned cold, and he turned around, speaking in a chilling voice. "Now, how do we settle this?" His actions were too quick, catching Liu then off guard. He turned around and shouted, "What is happening?" He could not help but sweat. Indeed, his confidence was warranted. His movements were extraordinary. Then he waved his hand, ordering his followers to attack. At the same time, all the people following him rushed forward to attack you. Thap Tam stood still. But those people were sent flying away. Liu then exclaimed once again. "What? There is absolutely no movement." The villain now begins to waver. Previously, he thought it was just a lapse on his part when he could not detect the movements. But now even when focusing all his energy, he still can't see clearly. In the end, he has to take action himself. Liu then forms a seal to summon his sword energy, and with a proud gaze, he observes, at this level, combined with the heavenly battle energy, how could I fear a mere newbie like you? But Thap Tam moves like the wind, suddenly appearing right in front of him, as he throws a punch. Liu Then's face turns pale and his sword strikes toward Thap Tam's hand at the same time. He could not see the direction of the attack in time, but Thap Tam suddenly finds a long line of blood flowing from him. This leaves him quite surprised. It seems like Thap Tam was a bit careless. He quickly retreats to maintain a safe distance from his opponent. Sweat drips down as he feels a bit frustrated. He could not believe he got hurt. That sword is no ordinary weapon. After hitting him just once, Liu Then is extremely pleased with himself. He laughs like a madman, feeling defeated. Let you experience the power of heavenly battle energy. He then raises his hand to form a seal, sending dozens of flying swords piercing toward Thap Tam. Blood splatters from him. But fortunately, the wound is not severe. Thap Tam looks at Liu Then and shouts in frustration, "If you are using weapons." At this moment, the Thap Tam channels his inner strength and pulls out his own weapon. As the green sword flies toward him, its sharp tip pierces the ground, just a bit more, and that sword would have pierced him. Thap Tam calmly lifts a weight and slams it down hard onto that unruly thing. It could not have been more disastrous. The sword, as useless as a slippery eel, flops and crashes down to the ground. Liu Then is left in tears. What? The heavenly battle energy was crushed in an instant. He looks in surprise at the object that Thap Tam is holding. What grade of weapon are you using? It is a design I have never seen before. He remains silent, but quickly leaps to pummel him relentlessly. With him pinned to the ground, Liu Then fails to react in time, screaming in fear. Wait, I admit defeat. Spare my life, and I will compensate you. Of course. He needs to be beaten back to his senses. Thap Tam coldly slaps him hard across the face, causing blood to gush from his mouth. The swollen red cheek terrifies him. Don't go crazy. I am a former student from the heavenly class. Do you know what happens after class when you act like this? There are people above me. Thap Tam continues, glaring. You talk too much. And just like that, in a matter of minutes, Liu Then has been completely overwhelmed. His face now looks worse than Shinsaki's earlier, and he can't even open his mouth to complain. At this moment, the earth and rocks rise in a storm. Even when dealing with a dog, one should pay attention to its owner. You are just a newbie with too much audacity. This pressure causes Thap Tam's head to feel numb. The power is overwhelming. Suddenly, 3 others land in front of him, exuding a strong presence. Tung Hun looks at him, and though he is just a nobody in the heavenly class, humiliating him means hitting the face of the heavenly class itself. He looked at Thap Tam and said, "New students like you have quite a bit of guts." Liu Then is flattened on the ground, and seeing reinforcements, he is visibly relieved. Old boss. With such a grand entrance, Thap Tam casually asked, "Who are you?" Walking beside Nat. No. Do you really have no eyes? This person is the representative of our class, Qianzi, and also a prestigious young master from Zhongzhou. Lu Tung Hun strutted. The authority of the Tianzi class is not easily challenged. Go teach him a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the three lackeys immediately pounced. Thap Tam curled his lip in disdain. A bunch that do not even understand martial arts, trying to imitate this guy. I can do that too. He said this while rolling his eyes and making a show of it. With that, Thap Tam immediately grabbed Liu Then and hurled him towards them. That swollen head, like a pig's, smashed into the legs and faces of his companions. One of them could not help but exclaim, "This kid treats Liu Then like a weapon made of flesh and bone." Thap Tam fully utilized this flesh and bone weapon, embodying the wind and fire wheel. But Tong Hun was also a beast. He did not care about his comrades in such a miserable state, directly leaping up and delivering a devastating blow to Liu Then with his heaven-shattering fist. Immediately, Liu Then's body seemed to scatter like a piece of thin paper, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. Thap Tam gritted his teeth and punched upward. Tong Hun was not just for show. He raised both hands and easily blocked the attack. He did not expect his opponent to be so tough. Thap Tam was startled. Having been blocked with one hand, Tong Hun formed a seal, a smug grin spreading across his face. Immediately, he unleashed a shocking technique, and the invisible sword struck Thap Tam's face unexpectedly. Watching blood fly from his forehead, Thap Tam was a bit shocked. Without using a weapon, relying solely on magic, he could still be injured. He leaped back to keep a safe distance from his opponent, feeling quite pleased with himself. He looked at Thap Tam, smirking. Not bad. That move was actually meant to pierce your head, yet you managed to dodge it. Thap Tam began to stay on guard. What kind of cultivation are you? He seemed quite pleased with his level of cultivation. Ding Dinga's gaze was smug as he looked at Thap Tam. And at that moment, the system suddenly appeared, asking whether he wanted to surrender or continue to fight back while being bullied. Thap Tam chuckled at the text. Do I really need to say this? Meanwhile, Tong Hun continued to attack, wielding a dragon claw. A sharp stone hand quickly struck towards Thap Tam, and just like that, he was caught tightly by that stone hand. Thap Tam gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, there is no escaping this. Seeing his opponent in such a controlled state, Tong Hun was extremely pleased. The seal on his hand still not retracted. He directed it towards Thap Tam and shouted loudly once more, shaking the heavens. But unexpectedly, just as Thap Tam got closer, he made a silly face and stuck out his tongue to mock the original deceiver. At that moment, he easily slipped out of that stone grip and threw a weak punch at Tong Hun, sending the villain flying without any chance to react. Thap Tam looked at him and said, if you really came to kill me earlier, of course, I would have to retaliate. Tong Hun refused to back down, casually standing up and slowly brushing dust off his clothes. A moment later, he composed himself, looked at Thap Tam, and said calmly, what you did earlier was not bad, but it is still lacking. Thap Tam was secretly shocked. How could he not have been injured after being hit? He was not harmed at all. Thinking of this, Thap Tam suddenly realized, could it be the dual cultivation technique? He looked at Thap Tam nonchalantly. I truly admire your strength, so I give you two choices. Either submit to me and become my powerful ally, or I will kill you right now. With that, Tong Hun's face revealed a deadly glint. The system announced something again, but it seemed Thap Tam was furious. He pushed the notification aside and avoided it. Now the main character is serious. I am really excited. Until now, you have forced me to use my full power, which is not much. Tong Hun felt Thap Tam was so desperate he was talking nonsense, and he fell silent. The Thap Tam then sneered. How many of my attacks can you actually withstand? Just as he finished speaking, a punch flew straight at his face, startling Tong Hun. A hazy gaze gradually appeared, and the memory of Thin Sufki questioned himself, am I dead? Upon waking, he was met with a tear-streaked skeletal face. Lee Sonsi stared at Liu Then, stunned, as if he were a wax statue. After regaining his senses, Thin Sufki sat up in shock and shouted, is there a ghost? After looking back and forth for a moment, he finally recognized this person as Liu Then. How did he end up looking like this? Suddenly, Thun Giek heard a loud commotion of fighting in the distance. Unable to contain his curiosity, Thin Sanuki blurted out about his noseness. He quickly jumped up at the sound of the struggle, but the scene before him made him freeze in surprise once again. Looking at the impressive young man before him, the Yin-sung quickly recognized it was Trang Thap Tam. This left him utterly astonished, dumbfounded, and taken aback. Could it be that he saved me? With that thought, the Yin-sung looked over at Thap Tam's opponent. So now the one fighting him is Liu Tung Han. Seeing that smug face and curled lips, Thin Sumchi seemed ready to faint again. He gasped in shock. The top student of the Thanta class is even here. Once he regained his composure, the Insunki began to worry silently. If I do not speak up, Trang Thap Tam will be killed. Instinctively, he shouted, stop. But another rare sight appeared before his eyes. At this moment, Thap Tam was exuding a powerful aura, preparing to strike his opponent. On this side, you laughed maniacally and asked him, how many of my full strength moves can you take? As soon as you finished speaking, You launched a flurry of punches towards Tung Hen. Your might was overwhelming. No one would have imagined that a new student could possess such power. Tung Hen was momentarily stunned. And of course, he could not fend off your relentless attacks. So he just stood there, taking the hits. Each strike forced him to stagger back, and within moments, he was sent flying far away. The Inseviki could not bear what he was witnessing any longer. What the hell? Liu Tunghan had reached the origin infant stage. His strength could rival that of the elders. Yet he was being overwhelmed by Trang Thap Tam. Just how strong was he, being beaten like this? He finally could not hold back and let out a painful scream. At that moment, the necklace with the jade pendant around Tung Hun's neck suddenly shattered. He broke out in a sweat, saying, "What the hell? My celestial protective talisman has been broken by him." Thap Tam did not stop. He continued throwing punches at the enemy. Another blow to the stomach. Tung felt like a drum being beaten relentlessly. He was knocked back far away. The surrounding earth and rocks could not withstand the force and shattered into pieces. Tung Hun suppressed the pain, trying to crawl back up. But his body could not take it, and he caught up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing his opponent struggling, Thap Tam decided to move in for the finishing blow. Sensing it would be effective at that moment, from a distance, a talisman appeared in the sky, shooting golden chains towards you. The chains wrapped tightly around Thap Tam's arms, leaving him stunned, with one hand bound. He intended to strike with the other, but soon after, both of his hands were tightly restrained by the chains. The one behind this was Elder Su. He was furious and shouted, "Stop it, Trang Thap Tam." Seeing his disciple being beaten, Elder Su was furious. Covertly attacking, seriously violating the sect rules. The Thap Tam, on the other hand, was unafraid of his presence. Calmly explaining, "They attacked me first." Elder Stu, refusing to reason, continued to shout, "You are so bold. Do you know the status of Liu Tung Hon? The Liu family is a powerful force in the royal court. Not someone a mere member of the Imperial Guard can offend, especially not a nameless brat like you." Tung Hun was feeling pleased at this moment. "That is right, Trang Thap Tam. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending." Suddenly, his expression hardened, his voice changing in volume. "You mentioned the royal family. Then I definitely can't show mercy." As he spoke, a fierce killing intent flashed across his face. Then, his two hands clasped together, Thap Tam focused his internal energy, causing the golden chains to snap. Elder Su could not help but be shocked. "He can break my spell." Ignoring the annoying old man's words, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Tung Han. "Of course, he was no match for you." His face was smashed into a grotesque shape. Seeing the opponent struggle like that, "It seems you still have no intention of stopping." The relentless punches make him feel like a thin piece of paper blown away. As a result, that day on the mountain, a shocking duel took place. Or rather, it was a fight where only Thap Tam was throwing punches. Watching the one he supported being beaten like this, Elder Su became furious. "Chaos drug." Elder Stu was angry. He looked straight at Thap Tam and shouted, "Chaos drug, how dare you defy the Elder's orders? You are disrespecting the Master." Elder Stu wasted no time, channeling his energy and launching a powerful move towards you. In an instant, the Master of Divine Mountain was right next to Thap Tam. You stood there, stunned and scared, but did not resist. Suddenly, a bright red light shot down from above, stopping both Thap Tam and Elder Su's master in their tracks. Its explosive force was terrifying, shattering the surrounding rocks. But luckily Thap Tam remained standing. He was dazed, drenched in sweat. "This radiant sword energy shook me. Is this the real strong one?" A sword appeared on the ground, catching Elder Stu's attention. The Hongdian sword shot down from above, with her crouching on it. The sect master returned to the vast mansion of the Imperial Forest Hall. Elder Stu was furious. He shouted loudly about the punishment for Thap Tam. "What? That kid was only punished with a month of self-reflection and house arrest. Kung Yin has now become the referee." Quickly analyzing that after all, it was Liu Then and Liu Tung Han who were at fault first. But no matter how you put it, Elder Stu still would not accept it. "I am not satisfied. This brat disrespects the elder, disregards the rules, and dares to defy my orders. Why does the sect master always favor him?" Elder Bung across from him sneered. "Old man, you really have no shame. As an elder, you can't even subdue a new student. Have you been neglecting your training in recent years?" Elder Stu swung his hand and charged at him. "That damn fatty. Who does he look down on? Let us fight and see. Who is afraid of who?" It was a pity for Kung Yen standing in the middle trying to intervene. "You two, be quiet." Seeing the situation, Elder Stu softened his tone, turned away, and thought to himself, "This matter is not over for me. I want to resolve it completely. Unless." Elder Bung beside him gave him a sideways glance. "Unless what?" Holding his head high, Elder Shu looked at Thap Tam and proposed, "Unless Trang Thap Tam takes 2 of my strikes without using any protective artifacts." His request made Elder Bung gasp. "You old shameless bastard. How many people in the Imperial Forest sect can take your 2 strikes? He slowly moved to Thap Tam's side to shield him, and Trang Thap Tam is the one being specially trained. If you injure him severely, what will happen? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Bung turned to you.
Yeah, sure.
Do not agree to him. Today, I will protect you. Feeling the elder's concern, the Thap Tam bowed his head. Thank you for your concern, Elder. A notification appeared before his eyes, but the message clearly stated the mandatory task. Agreeing to the elder's request, realizing there was no way out, Thap Tam accepted. If this can bring things back to normal, I will accept your request. Elder Bung, hearing this, angrily shouted at him. Is your little to going crazy? That old demon is truly in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is just one level above Liu Tung Hon. Below the nascent soul realm, each level of strength has a huge gap. Only come and supports Thap Tam. She suggested it was fine for Trang Thap Tam to give it a try. News of Thap Tam quickly spread throughout the area. Important news. Trang Thap Tam has confronted the skinny elder. A crowd of disciples rushed to see, eager for the drama, daring to provoke the skinny elder in an open area. The arena had him and the elder, surrounded by a dense crowd of disciples. Seeing so many people, Thap Tam felt a bit anxious, looking shy and embarrassed with so many onlookers. Noticing Thap Tam being distracted, the skinny elder quickly reminded him, focus on the fight. Do not look around anymore. I am starting now. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny elder waved his hand, channeling his energy to begin the match. The Divine Mountain Seal. Elder Bung observed from below, clenching his fists in frustration. That shameless brat dared to use a higher level technique than the Divine Mountain Elders. The Divine Mountain Seal. Suddenly, above Thap Tam, a mountain appeared. As if he had a third eye, he glanced up, but before he could react, the mountain came crashing down on him. The Thap Tam buckled his knees, struggling to hold on as the arena shook. Despite the mountain's relentless assault, Thap Tam remained steadfast. The skinny elder watched, realizing something. He understood. Thap Tam gritted his teeth, looking at the skinny elder. No wonder he is in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This strength is far beyond the leader's tough test. Suddenly, he smirked, but both of Thap Tam's legs unexpectedly straightened. During this time, he had also been growing stronger. He passed through the mountain effortlessly, using the skinny elder's Divine Mountain Seal to shatter the nearby mountain. Thap Tam's display left everyone speechless. What? The elder stepped back, his expression clearly one of fear. My attack was actually broken. Regaining his composure, he looked at Thap Tam and questioned him. Wait, I did not feel your spiritual energy earlier. Did you break my attack using brute strength? Realizing he might have gone too far, the Thap Tam froze for a moment. This is not good. I have overdone it. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to explain. That was my physical training. Do not doubt it. Thap Tam's words still did not convince the skinny elder. He clenched his fists. Even with physical training, it is hard to reach this level, especially under my attack. Seeing the elder's stubbornness, Thap Tam crossed his arms and shrugged dismissively. There is a chance that older cultivators will face issues like declining strength. This leads to a weak body, attacks lacking power, and insufficient force at critical moments. Mocked for his age, the elder's anger erupted, his eyes blazing with fire. Damn it. Just watch me take you down. He crossed his arms and shouted towards Thap Tam. Heavenly Law of the Celestial Realm. 10,000 Heavenly Mountain Seal. A circle of 8 trigrams hung above the 6 elders and Thap Tam, attached to a fiery red mountain. Below the arena, Elder Bung clenched his fist, angrily reprimanding. Old fool. Do you want to destroy the stage of Thap Tam? Seeing the situation getting worse, Elder Bung began to step forward. I can't hold back any longer. I have to intervene. But Kung Yen blocked Elder Bung's path with her hand. Wait. Kung Yen glanced at Thap Tam with an eager look in her eyes. Let us see how Thap Tam performs first. Back in the arena, his face was pale, sweat pouring down, but he was fiercely determined to fight. At this moment, Elder Su's Heavenly Mountain Seal once again charged to attack. It pressed down on Thap Tam, forcing him to struggle to hold it up. Once again, Elder Su's Heavenly Mountain Seal was thrown into the air by Thap Tam. Elder Bung watched in shock, not believing he could withstand the Heavenly Law. Thap Tam felt praised, grinning with delight, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of worry. He looked at Elder Su, who stood stunned across from him, then lowered his head, drenched in sweat, realizing the implications of his actions. Thap Tam's mind was filled with thoughts and no words of reply. Elder Stu wanted to punish him, merely seeking a way to save face after he had embarrassed him before everyone. His gaze slowly lifted to meet Elder Su's once more. Even if he escaped this time, he would surely attract his attention in the future. Then Thap Tam looked at the disciples below the arena, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Revealing his overwhelming strength was not a good thing, so why not use this opportunity to benefit himself? With that thought, Thap Tam decided to act. crouching down and supporting the mountain. While shaking and shouting for help, the elder stood there, looking confused, as Thap Tam bent over to quickly lose control under the weight of the mountain. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Elder Stu's heavenly mountain seal crushed him. Seeing this, Elder Bung shouted to Elder Su. That guy. Are not you going to stop? Do you really want to kill him? Hearing this, he raised 2 fingers high and lightly waved them. Release. The red mountain was lifted away from Thap Tam as the smoke cleared. A dent in the ground appeared. Elder Bung and Kung Yan hurriedly rushed to check. He searched for Thap Tam among the smoke. Is this kid okay? Currently, Thap Tam lay flat in the hollow, completely still. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking at Elder Stu, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Elder Stu, for showing mercy. Otherwise, my life would have been over. Thap Tam's condition does not resemble that of a loser at all. It only deepens his suspicions about you. He does not have any injuries on him. So why does he look like a dead fish? The elder rummaged through the images of Thap Tam's earlier defensive moves. And indeed, he had stopped the attack from the Celestial Law Master at first. Could it be that he intentionally fell to the ground? Not wanting to put himself in a difficult position in front of everyone from the arena, he looked at Thap Tam and praised. Your physical training is quite impressive. You have not been injured at all. As for Thap Tam, he lay there listening and quietly nodded his head in modesty. The words he spoke were met with a mocking remark from Elder Bang standing beside him. Oh, come on. What is so surprising about this? The world is vast. There is nothing it lacks. Someone with strength like Thap Tam in the intersect is not unique. His face suddenly darkened, worry evident in his eyes as he thought of someone. That little demon girl only has cultivation at the stage of fragmenting body, but her physical strength is extraordinary, and her power could match that of a golden core cultivator. Next to Elder Gongyan spoke up, drawing his gaze. The divine continent is divided into 5 regions, each with its own strengths. The central region is split into 3 factions, with the 4 sects and 3 schools comprising 36 clans including the royal clan of Ding Qianliang. She looked far away and continued. The Yulin Immortal sect has weakened to the point that it can't even maintain its position among the 36 clans. Now 3 celestial talents have emerged, signaling that the Yulin Immortal sect will definitely rise again. Returning to the initial subject, Gong Yan looked at the elder and reiterated. Thap Tam has already received 2 palm strikes from you. Do you still have any objections to this punishment? He only knows to bow his head and obey your orders. That is all. Everything is decided by the sect leader. The mountain valley lies in some remote area behind the mountain, with trees scattered between 2 cliffs. Thap Tam is in seclusion, hanging on a tree doing sit-ups. Meanwhile, Thap Tam is floating in the air. He is deep in thought. Truly, this punishment is all back to square one, forcing him to start over. Next to the announcement board, something caught Thap Tam's attention. An important update has been made. The proficiency of the movement has reached 99%. From hanging, Thap Tam now sits upright on the tree, looking at the announcement with bright eyes. This goal has been completed. Only 3 systems remain before he can level up and enter the next stage of enhancement. Suddenly, a golden light shot straight into the forest, piercing towards him not far away. Thap Tam looked over in surprise. Why did it suddenly emit light over there? Unable to resist his curiosity, he began to leap from tree to take a look. In a new spot in this sparsely populated dense forest, a foot lightly touched the ground, moving very slowly. It turns out to be Thap Tam, searching for traces of that light. Suddenly, the Tam froze, his mouth agape as if encountering something. What caught his eye was quite a spacious house. How could a family exist in this mountain valley? Thap Tam stopped, standing in front of a solitary house in this ravine, his mind racing with thoughts about this place. That golden light was indeed emanating from here. Thap Tam raised his hand to touch his chin, closing his eyes as he absently thought about Un and Shi Chikung. Could it be the hidden retreat of some elder? Not wanting to hesitate, he turned and left quickly to avoid trouble. Forget it. Forget it. No need to invite unnecessary trouble. Better just to go. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed. The door behind Thap Tam swung open, and without thinking, he paused and looked without hesitation. By the door, Naim Fen bent down and stood there. Little brother, if you have passed by, why not come in and rest for a bit? He cast a warm gaze toward Thap Tam, speaking cheerfully, what they call fated encounters. But his words did not match his expression. Naim Fen had to expend a lot of energy to meet him. Fate. Nonsense. Just to lure you here, I have released my spiritual power for days. Yet you did not notice at all. I do not know how else to get your attention. Only by manifesting my energy could I catch your eye. Naim Fen's appearance captivated Thap Tam when they met. Too young. Could he also be an elder of the Ylam Immortal sect? He pointed inside the house, and Naim Fen shook his head, refuting Thap Tam. But do not think of me as a lowly ant from the mortal realm. In fact, My origins are from the immortal world. I am an immortal from the upper realm. An existence that you mortals cannot keep up with. But due to fierce competition, Naim Fem chose to retreat to the human world to relax, reluctantly competing with other immortals, fighting for their place. I am one of those who chose to descend to rest, becoming a hidden elder. Occasionally fishing, finally, he met Thap Tam, drawn in by his power. It was during that time he sensed your existence, and wanted to lead you here to give you a taste of superiority, which could justify my 1,000 years of hard work. Thinking this, Naim Fen stammered his identity but fortunately corrected it in time. Ah no. Lo Naim, am just a commoner. Actually not unintentionally, but he said so on purpose. With a cunning look, trying to show a weakness. This title of mine is not something an ordinary elder can use. You might have sensed my humility. Right, but Thap Tam paid no mind. He brushed past him like a gust of wind. If you sincerely invite me as a guest, then I won't be polite anymore. And feeling thirsty, he left Naim Fen standing there, his face stunned and speechless. Completely oblivious, standing before the gate with faded red background and black letters, Thap Tam observed, looking quite pleased with this place. The Wailong Mountain, a blessed land of the mortal realm. A chin si link thin. Seeing Thap Tam like this, Naim Fen stood by, puffing his chest with pride. Very good. You have successfully drawn attention. His gaze moved to the fiery letters on the edge of the door. This is the writing I personally inscribed, full of profound meanings. Good. You should immerse yourself in it. Who cares? Thap Tam just glanced at it and simply said, the handwriting is not bad. Naim Fen looked as if he might fall over, completely missing the point. Without delay, Thap Tam stepped deeper inside, just past the gate. He seemed to be enchanted by something. Before Thap Tam stood a courtyard overflowing with flowers. Blossoms intermingling. Here, you can hear the voice of Naim Fen Trek CJ in your heart, his smug expression showing that he finally feels it. Even if it took some time, those fiery flowers are not just for show. They are much more than that. This place is filled with top-grade spiritual herbs. Even a useless person can significantly improve their cultivation just by inhaling a breath of spiritual energy. Who could resist that? Thap Tam's thinking is too shallow. He thought the flowers were just for decoration. Indeed, Naim Fen is elegant and can decorate a unique place like this. Naim Fen glanced at something, a plump dog standing not far from him. It walked with a majestic air, muscles rippling, saliva dripping from its mouth. It seemed the dog also caught Thap Tam's surprised gaze. This time, he thought the boy noticed something different. Naim Fen felt proud. The mighty beast is my mount. This time, I will let it unleash its aura. And you, kid, will be subdued. But in Thap Tam's eyes, it was just a dog lying on its back for him to pet. He could not stop praising Naim Fen's dog, genuinely startled by the dog's imposing aura, not expecting it to look so fierce yet be so gentle. Only its owner has it. Naim Fen stood there, wincing in pain from the compliments. As everyone said the same, you are indeed a majestic beast. A cup of tea placed on the table, smoke wafting up. Thap Tam sat at the table looking at Naim Fen, gratefully thanking him. I really appreciate your kindness. It goes beyond just that, Naim Fen added. I even specially brewed tea. This is tea made from the finest leaves from my hometown. You should give it a taste. As he watched the boy lift the teacup, he could not help but feel pleased. This is a tea that can stir up storms in the lower realm, even if the spiritual energy is weak. Drinking this directly will definitely have an effect. With that, the PM Tam gulped down the tea in one sip. Once he finished the last drop, his face lit up, and he continuously praised the flavor. It truly was exceptional. Hearing that, Naim Fen's face brightened as he finally saw a reaction. Not wanting to wait, he tightly grasped Thap Tam's hand with a burning question. Is there more? Any other feelings? But all he got was a calm expression. The boy simply said it was delicious. Naim Fen felt a stab in his heart. He was furious to the point of bleeding, gritting his teeth, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene. Before him this was completely out of the ordinary. Shouldn't these common folks be kneeling and worshipping a great elder like himself? This person is definitely not ordinary. And so he circled around the Thap Tam, constantly observing him, genuinely unable to sense any spiritual energy. Was there a huge gap in cultivation? Is my spiritual energy completely overshadowing his? He rested his chin on his hand, eyes closed in thought. Is it because his cultivation is too low that he can't appreciate the value of these rare products? As the saying goes, a wild boar cannot eat fine pearls. Finally, Naim Fen racked his brain for a new way to deal with him. I have got it. Looking at Thap Tam, he showed hospitality and suggested, little brother, it is almost meal time. Why not stay for a meal? Seeing that Naim Fen had good intentions, Thap Tam could not bring himself to refuse. If the gentleman is being so polite, then I guess I am intruding. Receiving approval from him, the guy smirked. His plan was in motion. In Naim Fen's hands, a plate of fresh beef came out. The hot pot meat looked extremely juicy, with the red fibers showing on the surface. This is meat from a level 5 monster. containing an unusually violent power. If one below the divine transformation level consumes too much, they might lose control and die from a violent reaction. The effect is quite direct. Looking at the delicious meat, Thap Tam could not stop praising it. It is protein. And with a table full of meat and hot pot, Thap Tam stuffed it all into his mouth. Well, I am not being polite anymore. Seeing him eat so happily, Nivan Fun stood by, nodding with satisfaction. Finally, there was a decent reaction. Wait until the energy backlash hits. Then I will step in to help. Hidden intentions. Just as he finished thinking, he opened his eyes to see how much the guy had eaten. The sight before him made him tremble. It turned out Thap Tam was eating too fast. Now sitting there, his stomach bulging, making Nivan Fun pull his hair out in frustration as everything was wiped clean. Too full. Too full. Suddenly sitting next to Thap Tam, a kind of sound echoed in his ears. His eyes suddenly widened. Thap Tam tried to rummage through his memories. That sound was in front of him. A notification board gradually appearing. The text on the board clearly indicated that using level 5 monster flesh would greatly enhance vitality, increasing body strength by 10 points. Thap Tam quickly grabbed the board. His strength had increased, confirming the content. He began to look around for something to practice with, eager to find something good to try out. Suddenly, in his sight not far away was a usable weapon. It was none other than a blue bow resting on a rack. Observing the interface for a moment, he stroked his chin. Thinking deeply, judging by the design, it seemed to be of high quality. I have heard that the higher the quality of the bow, the harder it is to pull. Quick-witted, he turned to Nivan Fun standing there for a hint. Sir, can I try using this bow? Hearing this, he did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Regaining his composure, Nivan Fun analyzed Thap Tam's words. Wait, is the bow he mentioned really? His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Indeed, it was that bow. His whole body trembled as if he were having convulsions, wanting to speak but could not. That was his cherished treasure. A perfect divine weapon, in the lower realms. Without divine power, no one could pull this bow. On Thap Tam's side, he held the bow in his hands and measured it for a moment. It was indeed a bit heavy. His hand rested on the arrow rest. Thap Tam used all his strength to pull the bowstring back. But it seemed this weapon was quite stubborn. He shook his head in frustration as it did not budge at all. Seeing Thap Tam's situation, Nivan Fun felt relieved but startled. This bow was something that even a person from the upper realm could not just pull at will. But who would have thought Thap Tam was extremely patient, saying, "This time I will use all my strength." With that, the Thap Tam pulled the bowstring back once more with all his might. How interesting. His face was drenched in sweat, teeth clenched tightly. Thap Tam's hand now protruded from his sleeve, looking quite formidable, while his palm was drenched in blood from the bowstring. The bowstring was taut, pulled by Thap Tam's bloodied hand. Nivan Fun stood by, staring in disbelief. He had actually pulled the bowstring back quite a distance. That action made him clutch his head in shock. It was true. He had managed to pull it. It seemed there was a faint golden arrow hidden in the palace. This bow was called the Sun God Bow, and even without being worthy of a godly archer, once drawn, it could automatically gather energy into an arrow, with tremendous power. Seeing the situation was dire, Nivan Fun rushed to Thap Tam, ordering him to stop. But he was a moment too late. The invisible arrow was released in an instant. The arrow shot through Nivan Fun's roof, soaring high, tearing through the clouds, heading towards the mountains without pause. It was incredibly fast, each shot leaving a trail of smoke. It barreled straight into a tower protected by a purple barrier, piercing through the barrier without hesitation. Within seconds, the protective shield shattered under the force. The hand that was making a gesture suddenly opened wide. The clan leader sat there, spitting a mouthful of bright red blood. The disciples around him were frantic, asking, "Leader, are you okay?" Blood dripped from his mouth. The clan leader spoke anxiously to his followers. "This is bad. The seal of the Wan Ya mountain range has been broken." Both Thap Tam and Nivan Fun stared in shock at the large hole in the roof. After a moment, Nivan Fun observed, his pale face breaking into an awkward smile. How could this bow have such immense power? He sighed, feeling helpless as he covered his face from Thap Tam. "It is my fault for not warning you earlier." He looked at Nivan Fun thigh, hoping nothing serious would happen. Watching the direction of the arrow, he analyzed for a moment and deduced that it was headed toward the Wan Yao mountain range, likely causing no casualties. They both continued to gaze at the gaping hole in the roof, and Nivan Fun remarked in admiration, "But kid, you really surprised me. Is there already such an outstanding rookie in the lower realm?" Just as he finished speaking, he sighed, lowering his head in disappointment, realizing the fool was himself. Back at the tower where the barrier had been broken, a part of it showed signs of slight movement for unknown reasons, with sticky residue appearing on the surface. Suddenly, a hand burst through the rubble, revealing a figure with a terrifying appearance. He turned his head, grinning smugly. The Demon King has finally reemerged. The Demon King struck his chest with his 10 fingers, causing a strange green fluid to ooze out. He let out a shout as the liquid gushed out in overwhelming quantities. It erupted like a fountain, splattering down continuously. After a while, the liquids pooled together, forming increasingly large puddles. Once finished, the Demon King's eyes glowed with a golden hue. He bared his teeth, saying, "The Demon King, summon the Demon Lords to kneel and pay homage." Expressing emotion with my very being, the Demon King's roar echoed through the mountains. The tribe would rise again to cleanse the world of humanity. In the darkness, his shout resonated through every nook of the mountains. The forest creatures, hearing this, quickly scrambled towards him. All the beasts respectfully surrounded the Demon King, who sat majestically on his throne. A horned lion bowed its head humbly to report, "Great Demon King, the Demon Lords are here to obey your command." A foot suddenly interrupted its speech. A level 5 demon beast, equivalent to the nascent soul stage, could be referred to as a demon lord. A level 6 demon beast. Aside from retaining some characteristics of a beast, it had transformed into a human form, becoming a demon cultivator. The demon cultivator was equivalent to the divine transformation stage, belonging to the existence of the Demon King. A breeze swept by, and Black Phoenix raised his hand. Looking ahead, finally, he had found prey worthy of his attention. Sitting in his chair, the Demon King observed him closely, while the beasts gasped in shock. A human? Why is a human cultivator appearing here? It seems he was too accustomed to the presence of humans. The Demon King rested his chin on his hand, sitting on the chair with a bored tone, utterly unaware of the danger he was in, daring to intrude into the sacred ground of the demon tribe. He leaped down from the chair and shouted to Black Phoenix, "It is. I will take your head as an offering to the heavens." Starting the path of destruction for the demon tribe, he was eager for battle, raising a finger to his mouth and licking it teasingly. This body had limited power to exert. But for you? A beam of light shot straight from Black Phoenix's hand, piercing the Demon King's forehead in mere seconds. With such speed, he could only stand there in silence, unable to resist. Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes began to dim, signaling his loss of consciousness. Thus, he fell face first to the ground, unconscious at Black Phoenix's feet. The horned lion was terrified by the scene before it. The Demon King has been killed. The forest creatures fled in panic without looking back even once. Run quickly, now. Only Black Phoenix and the motionless Demon King lay on the ground between the desolate mountains. He scrutinized the Demon King for a moment before expressing his disdain. Indeed, just as I predicted, ordinary demon beasts neglect their soul cultivation, which is why, despite their high power, they struggle to withstand soul attacks. The Demon King remained motionless, devoid of any sign of life. "I have taken your physical body." As the announcement ended, Black Phoenix opened his mouth wide. A stream of gray smoke surged forth like the wind. It quickly rushed straight into the Demon King's mouth without hesitation. After the deed was done, his body began to fade away for no apparent reason, melting into the ground, resembling a remnant of snow and ice. Returning to the Demon King's body, something was straining to break free from his back. In just a few seconds, a pitch-black arm with sharp claws erupted from the Demon King's body. A new form of Black Phoenix was being reborn from his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the fresh power of the useless Demon King. Not bad. Although the power of this body may still be far from its peak, it should be enough to annihilate that sect. Chot Hevdex Vidung frowned. His teeth clenched as he recalled the unresolved rivalry from years ago. "Old thieving Lum, you humiliated me back then and sealed my soul into a 1,000-year stone. Today, I want to wipe out your entire bloodline and cut off your legacy." In a feat, people were gathering in large numbers, digging the earth. In the crowd, a farmer turned his head to look as a noise came from the bushes. Suddenly, a gray wolf stepped out. Howling fiercely, it growled terrifyingly. Without wasting time, the wolf charged quickly toward the fleeing villagers. It chased relentlessly. "It is a beast. Run fast." A villager shouted loudly to report to someone. "This is not good." The village chief sprang up from his seat, worried. As another beast ran out from the forest, the villagers could not resist and were injured again. With a face weathered by time, he slowly furrowed his brow in analysis. Another second-tier beast. Normally, encountering a few first-tier beasts would be manageable. But why are these high-tier beasts appearing so frequently lately? The situation is critical. The farmer anxiously asked the village chief, "Should we ask the nearby sect for help?" He nodded in agreement, urging the farmer to go. "This is beyond our capability." A month later, at the Lin Sizlin, a luxurious place with blue tiles, Thap Tam stood at the counter, asking the woman who looked like a supervisor, "Hello. Are there any high-point accumulation tasks available?" "Just finished the restrictions." His face darkened, sweat dripping as he was constantly worried. The accumulation points were all penalized, and he could only take tasks to earn points. She walked away while reporting the point challenges to Thap Tam. "The highest reward currently is a low-level mission to hunt beasts. But this is a team task, requiring a team of a certain level. And the number can't be less either." Hearing this, he felt itchy and looked back to ask again. "Level." Seeing Thap Tam a bit anxious, the supervisor quickly explained the details to him. "It is Newcomers are already classified. On the heavenly mechanism. Scanning your identity token will show your classification information. Thup Tam quickly took the phone in his hand and placed it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the newcomer classification board appeared. The orange board was filled with characters, showing newcomer classification. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Thup Tam looked closely for a moment, suddenly panicking and shouting, "My name is not there." The manager beside him quickly congratulated him. "Congratulations. You have won a prize and been classified into the special group Class O." Not long after, a small, cute hand patted Thup Tam's head. "Little Thup Tam. Who would have thought we have such a bond?" It turned out the bold one was Tu Men, who laughed joyfully while Thup Tam felt helpless. "Don't worry. This young lady will protect you from now on." Tu Men nodded, showing that she understood everything. "You are also a sensible one. I see. It is for earning points. Which is why you took a class mission." Tu Men is confident she can handle everything smoothly. "With me here, you can relax. Everyone knows I am incredibly trustworthy. Qualified to lead the group. That is why people have to worry when I am around." The Thup Tam, however, does not fully trust this girl. He is still cautious about Tu Men and importantly, the group must have at least 3 members. Thup Tam wants to know exactly what is going on, so he asks Tu Men, "This class is not just the 2 of us. Right?" In her mind, the girl has already thought of another way. Sure, it will be interesting and bring many surprises. If that is the case, we can only invite him out. Thup Tam finds this statement a bit confusing. He still has many questions that need answers. Tu Men also concedes to this name, saying that despite her thoughts, it is actually Vikao Z Tuving, the first one to enter Class O. According to her, this person is incredibly talented. A once-in-a-century genius senior disciple of An Lum Tin and Men who is currently in seclusion. Abig Lach is sitting alone in his room, papers scattered all over the floor. He feels like his head is about to explode. A feeling of discomfort enveloping his body. Ademglakich does not understand what is wrong with him. Feeling that way, he can't think of anything. Min's head is about to smoke now. He really can't write anything. He does have talent in writing, always creating outstanding works. As everyone sees, he is a writer. Izung Dake is recognized by others, as having a good piece in this era is quite difficult. His work The Great Continent once caused a sensation, receiving numerous positive reviews. He just needs to focus on his work, and ignore anyone who criticizes his piece. Of course, for negative reviews, I will humbly accept them. You are the ringleader of those who hate my work. Right. Ademglakich is very angry because his body won't listen to him. Feeling that way, there will be no more works. Currently preparing for a new piece. He has been in seclusion for many days but still lacks inspiration. He tiredly stands up, no longer wanting to sit still. It only tires him out and gives him a headache. It is not a good plan. Maybe he should go outside for a walk. Perhaps new ideas will come. Besides producing great works, Yi Epic also has a special innate ability. Let me mention that, aside from writing, I also take the time to cultivate. Perhaps I have a bit of talent. Coupled with countless spiritual stones donated by readers, my cultivation is not bad. He gently opens the door with his hands, finally getting to see a bit of light from outside. As soon as he opens the door, he sees Thup Tam and Taiyu Mes, the 2 of them waiting outside. He does not hesitate to chat with Vikrup Reach. The 2 of them have a purpose for being here, planning to knock on the door. Perfect timing. He seems not to recognize who Thup Tam is, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Who are you?" Tu Men chiefly raises her arm. She looks so innocent and full of life. "Little Zdeen Evung. If he hung, I need your help." Thus, Ademglakich politely invites the 2 inside to have some drinks for convenience. He stroked his chin and thought, this proposal needed careful consideration. It turned out to be a class assignment, inviting him to join the group. Thup Tam cautiously asked him, looking as if he was about to be eaten. Wondering what Zepatas Hein thought about it, Ademglakich had just finished thinking and quickly replied, "How will you know if you do not try?" Tu Men was so excited that she cheered. "Great. Finally. We have a chance to go out and have fun. If we just form a group like this, it will be so boring." He had a suggestion to increase the group's unity. "I propose we should have a name for our group." Agreed. Zihong Geek slowly lifted his teacup to drink. They had to decide on a group name today. "So let us call it Sitavi Mun." Unexpectedly, Ademglikich's attitude changed completely when joining the group, showing unusual concern, especially being careful when going out, to ensure safety. They needed a nickname to avoid enemies finding them. Therefore, each of us needs a name to use outside. No objections. Right. This made Thup Tam keep observing that expression. You did not expect someone to change so quickly. Right. He even placed a hand on your shoulder, speaking in a tone like a team leader. "According to the hierarchy, since you are third in the group, you will be called Zikong Tam." Ademglakich had to think carefully before joining, so all these worries were in his hands. Of course. This mission has a certain level of danger. I suggest we check out Site Hung on this trip. Is that okay for both of you? Itungleich turned to Taiyu Men, who was still full of energy. When did you learn all this? Too flattering. I accidentally received a book of predictions from a fortune teller during my last experience. Taiyu Men volunteered to be the first tester. Her confident demeanor was hard to refuse. Then read mine first. Itungleich placed both hands on his forehead, focusing on utilizing what he had learned. All right, I will start now. He imagined himself in a place completely empty. Itungleich looked up, and his expression turned startled. In front of him were stairs, and it turned out to be the staircase to the heavens for divination. He recalled everything he had learned before, following the steps perfectly. Just stepping on it would let him explore a person's fate. Itungleich gently placed his foot on each step, slowly yet steadily. He was moving forward with all his sincere heart. Itungleich never thought he could do something like this. It was unexpectedly miraculous, predicting the future of Taiyu. But he discovered a danger lurking below. A wave appeared. A gigantic foot of some monster pierced through below. It looked so strange, with ominous signs. Each step was majestic, filled with tremendous power, not easy to withstand. Itungleich placed both hands on the table. His body was about to give in. Outside, Taiyu Men curiously asked about the situation. What is wrong? He tried to bring his consciousness back from the interrupted divination, probably due to someone using a restriction. The girl began to think about who could do such things. Could it be the sect leader mother? If Xiao Man could not succeed, then Tang Di decided to shift focus to Shi. All right then. Let me hear what my little brother has to say. He sat up straight as he heard his name mentioned. Yep. Tang Di continued his journey to see his fate, but he got lost in illusions again. A very large door appeared in front of Tang Di, coming out of nowhere. What is this? Why is there a door appearing? He was confused. Not understanding what was happening, everything was becoming more complicated. This was not mentioned in the book. Could the stairway to fate be behind the door? Tang Di tried to open the door, but he still could not succeed. He exerted all his internal strength, but it remained tightly shut. The force resisting him was too strong. Tang Di used all his body weight to channel all his internal energy. After a long struggle, everything was finally rewarded. He managed to open a small crack. Suddenly, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. His body could not take it anymore. Both Shi and Xiao Man were restless, deeply worried. Big brother, are you okay? In the end, the two of them were chased out. Tang Di refused to help anymore. The door had closed, surely never to open for the two who were in seclusion for healing. Shi and Xiao Man returned with disappointment, finding it really difficult to locate you in the team. Team member, it is a failure. After being rejected, Shi and Xiao Man turned back, and there was nothing they could do. You said the big brother was in seclusion again, and your numbers were not enough. He nodded in agreement with this question. Just the two of them were not strong enough to fight. Right. So can we find someone else to replace them? I have two people who can help. The leader regained his voice. If we are rejected, we must still find a solution, because the uniqueness of your class cannot be an exception. The voice from behind Shi surprised him a bit. How about I replace Big Brother to form a team? Then Hoyan appeared from here. Not knowing why she came, I heard that the strength of the monarch Big Brother matches that of the elders. If I replace him, the combat power would be equivalent. Shi thought he must have misheard. But no, it was just as he imagined. It was the fact that she wants to join their group is certainly undeniable. If the sect leader has agreed to speak up, then I have no objections. Then Hoyan secretly smiled. Her plans were about to be realized, finally giving her the chance to borrow a knife to kill. Thus, the three of them joined the group together. The girl was carried on his back. Then Hoyan led the way, directing with the demeanor of one in charge. I will repeat the mission requirements. The seal in the Wanyao mountain range is loose, and the high-level beast inside is affected, likely to come out, threatening the surrounding towns. She kept walking and talking like that, unaware that there was no one behind her. We just need to stop or kill the beasts from escaping. During the time the Beast Mountain clan was re-establishing the seal, of course, the resources gained from killing the beasts belong to us. They began their journey to the distant mountains, carrying their aspirations. Outside the mountain stronghold of countless beasts, just standing outside, they could already hear the sounds of their fighting. Those people were rushing in to fight. A chaotic battle broke out, and no one was willing to back down. Keep hitting. Do not hold back. Some among them could no longer endure such a battle. It was too much bullying. But this fight would not end easily. Everything was getting harder. The beatings continued, not allowing anyone a moment of rest. Tranfeng openly showed his contempt. Looking at those weaklings who could not hold their ground, he was using these attacks to test their strength. When they could not fight back, he looked down on them. Were they really worthy of the strength of the 36 gates? The Imperial Forest sect truly is a false reputation. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the sky became furious, and a light shot straight down. Who dares to insult our Imperial Forest sect? Tranfeng did not understand what was happening. He had not even seen clearly what was in front of him. The Than Hoyan group quickly arrived at the scene. They just got there in time. And when her people saw them, their eyes lit up. They were saved. It was their leader. Than Hoyan was determined to eliminate these people who dared to look down on her sect. Tranfeng remained vigilant, always on the defensive, fearing that their territory would be violated. From their appearance, they seemed to be from the Thanfeng sect, having received similar instructions, and also arrived here. She turned to ask the people she had sent, needing to clarify everything to know how to handle it. Why were you all fighting? They recounted everything they had endured over the past few days. We teamed up to surround and kill a level 4 beast. And just as we were about to succeed, they ambushed us, resulting in a dispute over the ownership of the resources. From afar, hearing these words, they immediately spoke out to deny it. It was clearly our side that dealt a critical blow, and could have completely killed the beast. Eldero could not accept being falsely accused like that, and had to speak up immediately. I am Eldero of the Thanfeng sect. Honored to meet you. Eldero also proposed a very interesting and reasonable suggestion for both sides to avoid harming the harmony between the two sects. I propose that each sect send a disciple to fight. The winner will receive ownership of the resources. What do you think? Than Hoyan, though cautious, agreed. She felt this suggestion was not bad. All right, then our sect will send someone. Xiao Man cheerfully volunteered for this task. The girl always wanted to contribute something, making it sound like she was very eager. The others became panicked. No one dared to agree with this. Isn't he that the little Diminus? Why did the sect master let her go? Daptam saw the girl standing alone and stepped forward to comfort her. Hey, are you okay? But there was a reason he approached her. Daptam gently reminded the girl, noticing they seemed quite weak. Just do not accidentally kill someone. And do not worry. I have practiced the yoga relaxation technique you taught me quite well. The elder can really trust the abilities of someone so young. The Yulin sect really is out of options. Who would send a child to fight? The aura suggests she is still in the initiation stage. He ordered Tranfeng, the one he trusted more than anyone else. Tranfeng, you go. Yep. Master. Before he went into battle, the elder reminded him to be careful and to know his limits, not to accidentally kill his opponent. Tranfeng was confident in what he had learned, even if it meant fighting a little girl. He understood and would do his best not to disappoint him. Every friendship would be utilized. I am Tranfeng, the eldest disciple of the King Feng sect. At the Golden Core level, Tranfeng directed the chain towards Xiao Man, his eyes filled with danger. Please teach me. Xiao Man stood ready, full of enthusiasm. Come on. His chain shot forward like the wind, quickly heading straight for the girl. Looking down, he saw the chain rushing up towards her face. Tranfeng smirked at her fearful expression, thinking victory was in his grasp. Surprised. Right, in such close quarters, you can escape. He opened his eyes wide. If this worked, he would not have to waste energy piercing through her body. He feared the chain would strike Xiao Man's forehead, but there was no sign of defeat. He only saw it shatter, no longer intact. Tranfeng was truly in pain. What he thought had vanished into thin air. What? Xiao Man was elated. She had gained the upper hand, her strength surging. With one hand, she easily lifted him up, and in an instant, she threw a punch at Tranfeng, who could not dodge in time. Tranfeng was hit so hard he could not fight back, blood spewing from his mouth. Xiao Man was even more excited about the fight. The girl felt no fatigue at all. Xiao Man unleashed a flurry of punches to face until Tranfeng finally conceded. The elder stammered, unable to speak. He could not believe the scene before him. How could this be? My top disciple has been defeated by a little girl in the initiation stage. He felt heartbroken seeing his disciple in this state. Enough. Xiao Man kicked Tranfeng in the neck. She wanted to teach this guy a lesson he would not forget. The elder had to step in to stop it. Otherwise, Tranfeng would lose his life. He lay on the ground, his face bruised from the relentless beating. Daptam had compliments for the girl. He certainly had a good eye for talent. Little girl. Not bad. You have shown remarkable restraint. A humble genius. He was extremely upset, never expecting them to be so ruthless. Tranfeng is almost out of breath. Is this what they call moderation? He is hit so hard he does not even recognize his parents anymore. Than Hoyan has become more relaxed. Her side has also won. According to their agreement, this level 4 beast will belong to us. The elder has no reason to stop anymore. He has to accept taking him back to heal. Those people quickly disappeared. Accepting their defeat, the whole team lifts Xiao Man up, celebrating their glorious victory together. Xiao Man, you are amazing. The beast is ours now. This is the first time we have caught a level 4 beast. Compliments are pouring in for the little girl. Xiao Man showed everyone her abilities. Sister, you are so strong. The girl did not expect all this praise was for her, feeling very happy inside. Everyone likes me now. Everyone is cheering for her. Xiao Man deserves recognition. Then Hoyan is busy thinking about future plans. She is the only one who did not participate. And a level 4 beast is already considered a high rank. Then Hoyan knows this victory is just the beginning. She will not be complacent. Logically, higher level beasts should come out first, while lower level ones should be the first to run out. The worries in Van Hyen's mind are about to come true, though she hopes it won't happen. Now that a level 4 beast has come out, it proves the situation in the Wanyu Mountains is very serious. Van Hyen is currently very worried about the situation now. Many difficulties are about to arise, and the events in the Wanyu Mountains seem to be beyond control. She begins to imagine even scarier things that could make everything dangerous. What if a level 4 beast or higher appears? That would exceed the requirements of the basic mission. I suggest the line band team go in to investigate and gather information. Van Hyen knows that one day it will happen, but she is not sure when. The more chaotic the place, the easier it is to create opportunities for killing. Thap Tam wonders what she is thinking about. Is this really a way to get inside? Wouldn't that increase the chances of encountering higher level beasts? But if they go inside, the success rate will be higher. The system's promotion conditions can be fulfilled in there. Van Hyen and Thap Tam immediately started planning in their heads after hearing this. I agree. The plan seems favorable. Xiaoman excitedly runs inside. She is not afraid at all. She can check inside the mountains. Seeing this, he tries to stop her because it is still unknown what dangers lie inside. Little girl, do not run off from the team. But she has already spoken up to stop him. And Xiaoman will definitely take care of herself. No need to worry about her. Moreover, Van Hyen can see that the girl has protective charms and the mark of the master. She won't be in life-threatening danger. She orders Thap Tam to go inside with her. They will fight together. Inside, there are trees everywhere, and the fresh green leaves greet them. Thap Tam walked ahead, and she followed closely, examining the situation carefully. He looked up to observe the area. It was indeed unfamiliar compared to the scenery outside. Vantho Mountain seemed no different from an ordinary forest. Van Hyen behind him just nodded in agreement. Her attitude a bit strange. Exactly. Van Hyen was walking when she suddenly stopped and pulled something out from her hand. She took out a blue liquid from the gourd. Not sure what it was for. Van Hyen had prepared her gear because there were many dangers here. This is dragon fragrance liquid, which can attract nearby monsters. With the highest level being able to lure a 5th level monster king. She snapped her fingers, and the liquid immediately flew far away. It went straight to Thap Tam's neck. She wanted to test it right on him. Thap Tam felt something fall on his neck and thought it was raining. Was a raindrop coming? He turned to ask Van Hyen, but she was nowhere to be seen behind him. Master, do you have any magical tools to shield from the rain? Thap Tam was confused, not understanding what was happening. You were just here. He kept searching but could not find her anywhere in this vast forest. Where are you? Van Hyen had long hidden on a tree branch, making it hard for him to find her. This distance was safe enough. She had thoroughly researched Thap Tam's information. His abilities were not to be underestimated. It is said he can take a hit from the evil elder. His cultivation is estimated to be golden core. And based on his physical strength, he could barely reach nascent soul level. Van Hyen smirked, thinking her plan would succeed quickly. As long as she could lure the 5th level monster king, he would definitely die. A sound came from behind him, and the ground suddenly shook. Thap Tam realized something was off. A massive monster was behind him. He needed to deal with it slowly. Rushing would cost him his life. The monster was very close to Thap Tam. The sound was indeed loud. She felt pleased seeing her plan going in the right direction. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the show to unfold. A monster had already appeared. This dragon fragrance liquid is indeed a marvelous body-refining treasure, with a strong attraction to monsters. Its appearance was truly fierce. It was grinding its teeth, wary of the opponent in front of it. Thap Tam was not afraid at all. He remained calm in the face of difficulty. Encountering a monster so soon was not bad luck. First, he would probe the opponent. There was no need to rush into this battle. May I ask what level of monster you are? She could guess its level just by looking at it. Compared to Thap Tam, it was not bad at all. Based on its breath, it was a late-stage 4th level monster, equivalent to late-stage golden core. Enough to teach that kid a lesson. The fierce monster charged in, clearly impatient, unable to wait any longer. I am a 4th level monster. You should immediately unleash your power. This is just a small part of it. Thap Tam maintained a calm expression, looking at it with boredom and shaking his head. Not good. You do not meet the upgrade requirements. The monster seemed to realize it had fallen into a trap. Perhaps it was too late now. Thap Tam will show him who he is. Let us see if he will dare to mess with him again. With the love pill, he could probably exchange it for some credits in the sect. The beast realized its mistake and turned to beg for mercy. The boss spared it, and Thap Tam quickly punched it straight in the throat. If you dare to challenge, you must face the consequences. In an instant, he took it down, then got caught up in searching for items. Thap Tam happily held up what he found. His eyes filled with hope. He found it. A level 4 love pill. Van Hyen could not believe her eyes. Everything felt like a dream. What? One punch and it is done. Thap Tam tried to search around for anything left. He regretted not finding more. He only had one pill. And if he could get a few more beasts, that would be even better. From in front of Thap Tam, The ground rumbled again. Another earthquake occurred. At this moment, not just one, but 3 or 4 beasts stood before him. They could sense the scent and knew that Tam's power was not ordinary. The scent emanating from this kid had long gone on him. He was overjoyed. His wish had come true. That Tam will try to catch as many beasts as possible. Why are there suddenly so many? He focused as much as he could, so he could take them down easily. I wonder if there are any level 5 beasts inside. A wolf took the lead. It could not wait any longer. Just a young brat. I will charge ahead. But as soon as it lunged, it was hit by that Tam's punch that pierced through it. He happily picked it up and examined it, not expecting the benefits to come to him like this. No problem. Take out all your love pills. The system will absorb the level 5 ones. The beasts became more alert to fight him. They needed to be smart. The rhino growled, fear rising in its heart. How could this be? Just now, Thavung Lang was hit and lost its life. Another wolf had also recognized that Tam's strong abilities. This guy is not simple. Everyone should not underestimate him. Let us work together to take him down. Then share the Long Dian Hajin. The rhino charged forward with great momentum, its strong will and fierce gaze. Let me lead the charge. That Tam stood ready, his posture in a fighting stance. The arms of Alina's bow were tightly wrapped by the tongues of 2 beasts. Unable to struggle free, that Tam found himself in a difficult situation, trapped and in danger. He panicked. Looking back, if he could not pull free, how would he catch the beasts? His hands were tied. The rhino became even more confident. That Tam no longer had strength in his hands. You are done for, human. Its horn struck straight at his forehead. The eyes of the 2 opponents locked onto each other. The beast broke its own horn, not only failing to win but also getting injured. That Tam laughed triumphantly. Was that really all? How could it hurt him? That Tam quickly moved his hands to the sides, controlling the tongues of the toad. Instantly, they spat out blood, unable to survive. The wolf glared at the beasts that could not do anything to him. Could this guy be at the nascent soul level? They were so scared that they ran away together. There is only death here. Run fast. Dop Tam quickly ran over and grabbed the tail of one, causing it to fearfully not resist. If they dared to challenge him, they must face the consequences. No one would escape. The body of that beast disintegrated in an instant. The Dop Tam gained quite a bit from it. Than Hoen did not expect things to turn out like this. She had underestimated this guy. This was clearly an overwhelming victory. This kid's strength far exceeded her expectations. The green cobra had already appeared from behind her. Than Hoen sensed it and immediately turned around. A large branch was also scratched by it. Its power was indeed immense. The cobra had to acknowledge Than Hoen's keen hearing. The ability of the nascent soul cultivator to see through everything is truly remarkable. I tried to hide my presence, yet you still detected me. She looked up in fear, realizing that she alone could not fight against it. This beast, Than Hoen had also recognized its rank. Its power surpassed those outside. It was a 5th level beast king. The questions in her mind needed answers. What was it targeting her for? Why are you not attracted to Long Dian Trung but targeting me? The cobra quickly replied, those from outside have already been noticed. Since you entered this territory, I have been keeping an eye on you. Than Hoen began to feel scared. If this continued, she would not be able to resist. Damn it. In the same realm, beasts usually have higher strength than cultivators. I might not be a match. She thought of another way, focusing her mind. She could not let herself be distracted. She could only use her spells to find an opportunity to escape. Than Hoen noticed something strange in her body. Her eyes became unusual. She could not understand what was happening inside her body. Her spiritual power could not be mobilized. The snake was smug. It had already made Than Hoen its target. I have been secretly stalking for a long time. Did you think I was not prepared? It boosted its skills in front of her, blaming Than Hoen for not being vigilant. I can emit toxins to suppress spiritual power from my tail. Just now, your attention was completely focused on the previous fight, and you unknowingly inhaled a lot. The beast began to become more aggressive than ever. It unleashed its power outward. Now you are like a fish out of water for me to handle as I please. The number of beasts Thop Tam collected keeps increasing. He is indeed talented. Thop Tam warily looked at the spoils he had obtained, feeling very satisfied. The beast pills here are all gone. Let us absorb them and see if there is a 5th level beast pill. The system displays a message. You have everything, but you still lack a 5th level love beast. Thop Tam is startled to realize this. Too focused on gathering and not paying attention to its level. What? After being busy for half a day, I still have not reached my goal. From behind you, there is a noise. This time it is a major earthquake. Than Hoen has been beaten to the point of being a wreck. Unable to fight back anymore. She is exhausted, lying on the ground, her body limp, unable to comprehend where she is. Thop Tam suddenly looks at the person beneath his feet, not knowing why Than Hoen has ended up like this. Master, who did this to you? The Love King Than Long emerges from the ground, still brimming with confidence. The Love Beast is completely confident in its abilities, looking down on the power that humans possess. Before the Love King Than Long, you are all just ants. The Love King Than Long is at peak level 5. Thap Tam is facing the Love King Than Long. Its face looks incredibly fierce. You look over it carefully and can guess its level. That love beast is huge. Definitely at level 5. The beast deliberately underestimates Thap Tam's strength, thinking he is just an ordinary tiny ant. It immediately spits out venom. If it hits, it could be fatal. The Thap Tam stumbles backward. Luckily the tall mountain stops him just in time. The beast's eyes are filled with rage. Almost succeeding but now obstructed. I did not expect you to use this move to block the attack. Its figure is quickly dragged back. Before he even realizes it, Thap Tam has grabbed its tail and pulled it forcefully backward. I must take down your love beast. The Love King Than Long is panicking. Just a moment ago. Now he sees Thap Tam coming from behind. When did this kid sneak behind me? It is writhing in pain. Its body flipped over, unable to resist, taking the opportunity. Thap Tam jumps up, throwing a punch from above. A ling style. Thap Tam aims directly at its center, hoping to win in one blow. Pushing forward. But the beast won't easily give up. It still wants to retaliate. Its body quickly knocks him down. Thap Tam forgot to stay alert and was thrown far into the forest, suffering damage from a moment of negligence. The Thap Tam clutches his chest, struggling to stand up, his body filled with pain. He realizes he needs to be more cautious. Its strength is greater than that of other love beasts. A full force blow from him barely phases it. The Love King Than Long has used its strongest attack. Yet Thap Tam is only slightly injured. Yet you did not turn to mush from my attack. Your body is well trained. Not bad at all. Not stopping there. It immediately rushes in, launching a relentless assault. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. Thap Tam's body suddenly stands still, offering no resistance. The love beast's face is buried in the ground, while Thap Tam's body is lifted high above. You try to walk on air, searching for a solid ground to rely on. The evil King Long continues to spit poison, not letting its opponent escape easily. The corrosive poison. This venom contains deadly toxin. If you get hit by it at a low level, you will be dead in no time. From the level of spirit transformation downwards, just a touch will turn you into a pool of blood. The Thap Tam exerted all the power within his body. He had to try harder, clapping his hands. The technique Thap Tam used managed to block the dangerous venom. The demon beast still could not believe its eyes at this sight. What? Not using magic? Just relying on clapping to create a shockwave to disperse my venom. Then he jumped down quickly, looking for a way to escape. Thap Tam charged straight ahead, his eyes filled with strong determination and power. He tried to stay calm in the face of every challenge, constantly punching forward despite the dangers. The Thap Tam used his versatile punches to attack its core. The evil King Long turned its head down, smugly telling him, "It is useless. I'm a top level 5-star demon beast, just one step away from the demon emperor, and my skin can defend against strikes from spirit transformation and below." Just as it finished speaking, a hole had long been punctured in its abdomen, and the fragments shattered. It felt pain as it realized the truth, all its confidence returning to zero. What happened to its scales? The demon beast could not comprehend this. How could Thap Tam possess such powerful abilities? Its tail began to move, swaying back and forth incessantly. Thap Tam was annoyed by the noise. He was on the verge of losing his patience with this sound. The evil King Long opened its mouth wide, emitting blinding light and the breath of the Serpent King. Thap Tam stood from a distance, but its power was nearing him. That breath was surprisingly powerful, soaring high and far. After a moment, the sky returned to a state of tranquility. With no more sounds, the demon beast was smug. It did not sense anyone around. With no breath left, it seemed it had beaten its opponent completely. The evil King Long turned its attention to Than Hien, who was still lying on the ground. And now it was your turn. Than Hien was injured to the point of not knowing where she was. Danger approaching with no way to escape. Long Dian de Dech lay on her. The demon beast immediately released toxic gas from its mouth, wanting to suck her body. Than Hien was lifted up. Would her fate end here? The gourd was about to fall out from within her body, just as expected. The gourd was now in mid-air, hovering in the sky. The evil King Long was delighted to see the spoils before it, easily obtainable at last. But the gourd was tightly wrapped by a thread from who knows where, preventing the demon beast from getting close. Thap Tam had crawled up from the ground. He could not be easily taken down like that. Thap Tam would take revenge on this detestable beast that had given him such trouble. Holding the gourd in his hand, he knew its purpose better than anyone. No wonder during the fight, you kept avoiding where the master lay. You were afraid of ruining that cobra. This time it was determined to eliminate Thap Tam. You little brat. How did you survive? You were hiding underground. Its mouth opened wide, and he was very close. I have to eat you. Thap Tam had to escape quickly, or his body would be swallowed whole. Just as predicted, the magical beast had swallowed him into its belly. Thap Tam rolled down inside. His whole body had gone in. He rolled deep inside its belly along with the drool that was still left. He stared blankly inside. Thap Tam just sat still there. Is this the belly of this snake? Thap Tam came up with a clever way to destroy this magical beast. It will definitely succeed. That stupid thing. If it can't do anything from the outside, it is much easier to destroy it from the inside. He immediately put all his strength into a punch forward, using all the power of his body. But no matter how hard he punched, it did not harm the beast at all. Thoptam realized what he was doing was pointless. He had to think of another way to deal with it. As it had no effect, a smug laugh came from outside, seeming pleased with this game. Do you think I would be that foolish? The cobra had planned this from the beginning, which is why it decided to swallow you whole. If the inside of me was not as sturdy as the outside, I would have surely swallowed you. The venom stuck to Thoptam's legs. He forgot to pay attention to what was underfoot. The Thoptam jumped up in pain. His feet felt like they were on fire. Hot. This cobra is truly full of tricks. It is much more devious than I thought. Now, I just need to wait for you to be corroded by my stomach acid, and I will absorb the Longdien Feng. The Thoptam felt a bit familiar with this name, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Longdien. He took the gourd out to examine it, with a hint of doubt in his mind. Is it this? Just then, the system chimed in to remind him of something that was about to happen. The text from the system appeared before him, signaling to Thoptam. The Longdien Sheng has a distinct effect on enhancing physical strength. He did not quite understand this. What did it mean to remind him? Enhance. Thoptam decided to drink that liquid. He did not have much time left. The body seems to have undergone a sudden change after ingesting that liquid. The system displays an extremely important notification. Thoptam has gained strength. After drinking Longdien Hajin, muscle strength increased by 5, and the host's power has risen. Muscle strength 95 per 100. He can feel the changes within himself, becoming noticeably stronger. He can feel it now. Every muscle in his body is taut. Thoptam is determined to take down that beast, not allowing it to wreak havoc here any longer. This time it should work. He immediately throws a punch, eyes intensely focused on the target. The cobra feels pain and realizes it is screaming outside. It has no idea what is happening, sensing spikes inside its body. What is going on? How did that kid's power suddenly increase so much? The beast thinks hard but can't figure it out. What could be the reason? Even if he drank Longdien Hejing, he could not have refined it so quickly. That little time would be enough for me to digest him. Thoptam is actually training inside the cobra's belly. He keeps practicing, sprinting 100 meters. He can clearly feel his stomach is about to burst. He continues to wreak havoc inside, until it can't take it anymore. Jumping side to side, the cobra writhes in pain. Its body is almost unable to resist anymore. It keeps lamenting, the pain wrapping around its body even more. What are you doing in my belly? The middle of my stomach is about to burst. Letting Thoptam stay in there is not a solution. The beast decides to spit Thoptam out, glaring at its opponent. Thoptam is thrown far away. His body is free and feels completely relaxed. The cobra won't let him go. It frantically spits venom. This is driving me crazy. Earth King Fury. The Thoptam immediately grabs the weight and throws it straight at the target. Throwing the weight, the venom and the weight collide, neither side backing down. The cobra is astonished, not expecting things to turn out like this. What? My venom was separated by that thing. The weight flies straight toward its neck, hitting it hard in the throat. It is even confused, not knowing what hit its throat. What kind of spell is that? Thoptam charges down from above, striking straight into its head. Immediately after, the cobra's body sinks deep into the ground, collapsing. The beast is truly surprised. Its eyes have been opened. How could the opponent suddenly become so strong? Did he hide his true power earlier, and then it decided to turn back because it could not fight back? Running was the best option. But the elite's neck was tightly wrapped by a rope. Now it was too late to think of a way to escape. Thoptam was determined to reclaim what was hers. Otherwise, all efforts so far would be in vain. I want your essence pill. You immediately punched straight into the stomach to make it drop out. The essence pill fell, and getting this one cost Thoptam a lot of effort. You stood up straight and commanded the system. Now just quickly collect it and absorb it. The essence pill began to take effect. This ability was not something everyone possessed. The system displayed a notification that the collection was successful. The 5th level beast essence pill was complete. But stopping here was not enough. The Paintam still needed many more essence pills, and she still lacked 5 points of muscle strength and a 6th level beast corpse, weighing 10 kilograms, for the system to level up. The host will enter the muscle enhancement stage of cultivation. Tiu Men was standing alone in the desolate forest, with no one to help her. Tiu Men had been looking for a way out but still could not find it. She was truly helpless. It seems I have lost my way. Tiu Men did not want to wander far. She had already wasted too much time. Everything here looked similar, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Suddenly, a strange head appeared above her, startling Tiu Men. So immediately, Tiu Men charged straight at the opponent with her fist. Demon, but inside was actually a human form. Not a Tiu Men was shocked when she discovered this truth. She misunderstood, leading to a heavy hand. It was a human, and it seemed they were still breathing. She had hit too hard. Tiu Men was busy tearing the fabric off the person, and forgot to pay attention to what was behind her. Luckily, She encountered the young lady. You are saved now. The beast charged straight at Tu Men. And it seems she felt it too. Tu Men quickly managed to escape. Taking that person along with her, Tu Men dragged the person to a safer place. Staying close would bring danger. She had to wait for a long time. And now her wish had come true. Finally, she encountered a somewhat strong creature and could act freely. Tu Men's feet dashed quickly forward. She was ready to fight. But a few seconds later, the situation changed. Tu Men had to run quickly. Its power was too strong. She would die. Why is it a mid-level beast? This young lady can't fight it off. And the person fell face first into the ground. Their whole face bleeding. The beast became more ferocious than anyone. The prey, Tu Men, was right in front of it. Tu Men just kept running fast. She was determined to escape. Or today she would become bait. That person was about to give in, their face bleeding continuously. Tu Men lamented warily. She was almost out of strength and still had not found relief. Where should she escape to? A fragrant scent spread towards Tu Men, and she could smell it very clearly. Tu Men realized there was something familiar, and she was determined to find the source of this scent. It wafted from the forest on the other side. This scent was definitely food. It turned out Thap Tam was happily grilling meat in the middle of a deserted place. You need to replenish the energy you have lost. The recent battle drained your strength, and after a major fight, adding protein is the best way to recover. It is quite strange. Replenishing energy does not seem to be effective at all. But the meat from the 5th level Demon King has not triggered any response from the system this time. Thap Tam will have to think of another way. It seems that as body strength increases, the conditions for enhancement become harsher. Tu Men has run all the way here, and I heard her cries for help from afar. Little Thap Tam, save me. The Thap Tam turned to see what was happening and discovered a demon beast chasing Tu Men. She was too exhausted. Having run from one forest to another without stopping, this guy has been chasing me all the way. It is getting more and more ferocious. Clearly wanting to devour Tu Men whole, the Thap Tam immediately launched a powerful punch straight to the center. Tu Men had to turn back to look. That one hit was enough to take the demon beast's life. A 5th level demon king was taken down in one move. Now I notice the person that girl is dragging along, so I need to ask for clarification. This brother here is who Tu Men explained in detail. The cultivator came along to help. Thap Tam felt a strange familiarity, as if he had met this person somewhere before. The clothing looked somewhat familiar. He gently sat down and reached out to touch the person's head to see their identity. But what was more shocking was that the entire face was covered in blood and badly injured. Thap Tam was also surprised by this. He could not understand why this was happening. Why is his face injured like this? Tu Men felt guilty and quickly made up another excuse, not daring to say it was her doing. It was all because of that weird spider that hurt him. The Thap Tam stood up and carefully advised Tu Men. You should not be here. This place is extremely dangerous. You should take the leaders back first. The Tu Men felt very distressed upon hearing this news. The girl is really worried about Than Hien. The leader is also injured. Thap Tam nodded in agreement, pointing towards the cobra from earlier. Exactly. He was seriously injured by that giant snake. Tu Men did not expect the strength of the demon beast to be so great. Luckily, they had not confronted it. Even the master was not a match for it. He remembered something he needed to tell her. What had he gathered today? Right. Thap Tam also released each trophy he had collected one by one. He wanted to discuss exchanging items with Tu Men. If she agreed, they could trade right away. You have a ring. Right, but this demon core, along with the 2 demon beast corpses, could be exchanged for quite a few intersect rewards. Tu Men looked at the pile of spoils in front of her, not expecting he had collected so much. Are you here to stock up so many demon materials? The girl curiously asked Thap Tam. What are you doing here? Aren't you going back with us? Thap Tam still wants to explore this place more. These things are not enough for him. He wants to go deeper into the mountain range to train himself a bit. Thap Tam truly feels regretful to leave here. This does not satisfy him. If he misses this chance, who knows when he will encounter a level 6 magical beast again. The girl even warns Thap Tam that this place is extremely dangerous, so he must stay alert. I heard there is a level 6 demon sealed deep in the mountains. You must be careful. He feels confident that his abilities can withstand it. The greater the power, the better. Don't he worry. I am strong too. In a different setting, a dark energy envelops the surroundings, spreading throughout the forest. The clan leader is facing a high-level magical beast. He is doing everything he can to subdue it. The clan leader decides to use his magical hand fusion. He believes that using all his strength will lead to success. Quickly, the hands have fused together, and their power significantly increases. A fierce clash occurs between the magical hands and the beast. Soon after, the creature could not survive due to the human's skilled control. Black Phoenix watches this scene from outside, feeling very pleased with himself. Not bad. You managed to break my illusion, but you are just a bunch of amateurs. Black Phoenix is trying to prove he is not the one the clan leader is looking for. I told you. I am not the demon king you are looking for. Stop wasting my energy. You have been following me for almost a month now. The clan leader is determined not to believe his words. He feels this person is very familiar. Although I have never met the Love King. The ancestor specifically said that the Love King has golden hair and a very distinct presence. Hearing this, Black Phoenix immediately imagined what that person looked like. Golden hair. A very distinct presence. The clan leader is confident in himself, trusting his own instincts. And besides, you can't hide from me. This cursed place reacts to your aura, even if you transform into a human. It is useless. He could not find the words to say to this person anymore. Trying to prove himself was pointless. It must be that Love King's possession that has tainted his aura. Black Phoenix needs to figure out a way to escape from here. Staying longer would only lead to trouble and doom. He immediately released toxic gas. Aimed straight at the clan leader standing there. The clan leader did not have time to prepare. Surprised by the trap he fell into, the clan leader stood still. Seemingly the toxic gas had already entered his body. Soon after, blood spewed from his mouth. His organs were severely damaged, and his people had to support him. The clan leader gradually lost consciousness. A clan leader. Do you realize what you are enduring? The toxin is extremely dangerous. It attacks the soul. This technique is incredibly rare in the Divine Continent. How does a beast know how to use it? So they chose to hide for a while, needing to heal him first. The clan leader's soul is damaged. We temporarily retreat and ask the ancestor to come out. The clan leader's group quickly disappeared without a trace. Black Phoenix remained still, having no intention of stopping them. He sat down, calming his mind. As his body was severely injured, Black Phoenix will definitely think of another way. His strength is waning in his current state. Attacking the soul is a double-edged sword. Inflicting 1,000 damage on the enemy while suffering 800 to oneself also drains the soul significantly. Black Phoenix focused on a meditative state, calming his body to stabilize, needing to adjust his energy before heading towards the Yulin. The clan leader's group was supporting him to escape, and they had to leave quickly. As Shi passed by, he encountered them. They did not notice, but he did. Shi recognized someone had just walked in front of him, and needed to see who it was. The clan leader's people stopped and asked Shi, "Why are you here alone, in your attire? You are a disciple of the Yulin Immortal sect. How did you sneak in so deep?" Shi looked confused. "Don't you know who these people in front of you are?" he asked suspiciously. "Who are you?" They kindly explained their identities. Having no intention to hide, "We are the Mountain Clan leaders. We are the ones who assign tasks to your sect." They even kindly warned about the dangers ahead. "Little brother, ahead is the territory of the 6th level demon lord. I advise you to run fast. You have to ask for clarity. Even 13 is searching for high-ranking demon beasts. He is very strong." Right. They believe that if someone as strong as the clan leader could not win, how could you? Our clan leader is a powerful transformation god expert. And even with the demon suppression flag, he could not win. So what do you think? Those people did not want to stay here any longer. After speaking, they quickly ran away. Hurry up and run. 13 pondered the words they just said. He did not know who that person was. A true transformation god demon lord. And his strength was definitely not lower than transformation god early stage. He began to explore the system, hoping to find something useful. It was best to be fully prepared and see if the system had any usable items. 13 was delighted to discover that there were indeed items that could help him. This is a reward item for the sword control competition. Quite good. Black Phoenix was still in a focused state, wanting to meditate for a long time. Black Phoenix opened his eyes upon hearing a noise, always on high alert. In front of Black Phoenix was the silhouette of 13 approaching. He had perceptively noticed someone coming. He decided to move forward. Looking fierce and determined, 13's eyes sparkled with laughter. The corners of his mouth lifted in joy. "You are the 6th level demon lord." Black Phoenix was shocked to see the person in front of him. It was none other than you. He just stood there laughing. "Our last meeting felt like it ended too soon. We truly have a fate." 13 was puzzled. "You do not recognize me. Have we met somewhere before?" Black Phoenix spoke to remind 13 of their past memories. The inner part of the Sure Spirit Stone had been depleted over many years, and could be shattered with just a kick from the outside. He still did not understand what he was trying to convey. With thousands of questions in his mind, Black Phoenix continued to maintain a proud attitude, smiling while harboring true malice. "Forgotten already? You are the one who broke the Sure Spirit Stone with a single punch." Freeing me, 13 began to remember, as he had never seen him in this form. 13 recalled someone. He remembered but still needed confirmation. The elder seemed to have mentioned that beneath the Sure Spirit Stone was sealed an ancient Black Phoenix. Could it really be you? Black Phoenix nodded in agreement. It was worth the effort he made to mention it. Exactly. 13 did nothing wrong, yet was misunderstood by someone like Black Phoenix, he said. "The Sure Spirit Stone being shattered by a punch is not entirely my fault." He was confident in his abilities, thinking 13 was too arrogant. "Did you overestimate yourself? Without my internal destruction, how could you have broken it?" Taking advantage of Black Phoenix's inattention, He immediately charged forward with a punch. 13 had endured enough. The hardships he faced were all due to him. You created so much trouble for me. Black Phoenix's face was struck by 13's punch. He did not dodge. Instead, he showed a disdainful expression. This punch was too weak. What are you doing? Thaptam's eyes widened in surprise. His body seemed to be enduring something. Hakfuong struck Thaptam hard, sending him flying far away. Thaptam's body crashed down, seemingly in pain beyond words. Hakfuong shook his head, feeling this opponent was too weak. Not even a challenge. If it were not for those savages on the mountain, I would have killed the spirit master long ago. Thaptam stood up again. He would not easily admit defeat. This hit was not enough. Hakfuong had to admit one thing. Just when he found an opponent, you arrived right on time. The first disciple of the spirit master to meet him. He did not stop there, charging at Thaptam once more. Let me torture you to death. Hakfuong slammed him face first into the ground. Thaptam was not ready. He braced himself with both hands, trying to stand up to counterattack. He could not lose like this. Thaptam immediately lifted his thigh, kicking Hakfuong in the chin. He must have felt pain. Hakfuong still maintained that cocky attitude. He truly was thick-skinned. Thaptam was even more surprised. He thought his move had worked. He quickly used his next power, not giving him a moment's rest. Continuously pushing forward, Thaptam tried to channel all his internal energy, fighting with all his might. Yet Hakfuong could stop him with just one hand. He looked at Thaptam, who had fought to the point of not knowing up from down, his body covered in dirt. Just like those savages, seemingly unaware of one crucial issue. Thaptam felt the breeze all around him. Not knowing where it was coming from, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Having never experienced this before, he was thrown back once again. Hakfuong would show him what real power meant. He stood there majestically, flaunting his abilities to Thaptam, his entire body enveloped in a protective barrier. Hakfuong did not even feel your punch, even though Thaptam used all his strength. Do you think you have hit me? In reality, you only struck against my protective barrier. You could not even breach my defense. Thaptam felt strange. He needed to clarify this. It was too vague. A protective barrier. But Hakfuong also recognized his talent. His abilities were not bad, and even after being hit by me twice, it was no problem. Hakfuong became cheerful. He had another plan in mind. Curious about how much joy you could bring me, Thaptam stood in front, unsure of what to do next. He wildly punched Thaptam in the face. And he was just waiting for a joke. All his magic power was released, and his body was lifted up high. Hakfuong felt something was off, but still could not figure it out. Strange. Using only one hand had Thaptam on the brink of giving up. Hakfuong's arm ached from overuse. He looked up, and Thaptam's body seemed to be liberated. An aura of lightning radiated from within. Thaptam fell straight down, still able to resist. Hakfuong had underestimated him too much. He never expected Thaptam to survive. Still breathing, my attack could not kill him in such a short time. Thaptam's whole body trembled. He held his head, pain coursing through him like never before since awakening the system. Black Phoenix continued to channel his magic. He had to eliminate him. The magic flowed according to the command, making it nearly impossible for the opponent to survive. Damn it. Thaptam was hit in the stomach while trying to move. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his body had not even recovered before taking this blow. Thaptam sat down to regain his strength. His whole body felt exhausted, unable to stand. He had to come up with a way to take down Black Phoenix. He would change his strategy. The power gap is too great. If this drags on, I am afraid my body won't hold up. The key is that my punches have no effect on him. Thaptam turned to the system for help. It must have a way. System, your host is in danger. Can't you help? The system displayed only one suggestion. This was the fastest way possible. A forced mission. Defeat Black Phoenix Ancient. He continued to use magic, and this time his power was much stronger. Black Phoenix relentlessly punched Thaptam. His body endured remarkably. The lightning struck Thaptam again, and he fell down once more. Suffering from everything, he looked up, silently cursing the system for coming up with such a crazy plan. You are truly the most useless system. The system, angry, warned him, enraged by being scolded for its advice. Black Phoenix looked in shock at the person before him, having exhausted all his magic. Why were you still alive? Immediately after, Thaptam was attacked in the chest before he realized it. He plunged headfirst into the ground. No better off than before, he gritted his teeth in anger. This system does not benefit at all. Other systems help their hosts turn danger into safety during crisis. Thaptam truly lost his temper. He could only voice his complaints. His consciousness clouded, never having seen such a useless being. The system felt even more hurt. The insults touched its pride, and it became furious. Thaptam's gaze hardened. His will ignited. You move forward. At that moment, Black Phoenix did not understand why he was being hugged tightly by Thaptam. The P-Tam climbed up, and Black Phoenix felt like electricity coursing through him, burning his entire body. Black Phoenix seemed to lift off the ground. the electricity spreading everywhere. Thap Tam and he both cried out in pain because they both took the hit. Black Phoenix's body felt like it shattered, his chest furiously aching. The two had not been in the air long before they fell to the ground. Dust and smoke swirling around. The scene was now unclear, shrouded in smoke, hard to see inside. Black Phoenix struggled to get out. He could not believe he was hit by this. Black Phoenix still does not understand what is wrong with his body. He trembles all over, losing all his strength. Why did he suddenly get attacked by Thunder Law? It even broke my protective formation. Thap Tam is thrown far away, trying to crawl up, covered in wounds. The system definitely remembers this grudge, dealing Thap Tam a painful blow. This time, you really struck hard. The system even broke his protective formation. You think that if you keep fighting like this, you will exhaust yourself. But with my current condition, it is even more pessimistic. It is time to use an item. Thap Tam decides to take out a vial of orange potion containing a strange liquid protein that enhances muscle. Within 10 minutes, his muscle strength will double in real time. He decides to drink it all without hesitation. This is the only way to help him. After drinking it, Thap Tam quietly stands up, emanating an aura. Black Phoenix glares at him with a vengeful eye. He will eliminate him no matter what. I must kill you. But Thap Tam rushes in at high speed, throwing a punch. Black Phoenix took that punch. He must be in immense pain. Thap Tam shows no signs of fatigue and continues to use his powerful punches. Attacking relentlessly, he finally fought back, landing a punch on Thap Tam's right cheek. Thap Tam is surprised. When he turns around, he sees no trace of that guy. Black Phoenix escaped quickly. If he stayed, Thap Tam would have beaten him to a pulp. Black Phoenix is even more proud. He looks down on Thap Tam, thinking that breaking my protective formation would not hurt me. Would it? Phi Anu was incredibly confident. With the power within this body, I can unleash unlimited strength to approach the fusion level. He began to use dirty tricks, emitting dark magic everywhere, toxic gas spreading all around. Guarding the heart against the black flame, he charged straight at his opponent. The Thap Tam, wanting to drain all the life force he had. The Thap Tam had also thought of his own strategy. He would not let that guy have his way, focusing his energy. Instantly, the dark energy separated, no longer following the herd, which meant a decrease in strength. And Feng Yang angrily watched the scene before him. He did not expect Thap Tam to be so fast. What? The system behind him warned that Thap Tam's body was about to reach its limit. I believe the host has realized this too. Your beginner cultivation can defeat all enemies below the divine transformation level. But facing an opponent of divine transformation rank will be extremely difficult. Thap Tam replied boredly. Having fought this far, how could he give up? And yet you give me the task of defeating him by force. Is not this impossible? And Fiejun continued to unleash his moves. He would fight to the end. Divine strike. As you looked up, you noticed the surprised attitude at this. Thap Tam was hit by that attack and fell back. He tried to use all his strength, so his body was also injured. As long as I take you down, nothing else matters to me. Enduring my full mental attack, you are finally about to die. Are not you? Thap Tam was indeed lucky. Despite the fierce attack, he was still fine. Though his head was killing him, the system still maintained a cheerful attitude. It reminded Thap Tam, due to the vast difference in strength between the host and the opponent. I have a reminder for you. The system detected a very alarming strange phenomenon. Thap Tam must be careful to notice that there was a body of a level 6 demon king nearby, which could meet one of the system's leveling conditions. Your attitude became unusual. As soon as you recognized this, your eyes widened. Please, host, think of all the level ups. The Thap Tam immediately ran away, ignoring Hex Fiang still standing over there. Right now, he was still furious to the point of madness. Thousands of questions filled his mind. Why have not you died yet? Why do you keep acting like a cockroach? From his mouth, a lot of dark energy was emitted. And Fiejung would never let you go. Fiejung Yu's true soul merged into a gigantic creature, resembling an eagle. It quickly chased closely behind the Thap Tam. He was unaware of this. Thap Tam was busy searching for the danger that the system had reported, which was that he suddenly discovered a demon king lying on the ground. It lay motionless there. But even more surprising was the discovery that there was a beast on its head. Thap Tam looked up quickly, realizing what it was, his true form. That beast used the Annihilation Thunderstone. It also had strength many times that of Hex Fiejing. The system has issued a danger warning. Thap Tam is really struggling. The power of this Thunder Law is even stronger than my earlier punishment. What? You need to jump up there. This time, you have to risk it all. The Thap Tam passed through that spot. The demon energy still has not reached him. He tried to reach out to the Demon King, lying there for help, his fingers just touching the horn. So close to success, Thap Tam could not let this opportunity slip away. His life was hanging by a thread. So he tried to absorb it. But then misfortune struck. Thap Tam was engulfed by the toxic gas. 13. Not paying attention. Fell into the harmful demonic energy of the Black Phoenix. Xiao Man over here had called someone to check on the situation for Than Hoyan and that boy. The girl could clearly sense that danger was close by. This spiritual pressure was suffocating. Xiao Man's gaze turned toward the other side of the forest. She saw a white mist, and still had no idea where 13 was. She was very worried about him. Little 13, are you okay? 13 was in pain, struggling to break free. He poured all his strength into it. But everything was just too difficult. 13 tried so hard to escape that his sleeve tore. He was about to run out of strength. And the system warned him once again. That black phoenix is truly wicked. His beast was gleefully triumphant. You will definitely be completely annihilated. 13's entire body was surrounded by that demonic energy. He could not break free. There were still many things 13 needed to do. Plans right in front of him. Am I about to die? Realizing this, 13 thought of his loved ones, young master. Thinking of the elder who was still waiting for news from him. Just one good piece of news. His eldest grandson. Moreover, 13 recalled the faces of his parents, who had raised him, so he reminded himself to keep living. He could not let his life end in vain like this. Before leaving, his mother had carefully instructed him not to give up for any reason, to continue living well. Just thinking of this gave 13 the motivation to stand strong. 13 gathered all his strength, struggling to break free, believing that faith would overcome all. The Black Phoenix's beast, with its vengeful gaze, thought he would not be able to escape. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. You will die, and I will massacre the Imperial Forest sect. It even hatched a cruel plan to harm those around 13. His master, fellow disciples, even his friends. I will kill them all. No matter how tired he was, he had to strive to survive against this adversity. 13's mind flashed back to memories of his brothers. They had once shared joys and sorrows, honored and respected him with everything they could. 13 took them as motivation, along with Xiao Man, who was still waiting for him to return. She needed someone to protect little 13. All those people would be the drive for 13 to move forward. He could not give up like this. His gaze became more determined. Nothing could stop him. 13 rose from within. Though his body was exhausted, he gritted his teeth. His willpower surged within, his face tainted with the toxic mist. I won't let this life slip away easily. Body value 95 per 100. One eye has become bright, probably due to the determination to fear nothing. It is not easy to make friends. Body value 95 per 1. At this moment, Thup Tam has transformed into a frenzied figure, his gaze sharp. How could you let him destroy everything? Body value increased to 96 per 100. The Black Phoenix beast, seeing this, could not bear it any longer. After so long, someone fell into its trap. Disgusting. Releasing all spiritual power. Thup Tam's body has almost absorbed all the toxic gas, but his consciousness remains very clear. My body must continue to bear the burden. The surroundings have turned into complete smoke, with no trace of ghostly energy. Because Thup Tam has risen up, he stood up with his own strength. The beast kept complaining madly. He was extremely puzzled by the situation. Why are you still not dead? The body seems to be able to level up. The eyes are filled with hatred more than anything. It won't let you off easily. Damn it. I do not care anymore. The beast is emitting all its toxic life force. Being infected would cause great disaster. Even if I burn my spirit, I must take your life. The system behind notified that Thup Tam of something. Instead of bad news, it was good news. The host successfully entered a new level. The reward action has integrated into the host's brain. After all the hardships, he finally broke through. Standing strong, the new move is not only useful in training, but will be even more effective in real combat. While the medicine is still effective, let us confront the enemy directly. Thup Tam became more confident in himself. As long as there is faith, everything will succeed. The ability he possesses now is incredibly powerful, able to take down anything. The Black Phoenix beast used another technique, charging straight down at him. Xi Feng then VM Thup Tam did not hesitate to rush upwards. Using his divine fist for a direct strike, the two faced each other, their powers unleashed strongly, creating a blinding light. With the surrounding forest becoming a blur of flying leaves, a powerful golden light struck the ground, causing rocks to shatter and scatter. The sky was also pierced, revealing the stars above. But quickly, the tears seemed to be patched up and healed. An hour later, everything returned to normal, except underground where a strange haze emerged. This man is the ancestor of the sun. He stared intently at the smoke, speculating that the entire 100 miles around here had turned into ruins. Is this truly a special level divine battle? Unable to hold back from afar, the ancestor immediately soared into the air to observe. Upon arrival, he landed next to the body of the Beast King lying flat on the ground. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight, his body beaten to a pulp. Just like a hollow rotten log, the old ancestor was taken aback. The Demon King was defeated, and he heard that the last person to enter was a disciple of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect. Yet he had such strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised both hands to form a seal, focusing his spiritual energy to sense But in response to the old ancestor's anticipation, the surroundings were silent, revealing nothing. Perhaps a bit disappointed, the old ancestor's face darkened. He could not sense any spiritual energy. It seemed like he was truly perishing along with the Demon King, their spiritual forms annihilated. This news finally reached Xiaoman, causing her to panic and scream. What? Tiao Shisan is dead. And Xiaoman was annoyed and let out her frustration. Old ancestor. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. He is so strong. How could he die? The clan leader was startled and quickly said, You little girl. Do not be disrespectful. The old ancestor sadly continued. I used my spiritual sense to scan the entire area, and truly found no trace of spiritual energy. The atmosphere around them was heavy. Van Hoyen silently mourned. Had he really died? Her body involuntarily trembled. Van Hoyen did not understand. But why did she feel this sense of loss? Her cherry lips pressed tightly together. Her heart weighed down. Although she had conflicts with him and wanted him dead. Without him, she might have lost her life to the Death King long ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Man continued shouting. No way. You must have sensed wrong. At that moment, a slender white hand suddenly struck towards her, startling Xiao Man. Van Hoyen immediately stepped forward to shield Xiao Man, seemingly not wanting the girl to make any more noise. Van Hoyen then said to the old ancestor, Going out for training is inherently unpredictable. When we return to the mountain gate, I will explain everything to the master. He broke out in a sweat, sighed, feeling regretful that such talent was lost in the Nam Sen Homung Vis. He might have been a strong candidate for the High and then Grand Assembly, and could have become a Hong Trontian in the future. Time flies like a dog running on the street. It has already passed quickly. 3 days later, Thap Tam was unconscious, and around him, a loud voice kept echoing. Help! Save me! The noise brought his consciousness back, but that voice still lingered in his ears. Begging for help, he sat up, trembling, and held his head with his hands, feeling intense pain as if his whole body was falling apart. Looking over, a Fei Fengyi lay there, having been beaten by him, barely able to breathe on the ground. Even if he was a demon beast, he was still terrified of facing life and death. Seeing Thap Tam awake, and Fianzheng trembled and pleaded. Save me. If my body does not stabilize my spirit, I will turn to smoke. This left Thap Tam astonished. Mouth agape. You are still alive. He sat up, crossing his arms sulkily. Weren't you spreading rumors about wanting to bathe in the blood of the Limtine? Saving you is not like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Right. Fianzheng raised 3 fingers to the sky and said, I do not want to die. If you can save me, I swear to heaven that I will acknowledge you as my master. Anyone who dares to rebel will be annihilated by the heavens. Thap Tam fell silent. Contemplating, having an ancient black phoenix as a mount did not seem too bad. Then, with a reluctant tone, he said, All right, what do I need to do? Fianzheng explained. Just kill that demon beast and give me its body to possess. Of course. The higher the level, the better. Hearing the term demon beast, the Thap Tam looked at him in astonishment. At that moment, the system immediately displayed a notification. Because he had been too affected after the battle, he might need to avoid combat now. The Thap Tam looked around, feeling that he was in no condition to deal with a level 3 demon beast. He then looked around and asked Hek Fai Ying, Can you spot a demon beast nearby? He weakly broke a sweat, looking at Thap Tam with a very earnest gaze. Please save me. I can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, sitting in silence for a long time without speaking. After a while, the Thap Tam finally thought of something and said excitedly, I have an idea. Thap Tam immediately reached into his system. He focused on searching for something inside. Then threw that item in front of Hek Fai Ying. He looked up curiously, still dazed, and Thap Tam said, Use this. Thap Tam felt a bit regretful. This is the high-quality egg that Elder Thiathamuni rewarded me. I have not eaten it yet. Fianzheng was so embarrassed that he nearly fainted again. Here I am, an ancient black phoenix. Standing proud, Thap Tam replied nonchalantly, Isn't this just a body? And Fianzheng pouted. Clearly this was just a chicken ready to be cooked. Right, he pouted at him. This is all there is, so deal with it. Just days ago he was a fierce beast. And now he was in a situation where he could not even cry, and Fianzheng felt doubtful about life. But merging into this ugly chicken meant he would vanish and never be reborn. In the end, he chose his own life. Suddenly, the naked chicken seemed to regain its soul, its eyes wide and alert. Fianzheng stood up, spread his wings in joy, and shouted, The black phoenix is reborn with a new body. And Fianzheng immediately stretched his limbs to test out this fiery naked chicken form. But it surprised him too much. What was going on? The compatibility of this body was even higher than that of a beast king. And Fianzheng told himself, if his divine soul were to recover and he trained this flesh, he felt he could reach his peak. He was indeed a drunken fool, turning left and right admiring himself, but this body was truly unappealing. Immediately, Afifi Ying summoned his internal power and shouted for a transformation. And his naked body was covered with a glossy black plumage. Looking at his current appearance, he felt a bit smug. This looked much better. Seeing such a quick change of clothes. Our male lead also wanted in. My clothes are torn too. Give me a new outfit. Still unable to get used to being ordered around. And Phi Nang felt slightly annoyed. But due to that vow, he had no choice. He immediately transformed a new orange outfit for him, but this flashy outfit did not meet Thap Tam's standards. He was frustrated. What kind of outfit is this? I want the original outfit. And Phi Engin's face showed annoyance. Such demanding requests. Soon after, Thap Tam received a brand new outfit that fit his measurements perfectly. Wearing clean new clothes, his mood lightened. This looked much better. Just after changing into the new outfit, his stomach could not help but rumble loudly. Thap Tam pointed behind him and said to Phi Ying, I am hungry. Go hunt some food for me. He could not stand this humiliation. I am Etchnij, the Ancient One. And you are making me your servant. Thap Tam retorted sharply. You said you wanted me to be your master. Do you want to defy that and be annihilated by the heavenly rules? This reasoning annoyed Hextai Phi Ying. He spat in defiance. But in the end, he still had to comply, and Phi Jing then immediately dashed away. Wait for me. Watching his figure gradually disappear, the Thap Tam sighed in relief. Finally got him to leave. He started to update his situation. After leveling up, he had not thoroughly explored the new functions. Immediately, an information panel updated for him, and the last line. The treatment authority has been unlocked. This technique left Thap Tam dumbfounded. You can just say that. A Truch Quine Do. According to the system's explanation, this is a new muscle training category, with a stronger combat effectiveness. Truch Quine Do is a comprehensive free fighting technique using Wing Chun. Boxing and fencing form the system and incorporate the essence of various martial arts from around the world. Please try to earn training points to unlock more Truch Quine Do skills. You curiously pressed the screen. Refreshing the scene again, the system immediately popped up, unlocking the scene function, and this time, the gift also included a hot spring to treat injuries on the body. Thap Tam was incredibly delighted. Can the hot spring really heal the side effects on my body? But unfortunately, the hot spring does not work on the side effects that generate special items. Well then, after the great battle, soaking to relax a bit would not hurt, although feeling a bit regretful. You still could not refuse the chance to soak in the hot spring. As soon as you dipped into the cool water, you felt incredibly light and refreshed. Thap Tam closed his eyes to enjoy it. Feeling so comfortable. Switching scenes to Hexifaji, a large wolf was glaring at him, constantly feeling pleased. Beasts of the mountain, why is there a wild chicken here? It was visibly hungry, lamenting that it could not find prey, planning to take the easy pick first. Standing in front of a larger wolf, Afifi Ying showed disdain, a third-level beast. Although it had the shape of a chicken, he did not back down. And Phi Fong Hoang's imposing aura was still there. Just one kick made the wolf stumble. Moments later, Afifi Ying successfully brought the prey back to Thap Tam with ease. But as soon as he arrived, he stared in shock at the scene before him, seeing you comfortably relaxing in the hot spring, and Phi Enjin could not help but ask, where did this hot spring come from? Upon hearing Hexviga's voice, you replied, you are back. You have had a tough time. Come soak and relax a bit. He pretended to act high and mighty. The mighty Hexvifag Vin C. How could I soak with a mere mortal like you in the same bath? But as soon as he touched the water lightly, Hexvi-un was surprisingly amazed. This feeling, my soul is gradually recovering. Feeling too comfortable, he reluctantly agreed. All right then, I will begrudgingly soak a bit longer. You glanced over and instructed Hexifie Ing, later cook for me. Then take me to Munlem Taimun. He exclaimed in astonishment. What? Do you think I am your servant? Time passed gradually. And in the blink of an eye, several days later, at Ing Lum Tivamun, the scene behind the mountain was still the same. The house where Thap Tam used to live was now even more desolate. Although you died without a body, a proper tombstone was still erected. The Insonki was sitting there, mourning his unfortunate friend, Thap Tam brother. Without you, who will be our opponent? The Insevki's lamentations made anyone who heard them feel deep sorrow. Ing Lum Tin Mun faced great danger. Chansok lamented. Truly, the heavens hate talented people, brother Thap Tam. Why did you leave so early? At that moment, Thap Tam suddenly appeared with a gloomy, terrifying face. Why are you here crying in the early morning? Hearing the familiar voice, Chian Sok turned around and screamed in fear at the sight before him. The ghostly Thap Tam was right in front of him. What is this? Who set up a grave for me like this? Chian Sok trembled and stood up to look at him. Brother Thap Tam, you are not dead. Thap Tam looked at him, seeming like someone sick, and said, am I not still alive and well? Chian Sok was overjoyed. Great. I said there was no body. How could one judge someone to be dead? Suddenly he remembered. Wait. If you are not dead, does not that mean you killed the 6th level demon emperor by yourself? He propped his chin and pretended to think. Yeah. I guess that could be understood that way. This information seemed to be too much for Qian Sok to handle. What, have you become so abnormal that you can slaughter magical beings now? Those noble saint sons and daughters are only that capable. Hek Fuong stood aside, potting in disdain. Saying this poor guy had never seen the world, he casually looked at Qian Sok and asked, "Is it rare to slaughter magical beings at this age?" Qian Sok was startled once again. A chicken. This chicken is talking. Could it be a level B demon beast? Dap Tam bent down and rubbed the head of Hek Fuong. Yeah. It is my little brother I picked up from the 10,000 demon mountain range. Hek Fuong, with a resigned expression, was secretly annoyed. Every time he heard him say that, he wanted to explode. So Qian Sok pouted and stammered. Little brother. At first, I thought you were preparing food. Dap Tam immediately turned back. What did you say about the Imperial Forest sect being in danger? Qian Sok quickly recounted. It is the Thanfeng sect. They took advantage of the absence of the sect leader, and the elder brother being out for training to storm the gate of Huayan Chan sect. He stroked his chin and calculated. Thanfeng sect. Could it be because of that matter? At this point, Qian Sok was furious. The 10,000 demon mountain range. We used the selection of the Huayan Chan conference as bait to challenge the disciples within the sect. Right. Let us go check on little man. Upon hearing this, Dap Tam immediately became anxious. She was seriously injured. So they quickly headed to the clean house, which was little man's quiet room. As soon as Dap Tam arrived, he was so anxious that he could not delay any longer. He burst through the door. How was little man? Inside. Elder Bang was imparting inner strength to little man. The girl sat motionless on the bed, unable to speak. Upon seeing him, the elder's expression was the same as Qian Sok's. Trang Dap Tam, you are not dead. Looking over at the girl, covered in blood, little man was seriously injured and still unconscious. Dap Tam felt heartbroken and immediately said, I have a way. It might work. Soon after, the girl was placed in his hot spring for treatment. In less than a moment, little man finally began to breathe more steadily. Elder Bung was delighted. Little man is breathing much easier now. The healing effects of your lake water are truly extraordinary. Dap Tam gritted his teeth in anger. Who did this to the girl? Elder Bung recounted. The elder disciple of Haiyan Chainanmun was also one of the candidates for the Haiyan Thain Then Ha Phai Dung Tu. He had intentionally concealed his level to lure Tu men into a fight, and his combat methods were extremely ruthless. If I had not intervened, Tu men would have had little chance of survival. Dap Tam certainly could not swallow this anger. Is he still at the fighting arena? He quickly replied. Yep. He is. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. I am going to find him. It seemed Dap Tam wanted to avenge his little sister. The scene shifted to the arena, where the atmosphere was lively. Everyone was gathered here to see the one lying sprawled on the ground was Tang Han. But at this moment, his friend looked equally disheveled. Ding Tu smugly looked at his opponent lying on the ground. Hearing that you are the one in charge of the Then to ban, truly unable to withstand a single blow, he scoffed. It is the Lum Tavai Mun, one of the 36 sects. How can even a fighter not be present? The old man with white hair on the opposing side boasted. I specially invited judges for the Haiyan Thin Ha Tsai to witness. If your sect has no disciples who can defeat my student, then you will have to forfeit a spot in the Haiyan Thin Then Sai. The elder secretly sighed. Damn it. I should have been more cautious. Not realizing the opponent was lowering his level and hastily accepted the bet. Ding Tu looked down at the audience. Hearing that you have a great senior brother. Seems like he has some real strength. What is wrong? Are you so scared this time that you do not dare to come out? The disciples below were furious. It is infuriating. Clearly, they only dared to act so arrogantly because the great senior brother was not here. Dun Tu is indeed a scoundrel. He kept taunting. Just as the rumors say. The Yang Lum to the men has declined so much. Now only raising a bunch of useless people. As he spoke, his gaze looked down disdainfully. At the same time, a voice rang out, carrying a burst of inner strength striking down towards Dun Tu. Shut up. Dap Tam glared at the person before him, his face showing a hint of anger directed at that insignificant little person. Everyone saw him, and it seemed as if they had seen a ghost. It is. The elder could not help but shout. Trang Dap Tam. Did not he die? Ding Tu had never met Dap Tam before, and he looked at him curiously. Who are you? Although annoyed, he still bowed. A new disciple of the inner sect of Eng Lum Tin Mun. Trang Dap Tam is here to meet you. Ding Tu smirked after hearing his introduction. A new inner disciple rushing to die like this. Then I will grant your wish. He then introduced himself. I am the senior disciple of Hon Chine Mun, and Tu Yun Gain and Trunke. The elder shouted in annoyance. Don't be fooled by him. He is deliberately lowering his level. In reality, the cultivation has reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Han Chunmen sneered at his words. A mere elder with such a narrow perspective. My disciple has actually broken through to the early stage of the transformation god. If the senior brother of the Yulin Immortal sect is not here, then my disciple is unbeatable. At the same time, the system also displayed a reminder. Since his cultivation is at the early stage of the transformation god, he needs to be cautious if he fights against Di Chung Taiyu, while still recovering. Thap Tam is not scared. On the contrary, he is quite arrogant.
Good.
You are not challenging me. Clearly at the early stage of the transformation god. Deliberately lying about your strength to make me underestimate you. Dean Tu seemed struck by lightning. What? How could you see through my disguise so quickly? Hachan Hanuman secretly reassured himself. It is, after realizing my disciple's true level, I am sure you will be even more anxious. Right. The elder must lose a spot in the tournament of the Xuanchen gathering. But looking at the elder, Han Chaman was still surprised. What is this? Why is he so calm? It turns out the elder has his own thoughts. A Trang Thup Tam surviving means he has defeated a level 6 demon king. Why should he fear someone at the early stage of the transformation god like you? He smirked proudly. Dean Tu also removed his fake mask. If I have been seen through, then let you experience my full strength. Immediately, he threw a spiky, rough tree and shouted. The vine technique, causing Thap Tam's hands to be tightly bound before he even realized it, which surprised him a bit. Seeing him dazed like a net, Dean Tu could not help but gloat. Got you now? Thap Tam could not understand what he was doing, tying himself up with his own technique. The opponent also did not understand what he was saying. Dean Tu stared at him with wide eyes, not letting him ponder for long. The Thap Tam immediately yanked his hand back, pulling Dean Tu towards him. He did not expect to be dragged like a dog and could not react in time. As soon as he saw his opponent within an arm's reach, Thap Tam immediately threw a powerful punch at Dean Tu's face. This attack also sent him flying far away, his feet pointing to the sky while his head slammed into the ground. Of course, his face could not be harder than the road. Tu looked at his smoking, scratched interface and could not help but cry out. It hurts. The Thap Tam quietly stared at his own strength. Logically, he should have been knocked out after this punch. His body was indeed still in a weakened state. He was so proud, never having felt at a disadvantage before. At this moment, he could not help but feel angry. The demon lord has fallen. Just as he spoke, sharp thorny vines shot up from the ground, startling him. Tu smugly said, You are surrounded now. These vines are filled with poison. Just a scratch, and your life is hard to keep. And as soon as he finished speaking, those vines attacked Thap Tam, but with years of exercise experience, he skillfully dodged them. Dean Tu's face twisted. What the heck? What kind of movement technique is this? How could he dodge all the attacks? Right after that, you summoned a heavy weight as a weapon. Thap Tam shouted. Jiang Linefin ducked. And then you threw the weight towards Dean Tu. Of course, he could not keep up with your speed. Immediately, that huge weight slammed into Dean Tu's stomach, making him spit blood. But it did not stop there. The fun was just beginning. Thap Tam had a stretchy elastic cord tied to the side of the weight. You kept tossing it back and forth, moving constantly, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Dean Tu's stomach took a hard hit. He felt like he was going to vomit his insides out. After a moment, Dean Tu heard the sound of ribs cracking inside, unable to hold back a scream. Seeing his disciple struggling like that, Hein Chen Memen could not let his prized student die like this. Shouting, Enough, noticing Deng Tu could barely stand, he immediately used his inner strength to fly over to support him, angry that his disciple was being beaten so badly. He shouted, What a cruel move. You are ruining my disciple's foundation. As he spoke, the old man's eyes widened as he looked at Thap Tam. I must kill you. At the same time, the old man with deer antlers stepped in front. Wait, he said to the old man. If you dare to gamble in the arena, you must bear the consequences. You have lost. According to the bet, the participation quota for the Haiyan tournament belonged to him. Han Chaman was certainly unhappy, but if he intended to hurt Thap Tam, then the fault was his own. He could not help but mutter angrily. How annoying. Right after that, Hein Chen threw something from his hand towards Thap Tam. You quickly caught it. Seeing a gold bar with a phoenix symbol in your hand, Thap Tam was surprised. At the same time, the elder stepped forward, congratulating you. You have only been in the sect for a few months, and you have earned a spot in the Haiyan tournament on your own. This golden token is your entry pass. Just drop some blood to claim it, and you are an official contestant. You glanced over and cautiously said, So I do not have to risk my life for contributions anymore. The elder confirmed. No more need. Your strength has already qualified you, which made you incredibly happy. Unable to hold back, Thap Tam shouted. Awesome. Finally, the competition is over. A few days after the sect master returns to the mountain, Kung Yin will stand before everyone. I participated in the conference, and will now officially announce to everyone. The trial secret realm shows signs of opening soon. 1 month later, the southern qualifiers of the Haiyan tournament will officially begin. Since some participating disciples are severely injured and have not recovered, I will directly announce the list of contestants for this time. And in Lum Tin Mun, Viker Zui Deich, ranked first in strength, is also a cold and quiet disciple of the sect. The petite junior sister has also achieved results. Nam Kung Men secured the first place in points by relying on the Venu mountain range. And the third place is none other than our main character, Patamthimthis. After that, the three of them made it to the top ranks and headed to a tall mountain nearby. Kung Yin speaks up, introducing the situation of the secret realm briefly since this is your first time participating in the selection. She introduces this secret realm as the Heavenly Grave Seed. The location of the secret realm is said to be the Tao shrine of a great power during their tribulation. He failed to ascend, but with his Tao energy still alive, it eventually formed the secret realm. No matter how strong you are in the wilderness, do not let your guard down in this selection. After saying that, she adds that this is a selection battle for all of Southern Mirror. The Southern Mirror area is vast, and the wilderness is just a tiny corner near the Endless Sea. In Southern Mirror, there is Chuan Zhen sect, ranked 19th among the 36 sects, Spirit Beast sect ranked 10th, Haoqian sect ranked 3rd, as well as Sword Dao sect and Ixuana sect from the 4 great sects. Notably, this time, the 4 great talents of Southern Mirror are also participating in the selection. Hearing Kung Yen mention these people, Thup Tam is a bit surprised. The 4 great talents see him looking confused and explain one by one. Zhen Wuju from Sword Dao sect, Ti Tremamin from Sword Dao sect, Jiang Munzhou from Xuana sect, and Vian Thin Chan from Haoqian sect, except for Vian Thin Chan, who is a divine transformation. The other 3 have all entered the integration stage, especially Jane Wuju, who has broken through to the mid-integration stage. The Thup Tam glances around, pondering when he hears about the mid-integration stage. At this moment, he recalls fighting against Hex Faiyangi earlier, realizing that he could only barely win thanks to the system upgrade and the support of special drugs. He tells himself that if he does not seize the time to train, his chances of winning against someone in the integration stage might not be great. Tu Men listens and feels incredibly anxious due to her childish nature. Are we done for? Kung Yen thinks to herself that Tai Yu Mun's physique is indeed peculiar. Although her physical strength can compare to the late Golden Core stage, it is hard for her to break through to the Ki refining stage. In light of this situation, she says, Trang Thap Tam, you only cultivate your body, but you can guide Tu Men a bit. It might help her in this secret realm selection. I did not expect to be assigned this task. Thup Tam is surprised and questions the guidance. The scene shifts to Tu Mun's quiet room, still the dilapidated little house. The girl, filled with determination, says, hurry up. To Thup Tam, quickly teach me some of those strange body techniques of yours. We are all familiar with each other, so do not be stingy. He starts thinking, wondering if the system's unlock moves will work on others. Not letting the host ponder for long, the system immediately activates. The binding lock of Master-Disciple has a higher binding value. The moves that can be taught become more advanced, and the Master-Disciple relationship can yield benefits in cultivation. Thup Tam then tells Tu Mun, it is, but you have to take me as your master. After all, this is my ancestral technique, and I won't teach it to outsiders. The girl frowns and pouts, pretending to be helpless. Take you as my master. I am your senior sister. Thup Tam is quite resolute. It is, we can keep things separate. Tu Men pretends to ponder for a long time, but in the end, she chooses to cheerfully agree, saying it is no problem. After the system announces his success, Thup Tam begins the lesson. He starts to teach his reluctant little disciple. Here are the moves and key concepts that you must grasp. According to me, let us study once. Tu Man seemed to be very focused. The two quickly began their first exercise together. The warm-up session was about to start. The first exercise was about movement. The moves he taught were somewhat similar to morning exercises. Time passed. Transitioning to the meditation room of Thang Thap Tam, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing the sports broadcast lesson. Next, it was time for him to practice alone. Thap Tam calculated for a moment, unlocked the training moves, achieving proficiency not only to enhance his agility, but also to increase his muscle value. Increasing muscle value is the most fundamental enhancement of strength. Currently, the system unlocked the moves of Triu Kuai and Dao, which include the essence of many martial arts. But unlocking these moves requires training. Looking around, he still thought it would be better to focus on unlocking more practical combat moves for this selection match. Therefore, Trang Thap Tam also began to train more rigorously. On the training day, not only did they practice, but also He Fuang accompanied him to spar. Finally, 2 months later, the secret realm of Thien Mo Chung opened, and the selection match of Hoyan Thien Hoi officially began. Kung Yen was walking around reminding everyone, this qualifying match will be personally led by me. Please step into the teleportation array. She spoke while glancing curiously at Thap Tam. But why is there a crow mixed in with the team? Looking at Hex Fidai, Nam Kung felt a bit helpless. Thap Tam introduced, this is my battle pet. It is said that bringing a battle pet to compete is the proper rule. In fact, he pouted helplessly, as this little chick had been begging him to let it participate for half a month. And Fie Hang also had her own thoughts. The opportunities in the secret realm might help me recover my strength. After that, Thap Tam and everyone quickly prepared. You charge ahead. All right, Let us grasp the time and head out. After adjusting the rules once more, Kung Yen quickly led everyone to the competition area. They used the teleportation array to move, all filled with enthusiasm. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Thoptam exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, there are this many participants for the Secret Realm qualification," Kung Yen replied. "After all, this is a qualification for a men's realm, and there are countless sects big and small. As long as it is a sect within the system, at least one qualification spot will be given." At that moment, a familiar voice startled Thoptam. "Finally. I have been waiting for you." He hurriedly turned around and shouted. "Who is talking to me?" The voice continued without stopping. "This is the Secret Realm. I must seek your guidance." Thoptam looked around but could not see anyone, thinking it unnecessary to pretend. "Who is talking?" The girl in front of him pouted and said. "What do you mean pretending? I am standing right in front of you." Before the words were finished, the girl turned away. "I am looking forward to your performance. Do not disappoint me." Thoptam silently stared at the strange girl, breaking into a cold sweat. Who is this person? How strange. Before he could finish his thoughts, the crowd nearby began to stir. "Look, they are coming." Following the crowd's words, Thoptam quickly glanced at the teleportation door. The newcomers exuded a fierce aura, with a chilling presence that ran deep in their blood. Just a glance at that person, VM each immediately recognized him as a member of the Kim Zio Tung. Following behind was a group of women with beautiful faces. The fairy of the Haiyan sect has arrived as well. Thoptam was wide-eyed in astonishment. They really came in large numbers, Kung Yen explained. The common sects only have one qualification. The Thiangtam Thoplisiman has 2 qualifications, but the Tongtam sect has 4 qualifications. Just then, the man in the middle shouted loudly for silence. The old man then introduced himself. "I am the examiner for this Secret Realm qualifying match. And Tiu Hunity. Now that everyone has arrived, I will announce the rules for this qualification." He briefly explained that this Secret Realm involves the fusion of the Jade Talisman, and any cultivator below the fusion stage can enter. Inside the Jade Talisman is a protective formation that can help the owner withstand a fatal attack. But the Jade will break. Hoenti announced to all participants in the competition that if the Jade Talisman breaks, the participant will be disqualified and must leave the Secret Realm. There are many treasures and opportunities inside, especially the fire essence condensed from sword energy, which can not only enhance cultivation, but also help comprehend the law. If the laws and specialized cultivation merge, it is like weaving flowers into a brocade. But the fire essence formed from the heavenly tom is limited each time. Therefore, this selection will be led by the top 5 who gather the most fire essence to advance. Of course, those who do not advance should not be discouraged. Gaining inheritance or precious treasures would also make this trip worthwhile. Saying this, he pointed toward the door, inviting everyone to enter the Secret Realm one by one. Once inside, the teleportation location will be random. Immediately, the participants all entered through that door to begin their quest. Thoptam bid farewell to his teammates. "Everyone, I will go ahead." Ziepig Lake shouted encouragement. "Little brother, remember to be humble and grow." With that, he and Heftek Phenong immediately went inside without looking back. Upon entering, the Thoptam looked around and realized he was in the secret realm of the heavenly tome. Before he could take it all in, 2 large birds flew overhead with a savage cry. Thoptam watched them, startled, as he recognized they were magical beasts. At that moment, a man appeared, exuding strong energy. Just as he was joining his companions and encountered an opponent, Thoptam was surprised. Was not the teleportation supposed to be random? Why had you all gathered into a team so quickly? He explained to Thoptam. "We are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Our magical beasts can sense the presence of their kind from thousands of meters away. This time, we were indeed lucky. The teleportation spot is not too far." The guy then looked at Hex Fashi Ying. "It seems your combination is also a beast master." Looking at the chicken beside Thoptam, he could not help but laugh loudly. Being teased like this, of course my black chicken is not happy at all. Those guys do not stop. Why is someone using a wild chicken as a battle pet? You really made me laugh to death. He boasted. "We are the 10th ranked sect of the Spirit Beast sect. Reducing competition increases our chances of victory." As soon as he finished speaking, he rode his magical beast and charged forward, shouting, "Kill the heavenly winged scavenger king." At this moment, Fifi looked like a real fighting chicken, and he used his inner strength arrogantly, seeking death. Immediately after, the large bird was kicked hard in the stomach by the small Hexi Fiating, causing it to tear up from the pain. Not stopping there, a Fangjin kicked the giant bird squarely in the face. It could do nothing but squawk loudly. No one expected such a tiny chicken could defeat a gigantic magical beast. The onlookers seemed ready to pop their eyes out. Outside the door, everyone was still silently waiting for the results of the contestants who entered before. In note, the 2 illusion beast masters were kicked out, lying on top of each other. Everyone was in awe. Someone has already been eliminated and teleported out. The contestants have not even entered yet, and someone has already been out. and it is from the 10th Spirit Beast sect. Hamantu was also excited. This selection round seemed very intense. Seeing two strong opponents being thrown out like stones, Aetogleich felt a chill. She needed to be careful. After finishing the fight with the two Beast Clan members, Thaptam continued to search around. He looked everywhere, unsure where to go to find the fire. Aunt Fei Yang suggested that if the fire was formed from the condensation after death, it would likely be found near the grave. At that moment, a beam of blue light flew across the sky, startling Thaptam. With his sensitive intuition, he immediately noticed the male lead standing still, looking up at the sky, as beams of light rushed past. And Fei Zhengyi shouted, "That is the fire, and is being chased by someone." Thaptam took off running. "Let us go check it out." A chicken and a person hurried towards the light. Meanwhile, the beam of light continued to fly erratically. A cultivator was chasing it, shouting, "You can't escape." Then, he quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a loud voice shouted, "Seal." The fire was then bound by a long chain wrapping around it. The cultivator finally caught the fire in his hand. "This thing really knows how to run." At that moment, a triumphant voice rang out, "Thank you all for doing this for me." Everyone turned in shock as he continued, "I give you two choices. Either you get eliminated now, and this fire belongs to me, or you offer it to me, and I will let you go." One person in the crowd quickly recognized him as someone from the Sword Dao sect. "You want to steal our hard work?" He looked at them, urging them to decide quickly. "I do not have the patience for this." The three young men were scared. His cultivation was already at the early stage of transformation, and they had no chance of winning. He looked at the three awkwardly, mocking them. "Your ragtag alliance of the Empty Sect does not even have a transformation-level fighter. Yet you dare to resist me." Suddenly, a loud explosion appeared in the sky, and the ground shook as the three figures were struck down. One of the three gritted his teeth. "Damn it. The gap between nascent soul and transformation is just too big." The three were knocked down and could not get up, and he descended. He smirked, pointing the yang sword at them. "Time to die." At that moment, a large rock appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards him. The heavy stone fell, but fortunately, he managed to leap up and dodge it. He looked ahead in shock and shouted, "Who dares to ambush me?" The Thaptam sat on the high mountain, thinking he could easily snatch the fruits of others because of his high cultivation. The Tung Sun remained arrogant. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever is more powerful sets the rules. He charges in with his sword, and Thaptam shouts, "You dare to stop me? You insignificant cultivator." You stand there calmly, effortlessly welcoming the attack, while Thaptam easily snaps the sword's tip. At this moment, a Tung Sun's face distorts as he stares at you in shock. "What?" Thaptam laughs and throws a punch, adding, "You said that. Remember." With that, he lands a powerful punch to Tung Sun's face, distorting it. Just like that, Tung Sun's body flies, crashing through several nearby mountains. The badge Tung Sun wore shatters, and with his pig-like swollen face, he stammers in fear, preparing to teleport. Everyone gasps in astonishment. Was he really taken out with just one punch? The three of them are deeply moved, thanking the young brother for his help. One of them steps forward, expressing gratitude. There are not many righteous cultivators like this anymore. Thaptam seems to be enjoying a joke, asking what they were saying. Before they can gather themselves, he suddenly shouts, "Wait. Hurry up and hand over the flame." Who would have thought Thaptam could change his mind so quickly? The three of them shout in unison, "What?" In the end, Thaptam manages to snatch the blue flame. He gazes at it in wonder. Is this really the flame? And Fei Zheng quickly urges, "Put it away." So others want to set their sights on it. Thaptam ponders the question, "Put it away? How do I do that?" Fei Ying casually instructs, "Just put it into your storage ring." Thaptam's expression turns blank, and sweat beads on his forehead. He stays silent, while she also falls silent, both looking at each other with differing thoughts. After a moment, Fei Yang asks him wide-eyed, "Don't you have a storage ring?" Thaptam replies honestly. He thinks to himself, without spiritual energy, what use would that thing be? He grumbles in frustration, realizing he should have searched them before they were taken out. And Fei Ying is slightly annoyed. If that is the case, they can only find a hiding spot and absorb it first. Thaptam is surprised at the idea of absorbing it, thinking to himself, without a spirit root, how can he absorb this? Should he just go with the flow? Then Thaptam coughs a few times. "If you accept me as your master, then you can absorb this flame for now. Seems the real goal is for you to work for me later." Fei Zhengyi is taken aback. "Really? That is so touching." Nimukim crosses his arms, facing him while the blue flame flickers between them. Who would have thought that in such a desolate place he could capture a flame? Truly, the heavens are favoring me. Just then, a voice calls out, startling him to look around. "Don't celebrate too soon." From above, a large shadow looms over the two of them, frozen in place. "Quickly put the flame down." Seeing that arrogance, Mu Kim angrily demands to know his identity. Little Men stood atop the mountain, her eyes scanning below. Perhaps if she was feeling generous, she might let you go. Seeing her attitude, Kim felt a mix of worry and confusion. Where did this girl come from? It is just a show of strength. Only the reckless disciples of the beast control sect thought they could punish her. You really do not know how big the world is. We are core disciples. How dare you threaten us? Little Men found it amusing. She smirked, a scheming smile appearing. Not wanting to delay, she charged forward to initiate the attack. Targeting the trembling one and swiftly slapped his cheek, he tilted his head back, drooling, leaving Kim beside him sweating in fear. The force was too strong. As a martial artist, that slap sent him stumbling back, a cloud of dust rising. The beast control sect's disciple was visibly terrified by Little Men Anne. This girl had some power, but her level was still far behind. Can you break through my protective barrier? Before he could counterattack, she quickly struck a vital point in an instant. Nature itself seemed to collapse as he cried out in silent pain. She found my weak spot. My barrier has been broken. Finally, Little Men Anne delivered a kick that left him wide-eyed and stunned, relishing the thrill of the fight. Nearby, a pink wall surrounded by her fellow disciples. Kim and he lay curled up on the ground, both seriously injured. The others exchanged glances, each drenched in sweat, realizing the elimination speed this year was much faster than last year. Is it because of the 4 great talents? No wonder the competition is so fierce. From within the pink mist, Hamanti appeared, analyzing for everyone, not only male disciples, but most of the holy sons and daughters from other regions have also emerged for training. This year has seen all talents, from every social class competing fiercely. Everyone looked at him with respect. Suddenly, from a gap in the blue light, another disciple fell to the ground, his body battered and bruised. The bearded man looked at him anxiously and shouted loudly. It turned out to be the core disciple of Heko Thayan sect, the 3rd-ranked sect among the 36. Hearing this, everyone gathered to discuss. The reason he lost was because he faced a core disciple at the late stage of transformation, a 4th seed contestant in this selection, and he got eliminated so quickly as, lying on the ground covered in injuries, he grimaced, enduring the pain of defeat. Could it be because he encountered the talent from the Sword Dao sect, or the Haiyan He sect earlier? Haondi stood there, explaining to everyone, suggesting that the Heavenly Tom was not only a place for preparing the fire of the Tao, but also particularly good for training magical beasts. His expression darkened as he shared more of what he knew. It has long been said that a 6th-level beast king is imprisoned in the Heavenly Tom, and after more than 10 years, it has likely broken through to the 7th-level beast lord. The bearded man listened intently, staring at Haondi, puzzled. A beast lord. Does not that correspond to the integration stage of cultivation? The question was met with a nod from the old man, who replied in a calm tone. That is right. The beast of the highest rank has no distinct features. No one else but Lekalas. She looked off into the distance, just like an ordinary person, with a cold expression. Lefthivlik scoffed at the losers. So weak, claiming to be the genius of the Nam realm's 4 great talents. Almost got himself killed. She held her head high, gazing into the distance. She was thinking about Thap Tam, hoping he would not let her down. Not far from Leklas, Trang Thap Tam had a guy beaten and pinned against the wall, demanding the loot and all the items on him. Another one pleaded for his life, his face already bruised. But something was still off. Thap Tam kept shouting for the loot. In the distance, a guy staggered towards him, holding his stomach. The pale-faced Heavenly King looked at him, furrowing his brows in assessment. This guy is too strong. Why have I never heard of him in the Nam realm before? Not wanting to argue any longer, the Thap Tam irritably demanded, hurry and hand over all the items equipped with the flame technique. The guy arrogantly chose not to respond, pulling out a flare from his belongings, seemingly thinking only his senior brother could deal with him. Quickly, the Heavenly King ignited the flare. A beam of light shot up into the sky, creating a burst of fireworks that echoed throughout the area. Thap Tam watched his actions in confusion. Why are you setting off fireworks in the daytime? He continued to look at Thap Tam without saying a word, his lips curling into a smirk, thinking to himself, this is a special signal from the Sword Dao sect, meant for limited use in the secret realms of the spatial formations. Suddenly, the Heavenly King used a technique to fly high, escaping from where Thap Tam stood. While flying, he thought about executing his plan. Just need to circle around for a bit, and he could wait for his senior brother to come for support, before he could rejoice. A slap landed squarely on the Heavenly King's face without missing. It turned out to be Thap Tam, who was also hovering in the air to catch him. I have lost my patience now. A beam of light shot down from above, hitting the Heavenly King with such force that it left a dent in the ground. Up high, the Thap Tam raised the golden ring joyfully. Got it. On the ground, he stood there, confused, looking up at Thap Tam in disbelief. What? When did you get that? The Heavenly King gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows as he tried to remember what happened earlier, when he was slapped by Thap Tam. Could that have been the moment he got close just now? Was he that quick? Now seeing Thoptam floating in the air, anger surged within him. How annoying. Suddenly, a series of sharp tendrils erupted from the ground where he stood, writhing around him. At this moment, Divanam's face drained of color, staring with his mouth agape. What? A swarm of tendrils attacked him all at once, smoke rising thickly, as the opening slightly wide. Then Nam retreated to the gathering place of the losers. He lay there, curled up and lifeless. Over here. Thoptam gently leaped from this cliff to another place. Suddenly, he froze. Recalling something. Why was there such a giant monster in this secret realm? Next to him, a black chicken, the transformed form of the black phoenix, caught Thoptam's attention. It must have snuck in before the secret realm formed, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy here, which is why it became so enormous. He frowned and looked up at him. Continuing, from the aura it exuded, it was at least at the top level of the Monster King. Just as they were chatting, a vicious tentacle rushed towards Thoptam. The tentacle slammed down, scattering debris everywhere. Luckily, the Thoptam shot up into the sky, shielding himself from the impact. Looking down, he smiled smugly. After entering the enhancement phase, he had not had the chance to test his skills. And now there was an enemy right in front of him. The black phoenix beside him quickly warned Thoptam, saying that killing the monster would not earn any extra points. So there was no need to waste time on it. Just as he turned to remind him again, Thoptam startled him by kicking the tentacle high. He glanced over at the black phoenix and said, "Don't you want to eat grilled tentacles?" Hearing him, the guy stood with his mouth agape, ready to eat. Indeed, the essence of a 6th-level Monster King had a significant effect on restoring his strength, and could also enhance this body. After a moment of thought, the black phoenix frowned, his eyes revealing determination. Then, it must be a quick battle to prevent others from reaping the benefits. Over here, the tentacle was rushing towards Thoptam in front. It attacked straight into his chest, leaving Thoptam stunned. With just one push, the tentacle sent him flying back a mile, shattering the ground and rocks around him. Wanting to resolve this quickly, the Thoptam clenched his fist. He frowned and shouted. Right hook, hitting its tentacle, causing flesh to splatter everywhere. A piece of the tentacle was severed and lay scattered on the ground. In the middle of the tentacles, something suddenly moved and surged up. It was none other than a giant squid with sharp fangs. Seeing its appearance, the Thoptam stood there, calmly assessing. So it was a squid. The monster angrily launched its tentacle towards Thoptam, and he swiftly dodged its attacks with agility. All 3 tentacles charged at Thoptam in a relentless assault. No matter what, he was hovering in the air, unscathed and refusing to back down. The squid opened its mouth, gathering a source of energy there. It quickly shot that energy straight at Thoptam. Bit surprised, he stood there with a rather confused expression. Fortunately, Thoptam raised his shield high, blocking its violet energy. The force from the purple energy pushed Thoptam back several miles, shattering the surrounding stones. Just when he was attacking smoothly, a beam of green light suddenly shot at the squid from behind, causing it to blow a puff of smoke. It was from the black phoenix, who seemed to still be a 6th-level Monster King yet to be fully awakened. Quite rare indeed. Seeing this, Thoptam angrily shouted at him, "Don't get involved. You have already helped me and are still getting yelled at." The black phoenix stood there, frozen. You quickly turned back into a relaxed black chicken. Whatever, just sit back and enjoy the spoils. A tentacle swung from afar, and in an instant, Thoptam was caught in the tentacle of the squid. He struggled to twist and turn to escape. But no matter what he did, he was furious and gritted his teeth in frustration. Completely bound and unable to exert any power, the chicken transformed by Hachunfug Inji glared at Thoptam and reminded him to ask for help if he needed it. Meanwhile, the squid opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Thoptam whole. Standing before the dangerous abyss, he closed his eyes and rummaged through his memories, realizing he could only use that in a few seconds. The Thoptam clenched his fist and lunged toward the point of attack, immediately unleashing his punch, twisting his wrist to increase penetration, and accelerating muscle contraction to create short, sharp bursts of energy. In an instant, the tentacle binding Thoptam shattered into pieces. Free from the squid's grasp, Thoptam hovered in the air, fist raised in defense, and shouted, "Fist of the inch." One punch from Thoptam caused the squid's tentacle to dissolve into the wind. Enraged, it launched its tentacles at him again. This time, Thoptam did not hold back either. He leaped forward. His punch pierced through its tentacles without missing a beat. The squid could only stand there, howling in pain. But in an instant, its tentacles quickly regenerated. It charged at Thoptam with its tentacles once more. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from below its tentacles. It turned out that Thoptam recognized the danger and retreated. Above, and Fianzhang landed gracefully next to Thoptam. The recovery speed of this monster was indeed impressive. He glanced at Thoptam, suggesting a new idea. It seemed they could only completely destroy it by eliminating its soul. Hearing this, he quickly turned to look at Hexi Fai Ying. The soul raised his head and began explaining to Thap Tam. A level 6 monster corresponds to a god transformation cultivator. So it can condense its soul. If its soul is not destroyed, even if its physical body is severed, it can truly die. While he was explaining, Thap Tam suddenly soared into the air. He dashed straight toward the sharp tentacles in front of him. Thap Tam unleashed a flurry of punches above his head. Once again, the tentacles were severed and shattered. Suddenly, Thap Tam threw a punch right in front of the squid's face, making it widen its eyes in confusion. Thap Tam clenched his fist tightly, furrowing his brows as he yelled at the squid. "Try eating this move of mine." Below, Fifiang witnessed the scene and shouted urgently to remind him once again. "Didn't you hear what I said? Pure physical attacks won't do anything." One punch from Thap Tam smashed the squid's head into a deformed mess. Direct impact. From a distance, Thap Tam hovered around the position where the squid's head had been crushed. Seeing Thap Tam's stubbornness, Fifiang frowned in exasperation. What a waste of energy, as long as its soul is not destroyed. Recovering its physical body is just a matter of time. A second passed, and the squid's head showed no signs of recovery. In just a few seconds, nothing will change. After a while, Black Phoenix looks up, confused, and asks, "What is going on? Why are there no signs of recovery from the Demon King?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Black Phoenix seems to remember something and shouts, "Wait! Why has the aura of the Demon King completely vanished? Could it be that it has gone to that cold place where the 13th monster stands proudly? It seems like it has died." Hearing this, Black Phoenix looks in another direction, puzzled. What could it be that one punch just now destroyed its very soul? Black Phoenix tries to rummage through his memory about the last moment of the 13th SSS attack on the squid. Could it be that the punch was not just a simple physical attack, but also contained some hidden secret technique? Just as he thinks this, he raises a hand to his mouth, pretending to cough shyly, taking advantage of the fact that the Demon King has just died and its energy is still at its peak. You should absorb it to increase your cultivation level. Over here, the 13th rests his chain, deep in thought. Absorb it. You suddenly extend your hand towards Black Phoenix, giving the order, "And give me some fire so I can roast a few of those squid tentacles." Black Phoenix looks up in surprise. "What?" Seeing Black Phoenix's expression, the 13th crosses his arms and slowly explains, "My technique is very special. I can only level up by directly consuming flesh and blood." Listening to his words, Black Phoenix's gaze is filled with contemplation as he evaluates the 13th. This kid seems to have a lot of secrets, does not he? After a while, the 13th hugs a ripe tentacle and takes a big bite. Not far from him, Black Phoenix sits there, absorbing the warmth. The 13th keeps biting from one piece to the next, looking quite satisfied as he eats. A notification board begins to appear. The first time absorbing the flesh and blood of a 6th level Demon King will enhance vitality and increase bodily value. Chewing on a delicious piece of tentacle, the 13th reads the notification carefully. And indeed, it aligns with his expectations. The first time eating a high-level monster allows for an increase in body points. Purple light shines directly towards them at an incredible speed. Black Phoenix and the 13th stand there, wide-eyed in astonishment. Feeling a surge of energy, the light darts by, striking the rock and sending debris flying, forcing the 13th and Black Phoenix to step back defensively. You grit your teeth in anger, sweating profusely as you question, "Who's it?" High above, 3 figures gradually emerge from the large clouds. "The rescue signal is coming from here. I never expected to find such a huge footprint here." From deep within the clouds, mysterious face reveals itself. "There is no sign of any junior brothers around here. I thought they had been eliminated." Another person in the group slowly praises. "Surprising. Right. Even a Demon King of that level could be killed. The opponent truly has some power." From left to right or dream exchange. No forgetting, and long it. Floating above, no forgetting speaks. "This is just a selection for you as part of a grand ceremony." Glancing at them, Thap Tam gaped, quickly realizing they were from the Sword Dao sect and the Xwana faction. The group hovered in the air, slowly moving towards him. He heard the senior brother say they had entered the merging stage, especially that unbeatable swordsman, who had even reached the mid-merging stage. Thap Tam stood below, feeling anxious and looking up. "You guys have formed an alliance." Hearing this, Mzungjiao quickly turned her head back. She explained, "Don't misunderstand. I was just drawn by the fight here and happened to run into you." This was Jiang Mengjiao from the Xwana faction, early merging stage. Vuvtite looked at Thap Tam firmly. "The Demon King level 6 belongs to us. He was from the Sword Dao sect, mid-merging stage." He frowned, looking at Thap Tam with a low, fierce tone. Before Thap Tam could reply, Vuvtite had already closed in on him, ready to kill. At that moment, Thap Tam regained his senses and quickly turned to look. That was when a slash came across him, blood splattering everywhere. A strike from Vuvtite hit Thap Tam right in the chest. In such a fast situation, he could only stand still, frozen in shock. Enfi Yun beside him frowned, feeling confused. In the form of a chicken, He and Fingung grabbed Thop Tam to save him from Vu Tight. Just like that, the two flew away, leaving Vu Tight watching them go. He glanced over, lightly mocking Thop Tam as he fled. You took a direct hit from me, and yet you are still not eliminated. Vu Tight clasped his fingers together, raising them slightly to announce, but you can run away. Just as his hand was about to touch his forehead, someone held it back. Wait a minute. Turns out it is Trikongan. He hurriedly reminded Vu Tight. The blood energy of the Demon King was rapidly depleting. They needed to absorb it quickly. Chasing after a dying man brings more harm than good. Seeing Trumpingen made sense. He nodded in agreement to follow. That is true. With that kind of injury, he won't last much longer. Activating his life-saving mechanism is just a matter of time. Looking up, Vu Tight asked Mengjiao, who was hovering in the air, does Fairy Mengjiao also want to share in the spoils? She looked at him with a somewhat displeased expression. 1 against 2. We can gain anything. I do not want to say much. Mengjiao turned to search for Thop Tam's direction. But I sense that guy has the aura of Dao Fire. We might as well chase after him. After a while, she also took off to look for him. Back at Thop Tam, Fifiech Unyu was supporting him as they floated in the air. He glanced at Thop Tam, complimenting him. Your body is still quite strong. The opponent is in the mid-merging stage. And you took a hit from me but were not eliminated. As he finished his praise, Han Fiyin looked ahead and reminded him. But next time we encounter them, we should try to avoid them. Your strength is probably close to the merging stage. Taking down a transformation level opponent should not be a problem. But if you meet a true merging cultivator, you won't stand a chance. Next to Thop Tam was coughing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. On your chest, the wound caused by the void is corroding deep within. Thop Tam's condition has Hekfi Doggy beside him constantly worried. If your injury is not treated, it will only get worse. Seeing him like this, the Thop Tam, his mouth stained with blood, suggested despite trembling, let us find a place to hide. I have a way to treat it. He Yu's face lit up. He loudly asked that Thop Tam, is it that magical lake water? Suddenly, Fiejing's expression changed drastically, going from bright to dark, as he widened his eyes, holding Thop Tam tightly, and Fiejing turned his head back. There was a strong source of spiritual energy. Moments later, they reached the lake where Thop Tam needed treatment. Following them was Mivan Jiao, silently observing, and in an instant, she lost track of Thop Tam. Meng Jiao turned her head, searching around frantically. Tin Fiyin looked back. Just as he had feared, it was indeed her. Realizing the danger, Fi Feng thought for a long time about a suitable plan. Right now, he could only exert his peak divine transformation power, which was no match for her. Quickly, he tucked the injured Thop Tam down behind a rock, then looked up to search for Meng Jiao's figure. Surely she sensed their presence and followed them here. Swiftly, Fi Yu pressed himself against the rock, peeking out to observe. I have suppressed my spiritual presence to the lowest level. Yet she still found me. It seems her spiritual cultivation is not bad. She does not seem to intimidate me. Fi Ung raised his sharp hand, smiling slightly. But when it comes to controlling spiritual energy, Tushi Fi Ying, am your ancestor? His hand tightened into a fist. Meanwhile, Menjiao was also sensing something. Menjiao stared sharply down below, her gaze piercing. That faint source of spiritual energy vanished. Had it left this area? Without delay, she raised her hand high, summoning a series of magical pink circles, ready to destroy this place without mercy. Meng Gengyao's words left Hechahat stunned for a few seconds. He looked confused. What does she want to destroy this place for? But to prevent that from happening, Afifi In quickly reached into Thop Tam's body. I guess I will borrow your divine fire. From his hand, something sparkling was raised high. It was the divine fire, borrowing energy from Thop Tam. And Fi Dang shot the divine fire forward, creating a long green streak of light. The light moved quickly from one mountainside to another. From above, Mzeng Jiao observed her surroundings and gasped. It is divine fire. Without hesitation, Minfeng Jiao dashed like the wind towards where it moved, eager to handle the situation. Fi Ying bowed his head, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, he managed to lure her away. But unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, Mzeng Jiao had returned to her original spot. Seeing her, Hei Fian was stunned, his tension causing his brows to furrow. Mzeng Jiao floated high above, smiling triumphantly, reminding him that trying to trick her away like that would not be so easy. Mzeng Jiao's words made Hexi Foggy below furious, his face turning pale as he struggled to deal with her. Damn it. The Dreamweaver raised her hands to the sky, creating several magical circles, emphasizing, let us see where you can hide. Indeed, those magical circles sliced through the rocks in an instant. Nearby, Black Phoenix glanced at the shattered mountain. Feeling bewildered, his face drenched in sweat, Black Phoenix made an observation as he watched. She is starting to attack. Receiving the news from him, 13 spat blood. You murmured. Just buy us some time. Hearing you, Black Phoenix bent down to whisper. Kid. You do not plan to heal nearby. Do you? Despite the pain throughout her body, 13 struggled to explain to him that if they did not fight back a little, she would discover them sooner or later, and they would definitely lose then. Seeing this, Black Phoenix turned to leave. He warned you. Then you need to hurry. A green smoke was swirling around the towering peaks, heading straight for the Dream Weaver hovering ahead. In an instant, her gaze locked onto the green smoke in front of her. Without delay, the Dream Weaver channeled energy, and a magical circle appeared to push back the green mist. Once the issue was resolved, she held her head high and smiled, asking, so someone finally got forced out. It turned out that opposite the Dream Weaver was Black Phoenix, who was trying to hold her back to buy time for 13. Looking at the girl in front of him, Black Phoenix frowned slightly, sweat pouring down him. He probably would not be able to last long against a foe of this level. Not far away. 13 gritted her teeth, sitting in a healing pool to tend to her wounds. It is crucial to hurry. Looking at Black Phoenix before her, the Dream Weaver recalled something and softly asked, your spirit beast is that black chicken, but has already been targeted. The Dream Weaver lowered her head, chuckling triumphantly. I did not expect you to be a 6th-level demon lord. Truly, heaven is helping me. In the depths of the waterfall valley, he and she faced off against each other. The Dream Weaver spoke. You have come here alone. Looks like you want to buy time for your master to escape. As the Dream Weaver spoke, she smiled, analyzing the situation for Black Phoenix in detail. But do you know, the protective jade token for the competition can only be possessed by the owner. If the spirit beast dies in battle, the protection mechanism will not activate. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, his expression far from pleased. The sharp claws of Black Phoenix rose, accompanied by green energy. Little cultivator, it only takes me to defeat you. With a decisive motion, Black Phoenix unleashed magic forward, releasing the energy of the 3000 Black Thunder. Meanwhile, the Dream Weaver extended her hand to summon a counterspell against Black Phoenix, a spirit dance of the heavenly harmony. Both sides' magic clashed fiercely, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, a flurry of feathers shot out from the Dream Weaver's magic. Racing forward, they pierced straight into Black Phoenix's chest with finality. Taken by surprise, he grimaced in pain, unable to utter a word. Meng Jiao quickly dashed off to find that Tam, leaving He Feng hanging alone. Not letting her leave easily, he raised his hand to summon magic. The green smoke revealed itself once more, bringing along the destruction of the surrounding mountains. The extermination thunderbolt. Meng Jiao raised her hand to summon a magic circle, blocking He Feng's attack. You are just a little strong. Right. Her hand spread out, and a golden bell quickly appeared. But just like that, Meng Jiao slipped straight into the defensive magic bell, her spirit shielded, with a sharp gaze. Her serious expression assured that she would not let my attack be harmed. Not even a bit. Outside, He Feng looked up and confidently replied to Meng Jiao. If I can't hurt you, then I can at least temporarily trap you. His words were quickly echoed by her. Trapping him. Seeing He Feng's clarity, Meng Jiao hurriedly explained from within. The feathers that hit you before. Do you think they would only harm you so simply? Hearing this, he stared in silence. From within his body, He Feng felt something was off. He looked up at the magic tool, while Meng Jiao continued to explain. It creates a magic formation that erodes you the moment it touches you. In conclusion, she lowered her head, her mouth curling into a smug smile. You are done for, little black chick. On this side, He Feng's body exploded, his mouth spewing blood. Boom. Just like that, He Feng fell to the ground, smoke trailing behind him as he fell. From this side, Meng Jiao saw the perfect opportunity and rushed in. Your demon core and demon marrow now belong to me. Despite being injured, He Feng spread his hand towards Meng Jiao. A stream of green energy was desperately released to attack her. But unexpectedly, Meng Jiao easily dodged, wasting his effort. Seeing this, He Feng could only grit his teeth, his mouth stained with blood, thinking it was over. He truly had no strength left. On this side, that Tam was still soaking in the bath. Was he not done yet? Outside, Meng Jiao is getting beaten up badly. In the lake, he keeps his eyes shut tight, recovering from his injuries. Meng Jiao throws another punch, but he dodges it. Thop Tam remains silent and still. Menzing Jiao clenches her fist, aiming right at Hex Fajiang. Die already. His patience has limits. He glares and shouts for him. Trang Thap Tam. From the lake, the call of Hex Fajiang makes Thap Tam open his eyes quickly. Menzing Jiao raises her hand, filled with magic, heading straight for him. She charges decisively toward Thap Tam, ready to die. They clash fiercely at the foot of the mountain, splashing water everywhere, with the dust of battle thick in the air. From the ground, they both soar into the sky, fighting without pause. The Thop Tam clenches his fist and delivers a powerful punch straight to Meng Dao's face. Her face is now swollen from the hit as she looks up at him. Not stopping, Thop Tam grits his teeth and frowns. Launching his next attack. His strikes come fast like a spring-loaded mechanism. Mzung Jiao is fortified inside a protective magic bell while Thop Tam punches wildly. His strength exceeds expectation, sending the spear flying straight down to the foot of the mountain. At that moment, due to the intense impact, the protective bell around Mzung Jiao cracks significantly. Even she is shocked by what Thop Tam has done. What? Tam Than Ling is a heavenly grade magic item. It can't withstand his attack. The bell shatters from afar as he charges in and punches her hard, knocking her jaw off kilter. Just one punch sends Meng Dao flying through several mountain peaks, destroying each one in her path. She finally lands in a pile of shattered rocks, which falls on top of Mengfang Jiao. From within the rubble, she bursts up with a cry and escapes. Damn it. Menzeng Jiao looks into the distance, searching for Thap Tam's figure. Her face is now covered in blood, her eyes filled with rage. Can't sense his aura. Is he using this distance to escape? Just thinking of this, Meng Dao clenches her teeth in humiliation. Damn it. She screams loudly, the fury inside Meng Dao burning fiercely around her. Damn it. The ground and rocks are being shattered into hundreds of pieces by her. A massive pile flies high into the air under Meng Jiao's control. Her expression is now cold, filled with great resentment toward Thap Tam. You little deity, daring to destroy my magic item. I won't let you off next time. Somewhere else in the Sharp Peak Mountains, deep inside a hidden cave, Thap Tam and Hefli Fai Ung immerse themselves in the refreshing lake water. Finally rejuvenated, while relaxing, he glances at the boy, gently reminding him, "Kid, stay calm. Do not get too tangled up with that woman." Facing Hefi action, Thap Tam opens his mouth wide to respond. I am not fully recovered yet. I do not have confidence to beat her. Images of Tropeng and Envy tight linger in his mind, and after being entangled for too long, he fears it might lead to those two. Putting that aside, Fifine looks at Thap Tam, asking about his health. So how's your health? Immersed in the lake, the Thap Tam raises both hands and clenches them tightly. You boldly declared you would restore it just as much. Grabbing onto the edge of the lake, Thap Tam quickly stepped forward. Let me give it a try. You warmed up, bending your body back and forth for a few seconds, then clenched your fist and threw a strong punch forward, shouting loudly about the technique. A straight punch shattered the rock, startling Hek Fedu beside you. He regained his composure and scolded Thap Tam. Can't you see the spirit? What if it collapses? Now caught by law. You could only scratch your head and laugh. Sorry. I forgot about the control. Suddenly, Thap Tam was drawn to something not far away. Before your eyes, a glowing green entrance appeared. The Thap Tam waved hurriedly. It seemed there was light piercing through the cliff. Tushi Fi Ying, curious, quickly turned his head to look. Both of them quickly advanced deep into the rock face. After just a few steps, Thap Tam was startled by the sight before him. There, series of plants radiated bright colors within a cliff that Thap Tam had pierced through. Ftfing looked down at one of the plants and immediately recognized it as a precious treasure created from spiritual energy. These divine herbs surprisingly were all of high quality. Just as he lifted his head, he saw the Thap Tam bending over a nearby clear pond. What is this? Fijing also slowly walked over to stand beside you by the clear water. It is definitely the Longtien Hengchen Toin pure natural. Without further ado, Thap Tam opened his mouth and bent down to take a big gulp to quench his thirst. To his surprise, before he could swallow, he spat out all the water. It was really hard to drink. Aunt Fi Ying stood beside him, shaking his head in disappointment at Thap Tam's ignorance. Are you an idiot? Unlike the Longtien Hengchen liquid that can be refined, Longtien Hengchen Tine can only enhance the body through soaking. Aunt Fi Ying likened this pond to the process of iron forging, but is also a heavy burden for a cultivator's body. Just like forging iron, if you are not made of good material, the longer you train, the more harm it does to you. Thap Tam accepted his explanation, launching himself into the pond to soak, feeling a scorching heat, which made XT Fagi shout, "Let me finish what I am saying." After thinking for a long time, he made a decision. To reach the peak, I must also train this body. So Echi soaked into the water with Thap Tam. It is too hot. While relaxing in the pond, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he quickly suggested to you, "Then let us see who can soak longer." Hearing that, the Thap Tam rested his arms on either side of the pond, smiling and accepting. All right. A few days later, at the sharp mountains Thap Tam had visited before, a figure floated in the air, searching for something. It turned out to be Hein Mum and Chun. His face was creased with worry. Where is this place? How did I get teleported here? But in reality, the body of Tronkenfeng still recognized someone else as Hein Men and Chun. To take revenge on Trang Thap Tam, I specifically used forbidden techniques to transfer my spirit into the disciple's body. That is what Trunfeng's gaze right now is actually his own, avoiding the scrutiny of the hidden realm. It is a pity he was teleported to this remote place and still has not encountered him. The elder of the Haiyan Chan sect was flying high above a deep mountain cave, drawing the attention of Haiyan Mun and Chun. He stared blankly, filled with speculation. What is that? Could it be a fateful opportunity? Without hesitation, Hyanamenchun dove straight down to land at the cave's entrance. He looked deep inside to see what was there. From within, a stream of red smoke tightly wrapped around Hyanchen Men, startling him. In just a few fleeting seconds, it pulled him deep inside. The surrounding mountains returned to an unprecedented calm. Back at the spot where Hyan Ta and the group stood, he raised his head and began to speak. It has been a few days now. Time must have passed significantly. Then he slightly bowed his head and slowly announced the hot news. The moment of the truth Amafield is about to begin. Elsewhere, a skull was rising to the surface from the water, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Finally, a field of skulls fully emerged. Viku Taid, standing high above with his hands behind his back, confirmed that the tomb of the ultimate transcendent had finally appeared. The true treasure is inside. He turned around and looked at the people behind him, suggesting, anyone brave enough can join me to compete for this opportunity. Thus, the three of them, Meng Jiao, Viku Taid, and Tertrongen, rushed into the skull. One guy standing to the side was sweating and trembling with fear. What should I do? Do I have to go in with them? The others hovering above were also a bit hesitant and did not dare to. Seeking wealth amidst danger. If one does not compete for opportunities in the grand path, the journey will inevitably be short. The guy Triduvan had observed closely for a while. His face darkened. And finally, they all agreed to rush inside with Viku tight. A flurry of arrows shot out like the wind, and the group rushed in, oblivious to their surroundings, only to be pierced through the chest by arrows. Seeing the dangerous situation, Triduvan shouted to remind everyone behind him, the tome has traps. Everyone be careful and return to the sharp mountain. In the deep cave, the path was unclear, and Fiang was bowing his head, and he spoke a bit admiringly to Thop Tam. Good. Your body is indeed extraordinary. Just the other day, I could not help but practice with Long Dean Tine. Yet you still managed to hold on until now. Yes. Thop Tam clenched his hands while soaking in the pond. Contemplating, the system had stopped announcing muscle value increases. It seemed that the spring water had reached its limit for my upgrade. Suddenly, he jumped out of the lake, rushing quickly to the shore, leaving Black Phoenix confused. Shi-san quickly pointed at the rare spiritual herb before them, suggesting, let us gather some resources here before continuing to collect fire essence. But do not take everything. Black Phoenix nodded. Got it. Leaving that place, Black Phoenix was flying in the air, holding Shi-san tightly along with him. Seemingly sensing something, Black Phoenix opened his mouth to inform Shi-san. The spiritual energy here seemed to have changed. Ahead was an immense weight, and this power felt very similar to fire essence. Hearing this, he nodded and suggested to Black Phoenix, let us go check it out. Following the order, he quickly steered them towards the skull floating in the nearby water. After a while of moving, both of them arrived in front of the open-mouthed skull. Shi-san was stunned, eyes wide open, surprised that such a place existed in the secret realm. Black Phoenix also observed and shared his thoughts about this place. From the perspective of spiritual energy, it must be the burial site of a powerful figure who underwent tribulation. Hearing this, Shi-san hurriedly asked him a few more questions. The fire essence generated inside must be stronger. Right, Black Phoenix quickly answered while flapping his wings. Definitely. Suddenly, a foot appeared and kicked strongly, causing Black Phoenix to startle and frown slightly. On this side, Shi-san was equally startled. A single kick had separated him and Black Phoenix into two different directions. Glancing at the person in front of him, Thop Tam immediately recognized you. The one he met in the secret realm before, your face hidden behind a mask. You smiled at Thop Tam. Wait over here. I finally got to see you. No one. You are Luckluff. Floating above the water, Left Luch challenged Thop Tam to a duel. Seeing this, Thop Tam spoke up, inquiring about the identity of the mysterious person in front of him. Who are you really? You have been targeting me since before entering the secret realm. Upon hearing this, you smiled smugly, not wanting to say much to him. Love quickly charged at Thop Tam to attack. A mere mortal has no right to know. A sharp knife suddenly appeared in her hand, radiating magic. Seeing this, Thop Tam looked a bit wary and frustrated. A swing from Lak came straight at Thop Tam, sending debris flying. Luckily, he quickly stepped back to dodge that attack. On this side, Black Phoenix flapped his wings continuously, shouting to remind Thop Tam, be careful. The aura around this guy is no weaker than the three from earlier. Lak charged at him once again without hesitation. She was poised to strike with the sharp knife at Thop Tam's neck, but he stopped her with just one finger in an instant. The current situation left Lak feeling confused. What? She was quite upset for not bringing a weapon to counter him, and using this dull knife instead. If she had known earlier, she would have brought a weapon with her. Indeed, ordinary weapons posed no threat to him at all. Now it was Thop Tam's turn to counterattack. His fist clenched as he threw a punch at Lak. Just one punch sent her flying high, landing hundreds of meters away, crashing down onto a sharp rock not far from the entrance of the skull-shaped tomb. Lak quickly shielded herself from the falling debris. She praised Thop Tam. Not bad. Just as Master Lei said, Incredible strength. She just looked up, but he was gone. He vanished without a trace. Lak Lak stood there stunned for a few seconds, frantically searching for that Tam. Where did everyone go? Did he hide inside the tomb? Quickly, she rushed into the mouth of the skull tomb, determined to find him. Damn it. Inside here, Thap Tam and Black Phoenix were sprinting away as he moved. Thap Tam speculated about the number of cultivators in the tomb. This place would definitely attract other cultivators, so there was no need to linger with her. Suddenly, a series of sharp stones erupted around them uncontrollably. Thap Tam stared wide-eyed in shock, regaining his composure. He quickly maneuvered through the sharp points aimed at him. Once past, Thap Tam looked back and shook his head in dismay. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous, so he and Black Phoenix dashed deeper inside. Suddenly, as Thap Tam and he landed, something felt off. A deep pit swallowed them both down. Even while falling, Black Phoenix tried to analyze the terrain. Is it a dual absorption moon? This terrain beneath them was a bubbling lava pit, waiting for prey to rush in. Below would be the destruction of the volcanic core. Just seeing it made Black Phoenix's face turn pale, and he was sweating profusely. This powerful being truly was formidable, able to utilize the deadly terrain here as a trap. The bubbling lava was eagerly waiting for both of them to enter and swallow them whole. This lava, even a great cultivator would be melted by it. Hearing this, Thap Tam was bewildered. He shouted loudly towards Black Phoenix. What? Then why do not we hurry and fly out of here? There is no point of support around us, so there is no way we can do it. Over here. He glanced at the Ving Dung Nam, and after a moment spoke up. No way. Through FTF's eyes, he analyzed the structure of the pit below for Thap Tam. The Long Hepsh Pit is a large airflow created by the destruction of the geothermal heat. Unless one has extremely high cultivation or practices a very special flying technique, there is no way to escape from here. His eyes closed tightly, revealing his worry for both their lives. Is it possible that I will lose my life here? The Thap Tam clenched his fists, deciding to take one last desperate chance, just to see what happens. With that, the Thap Tam dove quickly down, launching his attack, throwing a flurry of punches. A series of blows landed directly into the fiery lava. His energy surged straight down into the Vengenham Thech. The lava was pushed aside, revealing something below. A jade-green gate with exquisite carvings shimmered behind the layer of lava. Hek Fin Ung recognized it at a glance. He was surprised. Is this the Great Gate of Mazit? Without hesitation, he looked at Thap Tam and shouted at him to punch harder, to keep using his wind technique, and not let the lava gather in the center. Following the command, Thap Tam put all his strength into it and charged forward. Around Hek Veching, a green smoke appeared, gradually enveloping him without leaving any gaps. In just a few seconds, and Fie Zhangyi had transformed back into human form. He quickly landed, kneeling on the Great Gate of Mazit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Fie Zhangyi had discovered something. His hand lightly touched the intricate patterns of the Great Gate of MZ8. This sparked a recollection, and Henek Fini unexpectedly spoke up. The secret of the ancient era. If one wants to open this door, they must first solve this puzzle. Hefty Fi Ung glanced at the gate before him, smiling with satisfaction. Truly, it is finding a way to live in the face of death, which is why I am Hestaish Fi Yanyi, surviving from ancient times until now. Xi Femi stood amidst the fiery gate, beginning to channel his internal power. He formed a seal with his hands in front of him and shouted. As he finished speaking, the door before him immediately opened, smoke rising thickly around. Hek Fing then shouted loudly, "Now's the time. Let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, Thap Tam shot in like a rocket. The two figures soared swiftly into the door, just in time. The flames surged forward. As the two entered, a violent tremor erupted, and everyone felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. He looked around for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "Is this really Mepsi that?" I think Feng Yang had already started to look around, and he called out to him, "Hurry, look at this." Looking at what was in front of him, I think Feng Yang was astonished. It is a divine consciousness. According to his deduction, a great power must have transcended here, leaving only a divine consciousness within this divine void, likely wanting to pass on their teachings to future generations. And Fie Zheng said seriously, "Your fortune is not bad, kid. Open the divine void and listen to that great power pass on the teachings." As he finished speaking, Thap Tam immediately stepped forward to open the lid of the box. Instantly, a large purple figure appeared before them. The figure looked somewhat lonely. In life, he must have been a noble man, just freed from that tiny box. A sorrowful voice rang out. "I have still failed," the figure recounted. "When I was young, I was unfortunately caught in the rift of the realms and brought to this place." Hearing this, Thap Tam was suddenly startled. Was he not from this world? His throat suddenly felt a bit choked. Thap Tam thought to himself, "Just like me?" The Black Phoenix looked at that being and said, "The rift of the realms. In ancient times, I was even in older ruins and indeed discovered records about this. Each great world has a realm of its own, and between the realms exist barriers that separate them. The world we are in, the divine continent, is just one of those realms. He continued, this place is a world filled with spiritual energy for cultivation. Everything in the mortal realm has spiritual energy, and everyone can cultivate. But only a few can truly step into the realm of immortals. This is true even in the immortal realm of this world. One could say the lower limits are extremely high, yet the upper limits are very low. Either one can step into the immortal realm, or they must find a way to break through the barriers of the divine realm. In the end, I managed to reach this step. After a pause, that being seemed to have a heavy stone weighing on his heart. Ironically, just as I was about to ascend my immortal tribulation, the rift that rarely appears in 10,000 years suddenly emerged and appeared mysteriously. I ultimately failed my tribulation and perished here. So this is how it was. Thaptam could not help but feel curious. Was there something that attacked him through the rift? That is what led to his failure in ascending, the Black Phoenix replied. Not necessarily. It could also be the spatial chaos caused by the rifts in the realms, the being said. The appearance of the rifts was extremely random and fleeting in an instant. In any case, I have never encountered it before. Yet this powerful being encountered it twice. I really can't tell if that is good luck or bad luck. As he spoke, he gradually began to fade away. I have condensed my Tao fruit into the sacred heart Tao fire and placed it in the main chamber. If someone has the fate to find this place, they can enter through the secret chamber at the back door. The Black Phoenix became anxious. The sacred heart Tao fire. Isn't that a very precious Tao fire? And it is the sacred item condensed from the essence of the Tao as well. He grabbed Thaptam's hand, hurriedly pulling him along. If we can successfully refine and absorb it, the path of cultivation will be smooth and unobstructed before the tribulation. Hurry up, over here. Everyone was also bustling about searching. Wuju's group quickly followed, feeling pleased. They had finally arrived. Looking at the large tome erected straight ahead, Wuju shouted, main tome chamber. He smirked. Unexpectedly, this tome was connected to so many intricate mechanisms everywhere. They had truly overcome all dangers to reach here. There. At that moment, a Travangan approached, saying, Brother, look at this. Looking at the small flame on the chest, he said to Viguit, that is the Holy Heart Fire. Murmurs of discussion erupted. There is actually Holy Heart Fire in the tome. I heard that if you absorb it, there is a chance to turn into gold. Munjiao thought to herself. Damn it. I am the only one from the Han He sect here, so I can't compete for anything. Trapping and then spoke loudly. Everyone was ready to act. Indeed, the fire appeared. Enough for others to set aside their differences in cultivation levels and want to try. The Vutite remained aloof, snorting disdainfully before turning away. Then he warned his junior brother, keep an eye on Jiang Minjiao and those other guys. As he spoke, Vutite gathered his inner strength. A dazzling beam of red lightning shot out. Just like that, a mighty sword emerged from his body. The crowd gasped at the sight of this weapon. It was the legendary boundless sword, the ultimate weapon. Before leaving, he turned back, feeling disdainful. Just a sword, and it already intimidated everyone else. Then Vutite stepped up high, greedily reaching out to touch the flame before him. The Holy Heart Fire is mine now. Mzingjiao glanced over at Trapangan, beginning to calculate. What should I do now? Want to make a move? Looking at the man in front of her, she hesitated, weighing her options. Although our cultivation levels are both at the merging stage, the pressure he exerts is even stronger than Kim Vutite. Sensing Mujiao's thoughts, he immediately extinguished any hope. I won't let you pass. Up here. Vutite was just about to touch that flame. Suddenly, the flame transformed into a grayish-white mist. At this moment, Vutite felt a sharp pain, and he was startled. It felt as if he was falling into a bottomless pit, but the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Seeing his body move involuntarily, he trembled in surprise, unable to move. The people around were also astonished. What was happening? Unable to move. Is this a triggered restriction? At that moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the cave entrance, drawing everyone's attention there. Vutite immediately realized. The stone door has opened. Is this a new restriction activation? Inside, Thaptam was chattering away. This tunnel is too long. Where have we finally reached? Just as he finished speaking, he stepped out and was shocked to see Vutite standing stiffly there. Vutite was also startled to see Thaptam. Why is it him? He is still alive. You slowly walk over. What is going on with these people? It is like they have been paralyzed. And Fie Hang added, it is probably the activation of a restriction here. Suddenly, he looked up at the flame above him and joyfully exclaimed, this is the Holy Heart Fire. It feels truly different. No need to say more. And Fie Hang turned to Thaptam excitedly. Hurry up and get rid of it. But seeing my crazy master standing there with his arms outstretched measuring something by the coffin, his face was undeniably gloomy. Black Phoenix irritably glared at Shi and asked, what are you doing? You are actually stroking your chin and calculating. This is the coffin of that powerful being. What if we just take his corpse? These crazy words are really scaring our Black Phoenix. Don't say that. We can handle the tribulation of a powerful being's corpse. And besides, the protective formation can set up a deadly trap. We can't be disrespectful. She pointed at the coffin and asked, "Is that how it is? Then let us take the sacred fire." Black Phoenix quickly raised his hand. "Wait. Explain again." "Taking the fire means the restrictions on everyone will be lifted. We have important matters to attend to before that happens." Immediately after, Black Phoenix walked towards the group, leaving Shi behind in a daze. As soon as Meng Jiao saw him, she instantly felt uneasy. Indeed, a bad person thinks everyone is bad. She broke out in a sweat and shouted, "What do you want? I have a protective talisman. Do not even think about getting rid of me in this situation." But contrary to her thoughts, Black Phoenix, with an utterly disgusting face, opened his mouth and spat. Moments later, all the saliva he had gathered shot straight at Meng Jiao's face, leaving her stunned. As a celestial maiden, being treated like this now, Meng Jiao's face. Truly disgusting. Meanwhile, Shi was walking towards Wuju, and as soon as he saw him, he bristled. Wuju glared and shouted, "If you humiliate me, even after the preliminaries, I will definitely not let you go." Not wasting time, Shi kicked hard at his groin, as if trying to take away his eggs, but it did not stop at just one kick. Shi kept delivering a flurry of kicks. If he were a normal person, he would have been smashed into scrambled eggs by now, but Wuju remained calm. This kind of attack can to break my defense." In response to his smugness, Shi flashed a sly grin. Moments later, he lifted Wuju's shirt to rummage inside. He was surprised. "What are you doing?" After a moment, Shi exclaimed, "Found it. Your storage ring. You are so strong. You must have gathered quite a bit of sacred fire. I did not expect someone like you to act in such an outrageous way." Can't he help but scald? So shameless. Seeing him play around with his enemy like this, Black Phoenix reminded. "All right, it is time to get serious," he said seriously. "Once we gather the sacred fire, the restrictions can be lifted, and we will leave as quickly as possible." Shi replied with a word. "Understood." With that, Black Phoenix placed his mark on the flame to break the restrictions. At the same time, the flame carried the ring on Black Phoenix's hand as it dispersed a bit. Noticing the right moment, he immediately turned to Shi and said, "Now's the time." The two coordinated perfectly. Right after that statement, Black Phoenix charged forward. Meanwhile, Wuju's fingers twitched slightly, secretly rejoicing that he could move now. It was like playing tag. As soon as he broke the curse on himself, he shouted and charged straight at Thap Tam. "Don't run." But a second later, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the coffin, startling Vit cautiously. He quickly turned around to check behind him. What was that sound? From within the coffin, a thick wave of dark energy filled with ominous vibes emanated, accompanied by a terrifying sound. Tertung and frowned. "That is the coffin of a powerful being from the tribulation stage that has fallen. I sense a troubling atmosphere." Upon hearing this, Vutuit froze, loudly declaring, "Zombie transformation." The suffocating energy radiating from the coffin grew stronger, causing those with lower cultivation to cover their faces with their hands. The sound of rattling grew louder as the coffin began to creak open, revealing an interior as dark as ink, reminiscent of Egyptian mummies. A swollen, sharp hand reached for the lid of the box. The rattling noise intensified. From within, a zombie with a skeletal structure and sharp teeth, a full odor wafted out as it slowly shook its head. The disciples present were all sweating profusely. That was the legendary tribulation corpse. Unexpectedly, it had come back to life. Meng Jiao speculated that the holy heart fire must have been stolen, triggering the curse of the coffin. Atramangan immediately looked at it, feeling a bit anxious. The aura was too powerful. As soon as the skeleton broke free from the curse, it aggressively opened its mouth, growling at everyone as if preparing to attack. Seeing the terrifying sight before them, everyone could not help but scream, "Run!" The sight of these living creatures panicking only made the zombie more frenzied, and of course, it would not let them have their way. A huge explosion rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone was terrified, watching as the door was slowly blocked by falling rocks. Feeling helpless, the exit was blocked. The Vuhite nervously clenched his teeth. Even if it was a corpse, even with the restrictions of the secret realm, the strength of this enemy exceeded imagination. There was no other choice. He took charge, knowing that only by working together could they survive this ordeal. Shifting scenes to Thap Tam. Hang Fei-nung was nestled against his shoulder, both floating in the air. He transformed back into a serious-looking chicken, saying to use all their strength to fly, seemingly coming from the boundary of the secret realm. According to Hefi Fudgy, they just needed to find a place to hide until the secret realm ended, and this selection would be secure. At that moment, Thap Tam spotted a cave, with a mysterious red light flickering inside. He quickly shouted in excitement, "Over there! Could it be that I am about to encounter a fortuitous event?" to satisfy their curiosity. They both descended in front of the cave to explore inside. The Optam and Hexty Fighty then calmly entered. The atmosphere around them was unusually silent. Just then, the Thoptam stepped on a piece of bone, which made a loud noise. The scene before him made him exclaim. Surprisingly, this place was filled with skeletons. Just as he said, the passageway was essentially piled high with white bones, and Fijing's gaze gradually hardened. As if he sensed something, the chicken claws began to move. Immediately, Black Phoenix transformed back into human form. He carried a wave of dark energy with him, delving deeper inside to scout ahead. Black Phoenix's gaze remained unyielding, sweat dripping down his forehead. I felt a sense of unease. Shi-san walked alongside him. The two continued deeper into the cave. There were human skeletons, large and small, of various type, but all were decayed. From deep within the cave, a body wearing a tattered, ragged garment emerged. The sight startled both of them. And it was not because it was beautiful. In front of them lay a decayed skeleton, with something grotesquely swollen in its belly. It emitted a full smell of blood. Shi-san was shocked. Wondering what it was, he stared in confusion. Recognizing that the corpse's attire resembled that of the divine spirit in the temple, Black Phoenix frowned and added, could this really be the body of the omnipotent being that transcended? The corpse in the Movie family's coffin was either fake or empty. But seeing it was like staring at a brain, resembling a spider's web, Shi-san could not help but feel strange. What happened to this corpse? Black Phoenix, being more perceptive, raised a finger to his lips to signal silence and said, wait. Listen closely. Suddenly, the surrounding space was enveloped in silence. And that red circular mass seemed to have something stirring within. Moreover, it was pounding incessantly like a human heart. Seeing a shadow lurking, Shi-san widened his eyes in shock. There was someone inside that mass. Black Phoenix, however, was not so calm. He had been frowning and sweating. It might not even be human. It gave me an unsettling feeling. This thing truly made him feel on edge. Since I was born, I had never felt this uneasy. Whatever was inside was extremely evil. Black Phoenix examined it more closely. It resembled a parasite on the body of the omnipotent being, almost like some kind of soul borrowing. Being stared at like that, the thing inside immediately took notice. It turned to look at the two with a deathly gaze. Until now, Black Phoenix had been observing it, causing both of them to gasp in unison. The shadow awakened. Black Phoenix channeled his dark inner strength and instructed Shi-san. You need to run now. My instincts tell me we have to destroy it before it breaks free. Not giving him a chance to react, he struck the strange creature with a powerful blow. The attack unleashed a tremendous force that enveloped the mountain, followed by a loud explosion. The cave shattered, dust flying everywhere. Both of them had to cover their faces with their hands. This attack would have been unbearable for an ordinary person. But it was a bizarre creature. Black Phoenix remained alert, turning into dust to evade. Just when he let his guard down, a massive force shot toward Black Phoenix. Fresh blood erupted from his shoulder. Although he sensed its overwhelming presence, he did not expect it to be that fast. Even injured, he had not fully regained his senses. Seeing his teammate bleeding, Shi-san gasped and shouted in worry. Black Phoenix. At that moment, the system sounded an emergency alert, detecting a lethal threat. The system was forced to initiate the main mission to eliminate the threat, or else the host would be eliminated by the system. As the system announced this, Black Phoenix also fell back in shock, surprised by the announcement. He forced himself into the main mission. Does the system even have missions like this? From the cloud of dust, a figure emerged. Was not he out of breath? It seems he really has luck on his side. A body with gray skin and sharp fangs looked towards 13. Unexpectedly, the ones who barged into the cave this time were you. The demon with two long horns looked at him like they were long-lost brothers. He did not recognize him, but of course, 13 did not want to befriend this terrifying demon. Who are you? I do not recall ever interacting with you. The demon smirked smugly. It has only been 2 months, and you have already forgotten me. But that is understandable. After all, I looked so different back then compared to now. He reminisced about the time when they fought, accidentally breaking the barrier between realms, allowing me to merge this world with another part. And that is why you and Black Phoenix saw that terrifying red heart. Hearing him say that, 13 suddenly fell silent. He did not know how to respond. The demon looked at him, pondering. Are you confused? It does not matter, he asked himself and answered. Either way, you are about to die. A dead person does not need to understand much. With that, the demon brandished his red blade, then swung it toward 13. Before him, the attack seemed like a storm, carrying a deadly momentum. But of course, 13 would not back down. He used his heavy weight to block the attack. This was the first time his weapon had been shattered by an external force, leaving our main character stunned. He was taken aback. What? This was the device after the system upgrade. Yet it could not withstand one of his strikes. The demon was delighted. Not bad. It could actually take one of my blows. Then he looked at the butcher knife in his hand. But just now, I only use 50% of my blade as energy. Black Phoenix hurriedly pulled 13 back. Worried. Do not engage with him. While I know you have improved your strength, you are definitely not his match. He gritted his teeth, trying to explain. Don't think that no one can fight him in this secret realm. Even outside, there are very few who can stand against him. What is terrifying is not just his power. Under the suppression of this secret realm, his strength is at most peak fusion level. What is most unsettling is that knife of his. It is probably the deadly aura of the demon race. According to Black Phoenix, this weapon is definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Phoenix felt something pulling him up before he could even steady himself. It turned out that 13 had taken Black Phoenix with him. He used all his jumping ability to escape. 13 decisively said, if we can T-fight, the best option is to run. Black Phoenix was satisfied. Good. You really are decisive. The demon watched the two figures, smirking, then said, wanna run? It is not that easy. Back at the large skull, there was not much movement on this side either. Princess Lucky Laffy pouted. Sitting there, it seemed like there was a vast expanse in the tomb, and no sign of him. After all, there was only one way out, and I was still here waiting for him, hoping he was still inside. Lost in thought, she suddenly sensed something unusual. T-Luck of Luck looked into the distance, where a massive aura of killing intent was heading this way. From her experience, she could not help but frown. The killing intent was too strong, even from a distance, making her uneasy. To satisfy her curiosity, Luff quickly dashed towards the thick aura she had just detected. After running for a bit, she was surprised by the scene before her. It seemed someone was flying towards her. That presence was riding the clouds and cutting through the wind across countless mountains. Approaching her quickly, T-Luck of Lux was still flying straight ahead, while Dapatam was carrying Hek Fai Zhuang, zooming past. And when he turned back, he saw her. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Trang Thaptam, finally caught you. No time to argue with her. You shouted. Idiot. There is an enemy behind. Run now. Before the words even left her mouth, the other party had not grasped the situation yet when the two-horned demon quickly closed in from behind. Realizing the ominous presence behind her, she immediately turned around in shock, but of course, he showed no mercy, delivering a direct strike to her chest. After all, they were both humans. Seeing her injured like that, Thaptam gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. As he was carrying his black chicken and fleeing, seeing her struggling like that made him turn back. Without Thaptam, Princess Lucky Laffy might have already met her end at the hands of this demon. He charged in to distract him. His strike caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to erupt in a shocking explosion. Thaptam's arm was now stained with fresh blood. That blow had injured him quite severely. But his grip did not loosen. Tushi Fi Ying. Looking at our male lead, truly a good teammate. The arrogant demon could withstand my strike with his body. This kid is quite interesting. Titilukin, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. That is not an ordinary blade. She voiced her speculation, filled with dark energy. But it is definitely a standard celestial level weapon. If it were not for the rules of this secret realm restraining us, we would have long been souls under the blade. Hearing this, Thaptam could not help but be surprised. A standard celestial level weapon. But just a moment later, he was startled. Wait, were not you injured? Why are not you hurt now? Love quickly cheerfully presented a small yellow pill in her hand. Fortunately, before setting out, I prepared 2 pills to extend my life. As long as it is not a fatal wound, I can recover immediately. A master should not waste time with good stuff. Thaptam immediately asked to give it to his family. Give this chicken a pill. Seeing it about to collapse, Left frowned, tightly holding onto the pill. I can let you have it. This medicine is very precious. I know it is valuable, but I can let Black Phoenix be in danger. 13 frowned seriously, considering it a favor owed to her. This Luck of Luck seems to have no ill intentions towards you. It seems this condition is acceptable. Immediately, she threw the pill towards 13. He quickly reached out to catch it and looked at her. Thank you. At that moment, the demon lunged straight at 13 from behind. He looked at him, his face full of arrogant cunning. Do you think I do not exist? Indeed. In the midst of negotiating for the pill, he had forgotten about this enemy lurking behind him. A strong slash came from behind. But fortunately, T-Luck of Luck rushed in just in time to block it. Her defensive talisman immediately shattered. But at the same time, it saved 13's life. The demon smirked at her. Knowing the talisman was a one-time use, she coldly stared at him. Getting hit by you just now was my mistake. I will return the favor this time. As soon as she finished speaking, she channeled her internal power, unleashing a dangerously vibrant purple energy. Naturally, the demon realized it instantly. He was startled, his eyebrows knitting together. But it seemed like he was too late to react. The burst of power shot straight towards the demon like flares. Yet, he felt no harm, only a cloud of dust rising around him. Seeing his face smeared from the attack, he coldly remarked to the girl. Interesting. Switching scenes to Taiyu Men. The little sister was still sitting cross-legged in meditation, concentrating her internal energy. Suddenly, she saw a strange dark cloud in the sky swirling into a vortex. Taiyu Men speculated. Is it a thunder tribulation? Absorbing the fire energy indeed helps a lot with cultivation. She felt she could finally break through to the Kai refinement stage. But would this level welcome a thunder tribulation? Then she looked further away after hearing a strange sound. In front of her, purple lights flickered brightly in the sky. Her curious nature kicked in. What is going on in a desolate place like this? Is there really a fierce battle? Taiyu Man, unafraid of anything, quickly flew up to see if she could score something good. She would leave the breakthrough for later to avoid being disturbed. Meanwhile, the two sources of internal energy, one purple and one red, intertwined, creating resonating sounds. 13 and Black Phoenix seemed to be watching a great show. He could not help but murmur in admiration. This girl has a lot of magical treasures. Black Phoenix had fully recovered by now and chimed in, likely the young master of some clan, absorbed in watching the fight from a distance. Taiyu Mun joyfully shouted out, hearing the familiar voice. Trundling Thap Tam immediately turned around to see who was behind him, seeing his little sister there. Thap Tam could not help but be delighted. Taiyu Man. She recounted, I heard the sounds nearby. I did not expect it was you. Brother, unable to contain her curiosity, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Taiyu Man asked, who are you all fighting? Thap Tam glanced at the demon, unsure of the enemy's background, but he was indeed extremely strange. Looking at Lak Lak, who was gradually being suppressed, he worried that the girl was about to give in. At that moment, Taiyu Man expressed her thoughts, wondering if the tribulation of Kai refining stage could be of any help. He snorted coldly. How could the tribulation of Kai refining stage be useful? But just after he said that, he seemed to come up with something in his mind. Immediately, he could not believe his ears and stammered. What did you say? Kai refining stage has a tribulation. Taiyu Man replied. That is right. Just now, when I was about to break through, it seemed like the tribulation clouds appeared in the air. He felt like he had lived too long and yet was completely unaware. What kind of anomaly are you? For ordinary cultivators, tribulations only appear at the golden core stage. Occasionally, some with a great destiny experience tribulations during the foundation establishment stage. But I have never heard of tribulations occurring at the QI refining stage. He happily sat down and hugged the girl's shoulders. Maybe it will be useful. You break through here, and when the tribulation strikes, it will lead you toward the enemy, which should be able to deal damage to him. Hearing that she could help everyone, Taiyu Man quickly sat down and crossed her legs. Just a moment later, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, forming the same tornado shape as before. He looked at her for a moment and assessed that she just needed one final push, breakthrough to the QI refining stage. Just as he said, a bright blue lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky, while the demon and Kai Lak Lak were still fiercely battling, but it seemed she was at a disadvantage. Lak Lak anxiously thought that the magic tools she brought this time were all used up. Immediately, she flew away to keep a safe distance from the dangerous one. Seeing that his teammate seemed unable to continue, he looked at the clouds in the sky and shouted, now is the time. Taiyu Man was still meditating, but Shi-san immediately picked her up and proudly responded. With that, he put all his strength into his arms and threw Taiyu Man towards the demon. Moving forward, of course, he had no idea about everyone's intentions. The demon looked at the girl in confusion. What is that? Taiyu Man, with bright eyes and surrounded by large bolts of lightning, looked at the enemy with a sinister smile. She bravely resembled a giant missile flying toward the opponent, a sense of curiosity flooding over him, leaving him stunned and motionless. What is this? Just like that, the girl was even smaller than his chest. Yet she quickly embraced the demon in front of her, and of course, without waiting for him to regain his composure, Taiyu Man harnessed her inner strength, and the tribulation above struck down hard, causing the demon to howl in pain. He was paralyzed by the attack. Taiyu Man gritted her teeth, and sweat dripped down her forehead uncontrollably. The demon's body trembled. Daring to use the tribulation against me, but your cultivation level is too low. Then he struggled to raise his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Taiyu Man. He saw this situation and gasped, shouting, not good. That girl is in danger. And of course, Thap Tam would not let his little sister get hurt. He immediately flew over, kicked straight at the demon, leaving its gray face in disarray. The demon glanced at Thap Tam, still dazed from the beating, not grasping what was happening. Thap Tam then charged again, not forgetting to praise. Little Ma, you did great. You can step back now. With that, he rushed towards the gray-faced demon who was swinging his blade down, recognizing his strengths and weaknesses. Thap Tam grabbed the demon's blade handle. Startling it, he flashed a smug smile, saying, as long as you can T-swing that blade, you are no longer a threat. As soon as he finished speaking, His fist slammed directly into the demon's stomach with a powerful punch. Turns out this demon has blood like a regular human. He immediately spat out fresh blood, seizing the momentum. He continued to punch his opponent relentlessly. Rapid-fire strikes. Hitting hard, Fiangi anxiously watched the fight. Above, the sound of clashing echoed loudly, and Fiangi frowned. Evaluating. This move could easily smash even a 6th-level Demon King's body. Yet it seemed quite ineffective against him. What kind of background does he have? Princess Luffy descended, answering his question. It seems I remember now. She began analyzing. A strange aura, slender and long horns, a solid body. I believe I have seen a similar description in ancient texts. Looking at the pair of horns and that grayish skin, Luffy now confirmed. It is a demon clan. Hearing this, Fiangi was taken aback. Wasn't he the demon clan expelled from this border area since ancient times? She seriously continued. If it is described like this in ancient texts, its appearance here is truly puzzling. He pondered. Could it be related to the rift at the boundary, a fallen celestial being parasitized by demons? Meanwhile, the battle continued fiercely. The small mountains could not withstand it and shattered into pieces. Dust flying everywhere. Yet the demon's body remained intact as if freshly unwrapped. The Thop Tam, being human, was exhausted and gasped for breath. The demon looked at him, smugly asking, "Tired already? Then it is my turn." The arm holding the butcher's knife released. The red blade flew down, and he channeled his internal energy, causing the blade to split into multiple forms. Seeing his life hanging by a thread, Thop Tam widened his eyes in shock. But of course, he would not let himself die in vain. He quickly dodged, twisting left and right, finally escaping those sharp slashes. Eventually, the demon pulled back his aura after a while of not landing a hit. Thop Tam did not give up. Once again he struck a lethal blow towards his opponent. He stood there watching the powerful energy strike towards him. His body involuntarily trembled. The smile was now gone from his lips. Our male lead began to feel tense before this power. Luffy appeared once more, standing in front of him, while Thop Tam was still in a daze. Even someone as strong as her was pushed back by this overwhelming force, leaving her frozen in place. Once again, the artifact in her hand was shattered by that demon. Luffy quickly felt anxious, realizing that even my mid-tier divine artifact could not block one of his attacks. Thop Tam did not understand why she was standing there in a trance. She pulled him up while shouting, "Run. He is from the demon clan. We can confront him." Hearing this, the three of them immediately obeyed and began to flee. The scene shifted to the Skull Island, where a tremor echoed simultaneously. Green figures shot out simultaneously. It seemed the people here were not doing much better. V28 and Tratravangan were covered in blood. It seemed they had just engaged in a fierce battle with that zombie. Vu-Tite was furious. Laying all the blame on the male lead, he shouted in rage, "Trang Thop Tam, get out here." Vu-Tite gritted his teeth, glaring. Luckily, he had used a secret technique to escape. Then he turned around, saying, "Everyone follow me. We must find that kid." Following his lead, everyone jumped into action to search for Thop Tam. Vu-Tite flew like a bird in the sky, while also observing the situation around him. After a while, he finally spotted Thop Tam's group running toward him. Without a doubt, Vu-Tite felt a surge of happiness. He looked ahead and shouted, "Found you." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people charged straight toward Thop Tam. Upon seeing Vu-Tite, he was taken aback, while V2 immediately descended. "But I was afraid you would run away." V-Tite shouted, "Finally found you. You have made us suffer terribly." However, with a strong enemy behind them, Thop Tam had no time to pay attention to this crazy guy and flew past him. V2 did not understand what was happening. He angrily turned around. "Damn it. How dare you underestimate me?" But right after that, a wave of dark energy from behind shocked V2. He turned around to look, unable to hold back his exclamation. The killing intent is too strong. Before he could collect himself, two sharp waves of energy sliced directly toward his face. Realizing the situation was dire, he leaped to the side while warning his teammates to be careful. But of course, the others were not as quick as he was. One of the blades flashed past the young man nearby. He immediately spat blood. His badge shattered, and his soul was obliterated. Outside, a strange light emanated, leaving everyone stunned into silence. They saw the body of that person covered in blood, with no breath left, gradually disappearing. The crowd was in a state of panic. What is happening? Kung Yin speculated. Did the life-saving formation of the Jade token not activate? Huang Ti quickly realized that not being able to teleport meant the formation was still effective. Kung Yin turned to him in confusion. Then why did he still die? Huang Tu explained that this proves the person aimed for a lethal blow, faster than the activation speed of the formation. But a cultivator at the fusion level cannot reach this level. As he spoke, he glanced around the door. What exactly happened in the secret realm? Inside, fresh blood stained a patch of ground, and the air was heavy with silence for a moment. Dap Tam looked at that person. Startled. Sweat dripping down his face. Is he dead? At this moment, Vitaid also released his murderous intent. For my judgment, he had already breathed his last before it was transmitted. But suddenly he remembered, and did not forget his main mission. What trouble has that Dan caused for us this time? Dap Tam clenched his teeth. This enemy is no ordinary foe. I advise you to set aside old grudges and cooperate against him. His words seemed to leave Vitaid still confused. Looking blank, but that guy has reappeared. His killing intent startling Vitaid. His eyes seemed to freeze. Vitaid turned his head to look at that person. The eerie breath was overwhelming. The demon stood there, staring at everyone as if he could charge and take their lives at any moment. Seeing more of Vitaid's group, the demon smirked. Many prey had suddenly appeared. Vitaid regained his composure and asked, Is he also a competitor in this tournament? Dap Tam immediately replied. He is a demon using a versatile corpse to borrow its form and regain his soul. Upon hearing this, Vitaid was taken aback. He turned around and could not help but ask Dap Tam again, as if afraid he had not heard correctly. The Chang'an demon also spoke up. Demon. That term I have only seen in ancient texts. Meng Jiao's confusion upon hearing this was similar to everyone else's. Why did a demon appear here? The demon frowned, smirking at everyone. If you already know my identity, then none of you will survive. As he spoke, he swung his blade towards everyone. That butcher's knife, surprisingly, carried a thick aura of killing intent, emanating a powerful inner strength from its body. Vitaid looked at that weapon. Startled. That blade was extraordinary. Over here. The demon narrowed his eyes, channeling all his inner strength into this strike. The devil's blade would slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately slashed down hard onto the ground, the powerful inner strength causing earth and stones to fly up, as if a landslide was sweeping through, leaving the paths utterly destroyed. Moreover, the speed was so swift that Vitaid's group was left stunned for a moment. Of course, he would not just stand there and wait to die. Vitaid immediately gathered his inner strength, invoking the Vitaid sword technique. Over here, Meng Jiao also quickly gathered her inner strength to dodge this sweeping attack. Threefold spirit protection. Dap Tam certainly would not remain idle. He channeled his inner strength and flew up, the demon's fierce attack like a purge. Those with weaker cultivation had to endure this assault, all losing their lives simultaneously. The area felt like a collective slaughter, radiating an aura of deadly energy everywhere. Outside the secret realm, everyone was left in a state of dismemberment, before vanishing inexplicably, watching the disciples gradually lose their lives. The elders here were all startled and panicked. One elder among them could not hold back and shouted, What is going on? So many corpses appearing. Swanzi looked at this, and could not help but break out in a sweat. Speculating, something must have happened inside the secret realm. Gongyan also asked in surprise, Is there no way to end the secret realm? Swanzi sighed as he looked inside, saying that once the secret realm was opened, it could not be ended unless the time was right. One elder could not help but feel anxious. So we just have to wait. Just watch our disciples perish in there. Sensing the situation getting worse, everyone grew increasingly agitated. Swanzi immediately struck the ground with his staff, the surge of internal power sweeping through, startling everyone present. The elder who was flustered earlier was now thoroughly frightened. The pressure was overwhelming. Was this the power of the overseer? Gongyan also widened her eyes. Bai Sword Saint Z indeed had unfathomable strength. In fact, Swanzi only wanted to calm the crowd down. He then said, Wait for me to go in and investigate. With that, he quickly made his way toward the secret realm, which was radiating a thick aura of danger. When Swanzi's hand touched it, the force made him break out in a sweat. A wave of pain shot through his flesh, and he felt as if the door was about to crush his hand. Better to be cautious. He quickly withdrew his hand to avoid any backlash. The two elders were startled to see Swanzi unable to enter. It is a failure. Is it due to the rules of the secret realm? It seems that only those below the fusion stage can enter. The reckless elder finally spoke. What if we suppress our cultivation to see if we can get in? Swanzi quickly replied. Do not even mention suppressing our cultivation. Even if I defy the rules and enter for a moment, it should not be a problem. Inside the secret realm, the power of human beings was constantly impacting the limits of the rules. And with the current pressure of the rules, it was even more formidable. Back inside the secret realm, Wuju was still fighting the demon alone, yet he was quite pleased, despite being covered in wounds. He did not know where the other came from, but it was quite fitting. As he spoke, Wuju charged forward. My path is to fight to become stronger. The demon looked at him and then broke into a delighted smile. Is someone eager to hand over their life? Wuju's saber then slashed straight down at that butcher knife. The momentum was incredibly imposing, but to him, it seemed trivial. Just like that, a loud explosion echoed. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Two powerful forces clashing terrifyingly. The demon looked at Wuju and remarked, Clearly just a mid-level heavenly weapon, but able to withstand my attack. Is this sword still mixed with that unmatched treasure? Yet it responds to bombs. Without that saber, you would be nothing. Although he had clearly provoked the opponent first, When Wuju hit the nail on the head, the demon's expression showed displeasure, and he quickly leaped back to maintain a safe distance. One must not underestimate the power of Wu-Tu. Just like that, Wu-Tu's inner strength seemed to hold this guy back for a moment. But the demon still refused to back down, he said coldly. Seems you still have not realized. Wu-Tu's provocation had worked. The demon dropped his pig-slicing knife to the ground. Like a wild horse, he waved his fingers at his opponent. Then challenged him. Come here, said the red-haired guy. The stubbornness would not let Wu-Tu retreat. He looked at the ugly demon in front of him with frustration. Disgusting. At the same time, he immediately swung his sword, striking towards the demon with a stream of flaming sword energy. A powerful surge of inner strength radiated heat, charging straight at his opponent. The demon was enveloped in the fiery vortex Wu-Tu created. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since met their end. But what is frightening is that the demon remained unfazed in the face of such a fierce attack. On the contrary, he mockingly challenged. Is that all you have got? Lefluck quickly assessed the situation. Unable to hide his shock, even the intermediate fusion sword energy could not harm him. The physique of this demon was terrifyingly strong. Not stopping there, Wu-Tu unleashed a freezing punch of icy energy. Surrounded by fire and now faced with a massive storm, the demon was momentarily bewildered. The Thoptam then spoke up. I understand now, no matter how solid the object is. Cooling it quickly after high temperature will cause it to explode. Indeed, after the attack, the demon now resembled a burning log. He stood still, his entire body gray. But immediately the cracks began to ooze, revealing fiery veins inside. Thoptam's heart raced. Feeling as if it were hanging on a branch, he stared anxiously. Is it effective yet? But he quickly got his answer as the burned patches seemed to shatter like cement. The demon smugly looked at Wu-Tui. Is that all your flashy tricks? Seeing his opponent still unscathed, he immediately channeled his inner strength to deliver another blow, continuing the Wu-Tui slash. This slash went straight for the demon's neck, and he momentarily froze. As Wu-Tu's blade struck down, the demon exuded a dense aura of evil. Like the scent of roses, the deep cut penetrated to the hilt, sending a wave of pain that made the demon tremble slightly. But looking at Wu-Tui, it seemed he was also struggling to muster the strength to cut the demon. A loud scream echoed. Wu-Tui strained to use more force in his hand. But that damned guy was indeed a demon. He remained unfazed. Even squeezing the blade with his hand, he looked at Wu-Tui. Not bad. This slash of yours is finally something to see. Right after that, a powerful punch to the stomach made Wu-Tu feel as if several of his ribs had simultaneously cracked. Wu-Tu was sent flying, blood spraying through the air. The demon raised his hand to feel the wound on his neck. But sadly, this external injury did not affect him at all. But just as he finished speaking, a cloud of black smoke erupted from his neck, causing a stinging pain. This startled the demon, and he widened his eyes, staring at his own neck, uncertain of what was in the sword energy of Wu-Ju. But now he realized the wound was corroding. Shi-san was secretly shocked and gasped. Recalling the previous strike, he quickly shouted, "It is working. Don't stop. Hit harder." Looking at Shi-san's encouragement, Wu-Ju frowned. Damn it. The last cut used all my energy. The demon, hearing Shi-san's words, smirked proudly. Is it effective? A moment later, the blade was summoned again. The demon could no longer hold back. He charged fiercely, tasting what true slaughter was. A powerful inner force slashed down towards Wu-Ju, who was now struggling. The two sources of overwhelming power clashed, sending rocks and dirt flying, shattering like a natural disaster. Meng Jiao, being a woman, could not help but raise her hands to shield Min Jiao, then gritted her teeth, realizing that Jian Wus was not his opponent. This place was too dangerous, bearing the title of fairy. Yet in the face of such overwhelming pressure, Mzeng Jiao had to play dirty, using her inner strength to make herself invisible. But all of this was noticed by Hexify Yang, who disdainfully remarked, "The girl from Han He sect is hiding." Tai Yu Mayan, hearing this, asked, "Do we need to run? Now that the Sword Dao sect can still hold on for a bit." Tililuk immediately replied, "There is still some time before the secret realm ends. If everyone collaborates, there is still a chance to survive. If we separate, he will eventually hunt us down and eliminate us." Over there, Wu-Ju was trembling all over, seemingly having used all his strength. Just as Luck had said earlier, the sword was gradually being overwhelmed by the force of a butcher's knife. When the weapon shattered, blood erupted from Wu-Ju's mouth uncontrollably. Luck quickly gasped and shouted, "He is almost at his limit." Although they did not like each other, Shi-san could not just stand by and watch someone die in front of him. He frowned and prepared to help him, but before he could take action, Trahaomingen immediately flew up and slashed at the demon. His face remained calm even while executing the attack, the duality slash. Suddenly, another opponent struck from behind, leaving the demon momentarily bewildered. Around him, a vivid light appeared, and he did not understand what was happening. still dazed. Following that slash was a shockwave that pressed down heavily on the demon. Trafung and sword energy was no ordinary attack. Just like that, a dense blue light radiated throughout the space, the pressure making everything seem to be lifted. Luffy Luxie immediately had to use her inner power to shield everyone from being affected. Afifi Yang was also horrified. The slash was too powerful, unexpectedly from his junior brother. Left then said, "This move is not an ordinary technique or method. It is a divine ability that has entered the realm of the blade." Vifoit stood firm, unwavering in his stance. Meanwhile, Trapevingen quickly landed in front of View Too Tight to protect his senior brother. He did not look back but instructed Viku Tight. "Brother, rest for now. I will handle this." It seemed that his usually calm younger brother's actions touched him a bit, and View Tight gritted his teeth. Tiri Trempingen peeked through the dust, while the demon stood firm, staring intently at its opponent. Such a powerful attack, and yet he was not harmed at all. The demon gritted its teeth and asked, "What was that just now?" That was quite the attack. He glanced at the treasure in his hand. If it were not for this demon-slaying sword, I would have suffered greatly. Trapungen quickly realized that demon-slaying was the name of that sword. No wonder it is a top-tier weapon. The demon smirked and said to him, "But do not get too cocky. Until now, I have only used about 50% of my power to deal with you. I will reluctantly raise it to 70%. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of dark inner strength surged forth. The ground around them shook violently again, with rocks collapsing everywhere. T-Luck Luffy's face twisted in fear as the surge of power shook the ground. The two sources of inner strength, one blue and one red, crashed into each other continuously. It was truly like a bullfight. Countless small and large mountains were shattered, and the demon had found a worthy opponent in Trapevingen. He charged forward, the butcher's knife crazily attacking the opponent. Trapevingen, with his slender body, still held on, but the overwhelming pressure was clearly in favor of the demon. Trapevingen frowned and quickly descended to the ground. Just as he formed a seal, 4 golden circles resembling the cosmos appeared around the demon, not keeping him waiting long. From those cosmic circles, a golden thread like a chain shot out, tightening around the demon's body. He was instantly bound, his limbs locked in place. Trapevingen frowned again and said, "This is the Cortine formation I secretly set up while you and my brother fought." His arms could still move. That demon is now wildly swinging the butcher's knife around, as if the shining golden threads binding him had been severed. Moreover, he did not know what kind of dark magic he used, but the red sources of inner strength turned into fierce beasts that lunged at Trapevingen, and, not letting the enemy get too confident, he once again concentrated his inner strength, using the feather duster in his hand to strike at those beasts. Not stopping there, the demon continued to slash 3 times into the air, then flew toward him. The places where the slashes passed could not withstand the force. Everything was now in ruins. The surrounding people could not bear the power emitted by the two fighters. Everyone closed their eyes. They prayed and warned those around them to stay away from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Trapevingen stood tall, preparing to face his opponent. Unlike his calm exterior, Trapevingen held immense power. Now he continues to unleash his energy, shouting despite the formation of the yin-yang. Immediately, a blue circle envelopes the surroundings of Trapevingen. The circle grows larger. Not only that, it also traps him and that demon within the arena. The two of them seem like two fighting roosters. Another strong yin-yang slash strikes towards the demon. The force of the attack leaves ordinary people gasping for breath, but the demon is unafraid. Instead, he smugly strokes his blade. "This move is useless against me." Just as he was getting cocky, he suddenly felt a suppressive aura weighing down on him, along with a slight headache. The demon is stunned. What is happening? Clearly, the attack struck head-on. How did it suddenly appear behind me? And of course, before he could comprehend what had just happened, a massive explosion hit him directly. The demon of the dark race now lies flat on the ground, his entire back soaked in blood, watching the intense battle unfold. Thoptam finally relaxes a bit and joyfully cheers. Great. He has finally been wounded. Seizing the moment, Trapevingen does not give the demon a chance to get up. He leaps forward, delivering another strike with what can be said to be 9 parts of his inner strength. This time, Trapevingen aims for a finishing blow, but the cunning demon certainly won. Just sit back and wait to die. He leaps into the air, irritated by Trapevingen's sword energy, appearing this time from the left. Thus, once again, the two energies collide with a thunderous impact. The demon grits his teeth, pointing at the painful wound on his neck and letting out a pained cry. It seems Trapevingen has truly injured him. A powerful demon like him is now kneeling on the ground. He silently panics, wondering what kind of divine ability this is. Can it change the space of attack? Looking at Trapevingen, the demon feels unwilling to accept it. It is not space manipulation. That guy has touched the threshold of the laws. He is only a cultivator at the fusion stage, not yet reaching that level. A thought suddenly flashes in his mind. It is interference with my perception. The demon tells himself that it must be his range interfering with my perception. Just as he thinks this, he punches himself in the face, causing real pain. He does not even know why he did that. Trompreving and, witnessing this scene, is momentarily stunned. The demon is actually making himself bleed, looking extremely distressed now. He grumbles. If perception does not work, then do not use it. Relying on instinct is enough. Letting out a roar. His eyes glare at Tremang and as if he wants to tear him apart 1,000 times. Immediately after, he unleashes all his strength, charging madly towards Trotavingen. Seeing him exert such powerful pressure, Trapingen furrows his brow. He grips his weapon tightly. But indeed, the demon breaks through his form. At this moment, he successfully grips Travingen's throat tightly. The earth and stones around them fly in chaos. The demon feeling triumphant. Found you. Trapingen can't react in time. Now he is even more fearful for his life. He has been discovered. Blood gushing out like a fountain. At this moment, Trapingen has probably healed less than he has retained. The pig cleaver struck down hard, leaving a deep wound in his chest that reached the bone. The demon grinned smugly at his opponent. Too bad. You have only just scratched the surface of my powers. More importantly, Trotavingen began to hear his words hazily, as if he was getting dizzy. Before the words were even finished, the demon swiftly shattered Trotingen's weapon, and he took another deep cut to his body. The demon was exceedingly pleased, saying, "Your weapon has not even reached the entry level of the heavenly rank. It is utterly worthless." Watching his prey fall, he could not contain his delight. To him, this was a trophy. The demon then viciously struck Trotingen's chest, raising his knife high. "Goodbye. You still amuse me a little. The Thoptam over here is anxious. We must save him, or we will lose a valuable general." But then, Vtite quickly flew up to rescue his junior brother. But of course, he was no longer a match for him. Before he could even reach his target, that force pierced through Vtite's chest. The demon did not even bother using a weapon. Just 2 fingers were enough to deal with the red-haired one. "Kid, do not come here and get in the way." On the side of Skull Island, a loud growl echoed, shaking the surface of the water. The roar traveled hundreds of miles, reaching even where Thoptam stood. The moment the demon heard this sound, his expression immediately changed. He stood up straight, looking around, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Are there still masters in this secret realm? A forest cannot have 2 tigers. The competitive demon quickly pinpointed the direction, and then soared away. Seeing him leave like that, Thoptam and the others could not help but feel curious. Was something pulling him away? Vutot struggled to get up and replied, "That spiritual energy is the corpse demon from the Umji family's coffin." He explained, "That corpse demon must be a celestial level avatar. The only thing that can suppress the demon race in this secret realm is surely it." The Thoptam was surprised and happily responded, "Surely the secret realm sensed danger, which is why it activated the defense mechanism to awaken the corpse demon." At that moment, a voice rang out. "It is not a defense mechanism. It is the spell I set up earlier that has taken effect, temporarily awakening it." Ihan Weech said this while revealing himself. Upon seeing the newcomer, Thoptam could not help but shout in surprise, "Senior brother." Everyone happily ran towards him in the secret realm after not seeing him for so long. Finally, he has appeared. ZB Weich, seeing his fellow disciples in danger, could not help but frown slightly. "I warned you all. You must think carefully before acting." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, I have actually been hiding beside you all." It turns out Zikazen Weich had been quietly observing everyone from the very beginning, from when they first entered to when they were at the ancient tomb, and even now. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the direction of the skull tomb, the loud explosion startling everyone. Thoptam sensed danger, fearfully warning everyone, "The battle has begun." Ahang Lach also looked in that direction. The undead had limited time, and sooner or later, he would come here. "We still need to negotiate our strategy, at least to last until the secret realm ends." Immediately, he threw a white porcelain vial toward V2 Tight and shouted for him to catch it. He did not know what it was, but instinctively reached out to grab it. Li Hu Lake shouted, "This medicine can help you and your junior brother recover from your injuries a bit. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Now, he had to let go of his obsession and cooperate with the Thoptam group. Vu Tight lowered his voice. "Thank you," Yehov Lich explained. "We have a group for the 4 symbols formation, which originally requires cultivators of the Great Ascension realm to set it up. But if there are 4 cultivators at the fusion stage at the focal point, we can still succeed." He briefly explained that we need 4 people at the 4 directions of the 4 symbols, using different spirit roots as a foundation to form the seal. East is the azure dragon, forming the wood seal. West is the white tiger, forming the metal seal. South is the vermilion bird, forming the fire seal. North is the black tortoise, forming the water seal. Looking at everyone, he added, From what I observe, we have gathered enough of these 4 types of spirit roots, including Kitao's each wood, Vifiant's fire, Lef Luffy's mysterious water, and the metal from the unconscious Trachivingen. Ihung Leich then said, as long as I finish drawing the formation, we just need to bait that demon. Since this is our first time setting up the formation, I do not expect to kill him. If we can just last until the secret realm ends, we will succeed. Meanwhile, that demon was still frantically attacking. Every strike was something to behold. Not long after that zombie was beheaded by the demon, he was quite pleased with himself, seeing him return with the head in hand. Abe of Leich was stunned. How did he do it so quickly? That was a divine clone of a demon crafted by a transcendent at the tribulation stage. The demon looked at the head in his hand. What do you think of this? It was indeed a bit tricky. His face remained cold as he looked at the Unreich and said indifferently, I had to use 80% of my power. Thoptam was extremely anxious. What now? The plan is disrupted. We can't handle that demon. He was sweating nervously. System, the forced mission you gave me is impossible to complete. The power difference is too great. How can I kill him? At that moment, the system immediately displayed guidance for him to enhance his physical stats. Thoptam shouted in frustration. In such a short time, where can I go enhance my stats? Leffy Lux could not see the system and looked at him, whispering in shock. What is wrong with you? Have you gone mad in this predicament? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Thoptam froze. Wait a minute. If it is about enhancing physical stats in a short time, it seems there is only the fire path here. Just seconds later, he scratched his head in frustration. But I do not have a spirit root. I can absorb it. The girl over there was secretly frightened, thinking this was bad. He was getting crazier. Then, in a moment of desperation, a smirk appeared on Thoptam's face as an idea flashed in his mind. Really? Then you seriously told everyone? I need your help with something. Thoptam's face turned serious. Give me a moment. I might have a way to deal with him. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock and shouted in unison. What? That demon is so smug right now. It seems like you have run out of ways to resist. His gaze turned cold. And I was tired of this too. It was time to send you all on your way. Immediately following that was a powerful strike to the ground. A celestial demon strike. With 80% of my strength. Unleashing a force that nearly leveled the entire mountain in this battle. He had never used such enormous power to attack since his reincarnation. But an overwhelming force struck at the demon, making him furrow his brow. Another explosion rang out. This place was no different from a miniature battlefield. Vihang Leech stood there confidently, surrounded by swirling dust. But of course, he was not afraid of him, with both hands still forming seals. Li Herv Lake shouted, let me hold him down. If you have any means, use them quickly. Tu Men was incredibly excited. Little brother had finally made his move. Watching his back, Vitoit quickly realized that this was the esteemed senior brother of Lam Mi, Min. V Trung Ji. Right. He had heard of him but had never seen him in action. Dust billowed up. And that guy immediately became more vigilant because this was another new opponent. The demon glanced over in surprise. What kind of technique was this? It felt more like a one-time defensive spatial artifact. Then he slashed down hard again. But you are just stalling your death. Contrary to the violent nature of the demon race, Zaydrake remained calm as he formed seals. Thoptam was secretly alarmed. Wasn't he that the technique the Elder used against me? It was just the most ordinary celestial level technique. Even I back then could withstand it. How could it block the demon's blade? But seeing the demon's attack was so strong, it made him uneasy, and deep down, Thoptam still felt worried. Senior brother. Be careful. As that attack came, the golden hand of the demon-slaying village immediately shot out to block it. Li Herv Lake shouted. Keep going. Immediately, those two hands gently caught and timely stopped that attack. Not stopping there, another hand was formed. Zihung Leech continued to shout out. In just 3 moves, the demon was indeed suppressed. He stood still for a moment, looking at this attack. He was somewhat startled. Another person had entered the threshold of divine power. That hand struck down toward him, and all around was enveloped in a layer of animal inner strength, preventing the demon from turning over. Within 3 miles, the surrounding earth and rocks were thrown into the air, and the demon was simultaneously beaten to a pulp. Thoptam tightly clenched his fist in excitement. So strong. Senior brother truly lives up to his reputation. But not letting victory distract him, he continued to look toward Hexi Faying. Hurry up. Give me the holy flame. He looked into Thoptam's eyes in surprise and asked seriously. Do you really want to break through here? Then, and Fiejing Yu smugly added, wait. There might be hope. If you absorb the holy heart fire, you might actually be able to defeat us and protect yourself. After those words, everyone stood in front of him, united in opposition, holding that flame in his hand. He could not help but scream inside. It was too hot. The pain from his palm being burned pierced straight to his heart. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed quickly. Xiexingyu was about to faint from disbelief. He never expected him to be this reckless. Ft Fijian looked at Thap Tam as if he were mentally ill. What the heck, you are absorbing the fire like that? T. Luck Lux could not help but curse him out, stupidly using spiritual power to guide the absorption of spiritual energy and the laws of the fire. Swallowing it whole like that will burn you alive. That is holy heart fire. But Thap Tam did not have the strength to argue back anymore. He felt a wave of heat surge in his stomach. Thap Tam could not hold it any longer and collapsed, clutching his stomach, trembling all over. In less than 3 seconds, he felt fire bursting from all 7 orifices. The girl was also sweating. Startled, earlier he seemed strange, and now it is clear he has gone mad. This is clearly a path to self-destruction. Thap Tam could not say anything more. His whole body was enveloped in intense heat, and he kept crying out in agony. His body was continuously rising. Thap Tam seemed to have successfully broken through, lifting his face to the sky and roaring, looking like a dragon about to descend. In the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best policy. The demon felt weaker than the enemy and chose to run for his life. But of course, life is not a dream, and reality often shatters those dreams. That hand slapped him straight in the face, making the demon's cat-like form crumple. With just one slap, the demon immediately crumpled into the mountain. A loud explosion immediately followed. It is fine to hit others, but getting hit back is stealing. The demon rose again and roared, his power at 80%. The enemy here was radiating a stream of celestial energy. He calmly continued to form seals. 10,000 heaven and 10,000 mountain seal. The 10,000 Buddha convergence technique was unfolding. Dozens of large hands swirled around before charging at the demon, like a fish flopping out of water. He certainly would not give up easily. Immediately swinging the pig-slicing knife in his hand, heavenly demons obliterate 80%. The source of the demon's power shone brightly, forming a red circle, while in the sky, the golden hands of the enemy continued to strike down. Outside the secret realm, the teleportation door continuously shook, and the dark internal energy surged out. The elder watching trembled in fear. The power spilled out of the teleportation gate of the secret realm. Howind also pondered deeply. This indicated that the laws within the secret realm were about to lose control of the spiritual energy within. He felt extremely anxious, though he did not show it. Howind was still restless inside. What would the outcome be? He said to himself. The secret realm is collapsing. The space is shattered. Everything inside will be swept away by the torrent of time. Inside, Thap Tam's face seemed slightly singed. That moment, he was still screaming along with the great flames erupting from his mouth and eyes. The demon was terrified, feeling an intense unease. Once he completes his training, he will definitely be a threat to me. Right after that, he gaped from his 7 orifices. Dark internal energy burst forth, reaching a 9th level power. That demon's energy then struck fiercely toward the opponent. At this moment, he looked like he could not withstand this attack. And indeed, that was true. Blood involuntarily spewed from his mouth. Ihorvlich frowned, trying to withstand that force. But it seemed he could not hold on for long. Human strength has its limits. And once again, the demon gained the upper hand, seizing the advantage. He charged toward Thap Tam, who was gathering internal energy. And Fiecheng was anxious. The demon clan was rushing in. Lefty Lushy immediately rushed in together with Tu men to hold him back. His eyes now glowed with a blood-red hue. The demon tightened his fist, exposing sharp claws. Get lost. The 3 of them were startled by that attack. In an instant, they all raised their hands to shield their faces. Just with that one blow, he had created a path after easily getting past the 3 opponents. Just a bit more, and he could strike toward Thap Tam. But the brothers of Trampan and Vikutite immediately charged in. The 2 brothers combined their swords, Lung Inga slash and Viet slash, striking together. The demon here, like a cornered dog, grinned, his mouth full of fresh blood, looking incredibly terrifying with a voice that echoed from hell. The demonic blade annihilates worlds. As he spoke, his hand swiftly swept toward everyone, like a flood, startling them all with both his speed and combat power exceeding imagination. Just a little more, and that attack would reach Thap Tam, who was in seclusion. Left Luch became anxious. Trang Thap Tam had not completed his training and was now at his weakest defensively. Seeing his senior brother about to fall into danger, Tu men could not help but shout, Little Thap Tam, whatever comes will come. The slash is heading straight for you. Shaking the ground once again, the demon, pleased, looked at his achievement, so striking with his full 9th level power. You are definitely going to die. But of course, heaven does not favor the wicked. The scene before him left him stunned. Meng Jiao, who had been hiding, decided to step up to protect Thap Tam. Of course, she could not help but spit blood, but her face still shone with resilience. This was the life-preserving secret technique set by the ancestral elders for the inner sect's talents, only usable when on the brink of death, equivalent to a blow from the great transcendence realm. Used to negate this strike, Mzungjio then looked through Thap Tam. I have used my defensive move. The rest depends on you. Without making everyone wait long, our male lead slowly stood up from the dust. The demon already ugly, now had an even more repulsive face. He glared at you. The training is over. At this moment, Thoptam's eyes shone with a sharper and more discerning look than before. Your physical points had now increased by 300. And of course, with your cultivation boosted, your speed was faster too. In an instant, you disappeared before the demon's astonished eyes. A direct strike rushed towards him, leaving him no time to block. Just like that, the demon lost his balance and was about to fall. However, he remained quite pleased with himself. Good. Let us see how strong you become after leveling up. The sky now looked like a large slab of cement. It was slowly starting to crack. Everyone below witnessing this scene suddenly jumped at the strange sound. And Fifi unnoticed it first and warned that this secret realm was about to collapse. Leflochev kept looking up at the sky and said, "Either way, the power of those two is continuously attacking the rules of the secret realm, causing it to be suppressed and about to break." Seeing Thoptam and that demon fighting, everyone knows the secret realm can't withstand such power. You gathered your internal energy, and your strength matched 1911 against the demon. Your muscles were now bulging, and a punch straight to the chin made blood burst out uncontrollably. The demon seemed to be at a disadvantage, not stopping there. As you pinned the opponent against the wall, the Thoptam was determined to eliminate the threat for the people. You had a cold expression, both hands forming a decisive seal aimed at the demon. It felt like every muscle cell in your body was tingling with energy. A powerful surge of internal energy shot out toward the demon. Immediately, a thunderous explosion was heard, and he felt like he had been torn apart into pieces. Once again, fresh blood gushed out. If it were a normal person, they would have likely been dead long ago. Knowing the opponent was not easy to deal with, you continuously unleashed lethal strikes that left the demon unable to counter. Although you had the upper hand, you could not let your guard down at all. Instead, you remained cautious with every move. Feeling exhilarated, as soon as you finished speaking, thousands of energy blasts shot out once more. The demon had never faced such a formidable opponent before. Yet another mountain was shattered by Thoptam's destructive force. Now, everywhere looked like a dead city. The demon lay on the ground, covered in blood, and the ground was stained red in horror. The Thoptam, on the other hand, was frustrated. Despite attacking like this, he could only suppress you, unable to kill you. The demon lifted his bloodied face and said, "Suppressing me? What are you joking about? I have not even used my full strength yet." After that, despite being heavily injured, he staggered to his feet. Even if this space collapsed, it did not matter. He wanted you to see his strength at its peak, like a ragged corpse. That demon had now exerted a tenth of his power. A deafening scream echoed as a whirlwind surged forth, the crack in the sky growing larger by the moment. The vortex in that hidden realm pulled everything from below into it. Thoptam looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit anxious as he shouted, "The sky is shattering." But in the midst of crisis, a different thought quickly slipped into his mind. To use the spatial rift to destroy him. It turned out it was not his own thought, but a voice from someone else. Thoptam was startled and turned around. It was a sound transmission. The source of the sound. It was Tluklafla's voice that echoed again. "Strike him into the spatial rift. The flow of time and space within the rift will turn everything to nothing. With her guidance." Thoptam was astonished, standing still at the spatial rift. Then he looked at the demon and that vast space, meaning that he just needed to hit him into that hole. Meanwhile, he was gathering his internal energy, a thick aura of malice surrounding him. This was his final strike. "With this blade, I will sever you along with this space." Thoptam would not back down either. He quickly gathered his internal energy and leaped up, his right fist surging forward. V-Type felt terrified and could not help but shout, "Foolish. You can't withstand this strike with your body." The demon still refused to give in. He brandished the cleaver in his hand, fiercely attacking with a blow aimed to shatter illusions. The Thoptam was stunned. The attack was too powerful and fast for him to react. Thoptam's entire body was cleaved apart by that blade. While he was still in shock, fresh blood began to flow. Tiumen watched him, worried and unable to hold back her cries. "Little Thoptam," and in an instant, his figure was severed, leaving Thoptam in a daze. But soon, the demon seemed to catch sight of an opportunity in this attack. He was shocked. How could this be? Yet Thoptam was still alive. His body was unharmed in the slightest. Of course. Once again he charged forward, his right fist surging as he finally wised up after being hit. His gaze shifted towards Evich. The demon muttered in frustration, realizing he was once again thrown off balance. But just as he recognized the situation, Thoptam struck him hard into the spatial rift. Both the earth and the demon were sucked in. A loud scream echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. He watched the demon get obliterated, feeling a surge of joy, and shouted, "Finally. Success." After that, Thoptam finally had the chance to look around. But the place had collapsed like this. How do we get back now? Edu Leklech approached him. "I have a type of intermediate spatial artifact that can temporarily withstand the collapse of space. strong enough to last until the hidden realm ends. Tiu Mun was overjoyed to see her senior brother was still alive. Little Thap Tam, you are amazing. Fiejing also exclaimed. Your last move seemed to carry significant power. Leflid Love quickly joined in the celebration. Don't forget our pact. But what no one anticipated was that the demon was too stubborn. From the sky, dark power emerged once again. Thap Tam's whole body was tightly wrapped, leaving him stunned, caught off guard. No one had time to prepare. Just like that, the Thap Tam was pulled towards the crack where the demon had been sucked in. His body torn apart as it looked at him. He could not accept it. Grinning maliciously, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Hearing his words, Thap Tam started to grasp the situation. But it was still too late to react. Two women screamed. Little Thap Tam. Then she tried to rush over. But Aham Bleich quickly held her tight. Don't go over there. You will get sucked into the crack too. Just like that. He was pulled straight into the whirlwind at an extremely fast speed. Just a little more, and his whole body would be engulfed in that swirling chaos. The Thap Tam was startled, unwilling to accept it, his gaze darkening. But his brain was still functioning. Is this really the end? Echoing in his ears were voices. Too loud. Can I still hear them? Listening closely, there was a desperate cry for help. Everyone was shouting and running, as if there was an earthquake around. These strange sounds made him momentarily calm himself, his eyes wide open. In front of Thap Tam was a scene of modern times. But the streets were shattered, people trampling over each other, the sounds continuing to ring out. Help! Run now! Help! There is an earthquake. Hurry up! The Thap Tam was shocked. This scene felt familiar, as if it was the disaster he faced in his previous life. Suddenly, his brain kicked into gear, and he realized he had time traveled again. Thinking about this, he looked left and right. His parents were also running to escape for their lives. Why did I time travel back here? But then, the scene before him made Thap Tam gasp in shock. Two large figures were fighting. One seemed to be a demon with huge horns. Thap Tam stared blankly. What was that gigantic figure in front? Could it be that this disaster was caused by their battle spreading? Immediately, he leaped forward. Stop right there. Do you even know how many lives you have indirectly taken? Worried, he swung his fist towards the two huge figures fighting over there. But strangely, Thap Tam could not touch their bodies at all. Instead, it felt like an illusion. The punch left Thap Tam dazed. He tried his best to regain his balance, but the ground was incredibly slippery. Thap Tam then continued to look around. Where, inside that pit, corpses with white bones floated around. Thap Tam was astonished. Why were there so many corpses here? At that moment, a loud voice startled him. Those people were unable to withstand the ravages of time. His inner self quickly raised its guard. The Thap Tam frowned and turned around, shouting. Who? The masked figure said. Did I summon you this time? Not seeing you respond, the man looked back at Dayu hot with a hint of confusion. You have no spiritual root. How can you sense my summons? Thap Tam replied. I was fighting when I got caught in a space rift. Then I was sent back through time, and finally ended up here. Du Hut explained to him. The river of time does not distinguish between past and future. You have fallen into the river of time, and you can reach any point in time. Pausing for a moment, he continued. But whether it is the past or future, time passing is unavoidable for everyone, unless you are a great deity. Otherwise, you cannot escape the ravages of time. The failures around you are proof of that. Looking at Thap Tam, he sighed. It is a pity you are not the right person. Du Hut glanced at him and said, time will quickly take its toll on you. You are about to run out of time and die. Hearing that he would die, Thap Tam was extremely surprised. His mouth agape as he shouted, What? Du Hut sighed again. Clearly, in this realm, one cannot escape the cycle of destruction. He decided to briefly explain everything to him. In another realm, there exists a supreme being that has set its sights on this place. But due to the barriers of the realm, it cannot appear directly. However, it has finally found a way to bypass the spatial barriers and cross the river of time. Great Tao. I have been guarding this place, and now I am nearing my limits. The influence of that being's power is becoming increasingly severe. Once it takes control of the river of time, all realms will face annihilation. Hearing his words, Thap Tam could not help but be shocked. It will come here through the rift. As soon as he spoke, a large eye opened within the vortex, along with other terrifying eyes inside. Du Hut immediately realized and shouted in fear. This is bad. That being is trying to breach the boundary again. From within the rift, a purple hand with sharp claws reached out ominously. It attacked Du Hut, who immediately gathered his internal force to block the strike. Sweat trickled down Du Hut's forehead as he looked helplessly at the being. Each of its attempts was significantly stronger than before. Thap Tam quickly rushed to stand in front of Du Hut. Let me help you. He was startled and shouted. Don't be reckless. Your strength won't help at all. One punch from Thap Tam caused the monster's hand to feel some pain, releasing a dense aura of internal energy. Thap Tam seemed able to push the hand back. With his momentum, the monster felt a bit afraid, and then, realizing that his opponent was not simple, the monster immediately withdrew its hand. This left Ziyu Hut incredibly surprised. He gasped in shock and shouted, "What?" Looking at Thap Tam, Ziyu Hut was confused, wondering why someone without a spiritual root could unleash such power. Moreover, there were no signs of his body being exhausted. He puzzled over it, unable to comprehend. Could it be that he had stepped into the realm of the Tao? The Thap Tam, feeling quite pleased, pointed and chuckled lightly. It still has some effect, does not it? Just as he finished speaking, Ziyu Hut suddenly pushed him down into the abyss without hesitation, leaving him astonished. Thap Tam gasped, not understanding, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Before Thap Tam fell into the deep abyss, Ziyu Hut calmly said, "This realm now relies on you." Somewhere, a body beaten and covered in blood was tied up against a tree, while others were forced to carry rocks. Their bodies reduced to mere skeletons trembling as they worked. A loud voice from a demon echoed from afar. "Hurry up. We need to move all this spiritual ore today. If the work is not done, there won't be any food." One man among them, exhausted, immediately collapsed to the ground. His younger brother looked at him with worry and stepped forward to ask, "Brother, you have not gotten up yet?" When the demon whipped him hard on the back, yelling, "Stop slacking off," he looked at them with disdain. "You pathetic tribe. All you know is to pretend. Get up and start working." The young man could not take it anymore and replied, "We have gone 3 days without food. At least give us some water so we have the strength to work." The demon was toying with the whip in his hand. "Is that so? That means you are no longer of any value, right? Things that are worthless." The person panicked and rushed to hug his brother, shouting loudly, "Do not kill us." In the sky at that moment, a tear formed. Then the sky seemed to be ripped apart, and a figure shot through to the other side. That person was none other than Thap Tam. He was startled and panicked. Screaming loudly, feeling like a rocket, the demon looked back at the scream, and he could not help but be stunned when he saw Thap Tam. Upon landing, his face slammed right into that of the demon. Both were hit by a wave of pain, their facial muscles distorting. The impact sent him flying, causing rocks on the mountains to scatter, leaving the demon covered in blood. He lay there in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Another demon, seeing his comrade like this, gasped and shouted, alerting others of an attack. Thap Tam slowly sat up, relieved to finally be on solid ground. It seemed he had bumped into something. Suddenly, he glanced over at the slaves, his brows furrowing involuntarily. There were people. Right after that, Thap Tam stood up and casually walked over to the brothers lying on the ground, asking, "Excuse me, where is this?" The young man, dirty and frightened, warned him, "You killed the demon soldier. Run now, or you will die a terrible death." Facing these words, Thap Tam was momentarily confused, still standing there in shock, asking back, "Ah." At that moment, the 4 demons charged at him. Realizing the situation was dire, he suddenly panicked. One of the demon soldiers shouted at Thap Tam, "Who dares to invade the demon territory?" He turned to face the demons in front of him. Thap Tam could not help but stammer. The demons gaped in astonishment. Why was there a human here? He glanced over at the starving, suffering people. Wait. These people looked like they were enslaved. This is the demon territory, Li Zimatch informed him. Could it be that I have crossed into another world? This is the demon world. Seeing him, the leader became furious. The humans below dared to kill a demon soldier. Kill him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he confirmed his focus on Thap Tam before charging in to kill. The Thap Tam, of course, was no weak human. Just looking at them made him feel disgusted. Soon after, he punched the demons with both hands, and his knees worked efficiently. In no time, the 3 of them were taken down. Thap Tam stood lightly in front of the commander, who was terrified, clasping his hands in plea. "Please, my lord, spare my life. I am willing to do anything." The Thap Tam said nothing. His fist instinctively struck, sending the commander's head flying. At that moment, Thap Tam was surprised, realizing he had acted too quickly. He then looked over at the ordinary people like himself, asking them would yield no answers, as they completely understood nothing about this world. One of them looked at him in panic. The leader, someone with cultivation comparable to the nascent soul stage, was taken down by a single punch in an instant. He was at least a transformation-level cultivator. Seeing Thap Tam, they joyfully knelt down. "Thank you, benefactor, for coming to our aid." He immediately raised his hand to stop them. "No need to be polite. It is just a small matter. I have a few questions for you." The Tam asked them, "Where is this? How did you end up enslaved by the demon race?" One person among them represented the group and recounted, "This is mine number 42. I have been enslaved since I was a child. Living a life of mining, he was secretly astonished. Being enslaved since childhood. This truly was the world of demons. Here, the status of the human race was very low. Thap Tam then asked. So you must have never left this area. Right. You do not know much about this world. The other person honestly replied. That is right. A more agile young man raised his hand and spoke loudly. A few days ago, while we were mining, we unearthed a stone tablet. It seems there are characters written on it, possibly recording something, and so they happily said to Thap Tam. We hope the benefactor can take a look. We do not know the characters, so of course we could not pass this up. He quickly agreed. No problem. Everyone here simultaneously took him to see the thing they mentioned. After walking quite a distance, they finally approached. The man stepped forward, pointed ahead, and said to Thap Tam. It is, drawing from his experience of going up mountains and through seas of fire. He cautiously stepped over. Strangely, on that stone tablet, 3 figures of the guardian immortal were clearly carved, but they seemed to be old and heavily damaged. As soon as Thap Tam saw the stone with the characters, he was taken aback and could not help but shout. The guardian immortal sect. How can this be? Thap Tam stood there in a daze for a long time. Is this really the guardian immortal sect? He thought to himself. What exactly is going on? Could this not be the world of demons? The enslaved people were surprised and asked him. Guardian immortal sect. What is that? Thap Tam's face showed a bit of sadness. He replied. A sect of immortals. One of them was startled. A sect? I once heard a demon soldier say that on the southern mountain, there seems to be a sect occupied by the demon race, and to this day, they still hold a human cultivator captive there. Upon hearing this, the Thap Tam was shocked. He shouted in astonishment. What? He then immediately inquired about how many demon race guards were there and what their capabilities were like. The man, his face dirty, honestly recounted. On the mountain, there is only a patrol group of demon soldiers. But in the heavenly prison, there is a fierce demon general. It seems their power is comparable to a merging level cultivator. You do not want to go up the mountain to rescue someone. Do you? The Thap Tam silently calculated. A merging level cultivator would not pose a threat to me right now. After saying this, his face turned serious. He wanted to go up the mountain to investigate. He then told everyone. You should leave this place quickly. The demon race enslaved you is dead, and it is hard to avoid alarming their companions. Leaving this place to avoid retaliation, everyone was moved and shouted in unison. Thank you, Savior. Please be careful. Then, Thap Tam walked alone on the road, rushing forward through the mountains. As Thap Tam walked and thought, this road did not change much. Was this really the place of the imperial forest? Upon arriving, the scene before him took him by surprise. Everyone lay dead, with bones piled in front. The Thap Tam was stunned. Moving closer, the long-decayed skeletons were there, with dried bloodstains on the ground. But the sight was too horrifying. Thap Tam immediately recognized the outfits. These corpses were all disciples of the inner sect. Suddenly, he spotted something in the distance, and Thap Tam felt as if he were frozen. His heart seemed to tighten. The things before him shocked Thap Tam, and his brows could not help but knit together, as he looked at the blood-stained stone tablet, where the glaring words appeared. To Dieter the demon clan. The corpses are displayed before the public for 100 years. Unable to bear this, Thap Tam immediately soared up beside the corpse of the elder. After that, Thap Tam carefully laid him down on the ground. For an elder, this was a great humiliation, and it seemed he was furious. Thap Tam's voice trembled. Elder Lua Sikon. At that moment, the demon clan approached. Hearing the noise, they looked over at Thap Tam, saying to each other, there is a human daring to burst in and take down the corpses. Thap Tam's eyes had unknowingly turned red. He angrily turned around and, fueled by rage, unleashed a powerful burst of internal energy, destroying all 3 of them at once. Thap Tam then carried the elder's corpse forward, frustrated as he channeled his internal energy to shatter the stone. Then, Thap Tam personally dug a large hole, carefully placing the elder's body inside neatly. This was the last thing Thap Tam could do. He trembled as he slowly covered the body with small handfuls of soil. In this way, Ninithung was quickly and properly buried, according to the rituals for an elder. Although it was somewhat simple, it was still a consolation for him in the end. After finishing, Thap Tam did not forget to carve on a rough stone. Grave of a Lo Si Kong, elder of the imperial forest. The scene shifts to a large mountain, where a demon general overseeing the demon clan stood silently in a corner. Sensing an overwhelming aura, he immediately opened his eyes. Feeling anxious, who disturbed his focus, Thap Tam immediately charged in, delivering a powerful punch towards the demon general. In just one strike, the demon general's head burst like a melon, and before his body could fall, his head had already rolled away. Shortly after, Thap Tam stood in front of a stone door. Beside him lay the recently deceased demon general. He gathered his internal energy, preparing to unleash another punch at the cave entrance. Without hesitation, due to his immense strength, the ground and rocks were immediately sent flying. It seemed someone inside noticed Thap Tam. Slightly surprised, he stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, and that door could no longer obstruct Thap Tam. The person inside, bound by chains digging into their flesh, heard the loud noise and immediately asked, "Who is there?" A prisoner with a voice so weak for so long. "I can't believe someone from the resistance actually came to save me." Thap Tam looked at the captive, unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, "You are still alive. That is great. It turns out the one locked up here is none other than his old friend, Phuong Thien Sok." Thien Sok, bewildered and seemingly lost, spoke with a trembling voice. This voice feels so familiar. Soon after, Din Sumfji recognized it and exclaimed emotionally, "The Thap Tam. Is that really you?" Thien Sum trembled and asked again, "Is it really you?" "The Thap Tam." Thap Tam sat down beside him. "What is wrong with your eyes? Can't you see anymore?" Thien Soki explained that they used poison to blind him. But although he could not see, his mind's eye could still perceive many things. He reached out, saying, "If you do not mind, can I touch you a bit?" Thap Tam replied with a hum, then moved closer. A blind person tends to have heightened senses. Thien Sum carefully felt every feature on Thap Tam's face. Then he could not help but be stunned. "It is really you. Just like you were back then. You are still alive." Thap Tam was surprised by Thien Ska's words and asked, "I am still alive. Why would you say that?" Thien Soki explained that in the secret realm of Thin and Muzi Chung, he was caught in a torn space, and his body had disappeared for 120 years. Hearing that 120 years had passed, Thap Tam could not help but gasp in shock, sweat beading on his forehead. He emotionally grasped Thien Sakov's shoulders tightly. This is the world after 120 years. What on earth happened here? Thien Sum thought silently. It seems he was pulled into this era by the torn space. Everything can be explained. He bowed his head and recounted everything. After you disappeared, not long after, the demon race from Hong VC invaded the continent of Thenchu, killing all the human cultivators in the mortal realm and taking over the human world. To protect themselves, the celestial realm sealed all the pathways connecting to the mortal realm. Thap Tam was very surprised. What? He thought to himself. No wonder the human race is oppressed and enslaved by the demon clan. Then the 13th guard asked, "But is not it very hard to break the barriers between the realms? How did they manage to break through?" As Jian Sok understood, the abyss was once part of the continent of Divine Zhou in ancient times. However, during that period, in the war between humans and demons, the humans drove the demons into the abyss. And then the great deities separated the abyss from the boundaries of the Divine Zhou continent. Specifically, the abyss is actually located in the gap between the Divine Zhou continent and other realms. On the outskirts of the Divine Zhou limits, it is not hard for the Divine Zhou realm to reopen the barriers. The 13th guard slammed his hand down on the ground in anger. Who caused all this? Could there be a traitor among the humans? Jian Sok slowly said. The root of the disaster you have encountered before is the demon clan that borrowed a body to resurrect in the secret realm of Chanmu. His name is Adu. The 13th guard was even more surprised. What? Wasn't he torn apart in the rift of space? And yet, he did not die. At that moment, the system immediately displayed a forced main mission to eliminate the demon clan, which had failed, and the 13th guard would be erased by the system. Reading this line, he was startled. Wait, this is unexpected. The system, of course, did not heed the 13th guard's words. It appeared with a cold glare, ready to erase him with a jolt of electricity. If hit, the host's existence would be obliterated. He dodged left and right, shouting loudly, "Help! I still have something to say. Let me explain a bit. Do not be so cold." In the end, the 13th guard had to defend himself, stating, "At that time, you issued a forced erasure order without a time limit. Logically, I have not failed yet." Upon hearing this, the system finally stopped its assault. It thought for a moment, then said to itself, "It seems so. Another error. Consider yourself lucky to escape a disaster." With that, the system quickly vanished. The 13th guard let out a sigh of relief. Jian Sok could not see it, but hearing the noise left him puzzled, thinking to himself, "What was that noise just now?" Jian Sok then said, "Since Adu's resurrection, he has been a demon lord level, comparable to the other demons, with a cultivation of great completion. Surviving in the rift of space is not impossible." The 13th guard was stunned to learn this truth. Great completion cultivation. No wonder it is hard to kill him. If it were not for the rules of the secret realm suppressing him, we might not have survived, he asked in surprise. But even with great completion cultivation, he should not be able to break the barriers between the realms. Right, how did he manage that? Jian Sok slowly recalled that terrifying demon and began to tell the 13th guard. He used, at that moment, and Sok suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching this cave, and he became tense. With his vision impaired, all his senses worked at full capacity. Jian Sok noticed two figures approaching, identifying the targets. He was startled. This is not good. Two elite demon lords from the demon tribe are coming here. He quickly told Thap Tam. You need to run to the Endless Sea. That is where our base is. Kaso secretly calculated. Can I defeat a demon lord of the highest level? At the same time, Thap Tam called on the system. System, how much is my body value right now? According to the system, only enough spirit energy remained. And he needed to reach level 8 to progress to the next stage of body cultivation. Thap Tam was taken aback. What? Why did the body value increase so dramatically? It turns out that the force of the spatial flow for tempering must have significantly boosted his body value. Thap Tam recalled the spatial rift. Indeed, the feeling of being torn apart was much stronger than the holy fire. Half had died. I thought I was almost dead. According to the system, your body value will increase over time. At this moment, he realized why he had not weakened and died from the passage of time. Thap Tam had crossed over to 100 years later, and the growth of his muscles might also be related to time. It felt like 100 years of accumulation. He looked at his muscles with satisfaction. When I reach a body value of 300, I can fight evenly with someone at the fusion stage, now with a body value of 2000. Taking down a great master should be no problem. Then, Thap Tam stood in front of Chin Sok and reassured him. Don't worry. The demon lord is no threat. Seeing that he was so unaware of the danger, Chin Sok was not reassured and said, You should still go. Thap Tam did not understand his meaning. He turned back and looked at his friend in confusion. Knowing that Thap Tam was worried for Chin Sok, he reassured him. Don't worry. I am still useful. They won't kill me. Moreover, the most important thing is that you are still hesitating to leave. And Chin Sok patiently reasoned. Zhang Thap Tam, you are very special. If you go back now, the human race will gain another winning card. We can act recklessly. You should go to the Endless Sea to find the resistance base. This attack is just what the demons think is a human resistance. Finally, Thap Tam listened. Alright, I will go now. You be more careful. Immediately after, from the high mountains, he leapt out, flying straight in the other direction. The scene shifted back to Chin Sok, who continued to be beaten by the two. His face contorting, Aram lifted his head. This guy is really tight-lipped, stubbornly refusing to say anything. He repeated his question again. Is the resistance attacking here? Where is their base? A wave of pain surged through, and Chin Sok could not help but scream in agony. Dinfeng coldly told his companions. Forget it. Pressing like this won't help. He looked at Aram. If they could not gather useful information, keeping them would not be of any use either. Just kill him. Devar soul questioned spirit. Hearing about the soul devouring spirit, Chin So's eyes suddenly blurred. He trembled with fear. Aram angrily slammed Chin So's head down to the ground, his body going limp. Dinfeng then said, A demon king like me can extract the information I want through soul devouring, even potentially gain some of the opponent's power. He then approached Chin Su and casually lifted his head up like a dog. Dinfeng looked at the weakling before him. This is your final value. Chin Su smirked. You won't achieve your goal. Dinfeng did not look back. He cruelly struck, draining all of Chin Su's energy. He gasped, his mouth agape. With only a little breath left, Chin Su could no longer react. Dinfeng then greedily swallowed Chin Su's soul to gain energy. He slowly fell down, and in the end, Chin Su thought to himself, At that moment I could not see clearly. But when you appeared again, I finally saw a glimmer of hope for the future. Chin Su's body collapsed to the ground, remembering Shi-san. Only you could do it. Immediately after, fresh blood gushed from Chin Su's mouth uncontrollably. He was dead. So angry that he could not even close his eyes. Dinfeng's whole body trembled. Aram questioned. What is going on? Did you find any information? Dinfeng gasped, as expected of a fate master. Before dying, that guy severed his memories. After a pause, he continued. But it was not complete. There is still a clue left. You ambushed him heading towards the Endless Sea. Aram grew anxious. This could not be delayed. We need to chase after him quickly. Afterwards, the two demons left the high mountain together, heading straight towards Shi-san. Meanwhile, he focused on jumping around, scouting the situation ahead. According to Shi-san's memory, the Endless Sea was at the southernmost tip of the southern realm, and to get there, they had to cross the One-Ya mountain range. At the same time, two figures soared above him, startling Shi-san. The two quickly landed in front of him. Shi-san quickly stopped to look at them. Seeing those two, a wave of worry surged in his heart. The demons caught up. They must have sensed my spirit energy and extracted information from Fang Shinsuo. Right. Aram was surprised. What? Only one person came to attack. Dinfeng interrupted. Don't be careless. He managed to deal with that guarding demon general. Aram grabbed a purple gourd and hurriedly shouted, Suck! Before Shi-san could react, the terrifying force inside it pulled him into the gourd. Shi-san saw this and quickly realized it was a magical artifact. Even so, he appeared calm, turning around to push away. If he got sucked in, it would be a huge problem. Aram's eyes widened in disbelief. The golden gourd could not pull him in. Seeing his teammate unable to do anything to Shi-san, Dian Feng leaped forward to block him. He immediately grabbed Thap Tam's knee and kicked him hard in the stomach, then smugly said, "Let me help you lose your balance." Finally, he was easily pulled into Aram's purple gourd. Outside, Aram shook the gourd vigorously, obediently answering our questions. "Otherwise, you will soon turn into a pool of blood," he ran frantically, knowing full well that falling into the pit below would be disastrous. Thus, he suddenly became an unwilling marathon runner, constantly running after being sucked in here. Hearing the strange sound and the gourd shaking, Aram was startled. "What is happening?" It seemed like the purple gold gourd had something wrong. He kept looking around, not noticing that a large crack was starting to form on top of the gourd. Immediately, the Tam burst out of that gourd. He fiercely struck him with one hit. Aram could not help but spit out blood. With that blow, he flew far away, his bones seemingly wanting to break in half. Aram looked around in astonishment. Having escaped, not expecting anyone could break free from the purple gold gourd. This person's level is higher than we anticipated. Xianfeng then landed in front of his companions. A person who could knock you down. The demon king of the third heaven. With just one punch is definitely not simple. He then told Aram, "Let me test his abilities. This guy is the demon king Xianfeng." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped behind Thap Tam, startling him. Immediately after, Xianfeng's hand quickly grabbed Thap Tam's face and squeezed hard. Using the same old trick, he shouted loudly, his mouth unable to contain a smug laugh. But then, he cried out in pain, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. It turned out that Thap Tam had angrily bitten down on his hand, causing fresh blood to flow out. Xianfeng, terrified, forcefully threw Thap Tam off his bloodied hand, continuously shouting in pain. He sweated as he looked at Thap Tam, annoyed that he dared to use such a despicable trick. But then, as Xianfeng realized, Thap Tam had vanished from in front of him, leaving him bewildered. Where did he go? Before he could collect himself, Thap Tam struck him hard in the neck with his knee. With that single kick, he was sent flying far away, so much so that it was hard to see. He angrily opened his mouth to shout at Thap Tam, "You little brat." Immediately after, Xianfeng lunged at him once more. His mouth screamed like a loudspeaker, throwing punches and kicking rocks all around. Of course, Thap Tam did not just stand there and let him do as he wished. Two powerful forces clashed, and rocks and dirt kept flying wildly in the air. Aram stood stunned, clearly not strong enough to join this fierce battle. His face began to show signs of surprise. Since when did the Southern Realm have characters like this? Perhaps because of a stalemate with the Mad Demon King, waiting for me to help him. After saying that, he formed a seal again and looked at Thap Tam. Meanwhile, he was still focused on battling Xianfeng without a break. Not stopping there, he gathered momentum to strike hard at Xianfeng. Both were evenly matched. But suddenly, a strange purple circle appeared on his wrist, startling Thap Tam. His arms, busy launching attacks, were suddenly constrained together, leaving Thap Tam in shock. Seeing him momentarily controlled, Xianfeng seized the opportunity to strike Thap Tam hard in the face. Just like that, his fresh blood spurted out, and Thap Tam lost his footing, being pushed back. Frustrated, he channeled his inner strength, and the chains quickly broke into small pieces. At that moment, a large peak appeared above Thap Tam, surrounded by an eerie golden light. Just like that, the peak quickly descended to the ground, looking hollow inside and resembling a tomb. Not knowing what it was, he felt a deep sense of caution, because everything they brought out was nothing good. Immediately, the Thap Tam leaped away to avoid being sucked inside. But of course, he was not allowed to escape. A powerful force from within the peak shot straight towards Thap Tam. Frustrated, he raised both hands in front of him and muttered, "I am trapped." Xianfeng asked his companion, "Do you want to kill him directly?" Aram replied, "Killing him is the same as asking for his soul, although it is a bit less effective." Meanwhile, the peak continued to emit a massive force towards Thap Tam, who quickly kept his distance from it. The two of them leaped away at the same time. Aram, feeling pleased, reached for his treasure and shouted loudly. Following the master's command, Thap Tam was forcefully pinned down by the peak. He gritted his teeth, using both hands to brace himself against it. The weight was no joke. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth without him noticing. The peak pressed down harder against the ground, and he used all his strength to hold it up. Like the great sage Kaishan trapped beneath a mountain, Thap Tam had now been defeated. It seemed that the tremor from the peak scared the beasts so much that they fled their forest in panic. They ran in packs towards their master, seeking protection. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Who dares to act recklessly in my Venue mountains? The heavy treasure pressed down on the ground, creating shockwaves that sent dust flying everywhere. The massive treasure seemed to lift, shaking the surrounding space. The rocks that had tightly surrounded the treasure finally fell away. Thap Tam used all his might, but could not lift the treasure with his bare hands. Aram was so shocked that he gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. What did he just say? That is the treasure I stole from the elder of the Sword Dao sect. How could he possibly lift it? Xianfeng stood next to Aram, channeling his power. A massive blue aura enveloped him. In an instant, Xianfeng shot off, saying, I am here to lend you a hand. Once again, he used his power to grow larger. He transformed into a huge, monstrous form, with elongated claws, his entire body a deep shade of green. Lianfeng intentionally jumped straight into the treasure with his giant form. What he was exerting himself to lift caused the surrounding rocks to shatter due to the aftershocks of the impact. Suddenly, a powerful and commanding voice rang out. Who dares to cause chaos in my Venyu mountain? Dark fireballs were shot from afar, catching him off guard without time to react to the attack from the voice. Those fireballs struck straight at Xianfeng, sending him flying backward. Thanks to that hit, Xianfeng gradually shrank down and returned to his old form. He jumped back, then quickly returned to his original spot. Landing safely, Xianfeng was completely furious, his body drenched in sweat. Xianfeng spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. Who dares to stop our demon clan from working? Aram gazed off into the distance, continuously explaining and voicing his speculation. They say the Venyu mountain range is guarded by a powerful demon saint, strong enough to defeat you. Could it be him? As he finished speaking, a flock of crows gathered and circled around, quickly covering almost the entire sky above the artifact. Han Fiying appeared immediately with his flock of crows, his face serious yet majestic, looking up at the sky. Aram spoke as if to affirm his correct speculation. This aura truly belongs to him. Fifian looked down from the sky with half an eye, his brows slightly furrowed. He said, So it is the demon clan causing trouble for my demon tribe. Suddenly, the artifact began to show signs of cracking. Thop Tam gritted his teeth, using his attacks to repeatedly strike the artifact in an attempt to shatter it. Feeling exhilarated, the massive artifact was now shattered to pieces due to Thap Tam's blows, almost splitting in half, and Fi Yangyi and Lianfeng exchanged terrified glances. He gaped, trembling, sweat pouring down. Aram murmured, That is a top-tier celestial artifact, unique in its power. And yet it was smashed by him. Thop Tam stood under the ground's dent, exhaling in relief and saying, You almost crushed me. He was utterly surprised to see Thap Tam. Afifing raised his voice. What is this? You, Trang Thap Tam. Thap Tam was equally surprised to see him, responding, You. Black chicken. Afifing gently descended to the ground, standing opposite Thap Tam, his voice unable to hide his joy. So you are still alive. And Fi Nang paused for a moment, astonishment clear on his face, and Fi Zhengju spoke. Wait. Are you still this young? The Thop Tam immediately replied. It is a long story. Aram watched them from a distance, feeling confused. Isn't he the demon tribe supposed to not interfere in human affairs? What do you mean? He approached Aram with an expressionless face. Pointing at Thop Tam, he said, Sorry. This guy is a bit special. You can't touch him. Hearing this, Aram's expression darkened as he snorted lightly. Aram replied, If that is the case, then he stands there. A long red-black spell was launched from Aram's hand as he shouted, You die too? And Fighang then created a black shield. Aram's powerful strike hit his shield, causing it to explode in an instant. The Thop Tam was taken aback, wide-eyed at Hexti Fudgy, then asked curiously, Black chicken, is this your power? Hearing that, he turned and smiled with his cold face. Feeling grateful inside, Black Phoenix replied, It is all thanks to the body you gave me back then. Right now, I have not only restored my peak combat power from before, but I have even advanced further. I am now at the late stage of the Great Completion realm. Suddenly, something appeared that left him stunned to the point of freezing in place. Black Phoenix turned to look up at the sky and called out loudly, This spirit pressure. Aram grinned slyly, his face looking quite strange. Aram spoke. Looks like you have noticed. A red scene enveloped the two of them. Aram sneered again, smirking as he said, Before we set off, we informed the Demon Emperor managing this wasteland. He is about to arrive. Soon you will die. Black Phoenix's face darkened significantly. He gritted his teeth anxiously. Black Phoenix thought to himself, The Demon Emperor. That is an existence of the Tribulation realm. Then he struck up a conversation with 13. Black Phoenix asked him, You must be here to get to the Endless Sea base. Right. 13 replied, That is right. Unexpectedly, he grabbed the collar of 13's shirt and lifted him off the ground. 13 sweated awkwardly, a jolt of electricity running through his head as if he suddenly realized something. 13, astonished, spoke up, telling Black Phoenix about his newfound discovery, the coordinates of this location. He looked down at 13 gently and said, The specific location of the base. After that, Black Phoenix turned his back to him, took a step forward, and continued, "You go ahead. I will buy some time here." 13's face was filled with worried confusion. He shouted to Black Phoenix, "How will you escape?" He turned to glance at 13 with a calm, smiling face. Black Phoenix immediately reassured him. "Don't you worry. I am the ancient Black Phoenix. Even the Imperial Guardian could not do anything to me back then, let alone this little demon clan. Moreover, I know this territory very well, so of course, I will have an escape route." 13 looked around cautiously, still concerned about reminding you to be careful before leaving. "So you should be more careful than that." Suddenly, Black Phoenix called out to him again, his hand poised to cast a spell, a small current of electricity running through his fingertips. "Wait! There is one more thing I want to give you." The clothes on him suddenly became intact and clean, looking brand new, leaving 13 utterly shocked. Black Phoenix smiled gently, speaking softly with a warm tone. "As my master, you can't look too shabby." Saying that, he turned and walked away slowly, comforting 13 as he went. "You go ahead. When I return, we will have a long talk." Both Aram and the crazy wind rushed towards Black Phoenix. They shouted loudly to provoke him. "Wanna run? It is not that easy." Black Phoenix opened his mouth wide. From his mouth emerged a pitch-black object, Black Phoenix's true form. He thought, "The Demon Emperor is coming. I must hold them back to allow 13 to escape." That object was a gigantic Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix had transformed into that majestic phoenix, looking incredibly imposing. He soared up, covering the sky completely. The phoenix flew straight up, facing two figures, Xianfeng and Aram. He was stunned by what he just witnessed, and said to the other, "The holy beast has revealed its true form." Xianfeng clasped his hands together, ready to unleash his power, and shouted, "Demonic idol." Xianfeng gradually grew larger, muscles bulging from his back. At this moment, the Xianfeng had completely transformed into a giant, hideous dark green figure, preparing to confront the Black Phoenix. He slammed down where he had just landed. Fortunately, the Black Phoenix dodged the powerful blow from Xianfeng with incredible agility. It was now his turn to unleash his moves, executing a series of techniques. The heavenly annihilation thunder appeared, a wave of dark energy characteristic of the Black Phoenix, completely unaware of a cluster of lightning striking from behind. But before he could act, suddenly a massive gem appeared in the sky, as if swallowed by the heavens. This was his 5-element sealing technique. It crashed down to the ground, crashing onto the Black Phoenix, pinning him down. The object pressed down on the Black Phoenix's wing, rendering him unable to move. He thought helplessly to himself, unable to budge. Xianfeng transformed into another weapon from his hand, a gigantic serrated knife. He leaped into the air, swinging the knife back, ready to slash the Black Phoenix. He proclaimed, "You are as good as dead." The Black Phoenix opened his long beak, and from his mouth emerged a surge of golden energy, forming another soul in the shape of a giant phoenix, a spirit breaking free. The creature soared high, flapping its wings and sending the gems that were crushing the Black Phoenix flying off, startling Xianfeng into retreat. Afterward, he opened his mouth and swallowed that energy, soaring up into the sky. The aftershock from that flap caused the ground, where the Black Phoenix had been pinned, to tremble, and he continued to unleash his power. From the Black Phoenix, a series of black magical rings shot out, sealing the spirit. Those rings gathered together, forming a massive wave of energy that struck Xianfeng, making him stagger. Meanwhile, Thoptam was following his orders, desperately trying to escape through the forest. He kept jumping from one tree to another. His speed was so fast that blue light clusters appeared, looking incredibly wondrous. Thoptam continued forward without looking back, his face deep in thought as if contemplating something. Finally, he reached the place he needed to get to. In front of him was a stretch of land, and the sea lay just ahead of Thoptam. He exclaimed, "The Black Flame Guardian. Is that the endless sea?" Finally passed through the monster mountain range. After saying that, Thoptam sprinted, putting all his strength into running as if gliding over the water's surface. Back to the battle. The Black Phoenix was still struggling against Xianfeng. His power enveloped the space around him. From the sky, Black Phoenix slowly transformed into a flock of crows flying towards the horizon. The flock flew into a forest, passing through the surrounding grass and trees. After managing to escape into the forest, he gradually transformed back into human form from the flock of crows. Some of the crows turned back into the cloak that Black Phoenix was wearing. He smiled wickedly with his cold expression. Black Phoenix muttered to himself, reveling in the fact that he left a clone to play with you all. "I will go ahead." Once done, he shot off like an arrow, weaving through the lush greenery of the forest. As he was on his way, he suddenly slowed down, moving forward deliberately. Black Phoenix seemed to hover in midair, his face momentarily returning to its serious, majestic demeanor. Black Phoenix softly spoke, "I claim this land to rule over this tribe of monsters." On the surface, he did not interfere in the conflict of humans and demons, but in reality, he established a secure area for the human base in the rear. He continued moving forward while reminding himself, This also serves as a way to repay the kindness from that original year. Having finished his thoughts, Black Phoenix continued to dash forward. He zigzagged to move faster. After a moment, Black Phoenix abruptly stopped. He looked around. His eyes widened, and he broke into a sweat, as if he had just discovered something terrifying. Black Phoenix came to a complete stop and jumped to the ground, looking around to check for any lurking dangers. He said, "What just happened?" Black Phoenix clenched his teeth, his whole body shaking with anxiety. His brows furrowed as he spoke, recalling that the scene from earlier seemed familiar. Black Phoenix continued to unleash his power, shooting straight up into the sky, creating a burst of orange-yellow light. He tried to figure out what had happened, but the scene remained unchanged, showing no signs of change. Black Phoenix froze, his face filled with worry and fear. Finally, he came to a sudden halt, creating a shockwave that stirred up dust around his feet. The expression on Black Phoenix's face showed clear signs of terror and anxiety at his discovery. He voiced, "I am trapped in this cycle." Black Phoenix checked his surroundings for anything unusual but still found nothing. He continued to speak, trying to guess if he had fallen under an illusion spell, or had he entered a formation. Suddenly, the ground beneath Black Phoenix trembled, cracking into enormous circular fissures around where he stood. Startling him, a finger suddenly emerged, grabbing the ground where he stood. Black Phoenix looked perplexedly at the gigantic object. It then took shape. That giant hand struggled to lift the ground. He shouted, "What is going on?" Deep from the ground, the hand raised the forest where Black Phoenix was waiting, causing the lake to tremble violently, and the earth to crumble. That hideous monster lifted the tiny object and looked around with its squinty eyes. At this moment, it opened its grotesque red eyes. The monster began to raise the spear where Black Phoenix was standing high above. The monster's voice rang out, shaking the earth and rocks as they eroded layer by layer. The aftershocks from that battle were terrifying, with dust swirling everywhere. Right in the center, Black Phoenix was hit by a technique, a spear piercing through him, blood streaming down his body. He lost consciousness, his eyes vacant, looking completely like a lifeless corpse. Crazy Wind stood with his hands on his hips, praising his teammate, truly deserving of being the Demon Emperor. Hearing this, he crossed his arms, his tone full of pride, easily slaying the beast. The Demon Emperor suddenly appeared from behind the white smoke, speaking proudly of his own achievements. "It was no challenge to use my supreme technique and then hunt down the prey." The Demon Emperor smirked, looking at his hand as he channeled his power. Flames of blue began to blaze, enveloping his entire hand. The Demon Emperor declared, "Next, I will devour the soul." Outside, at the endless sea, waves rolled over the surface, revealing an island along with an ancient-looking structure. Above, figures resembling members of some sect were on guard. Lakfeng's face was serious, devoid of emotion, suddenly flickering as if he had spotted something from a distance. Something was swimming towards them, causing the sea to tremble, splashing water everywhere. He noticed and became extremely worried, shouting to alert those around him. "Not good. Something strange is attacking the island, suspected to be an enemy assault." Lakfeng continued to shout, pointing towards the remaining disciple by the gong. "Quick! Alert everyone." The remaining disciple struck the gong nearby with the mallet to signal everyone. The gong produced a very loud sound, echoing throughout the small island. The elders, hearing the bell, immediately rushed down. Each of them radiated a majestic aura. Elder Bang looked ahead with his squinted eyes, asking in worry, "What is happening? Has our position been compromised?" Elder Mac stepped forward with authority at that moment. He spoke without a hint of change in his expression. "The endless, boundless sea." The islands on the ocean were like a grain of sand in the desert, without specific coordinates. It was nearly impossible to find. Why was it compromised? Tang Ditch crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowing tightly together. Tang Ditch spoke. "Wait, something feels off." In the distance, Thap Tam was using all his strength to run towards the shore. Behind him, water sprayed up and splashed everywhere. Tang Ditch was so astonished that he had to step back from what he had witnessed. He shouted, "What?" unexpectedly. "It is Trang Thap Tam." Hearing this, the others gasped in shock. With that, he leaped up, attempting to launch straight from the sea to the shore. Once done, Thap Tam landed safely, looking more calm and at ease than ever. Then you turned to look at the crowd on the shore with a serious expression. The Thap Tam scrutinized each person with his jade-green eyes. You shouted loudly, unable to hide the joy in your heart when you saw the group gathered together. Tai Yu Mian, the senior brother, the elder leader. Everyone was still alive. Ahau Yake's expression returned to its cold demeanor. As usual, he spoke in an incomprehensible tone while looking at Thap Tam. "This question should be ours to ask you. Why did you show up?" You raised your hands, and Thap Tam looked at Zidov Reach blankly while trying to decipher the spell. You spoke up. "I was transported to this era through a spatial rift." Suddenly, Tiu Men ran over and hugged Thap Tam's leg. leaving you completely stunned. Her voice trembled a bit. I knew to you Thop Tam would not die so easily. Thop Tam bent down to pat Tu Mun's head, then looked at her with gentle eyes. You said, Tu Man, why have you remained so small after 120 years? Tu Men looked up at Thop Tam, her face showing a hint of helplessness. You are just the same as before. Curiosity was evident on your face. The Thop Tam asked Tu Mun. You squatted down to make it easier to talk to her. By the way, what level have you reached now? Are you still practicing the exercises I taught you every day? The little girl laughed loudly, her face full of pride in her accomplishments. Tu Men replied, now I am at the 100th level of Kui refining. Thop Tam was astonished, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat. He gaped, trying to ask the child again. The 100th level of Kai refining. Elder Mufas observed you and the girl intently from a distance. He spoke up, his tone curious. Who is this child? Why can't we sense any spiritual energy? Elder Bung immediately replied to Elder Mex's words. He explained, he is a genius from our sect who has been missing for 120 years. Suddenly, Elder Bung paused. He did not speak anymore, as if he had just discovered something strange. Elder Bung looked around and then up at the sky. He warned those around that 3 powerful auras were flying towards them. Elder Bung continued, seemingly a bit apprehensive. Sweat pouring down his body, he struggled, noting that one of the auras was extremely powerful, likely at the level of a demon emperor. Tu Men was extremely shocked, her face darkening instantly. A demon emperor. Is not that a being on par with the tribulation? Elder Metzi clenched his fists, his face serious, certain they had suppressed their spiritual energy, which is why they were detected at such a close distance. And there was no time to activate the teleportation array. Elder Messi continued, pointing directly at Thop Tam and starting to doubt you. Did you lure them here? Could it be that you were also tainted by the demonic fire? ZBWH. Hearing this, was extremely indignant. He angrily stepped up to explain for you. Don't be rash. Elder Max. When he appeared earlier, I secretly scanned him with my spiritual sense, and there was nothing unusual. Thop Tam's face tensed slightly in confusion. He stared at Elder Mas, thinking to himself, this is truly the style of the senior brother. He raised his hand in disappointment to rub his face, while Elder Mekshi anxiously continued to address everyone. The tribulation is coming. Everyone will surely die. Thop Tam shouted. You want to prove to those around you and gain their trust. If everyone trusts me, then let me give it a try. Elder Mechi was extremely surprised to hear this. He frowned, looking at Thop Tam with a questioning expression. What? A system panel suddenly appeared, containing all the necessary items, which seemed completely normal. Upgrade conditions. 1 high-grade spirit mineral mountain missing. 1 level 8 monster core missing. Physical points. Training points. He turned to look at them seriously and voiced his confidence. Where do you all have the level 8 monster core and high-grade spirit mountain? Give it to me. I can break through here and fight against the tribulation. Elder Meph was so shocked and stunned that he raised both hands, unable to believe what he just heard. His voice had a hint of sarcasm. What kind of joke is this? The spirit mineral is used to activate the teleportation formation. Activating it now could at least ensure half of the people survive. If I give it to you and you fail, the entire army will be wiped out. Trop Reving and, with a serious expression, looked towards Thop Tam and said, I believe in him. I have a level 8 monster core, obtained from killing a demon's elite. Hearing this, Elder Mekti was extremely astonished. He gasped and thought to himself, what? T-Traintervina's judgment is almost flawless. Yet he said that Elder Mexi finally accepted it. He ordered everyone to immediately take him to Habu Sen to absorb the spirit mineral. Elder Meche shouted loudly, determination clear on his face but exuding an imposing aura. Everyone, let us set up the formation here. Thop Tam was alone in the demon realm, sitting cross-legged behind a massive stone. His face could not hide the worry and anger for his acquaintances. First, it was Ving the and Sox. Then Enchi. It seemed the demon race had a way to extract information they wanted from them, likely using similar methods as the soul extraction. The more he thought about it, the more Thop Tam gritted his teeth. He could not sit still. Thop Tam voiced. Then they might have been healed and kept alive. Suddenly, his head seemed to droop slightly. Thop Tam struggled to think of a solution. The time spirit brought me to this era, not just because of my level, but in the river of time. There are certainly many powerful beings that can be summoned. He spoke, his serious face looking straight ahead, his gaze extremely determined. The difference between me and others. The Sunk on the other end immediately responded, his expression showing no change. Trang Thop Tam. You are very special. As if he had realized something. Thop Tam. Open your eyes wide. Thop Tam then said. It is the physique. Something is definitely going on. Only a physique like mine can handle it. Thop Tam continued. He observed outside through his own lens and softly said to the other end. The time spirit speaks ambiguously. Probably afraid that I will fail and be overpowered. thus revealing his plan. Thap Tam's face was filled with determination. He asserted, "I will definitely avenge you all. I will also change the future." The system absorbs the spirit minerals. Dark clouds gathered. Blue lightning covered the clouds. That thing was getting closer. About to cross the mountain, up high. The demon lord and his companions stepped out, their faces showing confidence and ease. Elder Bang looked up at the sky, sweating profusely, shouting loudly to warn those around. "They are coming." Elder Mac also chimed in. Shortly after, he said, "That guy in the middle must be the demon emperor guarding the southern realm, a demon of the tribulation level." Duongditch's face was tense as he looked up at the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. Duongditch spoke. "How many people in the divine continent possess the title of Red Tron Immortal, apart from them? The tribulation level is already a force to be reckoned with." Suddenly, Truong unclasped his hands, knelt down, and loudly announced to everyone, "Let me test their strength. You take the opportunity to reinforce the defensive array." After saying that, he unleashed his power, summoning 2 gigantic whirlwinds right in the middle of the Kim Dan Thoi Long formation. The demon lord looked down in disdain. He also clasped his hands and said to his 2 companions, "The demon lord is confident of victory. You do not need to intervene." A gigantic hand suddenly emerged from below right after his words. The 2 huge hands followed the demon lord's command, tightly grasping the 2 whirlwinds just inches away. Truongan was filled with anxiety, sweating profusely. He was so tense that his face darkened. Truongan exclaimed. Just one move had broken his attack. The demon lord continued to be arrogant. Looking down and smirking derisively, the demon lord spoke. "Just a small feat. Not even worth a single blow." Saying that, he raised his hands, ready to unleash his power. The demon lord shouted, "Great void of heaven and earth." The surrounding water continuously shook, crashing strongly against the shores of the island. Some rose high like tsunamis, trying to breach the island's barrier. They formed a gigantic hand from the seawater. That hand lifted the island, looking just like a small ball in its palm. Duongditch, with a serious expression, looked up at the barrier above him. He could not help but admire. The strength of the tribulation level was truly extraordinary. If it were not for the array, this island might have been crushed by him. Elder Mac frowned. He seriously explained to Duongditch, his face full of worry, "This formation won't hold for long. Hopefully, it can last until your disciple emerges." On the side of the cave where Thap Tam was sitting, the ground began to tremble intermittently. The earth and rocks around seemed unable to withstand it. Signs of collapse appeared. He opened his eyes wide, looking around, his face tense like a drawn bowstring. Thap Tam quietly said to himself, "It seems the battle has begun." He continued to look at the system panel, his voice now clearly showing urgency and desire. "Is the system still not done?" The system is gradually progressing, quickly jumping from 70% to 98%, and finally completing the upgrade for Thap Tam. You are completely surprised. After finishing the upgrade process, a stream of red energy flowed through Thap Tam, causing him pain and making him scream. The system displayed a message indicating Thap Tam's successful upgrade. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face fierce, determination shining in his gaze. Thap Tam stood alone in the dark yet spacious area of the system. He looked around, unable to hide his curiosity and confusion, and spoke up, "Isn't this the system's dojo?" A system panel with arms and expressions appeared. It raised its hands, indicating helplessness, unable to do anything. The panel explained that after the system upgrade, all items were upgraded, including the system space. After the upgrade, the system space possessed the function of a time chamber. With time flowing slower than outside, Thap Tam was anxious, angrily cursing it out loud. Thap Tam's mind was filled with countless questions. Why did they bring me here? Is my current power still not enough to overcome the tribulation? The system frowned, pointing at him and explaining vigorously. 300 points of physical strength can fight a peak fusion. 2,000 points can defeat a peak great transcendence. And 20,000 can contend with the tribulation. But to adapt to a body with 20,000 points of physical strength, and fully utilize the advantages of the demon splitting phase, one must undergo demon training to surpass muscle potential. Thap Tam continued, crossing his arms and looking down at it, raising his voice. So what should I do? A weight larger than Thap Tam himself appeared in the air, surprising him as he looked up. Thap Tam was extremely cautious and struggled to catch the weight in his hands. He used so much strength that his feet dug into the ground, creating a chaotic scene beneath him. The screen continued to display guidance for him. The phrase training repeatedly appeared and became increasingly emphasized. The Thap Tam trained with a boiling mind, striving with all his might to lift and lower the weight. The system continued, raising its hand high to express will and determination. The first phase of the training is equivalent to the weight of a huge mountain. Task 1. Complete 10,000 squats in a gravity space 10 times heavier. Thap Tam's sweat poured down continuously as he lifted weights. But he refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the system panel. 10 times the gravity. Add 10,000 more. Squats. Thap Tam understood the principle and continued to train frantically, the surrounding earth and stones shaking with the aftershocks of his lifting. While training, he shouted, then let the muscles break through their limits. On the other side, the giant tentacle was brutally gripping the shield on the small island. Titiumun was worried, noticing it and shouting to alert everyone around. That giant hand has lifted the entire island. Duongdich looked up at the sky, his voice serious and his face grave. The formation draws power from the endless ocean. It seems he has discovered it. Soon, a large hole has formed in the ceiling of the formation. That hand intentionally squeezed the island's shield. Elder Mac stood watching and continued. The formation won't hold much longer. The Demon King sneered, continuing to provoke those around him on the island. Is this all the resistance you have? The Demon King shouted, controlling the hand to squeeze the island tightly. The Demon King continued, waving his hands dismissively, the aura dissipating. The whole army was wiped out. Suddenly, he froze, standing still as if lost in thought. The Demon King looked down contemptuously. Leaning slightly to get a better view, he spoke again, reinforcing his suspicions. This is not right. They are at the Great Ascension level. Even if they were to die, they would still put up a fight. How could they be wiped out in one blow? The Demon King continued to exert his power, layers of frequencies appearing as he decided to check around the Spirit Soul faction. The powerful frequencies spread across the sea, seemingly reaching the horizon. Eventually, the Demon King discovered the island hidden in some mysterious location. Truong frowned, his eyes narrowed, and he spoke loudly with tension. Not good. I have been detected. He found it intriguing, suddenly grinning at the crowd before using his non-giant hand to distort Truong's tornado, using the initial attack to affect my senses. You do have some skill, the Demon King continued with a disdainful tone, a massive hand extending into the island. There were many people standing there, but the outcome would still be the same. The giant hand reached right into the battlefield, inside the island, piercing through the formation they had set up long ago. Elder Mac felt incredibly tense upon seeing this. He looked up at the sky and could only utter, "It is." The surging water hand broke through, destroying the shield. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Fortunately, someone had sliced off the giant water hand just in time, splattering water everywhere before they could all be caught. The technique of the dual-headed punch sent water flying like rain. The crowd looked up at the sky in astonishment. The expression on the Demon King's face suddenly hardened, and he spoke with disappointment and boredom. The spell has been broken. At that moment, Thap Tam appeared unexpectedly, his long hair flowing in the wind. Thap Tam raised his fist, his face incredibly serious. He spoke. I made it just in time. Elder Mac gasped in shock, his face pale and his expression filled with panic. It really is that kid. He broke through. Elder Bang also poked his head out, equally shocked. What? He can fly now. Elder Mac looked over, feeling puzzled by Elder Bang's words. He retorted, is not it completely normal for someone at this level not to be able to fly? Hearing this, he calmly explained his understanding of Thap Tam. You just do not know. In fact, Trang Thap Tam is the young master of the Trang family, wanted by the royal family 100 years ago. The head of the Imperial Guard is actually the adopter of General Nam Kung Nef. The general was harmed and imprisoned. As a result, the head of the clan took him in, impacting the Trang family. At that time, only the head and I knew Thap Tam's true identity. Elder Bang frowned and continued. He started to emphasize more on what he was saying. But more importantly, even though this kid has a remarkable physique, he has no spiritual roots and cannot harness spiritual energy. Elder Mac was astonished and shouted loudly upon hearing this from Elder Bang. What? Elder Mac was confused and turned to Thap Tam, asking, then how can he not be able to fly? He has no spiritual energy fluctuations in his body, still no spiritual roots. Dihemvik said seriously, looking up and speaking to Elder Mac. Look at his feet. His feet moved continuously in the air, shaking lightly as if he were flying. Elder Bang squinted up at the sky, speaking in an amazed tone. The boy's feet were vibrating extremely quickly, almost undetectable to the naked eye. Thap Tam smirked arrogantly, a golden aura surrounding him. Thap Tam spoke, saying it was muscle resonance. After the training, the muscles in my body have gradually activated their potential, achieving a soaring effect through the rapid vibration of my muscles, resonating with the spiritual energy in the air. The Demon King glanced down at him disdainfully, saying, I can't sense his level, but he can withstand my attack. He must be quite powerful. Xianfeng immediately added, he can't deny Thap Tam's abilities. I fought him before. He must be at the peak of the Great Ascension. The Demon King found it interesting, smiling slyly upon hearing Xianfeng say this, the peak of Great Ascension. It makes sense that he can counter my move. He was astonished. The Thap Tam shouted and pointed at them. How do you know? What did you do to Heftak Shifang? The Demon King glanced at him, beginning to unleash his power, dark energy enveloping him. Guess. With that, he shot a powerful source of energy at Thap Tam. The Demon King yelled loudly, the annihilation ball towering. The Thoptam was taken aback, immediately recognizing this as Hefshi Fianji's technique. Then Thoptam stood still with his hands on his hips, facing his source of power. The divine magic absorbed the blow with his chest. A dark green energy enveloped the island, the sky around it gray and murky, while the sea rolled violently. The demon lord looked at Thoptam with a calm expression, appearing completely uninterested. He spoke with intrigue. Unexpectedly using his body to counter the black lightning, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Looking up at the demon lord, the Thoptam questioned, "How do you know how to use Hexti Jungi's technique?" He smirked and slowly explained. Demons at the level of a great demon lord can gain their opponent's memories through soul absorption, and there is a chance of acquiring their techniques. Somewhat similar to your human soul extraction, but the difference with soul extraction is that the soul must be consumed first. The demon lord chuckled slyly, trying to provoke Thoptam, his gaze piercing into him. "So tell me, how's that friend of yours doing?" Thoptam's expression darkened. His head slightly bowed. Eyes hardening, Thoptam responded to him. "Did Vidring Suka also fall victim to your similar tricks?" The demon lord continued to laugh contemptuously, tilting his head back, speaking arrogantly. Indeed, Thoptam was now completely enraged, glaring at the demon lord, vowing to repay blood with blood. With that, Thoptam charged forward like lightning, leaping up and twisting around to elbow him. The demon lord immediately noticed. Quickly aware of Thoptam's attack, the demon lord swiftly unleashed his power, a beam of blue light erupting from his hand. The move was so powerful it created a sonic wave that shook the gray sea all around the island. It formed a barrier between them and the others inside the island. The demon lord placed his hand on Thoptam's shoulder. Smiling as if he had just found a new toy for himself, the demon lord said, "Your appearance. I have heard my brother describe you. 100 years ago, he got caught in a spatial rift while fighting him." After saying that, he aimed a devastating kick at Thoptam. Thoptam barely had time to raise his hands to shield his face. He leaped high, using his power, as the attack sliced through the surface of the sea. Seeing this, the demon lord seized the moment to soar into the sky alongside him. He had quickly ascended and now stood facing Thoptam. The demon lord continued to taunt him, his expression extremely provocative. "Surprisingly, you survived just like him from the spatial rift." The Thoptam's face displayed both pride and determination. He asked him, "Are you the younger brother of that demon who borrowed a form to regain his soul?" The demon lord immediately responded, affirming his identity with an unchanging expression. "That is right. My brother could not kill you back then. Today, I will kill you." Breaking his sentence, he transformed into another form, with strange hands growing out from behind him. Instantly, the demon emperor sprouted 6 arms. One clasped over his chest, his lifeless gaze directed at the 13 demons' 6th emperor. Suddenly, a knee strike landed on the grotesque face of the demon emperor. That strike from him knocked his face to one side. 13 scalded the demon emperor for taking too long to cast his spell. His leg muscles were straining. The demon emperor, too focused, did not notice 13's knee was now close to his face again. His bewildered eyes turned, his mind unprepared. The demon emperor quickly recovered. Taking him down would not be easy. The demon emperor tightly gripped 13's leg, catching him slightly off guard. He wildly punched towards 13's chest. 13 tried to dodge as quickly as possible. He prepared his technique in hand, even though his fist was trembling. Immediately, he punched hard into the right cheek of the demon emperor, hitting him squarely. The demon emperor had not even realized. He was shocked that his strong body could not withstand it. Born with innate might, I am the demon emperor, yet I can take one of his punches. 13 had to acknowledge the formidable strength. This guy was terrifying. I did not expect your recovery speed to be this fast. 13 decided to relentlessly punch the demon emperor without stopping. He would not stop until he admitted defeat. So how about this? The demon emperor's attitude became increasingly unexpected. He never thought there would be a day he would be beaten like this. How could this be? The ruler of the southern realm like me being pinned down and hit. The demon emperor decided to combine his strength. If he did not find another way now, he would only meet his end. 13 watched his actions. Puzzled, he did not understand what he was doing. 13's body flew into the air, preparing for another confrontation. The demon emperor's 2 hands combined their power, quickly sticking together. 13 charged in but could not do anything because those hands had been cultivated with strength. Large hands appeared one after another, countless and immensely powerful. 13 tried to evade to avoid injury. That power kept him from getting close. However, 13 still decided to fight to the end. Using the technique of duplication, he jumped into the sky, escaping from the water, standing still in a position vulnerable to being taken down. The scene of 13 flying into the air repeated itself, just like before, with 2 hands gathering strength again. The sight before him appeared once more. 13's body echoed far. He stood up and fought just like before. 13's mind sensed this familiar feeling he had experienced. Had he gone through this scene already? This time, 13 chose to fly past that arm, using all his leg strength. He was very curious, wondering how long this scene would last. Could it be that I am caught up in it? Everything unfolded exactly as planned by the Demon Emperor. He harbored cunningness. Circling around, this repetition was created by one of his hands. The sphere resting inside the Demon Emperor's hand. A chaotic force. The cycle of the spell formations. He watched 13's frenzied fighting. Truly a sight to behold. Unless we dispel the spell, you will be trapped in the cycle of time forever. Duongdae stood outside, eager to help. Damn it. The worst has happened. He is truly worried for your life. You will have to struggle to survive, no matter how strong Trangthap Tam Vu ditches. If the enemy chooses to trap him with a spell, instead of confronting him directly, there won't be a chance to use his skills. Truong, who is also worried about you, understands just how strong he needs to be. The spell has intruded into the realm of the Tao. Attacking with pure strength 1T breakthrough. You looked at them, knowing anyone who stood with Thap Tam would never survive. And next would be you. Suddenly, the orb showed signs of cracking, and he unexpectedly noticed this. It was Thap Tam inside who had shattered it. And this method was genuinely effective. If he is trapped by time and cannot escape, then I will use my fist to break this cycle. Thap Tam summoned all the strength within his body, delivering a flurry of punches to the orb with his fists. Each punch from you can destroy it. Though it drains your energy, the results are clear. The meteor that Thap Tam sent out burst forth from within the orb. Du stood outside, in pain from bearing all the consequences. He was continuously pierced through by meteors. Du did not even have time to retaliate. The meteors lifted his body as high as possible, causing him endless pain. A white smoke appeared in the sky, signaling that success was near. Thap Tam could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all the effort, it paid off, and he broke through the cycle. Elder Mac, standing outside, could not believe his eyes. He had escaped. Elder Bang could not see what Thap Tam had used to win so quickly. Could it really be that he relied on sheer strength to break the spell? Duongdi was suspicious of the technique Thap Tam used. He could guess that the spell was related to a thief, and could only be broken using strength associated with the Tao. Your abilities must have evolved. Otherwise, how could you be so strong, Thap Tam? It seems you have stepped into the realm of great Tao power. Dine Feng could not believe how much Thap Tam had surprised so many. That is the Grand Demon Lord. He won't be defeated so easily. Right. Du's teammates watched him fall, and could only shake their heads. There was no saving him now. With such little power, he cannot control the southern realm. But he suddenly remembered the power within Du that had yet to be unleashed. He still had a trump card. A loud voice came from beneath the sea. Waves surged high, and his power awakened demonic statue of the outer Tao. The true form of the demon. Thap Tam heard the noise, confused, and turned to see him transformed into a giant figure. Du had regained his strength. He stood up and aimed directly at Thap Tam. Du was truly in pain and had to resort to this method to control you, not expecting to force me to use the demonic statue. The Demon King threw a punch, charging madly straight ahead. Where you stood, the fists of the 13th and him clashed, turning into a fierce struggle. Entirely magical energy radiated around, creating a battlefield, erupting everywhere. The waves also surged violently as if wanting to join this battle. Elder Mac recognized the dangerous situation and immediately alerted everyone here. This island could not withstand the aftermath of the fight. He warned everyone to leave at once. The waves had surged all the way to the mountain, fierce and relentless. This place was about to be torn apart, no matter what methods the Demon King used. He could not control the 13th, which made him extremely angry. Even the attack from the demon statue could be resisted. Just how strong is this kid's body? Although he is small, he can still attack from below. The 13th already had a plan in mind. He just needed to execute it. The spell lifted his quadriceps. The Demon King looked bewildered, turning left and right. He was confused in his own formation. It seemed like all plans had succeeded. Yet this made him rethink, as close combat did not give him an advantage. The Demon King expanded his entire body. His strength was immense but achieved nothing. The essence of the earth. The waves grew increasingly fierce, crashing against the rocks. The 13th had summoned power from the depths of the sea. It was rising to the surface. He quickly moved through. These things won't easily hinder him. The 13th jumped down quickly, needing to use his speed. His foot immediately gained momentum to jump, narrowly escaping death in the waves. He sensed the danger in there. Thankfully, he had managed to escape quickly. Not only did spikes erupt from the sea floor, but even the spikes kept growing more spikes. The 13th maintained that speed. He still had plenty of strength. Just needed to take him down. If that is the case, the 13th extended his arms, clenched his fists, and launched strikes to decisively destroy everything. Spellcraft. Combat spinning top. The Demon King was desperately using his tricks, choosing to prolong the time. This move could only hold him off for a moment. But that little time was enough for me. The Demon King had to acknowledge the 13th's talent. Who else could face him like this? I admit you are quite tough. So I won't hide my strength anymore. Crazy Wind was even surprised. What was happening was beyond his imagination. They thought that if the Demon King truly used his remaining power, victory would be easy. Finally, the great Demon Emperor was about to use that. This battle would end quickly. The sky began to rumble, and a ball of electricity gradually revealed itself. A true artifact, Mystic Harmony Convergence. The 13th was taken aback. This was the first time he saw such a devastating technique. The Demon King had decided to use it. This was a treasure with terrifying power forged from the shards of the dark mystery of the demon world. The crimson sphere emanating a subtle force could make the mountains roar and the seas thunder. He gently held that orb in his hand. 13 will experience it soon enough. The Demon King began to recount its history. This orb's appearance is anything but ordinary, waiting to be underestimated as a superior celestial artifact. 100 years ago. If it were not for the restrictions of the secret realm, if the destructive power of my brother's artifact had been unleashed even a fraction, you would have been souls lost under the blade long ago. He decided to use it simply because he could not defeat you if I keep using what is inside me. Today you will get a taste of the true celestial might of a superior artifact. 13 stood ready to face it. He would not be subdued by anything. The orb discharged electricity outward, ready to swiftly eliminate its opponent. The Demon King was truly confident in this treasure, which is why he saved it for the last moment. This attack was supported by gravitational laws, even having the tendency to overwhelm mountains. No matter how strong you are, you won't withstand it. 13 smirked. But no one knew what he was contemplating. Immediately, he pulled out another treasure that rivaled the power of this electric orb. The Demon King was left utterly speechless in astonishment. He never expected that 13 would have something like this on him. What? 13 had been fully prepared, just waiting for him to let his guard down to attack. Perfect timing. My artifact has been upgraded beyond anything before, enough to shatter your assault. This treasure likely holds even greater power than that lightning, but I won't underestimate it. Besides, gravitational support. What can mountains do? 13 truly believes in this technique. He has been preparing it for a long time. I have trained paralysis in the training grounds for ages. 13 created invisible vortex, his body spiraling along with it. A combat technique of celestial magic, the dragon spiral, with lightning speed. 13 closed the distance to the Demon King. He still could not believe it. He thought victory was assured. How could this be? One of the Demon King's arms had disintegrated. The power 13 had cultivated was truly formidable. The Demon King recognized this ability immediately. He was indeed no ordinary person. I am the Demon Emperor of the first layer of heaven, undergoing the trials of the early stages. This person has at least touched the threshold of the celestial realm, the late-stage trials. He snuck up from behind to attack. He had to seize the opportunity to act, using celestial muscle magic. 13 transformed into the strongest version of himself. He would break this guy. The aura took form. The Demon King painfully received 13's blow. A fist filled with strength, deeply imprinted on his face. A bice punch. 13 kept advancing. He had to eliminate him quickly before he regained strength. The once intact form of the Demon King was now reduced to half a body. His teammates outside were filled with anxiety. Big brother, avenge me. But the Demon King's body was no longer whole. Crazy Wind truly could not believe this. A strong person like him was actually brought down. How could this be? The Demon Emperor lost. This kid was barely at the grand completion level just a moment ago. Right, he knew that danger was right in front of him, so he shouted to his teammates, "Run. Hurry." But it was too late. The madman's head was already severed. His comrades turned to see this scene and were terrified. Just a moment ago, he was still talking. But this guy would not escape the grasp of Thap Tam. Quickly getting restrained. You won't spare anyone who harms your own, no matter how powerful they are. Thap Tam's eyes were filled with hatred. They were the reason for his suffering. The Black Phoenix and Wang Xinsao were killed by you. It is time to settle the score. Elder Bung immediately flew in to stop his actions. Thap Tam is really too impatient. Do not kill him yet. Elder Bung believes that keeping him alive might help in the investigation. The demon of the Demon King level holds an important position in the demon army. His soul might reveal crucial information. The terrified man begged for mercy. If I squeeze harder, he will surely die. Yep. I am still useful. Do not kill me. Thap Tam did not want this. Though he was angry, he still had to listen to everyone. Thap Tam's hand exerted some kind of force on his face. He still had faith in everyone. If it is useful for this situation, then I will definitely keep him alive. Right now, I have made him faint for easier capture. Elder Bung has also arranged a resting place for Thap Tam. He knows you are tired. There is a nearby stronghold where we can talk. I am sure you have many questions. In the house in the middle of a forest. There is probably only one cabin here. The second stronghold is on the island. Everyone was sitting upright, preparing their minds to plan the next steps. Thap Tam had many questions to be answered. Otherwise, he would be driven mad. After I was pulled into the space gap, I lost track of history. Can you explain in detail what exactly happened here? Elder Bung knows the origins of the story best. He narrated the past. The invasion of the demon clan. The beginning phase probably has to trace back to 1,000 years ago. Those events happened a long time ago. But they have only just repeated. Initially, they could only exploit the dimensional rift to let demon energy infiltrate the divine continent, contaminating the Tao fire in the secret realm. He would tell the whole story. It was extremely dangerous at that time. Until 100 years ago, the evil god's soul sought to invade through the rift, borrowing the essence of the soul in the Tian Mu Trang secret realm, explaining why Yu has such overwhelming power. All of it has its reasons. Although he was pulled into the space gap, he did not die. Instead, he traveled through the power of space to the demon clan's holy land, moving to another place, becoming even stronger, hard to find. And it was also the semi-final venue of the High and Thin Then Tai ancient ruins, secret realm. Inside, there lies a profound secret, something that has existed for a very long time. Deep within the secret realm, there is a clone left by the demon god from ancient times. The Tam felt utterly astonished upon hearing this. Everything was beyond his imagination. The demon god. Elder Bung continued to recount the terrifying events still to come. According to the hierarchy of the demon clan, a demon general is equivalent to a fusion. The demon king is equivalent to the great transcendence. The demon emperor equivalent to the tribulation. While the demon lord is equivalent to the immortal realm. The earthly immortal. Looking back, the past still feels brutal. The fierce battle was unyielding. But the demon god is a level above the immortal realm. And in the current world, no one can reach that level. The Tam had guessed the level of this person. They were certainly not ordinary. So their avatar must at least be at the immortal realm. Elder Bung nodded in agreement with this opinion, just as Tam had suspected. Indeed, Hakam has the bloodline of a demon god. As long as the divine soul enters the body, it can activate that avatar to awaken the powers of the immortal realm. The scene at that time was truly brutal, with the fate of the people resting solely in his hands. That year, he activated the avatar, leading to a massive blood sacrifice. Sacrificing the lives of trillions of people in the central realm of Trung Chu, then tearing the rift in the abyss. Allowing the demon clan from the wild region to invade. You listened intently as he recounted. And Tam gradually understood everything, which was something he had always questioned. Ehem Gage noticed Tam's expression, and also guessed what he was about to ask. Do you doubt how he could accomplish this alone? The human realm also has the earthly immortal. So why was he so hard to stop? The Hangleich did not wait for Tam to respond. He quickly answered the question he had guessed. Because there were traitors among the human race. Aetungleich began to explain in detail to Tam about what had happened so he would remember. Initially, the demon clan could only use demonic energy to infiltrate, polluting the Tao fire. They implanted demon seeds into the Tao fire. And any heavenly genius practicing in the secret realm who absorbed the Tao fire would have a chance of being infected by the demon seed. The poison in their bodies is extremely dangerous. If they do not go mad, it is hard to remain normal. Therefore, when activating the demon god's avatar, utilizing the powers of the immortal realm, these demon seeds also awake. The heavenly geniuses infected by the demon seed all changed their nature, becoming puppets of the demon clan, including the earthly immortals. Additionally, the fierce battle burned down a large camp along with the demon clan's invasion. It was a grand battle with 102. The earthly immortals had exhausted all their fighting strength. Even with the support of the immortal realm, they could not hold the central realm. The royal family was annihilated. Tam gritted his teeth in anger for those who had fallen. If only he had been there. The royal family would not have been destroyed. What about the prisoners who were imprisoned? Elder Bung was skeptical about this question. It is not very clear. Are you asking about the Trang family? Tam was surprised when he mentioned his family. This was a significant doubt in his heart. Elder Bung calmly said. They have long known how close Tam is. And where you come from. In fact, we have known your identity for a long time. The young master of the Trang family. The Tam has no spiritual root and cannot wield spiritual power as rumored. However, it seems you have opened up another path to immortality. He could no longer maintain his composure and stood up straight. Then what about my parents? Elder Bung replied calmly to that question. I am truly sorry to have to announce this. The royal family has been wiped out. Billions of people from the central realm have been sacrificed. And no one was fortunate enough to escape. In this moment, Tam felt completely stunned, unable to ask another question. Sitting down, his spirit seemed lost, and his body suddenly shook. Although Tam had known beforehand that the outcome would not be what he wanted, he still hoped that by this time, he would be mentally prepared. Yet, deep down, he still held on to false hopes. The Tam clenched his fists. Everything was too painful for him. His arms trembled. Not expecting the result to be like this, Taiyumen hesitated to continue the story, regretting the terrible past. Then the demon clan expanded from the central realm outward. The elder Taithing, the elder Xu, the leader, and many others all died in battle during the resistance. Following that was the succession of Elder Bung. He had lived long enough to witness everything. In less than 20 years, The human world was almost entirely dominated by the demon clan, Elder Max. Present here, also spoke. This matter had been long forgotten until now. In the next 100 years, they enslaved the human race, extracting and collecting vast amounts of spiritual minerals. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became increasingly thin. This world seemed to be on the verge of entering an era of despair. Trop-reving and sitting beside was no exception. He recounted the rest of what everyone had said. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be borrowed less and less. The strength of the human race drastically decreased, and their resistance became increasingly futile at this point. Thoptam still had questions that needed answers. What did they need so many spiritual minerals for? Elder Bung seemed to see through everything, but he was not clear about this issue, unsure if it was to enhance their levels. The sect leader Nam Kung Hong was investigating this matter. The position everyone holds today is partly thanks to Thoptam's appearance. However, your presence has helped turn the tide of the human resistance. He had strong faith in this. Just a bit of strength could not be defeated. The human race still had the strength to struggle. And if they could receive their support, there might still be hope. Elder Bung wanted to ask for help from Thoptam. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. With a bridge like you here, you might be able to persuade them. Because you once saved the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. He did not think he could do it, but with strong belief, he would surely conquer everything. Pleading for aid from the celestial realm to fight against the demon clan. They stood outside on the cliff, the waves crashing relentlessly. Elder Bung continued the story, asking him for just one thing. The girl he saved from the Heavenly Tome's secret realm years ago was actually the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. If you go to plead for help, he will definitely repay this favor. Thoptam found it quite strange. Everything was indeed heading in an inexplicable direction. The celestial realm. Could it be that I do not need to ascend to reach there? Elder Bung knew that he would have questions, so he immediately clarified. The celestial realm and the human realm are two inverted worlds of the Shenzhou continent. Just one is above, and one is below. Elder Bang only saw that Shaptam had this ability, but he did not force it. A cultivator needs the ability to open the forbidden passage to move freely between the two realms. Of course, the powerful beings in the fairy realm can bypass such restrictions. His gaze turned toward the distant sea. Indeed, he was someone who had experienced life. But right now the passage to the fairy realm was closed, so the only way to reach the boundaries of the fairy realm was to cross the endless sea. Elder Bang kindly pointed out the way, hoping Shaptam would nod in agreement. The endless sea of the human realm. It connects to the edge of the celestial river in the fairy realm, and by crossing the endless sea, one can reach the celestial river. From there entering the fairy continent. You searched with your eyes but saw nothing. Perhaps it was very far from here. The endless sea sounds distant. How long will this journey take? Elder Bang had estimated the time. Shaptam was shocked to hear that even the Hongtran ferry would need a year of non-stop flying at full power. You worried about how you would survive once you got there. Would the person you were looking for still be alive? So when I get to the fairy realm, won't the Hong Hothai be gone? Elder Bang had been concerned about this, but for him, this was the only way to sit. That is why we are here. It is all based on the full strength that Shaptam possesses. This teleportation array can move you to the nearest island at the edge of the endless sea. And from there, you must rely on your full speed flying. You wanted to clarify the time issue, so you could calculate the speed needed. So how much time do I have? Elder Bang calmly replied, his face showing no signs of worry. 10 days. Shaptam Bang Hong. You could not believe what you just heard. That was far too short. 10 days. Just thinking about it made you feel exhausted, let alone actually traveling that far. How much further do I have to run? Elder Bang replied with a sad expression. He did not want to make things difficult for you. There was still a quarter of the journey left. Shaptam was truly dumbfounded with astonishment. You could not believe how you would catch up to that. Even the Hongtran ferry needed 3 months of flying. Yet I only have 10 days. Elder Bang had to explain on his behalf because a difficult situation is about to happen. In 10 days, the demon race will hold a blood sacrifice ceremony. This plan cannot fail. Otherwise, the past will repeat itself. They have been preparing for this ceremony for hundreds of years. The scope of this bloodshed covers the entire human realm. Just hearing this, Shaptam felt the pressure mounting. You were in a state of anxiety, trying to inform everyone. If the situation is this urgent, I need to move now. Before Shaptam left, Elder Bang handed something to you. You take this? Shaptam did not understand what he meant to convey, asking you to take this with you. It is a compass. Elder Bang had researched its benefits. It has the function to easily find the way. The current spirit stone is only enough to teleport one person. Bringing a compass can help avoid getting lost in the endless sea. Shisen is ready. If Charnter is not quick, he must go fast. I understand. Let us set off. Everyone, do not worry. I will definitely be able to summon reinforcements. But Elder Bang still raised his hand to signal. Shisen still could not leave. Wait. There is still one extremely important thing that I need to remind you of. He instructed with a very serious expression. You must remember this. Under no circumstances should you go beyond the edge of the endless sea, because inside is really very dangerous. Once you go in, you will only lose your life and cannot come out. There is a void area that no one knows about, those who have entered there to explore. The Hungtran Tiven. None have survived to return. Shi-sen will definitely remember this. His gaze is resolute. Let us teleport. Elder Bung, ZB Wach, and Tiuman. The three of them will always stand by your side. The future of the human realm is entrusted entirely to that. Be careful, junior brother. Be careful. Little Shi-sen quickly vanished from sight. Now everyone just needs to wait for good news. Dust filled the air. Elder Bung and Weisengweich were struggling to breathe. He only hoped to see Shi-sen healthy, bringing back good news. Then they would wait for intelligence from the sect leader on the other side. Switching to another scene. The incense was rising, the flames dwindling. Anaman approached the tablet on the table, looking very regretful. Not even the remnants of the soul had any response. Akam has completely disappeared from this world. I once harbored a grudge against whoever did this. If he finds them, they will be torn apart. All the combat forces at the post-transcendence level in the southern continent have been wiped out. Who exactly has this kind of power to erase the existence of something entirely? There were also other demon clans at the table. They are learning to find a way. So Axiom began assigning tasks to each one, ensuring that no one would leave. You will assist in managing the southern region. With this oversight, you have nothing to say. Kung Yin must speak up to warn. She feels danger is approaching. The southern region indeed lacks powerful beings at the post-transcendence level. But there is someone named Zizing Gaich, the top disciple of the Yizhen Tunmai. One cannot underestimate someone like Haipu Deich. Their strength is at a high level, although their cultivation is just at the grand ascension stage. The formation they are creating is extremely powerful. Kung Yan did not feel safe following Axi Tima's orders. If they exploit the formation, they could indeed create a killing array comparable to the power of peak transcendence. Hearing her mention it, he found it quite reasonable. It is indeed a bit dangerous, and C Tima's greed and arrogance can easily provoke them, making them susceptible to plans and lured into deadly formations. Unhering slammed his hand down on the table, filled with strong determination. He would succeed quickly. Very soon. The entire human realm would have to be buried with him. His eyes were filled with hatred, and resentment surged within him. We believe that the god Neber will descend soon. Kung Yen wanted to clarify the target he was referring to, so she asked aloud, therefore, the target of this secret society is a Tium, who needs to quickly devise a plan. He wants everything to succeed. Identifying the location of the 5 great continents' battle formation and the defense forces. Kung Yen seems a bit confused. His demeanor looks sinister. Unpredictable. Jen is actually just her disguise. She was sent here to investigate, while her true identity is Kung Yen. This place is filled with buildings lined up next to each other, with no gap. Cracks appear on the walls, surrounded by trees. With no one in sight, a figure quietly approached. Trying to make no sound, Kung Yen stood in front of the wall for a long time, as if she was observing something inside. Kung Yevon turned to the building where everyone was gathering. She had to be very cautious. She quickly rushed in, before anyone discovered the truth about her disguise. Kung Yen slipped through the wall. Her actions had to remain confidential. She tried her best to run quickly forward. Needing to complete the assigned mission, Kung Yen dashed straight through the forest. As swift as the wind, she flew through the branches, easily overcoming all obstacles in her path. Kung Yen just noticed danger lurking behind her. Fortunately, she dodged just in time before a massive axe struck where she had been. Kung Yen managed to evade thanks to her speed. Otherwise, she could have easily lost her life. The attacker was none other than Dima, who had just finished a meeting and rushed out of the city like this. He stood there defiantly. It was likely that Atsi Tom had instructed Dama to guard this area. Lord Atsi Tom had already ordered the sealing of the city. Do you think you can escape without using spiritual power, through the secret path, without being detected? Kung Yen looked at the figure in front of her with a wary gaze. She would definitely be extremely cautious. Dima pointed directly at Kung Yen's face, as if he had recognized her true identity. Drop the fake face of Gain. Kung Yen revealed herself. She had nothing to hide. He was the one who should be afraid. Dima smirked, looking at the person standing in front of him. He had recognized her a long time ago. Isn't this the master of Ang Lam Taiman, Nam Kung Home? Are there no more humans left? That you sent someone at the early stage of the tribulation, like you, to gather information. Dima looked extremely arrogant, hands on hip, dismissing his opponent. If I did not know the location of the secret path, and had been guarding it here, you definitely would not have achieved your goal. Kung Yen shook her head, surprised he was such a person. She had to be very vigilant. As he was the traitor who exposed the secret, Kung Yen had to ask clearly to plan for precautions. Fierce warrior Ma. Is it just you alone trying to stop me? Dima confidently replied. He had power within him, so he did not know what fear was. The more people who received credit, the better. Kang Yin held something in her hand. She prepared it defensively as Dama approached. Indeed, most of the demon clan were arrogant and conceited. Instantly, it began to grow larger, light radiating from within. The pillar surrounded the entire area where Dama stood. It transformed from this tiny shape to something massive. He stood dazed, unsure of how to find his way out, possibly trapped inside an artifact capable of isolating space. Do you want to fight me here? Dima seemed to have a much more sinister plan in mind. He smirked. Just as I thought. Dima can escape so easily. To Kang Yin's surprise. I am worried that fighting will alert other demons, and allow others to share the credit with me. Then, in an instant, the place they stood exploded. Who knows if they survived? Shifting back to Thop Tam, who was desperately trying to run. He had to get there at lightning speed. Thop Tam was pushing himself to the limit, not daring to rest for a moment. But his stomach would not listen at all. Growling from hunger. No way. Since entering this secret realm, I have not had a single meal. I am so hungry. I can't do anything. He decided to dive into the sea. You need food to regain strength. Or he would be out of energy, just gathering nearby resources. Even though it might be dangerous down there, finding food in this vast sea is tough. Thop Tam did not care about anything else. Feeding his growling stomach was the most important thing. Who knows what kind of monsters lurked at the bottom of the infinite sea. As he swam down, he spotted a faint light in the deep. This piqued Thop Tam's curiosity. He was eager to find out what it was. Why was there a light at the bottom of the ocean? Thop Tam quickly encountered a gigantic fish with a fearsome face. Its mouth could swallow him whole at any moment if he let his guard down. Yet, half an hour later, the fish was completely gone. Its skin turned to gold. Thop Tam grilled it up, eating until he was stuffed, then lay down to rest. After replenishing his energy, Thop Tam felt even more delighted. Indeed, fish from deep in the sea was truly fresh and tender. The treasure of Kang Yun was nearby where Thop Tam was, still lying quietly. Dima, injured and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, had to admit Kang Yun's talent. I admit you truly have skill. Half an Ma's body had gotten out, but his insides were severely damaged. However, with your cultivation level, you can't kill me. Kang Yuyan did not want to waste time with someone like him. This had to end. Just sealing you in Shanti would be enough. By the time you are discovered, I will have already sent the information out. But she was unaware that a part of his vitality was emanating from within. Kang Yin quickly flew off to execute her own plan. She only had a short time. Kang Yin was deeply focused in thought. Everything was too complicated. She did not expect their plan to involve time travel. That is a realm even Hong Trantine finds hard to step into. Kang Yin reminded herself to stay calm and deal with everything. She must prevent the blood sacrifice ritual in 10 days. Or else the human realm and the entire divine continent will be destroyed. While she was deep in thought, Lin sensed a bad signal, her eyes alert like never before. The millennia-long ambition of the demon clan. How could they let you stop it? Kang Yin quickly turned to see if something was behind her. The surge of spiritual energy revealed the massive figure of the demon emperor, its fierce face very close to her. At that moment, all dark power sources from the sky attacked Kang Yin like a dense net. Every strike was a fatal blow. Fortunately, she quickly dodged, but still could not avoid being injured. Feeling a bit regretful, she told herself she was just a little short. Just a bit more distance, and she could have succeeded. Watching her escape, the red demon scoffed. Thinking she could survive this ordeal, immediately, he raised his hand, a smug smile on his face as he let out a loud laugh. A pink bow appeared instantly, focusing its aim on Kang Yin before locking onto its target. Without hesitation, he released the bowstring, and the bow carried a tremendous force, sweeping rocks and debris straight toward her. Just a little more, that power surged past Kang Yin, sensing a wave of pressure approaching. She startled and looked back, but it was too late. The scene shifted to Elder Bang and Duong Ditch. Everyone, along with Tiu Man, stood in front of a golden soul lantern. The girl asked Elder Bang in surprise, "Is this the soul lantern of the demon sect leader?" Duong Ditch sighed with worry. "This mission is one way. Why send the leader?" Elder Bang, sweating, replied, "This is the best solution. The royal family has 3 demon lords stationed there. Even Hong Trantine would be in grave danger. The sect leader holds secret techniques, infiltrates, and investigates intelligence. Not easy to detect, making them the most suitable candidate after Hong Trantine." But then, the blue light on the candle suddenly extinguished without wind. Tiyuma looked at the soul lantern, nervously shouting, "The soul lantern has gone out." Realizing the chances were slim for Kang Yin, tears streamed down Tiuman's cheeks. Sect leader. Elder Bang's heart felt like it was hanging by a thread. He frowned. It was a failure. Turning back toward Kang Yin, where the arrow had shot through the ground, leaving a deep hole. The proud red demon. Under the force of the divine realm, the invader had turned to ashes. The scene shifted to a deep cave. This place was desolate. Not even the sound of birds could be heard. Inside, a familiar figure staggered, struggling to move forward. It turned out to be a remnant soul of Kuang Yen. She trembled, persevering, just needing to hold on a little longer. Her physical form had vanished. Now, Kuang Yen moved with great difficulty and pain, approaching the cave entrance. It seemed she could no longer endure, feeling powerless and wanting to fall. At that moment, a figure charged straight toward Kuang Yen. Elder Bang shouted worriedly, "Master." Seeing Kuang Yen struggling to move, he quickly rushed over to her. Looking at Elder Bang, Kuang Yen finally let out a sigh of relief. "You made it?" he hurriedly said, as we agreed. "If the spirit was extinguished, I would wait for you at the teleportation array here." Then, Elder Bang could not help but kneel down to look around Kuang Yen. "Master, your body." Kuang Yen is weak, completely useless. Right now, I am just a fragment. Once my spiritual energy runs out, I will completely perish. Hearing this, Elder Bang's brows furrowed, and more wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Kuang Yen continued, "Fortunately, before my death, my true self reached the limit of distance, allowing me to transmit memories to this fragment outside hundreds of miles away. The demon race gathered spiritual minerals and performed blood sacrifices to set the coordinates on the river of time. They cannot break the barrier of the Nibiru divine realm, but they can use this method to tear a hole in the river of the great path, welcoming their external divine race." Elder Bang asked in surprise, "Does such a place on the river of time really exist?" According to her, that is the endpoint of the great path of time, revealing the peak of the great path. Once the foreign god passes through the river of time, they will indirectly invade the divine continent realm, and the past, present, and future of this world will be annihilated. Hearing this, Elder Bang clenched his teeth and frowned. Kuang Yen told him, "The demon race thought they had eliminated me, but little did they know my fragment sent information outside." Then she instructed Elder Bang, "The 5 coordinates of the blood sacrifice array. You must remember." At this point, Kuang Yen had truly reached her limit, a wisp of her soul slowly fading away. Before completely disappearing, she spoke her final words. Seems the spiritual energy transmitted to this fragment is about to run out, but my mission has been accomplished." Elder Bang felt heartbroken, as if he was about to cry. Master Kuang Yen reminded him softly, "The dead are free, and the living must continue to bear the responsibility and move forward." The golden mask also dissolved into nothingness, revealing a beautiful face with a lingering sadness. "The future of everything now depends on you all." In the end, Elder Bang could only watch Kuang Yen disappear, unable to do anything but sit there helplessly. He frowned, his head slightly bowed, and said, "Rest assured, Master." Over here, a figure was dashing swiftly above, moving at a terrifying speed. This person was none other than Thap Tam. Elder Bang said to him, "I told you before about Kuang Yen's strategy. The human race will surely triumph. You have been running at full speed, showing no signs of stopping for a break." Thap Tam said to himself, 3 days from now, there will be no more day and night here, and I do not even know how long has passed." Suddenly, he looked at the water's surface in front of him, a bit surprised. The sight before him left our protagonist astonished. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Is that the mountain pillar connecting to the source? Are you saying we have already reached the end of the endless sea?" Without thinking too much, he immediately leaped up the large pillar in front of him, climbing while telling himself, "If I climb up, I should be able to reach the immortal realm." But Thap Tam was curious about something else. "What is on the other side of the endless sea?" He heard the elder mention that it was an unknown void. Then he closed his eyes and shook his head rapidly. "Never mind. I want to think about it. What is in front of me is more important." Just as he finished speaking, Thap Tam immediately soared upwards at an astonishing speed. But as he was flying up, for some reason, the Pain Tam flipped over. He looked like an acrobat. His whole body of Thap Tam strangely floated above the water's surface. Thap Tam then looked around, observing everything, as gravity seemed to be reversed. At the same time, a large gate suddenly appeared in front of him, adorned with a dragon pattern that was extremely rare. The Thap Tam seemed surprised by this and quickly speculated, "A gate." At that moment, a man dressed in a celestial manner looked at him and shouted, "Who dares to intrude into my immortal realm?" He glared at Thap Tam, his eyebrows furrowed, with an expression of concealed disdain on his face. The man continued, "Is it the human race again? The immortal realm has long drawn a line with the human world. No matter how many times you come asking for help, it is useless? Now leave." Thap Tam raised his eyes and looked up with a very serious attitude. "Sorry, but this time I have to meet the Celestial Emperor." The man looked at him and finally burst into mocking laughter. "The human race is truly ignorant and stubborn." The man immediately leaped down toward Thap Tam. This guy seemed quite formidable. He jumped down to where Thap Tam was as if he wanted to fight him. He then pointed to his own face. "If you want to enter the immortal realm to meet the Celestial Emperor, you must first pass my test." Without saying a second word, the Thap Tam's his fist slammed directly into the man's face. He did not expect himself to act so decisively and crazily. The man's face contorted, Blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. The man with the celestial aura now staggered and fell into the water. A loud sound echoed again. Thaptam struck his fists together. If he could open this gate, he could step into the immortal realm. He sat up, holding his face and shouting loudly, "You little brat, do not get cocky. I am just the first test. This gate is the real challenge." Immediately, Thaptam ignored the man's words. Thaptam pushed hard against the door. Although, he said, the door was slightly heavy for Thaptam, he did not care. Thaptam shouted loudly, and the sound of the impact startled the man inside. He was none other than the Celestial Emperor. Then, the Celestial Emperor said, after dozens of years, "Someone has broken through again." The man standing beside him speculated. Could it be the human race? Why do they still have hope? He said again. 100 years ago, many clans in the Celestial Realm were invited to the Haiyan Thinthen Hano Sai, only to encounter the chaos of the Demon Clan invasion. They intended to assist, but unexpectedly lost several Hongtran immortals at the last moment. The immortal continued. The Demon Clan possesses a bizarre idol that can absorb infinite spiritual power. The indestructible diamond. Even cultivators of the 6th level of the Great Tao cannot destroy it. Su Thu told him. The power of the Great Tao relies on spiritual power as its foundation for bodily training. The Celestial Emperor coldly remarked. That gate is an immortal artifact modeled after the idol and crafted. Even that gate cannot be opened. Do not even think about counterattacking. Sun Thu reflected that the Hongtran immortals who came before all failed. And after approaching the gate, their spiritual power began to deplete. There was a little girl who persisted for quite a while. But unfortunately, her low cultivation was insignificant. The Celestial Emperor added, unless it is pure physical strength. But such people no longer exist in the world now. The gate had shifted a bit. Thaptam was still trying to harness his internal energy to shout. The man, seeing him so fatigued, kindly reminded him not to waste effort. Your spiritual power will run out quickly. Thaptam glared, trying hard to channel the internal energy within him. That power, I have never had since I was born. His answer stunned the man for a moment. If he has no spiritual power, how can he open the gate? Thaptam did not care about the man's feelings, focusing on pushing the stone door once more. Finally, it started to move deeper. A loud noise echoed. The stone door seemed to have shifted significantly. The man could hardly believe his eyes, his mouth agape in shock. What? Immediately, a gust of wind blew, lifting Thaptam's sleeves as he calmly stepped inside. This made the Celestial Emperor, sitting on his throne, unable to contain himself any longer. He stood up, looking at the heavy door, his voice trembling slightly. The portal has been pushed open. At that moment, a beautiful girl, like a celestial maiden, rushed out. Father, I heard someone open the portal. Standing before the Celestial Emperor, she spoke in a very familiar manner, as if he cherished this girl greatly. The Celestial Emperor replied in surprise. Indeed, I never expected such a being to exist in the world. She could not help but tell her father that he must have returned. Only he could accomplish this. The Celestial Emperor immediately said, "Follow me there. The gate is open, and it will surely attract the attention of other celestial clans." Outside, Thaptam finally opened the large door. He stood still, observing for a long time, while the man thought to himself that the gate, which even the Hongtran immortals could not open, was opened by him. Thaptam then turned to him and asked, "Can you take me to meet the Celestial Emperor now?" Because that deity, with a swollen face, told him not to rush. There is still one last trial. At that moment, a powerful beam of light burst forth, causing him to startle right where Thaptam was standing. The divine energy struck down, and he had to protect himself by dodging immediately. The one coming in was an old man. Although his hair and beard were white, his well-built body and bulging muscles made the lazy young people, who just stayed home eating, a bit envious. The man was startled and shouted, "It is the leader of the celestial clan using force to demonstrate the Tao, governing the power of the clan." Although he was of advanced age, the aura emanating from his body was anything but ordinary. As soon as he arrived, the fighting emperor immediately looked at Thaptam and got straight to the point. "Did you open the gate?" Thaptam did not beat around the bush. He calmly looked at him and replied, "That is right." The battle emperor disdainfully asked, "You can't sense the realm. Did you cheat somehow?" Then he raised his fist. "No worries. To be said, I will personally challenge the third trial. If you can take one hit from me, you pass." As soon as the battle emperor finished speaking, a divine force quickly descended beside him. The girl's name was Lef Lox. As soon as she arrived, she loudly interrupted, "Wait. Uncle Taiyu." Lefud Love pointed at Thaptam. "He is the one I mentioned to you. Thaptam saved me in the mortal realm." Hearing this, Thaptam was momentarily stunned and looked over at her. This figure seemed somewhat familiar, and he finally remembered. Thaptam exclaimed, "You. The one who always covered her face in the secret realm." Su Thu interjected, "Nonsense. She is the most favored daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, Princess Tiluxles." Thaptam was even more shocked. "She really is the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. She no longer hid it and admitted, "That is right. I secretly came down to the mortal realm before you were surprised to look at the man behind Luffa Lux." So the person behind her was not Suerthu. Looking over at the Heavenly Emperor, it was Echo Thin. Hearing this, your face suddenly changed. Thoptam did not expect to meet a great figure here. Immediately, the Thoptam bowed and saluted. "Heavenly Emperor, I have a request." Before the words could leave his mouth, the Battle Emperor quickly interrupted. "Wait," Sapsape said. "Even if you save to Lucky Lux, to ask the Heavenly Emperor for help, you must first pass my final trial. We cannot break the rules." Luflut was worried for Thoptam. "Uncle Taiyu, you are Hungtron and Tyne. Why make it difficult for him?" Ho Thane stepped up. "It is. Let me see what kind of prodigy my daughter is talking about." With the support of the Heavenly Emperor, he certainly would not let it go. Immediately, the Battle Emperor shouted and lunged forward, taking a punch from me, and of course, Thoptam would not back down. He also shouted and charged in. "Bring it on." A large weight, about 100 pounds, was summoned to block in front of Thoptam. A strong aura surged. The Battle Emperor's fist struck the weight in front, causing Thoptam to feel slightly stunned. The two powerful forces collided, causing the ocean to splash wildly. Seeing this scene, Aho Thin could not help but be astonished by his strength. After taking that hit from the Battle Emperor, the weight in Thoptam's hand cracked and started smoking. Aho Thin was shocked, although aided by a magical artifact. He had withstood a full force strike from Hung Tron, who was a top figure in the celestial realm. Aho Thin then stepped forward. "You have passed the trial. Now state your purpose." Thoptam saluted, then sincerely reported, "The demon general is about to blood sacrifice the entire mortal realm, specifically coming to ask the celestial realm for help. Surely the Heavenly Emperor understands the logic of the cold teeth and lips." "Right," Suanthu continued. "Little friend, do you know that the celestial realm is not governed by one person? The forces are intricately intertwined. Even if one is called the celestial emperor, they only control a corner of the celestial realm." Hearing this, Thoptam stared at him in surprise, realizing Suanthu was right. He added, "The forces in the celestial realm maintain a delicate balance. If a top-tier combat force is lost, it could lead to annihilation." Lak Lak chimed in. "The celestial clan lost Hong Trans-Celestial in the invasion by the demon clan, and within just 100 years, they were destroyed. I have sought to investigate, but due to the situation, it was truly impossible to help." At this point, Hauthian spoke up, "But the situation is different now. Just now, I observed you. You have no fluctuations of spiritual energy at all. You must be of a body without a spiritual root. Yet, you just withstood a blow from Hong Trans-Celestial, which means your strength is at least at the late stage tribulation. It seems you have opened a unique path of cultivation, not relying on spiritual energy, but purely enhancing your physical body. The demon clan has a stone statue that can absorb infinite spiritual energy, exerting absolute pressure on us. We did not come to aid before because of it, but with you, perhaps there is a chance to turn the tide." Dudai also pondered on this statement. "Each of our alliances will send a Hong Trans-Celestial to assist, which should buy us half a day. In that half a day, you must find that stone statue and destroy it." Although help has been received, Thoptam still asked in confusion, "Half a..." He suddenly remembered and felt nervous. "Wait, how long have I been here?" Xuanda looked at him. "I have been observing the Endless Sea. Since you arrived at the teleportation point and began crossing the Endless Sea, I have been paying attention." He answered Thoptam's question. "And now it just happened to be the nth day." Hearing this, Thoptam's heart suddenly tightened, and he could not help but cry out. On the nth day of the scene transition, down in the lower realm, the sky turned gray, casting a gloomy hue. At the same time, suddenly in the sky, a red talisman appeared, causing the people to panic. A cold voice rang out, "The blood sacrifice begins now." As soon as the words ended, a large red flame rose from every alleyway in the lower realm in a bizarre manner, transitioning towards the river. The surface of the water was tranquil, yet in the sky, a powerful force was emerging. At this moment, a large pink crack suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling the eye of someone. This seemed to be the dwelling place of Diu Hot. He was meditating but could not help coughing violently. Diu Hot sat cross-legged, his face showing worry. "Indeed. They chose the moment I am weakest to conduct the ritual. The crack in time and space is widening, and the pink light is spreading more intensely." Diu Hot looked alarmed towards it. The first wave was the spiritual energy from the river's spiritual vein. The spiritual vein of the mountains was being absorbed, leading to the sacrifice of living beings. On the side of another sect, everyone also felt the air rising to the center. One man among them said, "This is the final battle for humanity. If we lose this battle, there will be no more humans on the continent of Shenzhou." He observed his surroundings. "All the cultivators from the Golden Core realm and above follow me to the battlefield for a daring fight." As the words finished, a beam of light shot straight into the sky as they prepared to battle. Leading the way was an old man with silver hair, his forehead marked by the lines of time. Moments later, Everyone had gathered to prepare for a life or death showdown. Everyone was already waiting there, led by Hong Trantian, the elder of the Sword Dao sect, and Hong Trantian, the Demon King, on the demon side. 3 demons with different skin colors stood at the front. Resembling a traffic light, the red demon looked at the situation before him, realizing that information had been leaked. But relying on you all was like throwing eggs against a stone. The green demon added, "The last 2 Hong Trantian of the human race are here. Have the other 4 continents given up?" Looking at them, Ong Man showed disdain. This was a crucial point in the battle. Preventing you meant stopping the blood sacrifice. The red demon looked at the cultivators with contempt. "Can you really do it?" He then raised his hand and shouted, "The second wave, the real blood sacrifice, is about to begin." The jade seal had faded, beginning to absorb that eerie power, slowly exuding a chilling aura. Below, another demon sat cross-legged, focusing his inner strength to prepare for their blood sacrifice. The sonic waves were continuously vibrating, while the 3 demons stood firm to protect the formation from being destroyed. In a moment, the entire continent seemed to be submerged by those strange spells. On the enemy side, the earth began to crack. He silently observed the situation for a long time. Immediately, Zhuang Dich sat cross-legged. The blood sacrifice had begun. Next was my mission. He took a deep breath, gathering his strength, all living beings of the divine continent, to protect this realm and escape the fate of destruction. The tiny water droplets in the river obeyed Zhuang Dich's command and began to rise. "Please lend me your spiritual energy." All the essence of heaven and earth seemed to gather together, responding to Zhuang Dich's command. His hands were still forming seals, his gaze showing determination. The path-seeking formation was protected by the divine wood of all realms. Soon after, a lush green hill appeared around the small town. A soothing green color accompanied bubbles rising high into the air. It felt as if these trees, when mature, could soothe the ancient atmosphere here. Cool green circles were also formed. Each red circle was paired with green circles of Zhuang Dich. That was the name of the demon leading the blood sacrifice. Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately turned around. The blood sacrifice had been temporarily halted. Of course, this loud noise also alerted the other 3 demons. One of the leading demons, though impressed, still said arrogantly, "The human race is truly resilient. But what does delaying it matter? It only prolongs their own fear." Looking at the boastful red demon, Ong Ma fell silent. The old man stared at his opponent in frustration. That damn demon saw everyone so tense and spoke up. "What are you waiting for? Hardly any time is given. And you are just going to waste it. Is it that you do not believe in yourselves?" Ong Man had been silent, looking at him with arrogance, and he let out a cold sneer. A golden circle appeared with several mystical allies, surprising everyone. Before they could collect themselves, 2 beams of powerful celestial energy shot straight down to the ground. The ones who arrived were Shisan and Du Di, both exuding an incredibly oppressive aura. Shisan looked at the demons and coldly said, "They are waiting for me. Are you all just waiting to die?" Seeing the figure in front of him, the demon could not help but gawk. "What? The celestial clan is joining in too." At this moment in the West Continent, a celestial was also battling a fiery orange demon. In the North Continent, Lak Lak was assigned to fight the big demon over there. Swan Lu was sent to deal with another demon right in the South Continent. And finally in the East Continent, everyone had arranged for powerful celestial beings to fight. The red demon secretly felt frustrated. But still, as long as the blood rite began, they were nothing to worry about. Immediately after, he pointed to the sky and said, "Let us take this fight to the heavens." Hearing this, Ong Man could not help but smirk at him. "I had the same idea." With that, a burst of light shot straight up into the sky. The remaining disciples, all the key elders, joined in the purge of the demon clan. Down here, only one leading demon and its minions were left. He looked at everyone and then shouted loudly, "The remaining humans are not a threat. Kill them all." And of course, Shisan would not allow him to do that. Jiang raised his hands to signal to protect everyone. Immediately after, Shisan clasped his hands and shouted, "The celestial technique." With the force of flight scattering, the demons were startled and cried out in chaos, blown away by a single strike from him. Elder Bang had a serious expression. Regardless of which sect everyone belonged to before, even if there were past grudges, today we are all humans. For the future of humanity. Hearing this strengthened everyone's morale. They all rushed together to fight the demon clan in a life or death battle. Soon after began the battle between humans and demons. All the disciples charged forward to reclaim peace. The demon clan was not to be underestimated either. One of them gathered his inner strength, and tentacles sprouted from his back. Everyone was momentarily caught off guard by its rapid change. A few of them were thrown back. At this moment, Truongan also took up his weapon. Seeing the situation was dire, he leaped into the air toward them. A dual yin and yang slash was unleashed. Carrying the enormous inner strength of Truongan, Xiaoman took the opportunity, using Truongan's shoulder as a springboard to dash straight toward the demon's tentacle. With punches and kicks, The girl's speed was lightning fast, and in no time, she took down 3 demons simultaneously, following Shisan's teachings. This little sister had now mastered her skills with remarkable finesse. The finishing blow is raising the foot to move. The sounds of battle resound, both above and below. The presence of good and evil is everywhere. Realizing the situation is dire, the red-haired demon forms a seal and growls loudly. Demonic punishment from the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, a large vortex formed in front of him, resembling a massive stone. The combat monarch glanced over and knew this move would result in heavy casualties below. Disregarding even his own kin, because he is an immortal, he is unaware of the deviousness of the demon clan. One elder among them immediately forms a seal and strikes at the demon. Heaven and earth infinite sword formation. As he finished speaking, dozens of bright yellow swords appeared in the sky, converging into a circle. Those small blades could temporarily hold back the weight of that massive meteorite as it neared the ground. The molten stones shattered, unleashing scorching sparks. Many demons were also injured or killed. If they could not dodge, they would be consumed by the flames. And it was not just the demons. Many disciples of the human race below also perished. The casualties countless. Thoptam watched this scene, worried. The powerful demon bodies and indiscriminate attacks were detrimental to the humans. Unable to stand by, Thoptam immediately leaped into action, channeling his internal energy. In midair, dozens of his arms struck out simultaneously, creating chaos. The celestial technique, light dual-headed strike, was executed mercifully. A loud explosion rang out, and for now, Thoptam had managed to control some of the meteorites falling to the ground. At that moment, Elder Bung descended from the sky behind him. Azuang Thoptam, I am telling you, this is not your battlefield. You have a more important mission. Although the blood sacrifice formation was suppressed, some spiritual energy was still being drained from the air. Looking into the distance, Elder Bung said to Thoptam, go stop him. He did not say much, needing to leave directly, only leaving behind a brief statement. Got it, Elder Bung anxiously warned. Remember, the time to suppress the formation is limited. Once it activates again, there will be no chance for a counterattack. As he moved forward, a demon wielding a large axe blocked his path, shouting, you won't pass. But just as he was about to regain his composure, a small foot forcefully kicked straight into the demon's face, causing him to cough up blood. Tiu Men fiercely told him, let me hold them off here. Little Thoptam, you should hurry. With his overbearing junior sister guarding, Thoptam naturally felt no worries. He proceeded straight ahead, his figure resembling the wind, running as if he were flying. Just as he was preparing to be the hero and save the world, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him from the sky. The red-haired demon seemed to have gone insane. He looked at Thoptam and then laughed. Long time no see. Seeing that darkened seal, Thoptam replied, Jin Wujiu, have you been tainted too? This crazy guy is not clear about right and wrong. Instead, he tells you that it is nothing to him. Right now, I just want to settle the score with you. But Thoptam does not have time to deal with him, so you just leap away. I do not have time to fight you. V. Tudet seems unwilling to let Thoptam off the hook. He frowns, turns around, and flashes a smug smile. Can you escape? Immediately, Vafuhut draws his sword and quickly pursues to kill. Not yet finished. The demon clan is still after him. Thoptam did not expect him to be this crazy. Just as he turned back, the sword plunged straight into his neck. But then, Thoptam's body flickered and slowly vanished into thin air. Vitoit frowned, realizing it was an illusion. His brain suddenly buzzed with a warning. Sensing interference, he then glanced back. Stop hiding. You can only use that kind of skill by yourself. Come out. Trofingen immediately appeared, proving he is indeed the senior brother. Even though he concealed his aura, he was still detected. Vutite seemed to go mad, attacking his own junior brother. Good. You have always been patient and humble among the disciples. I really want to know your true strength. These two brothers are not out there exterminating the demon clan, but are wasting time fighting each other. Thus, the blue and red powers intertwined, and the surrounding earth and rocks could not withstand this momentum and exploded. Switching scenes to Thoptam. He was still calmly heading towards the critical point of the blood purge. In front of Thoptam, the last remnants of spiritual energy gradually faded away. He looked surprised at what was before him. What is going on? The spiritual energy has disappeared here. Thoptam stood still, sensing the surrounding directions. The direction led by the spiritual energy must be correct. There is definitely a forbidden barrier here hiding his whereabouts. He raised 2 fingers to his eyes. But before, he could see even the supreme grade original stone. This trick won't fool me now. After a moment, Thoptam's eyes widened, and his eyebrows could not help but furrow together. In front of him, a large door surrounded by a gigantic skeletal frame appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. A scene of interdimensional travel surged into Thoptam's sight. He stared in bewilderment. Not expecting a specially designed secret realm for the eye of the formation, the Thuptam reached out to brush the thick pink interdimensional curtain. And suddenly a stream of pink smoke blocked his hand. The smoke gradually spread across his face, preventing his advance. Without hesitation, Thuptam raised his fist high and aimed straight ahead. This little difficulty won T bring me down. A powerful punch slammed into the interdimensional curtain. On the other side, the punch caused a huge explosion. With dust flying everywhere, the smoke piqued the curiosity of the evil minion. He turned his head back slightly, fear creeping in that the secret realm might be discovered. Quickly, the evil minion rushed forward. From within the smoke, he landed swiftly. The fierce gaze and face clearly showed excitement looking ahead. Are there still people in the human race who can break the restrictions of this interesting forbidden realm? So he was talking about 13 paths. A series of indescribable expressions erupted on the fierce face. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, You are still alive." He spread his arms wide, looking at 13 in a hurry to guess. "That makes sense. Why my brother was killed in the southern realm. It seems like it was your doing." The fierce one tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice rising in challenge to confront 13. "New grudges and old grudges. Let us end it here." Suddenly, he dashed past the fierce wall quickly. His actions confused him. Glancing back as 13 rushed forward without looking back, aiming for the red smoke ahead that was the idol, 13 swung his fist and charged towards the smoke, knowing that if he destroyed it, the human race could turn defeat into victory. The fierce one only now realized his target. He panicked, realizing that his target was the idol. Quickly grabbing his weapon, he slammed it down, shattering the ground. The demon destruction diagram exploded, and 13 glanced back in shock as he quickly used his shield to block the fierce attack. Instantly, his magical energy pushed 13 back several miles. After a moment, the magic dissipated, and smoke rose thickly. The shield in 13's hands was now shattered, and he looked up at the weapon in disbelief. The shield was upgraded, but could not withstand a single blow from him. Earlier, it could withstand an attack from Hong Tran Immortal. Seeing 13's expression, the fierce one smirked, enjoying the moment. "What is with that expression of yours? You look very surprised." "The one who should be surprised is me." He held the magical weapon high, looking at him with contempt. After 100 years of refining, the demon destruction diagram had upgraded from a standard celestial weapon to a true celestial weapon. Atuma slightly lowered his head, gazing at 13. "It seems in these 100 years you have improved a lot. Being able to withstand a blow from a celestial weapon." Not wanting to say much, Atuma raised the magical weapon, energy pouring around him. "But this is your limit. If you have not reached Hong Tran Immortal, then in front of celestial weapons, you are just a child." Just like that, Atuma struck down hard, charging towards 13 with the demon destruction diagram. On this side, he also threw punches in retaliation against Atima's celestial attack, showing no mercy. Both sides' magic clashed, their strengths evenly matched. Hard for anyone to compare. But unexpectedly, in that instant, his attack was shattered, and Atuma's strike was charging straight ahead. 13 stood watching, his face turning pale. He gasped. "My attack was shattered." Atuma laughed with delight, expressing confidence in his victory. Using a counterattack against a celestial weapon was pure fantasy. Just like that, his strike hit the ground, causing a terrifying explosion where 13 stood, rocks flying everywhere. Observing the situation, Atin confidently declared, "Even Hong Tran Immortal would struggle to withstand this blow. You are done for." Suddenly, through the smoke, a shadow appeared, none other than 13. You rushed out of there, holding the broken weapon and staring at him. Seeing that Thoptam was still alive, Axi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The attack was blocked. He looked up at the two-headed staff carved with dragon images in your hands. "Is that staff also a celestial weapon?" Hearing ATD, the Thoptam raised the staff in his hand to protest. "It is just an iron staff without a soul. It can't absorb spiritual energy like I can." You explained your weapon in detail to Ixtn, but it was made from the most solid 9 transformation iron in the world. Other than its hardness, it has no special features. If anything, it can change size based on the owner's thoughts, without needing to be powered by spiritual energy. Without further ado, Thoptam held the staff straight out in front, challenging Heating. "I know you have a celestial weapon, so I specially used it for self-defense." He rushed towards you, his face fuming as he shouted loudly. It was just a useless piece of iron without spiritual energy. How could it compete for brilliance and vitality? Thoptam seemed calm as he looked up at him, charging to attack. Asking the heavens to borrow the celestial energy was merely a path of cultivation. Since ancient times, there have been countless methods of cultivation, including the all-powerful who cultivate the body, proving their path through strength. Just as he finished speaking, the weapon in Xe's hand slashed down, but Thoptam managed to block it with the staff. You gritted your teeth, recounting the painful past. "Since childhood, because I lacked a spiritual root and could not cultivate, I was called a waste. For that reason." Thoptam gripped the staff tightly, glaring fiercely at Xi and declaring boldly, "Today, This waste will use this useless piece of iron to wipe you out. 2 circles of red and green appeared from above at an unclear time. The branches had their leaves suddenly disappear and wither abnormally. The enemy raised his hand high, his wooden-like fingers trembling as he observed, starting to backlash. The borrowed strength was also gradually weakening. On Thaptam's side, a huge explosion echoed everywhere, rocks and soil flying, while a hating relentlessly pursued you, weapon in hand, swinging powerfully with a long stroke. A slash accompanied by magic heading towards Thaptam's back. You quickly raised the staff to block the magical net trying to capture you. In an instant, the staff grew larger, shielding you from Vaxitang's small net, growing large from behind the Thaptam. He suddenly appeared, weapon raised high, delivering a slash next to you as you held the staff. Fortunately, Thaptam quickly countered with the staff, striking Vaxiting hard, sending him flying miles away, breaking rocks along the way. Taken by surprise, Vaxiting looked at Thaptam, confused. That huge iron staff. Could he really wield it so skillfully? Regaining his composure, he quickly backed away, gripping the knife tightly. Vaxitang smirked slightly, his face full of schemes. But unfortunately, behind him, a red smoke rose, hiding something. It turned out to be the statue of a god within the red smoke. Vaxiting looked up at Thaptam with a smug face, declaring that no matter what methods you use to stop the blood sacrifice grand formation, you won't be able to. Returning to the place with the 2 circles of red and green in front. The trees lay piled up. Elder Bang raised his 2 hands. Losing magic. Feeling the spiritual power beginning to drain away. At the base of a tree, Zhuang Ditch sat cross-legged in silence. Zhuang Ditch, his body now shriveled and resembling a tree, was more than half transformed. Elsewhere, 2 men was knocked away helplessly. The little girl crashed down to the ground, the impact shattering the stones. As the smoke slowly cleared, 2 men lay on her back on the ground, her face filled with pain. From above, to look down at him, speaking disdainfully. Just a great ascension and you dare to stop me. You are really asking for death. 2 men clenched her teeth, seemingly sensing something was wrong with her body. Feeling her strength gradually depleting, not wanting to waste time, Masitu raised his weapon and approached. 2 man, let me escort you part of the way. Annoyed, the little girl emitted a plume of green mixed with gold smoke. The scene was unexpectedly chaotic. He looked up. Moments later, a huge dragon, transformed from the little girl, appeared. The little girl's mouth opened wide, releasing a massive amount of energy. Takamitu. He was instantly engulfed. More than half of his body burned away. Smoke billowing. Though he was about to sell salt, Mactung still managed to speculate. It was a protective formation. And this figure was a dragon. But absolutely not of the dragon clan from this realm. His eyes shifted from white to red with anger. Could you be an outsider? Just like that. 2 man fell to the ground, returning to her human form. Unconscious. In another place, stone was sliced apart, smoke filling the sky. Votayat stood with his sword before someone. Truongan was covered in wounds, blood streaming down his face. Why did not he strike with the last blow? Votayat looked up at the Bagua circle above. The blood sacrifice great formation was reactivated. If your spiritual power had not been drained before, the outcome of this battle would still be uncertain. He then turned back to look at Truongan lying there, expressing his frustration. How boring. What meaning is there in killing someone like you? Votayat left him a path to survival. Lying on the ground, Truongan frowned slightly, his mouth smeared with blood. Thaptam. The human race won't be able to hold on much longer. That red Bagua circle moved everywhere. Energy overflowing. The few cultivators standing there were all being drained of their energy to one side. The human race is doomed. Help. Everyone was being sucked directly into the statue of the god above. Up high, a sage was cultivating. Noticing the clash creating a rift above, he looked up in alarm, his face filled with worry. The spiritual power was being transmitted again. The rift was being torn apart. As the smoke gradually cleared, Thaptam held his staff, calling out from afar. You do not have much time left. He raised his head, looking straight at Aktum. In an instant, Thaptam had disappeared without a trace. Just a few seconds later, he reappeared, raising his staff to attack Aktum directly. But he was blocked. On this side, Aktum sat alone rambling. Time felt like a long river. Even throwing a stone into the river would create ripples. He spoke to himself. In the time I can observe and count, the statue has appeared twice. Looking at the battle of Thaptam, the one on the sideline said, whether you seize the opportunity depends entirely on you. On this side, Natsitiang was fighting the boy while contemplating that the key to the demon god's avatar was actually the idol. Right now, the idol is initiating the blood sacrifice ritual, and I can't rely on it to enhance my celestial power. Truly knows how to choose the right moment. At this point, he charged straight at Thaptam, delivering a lethal blow. Then he brought the pig-slicing knife right in front of the boy. The annihilation talisman has become a divine weapon. Although I have not reached the demon's sovereign level, and cannot wield the power of the laws, just using its power can still kill you. With that, he struck down a fatal blow toward his opponent. Thoptam held his staff and quickly blocked that attack with strength. Thoptam gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he could not defeat him. This would only prolong the fight. At this moment, Thoptam held the staff in his hand, and then struck with great force to deflect that deadly sword energy aside. Once again, he frowned and thought, wait, why must he defeat him? My purpose has always been to think. And suddenly, Afseen leaped behind Thoptam, his sharp clawed hand tightening around the staff in the boy's grip. He disdainfully told Thoptam, "Without it, you won't be able to withstand my attack." The boy was also surprised, turning to look back. "Since when? You escaped my scrutiny." But of course, the opponent would not give him a chance to be dazed for long. A slash made Thoptam feel as if all his limbs were being torn apart. Once again, the ground erupted, scattering debris, carrying that cruel force sweeping in all directions. Item explained, "The previous attack was just to draw my blood around you." He was pleased because my divine abilities can bypass distance, teleporting to the location of the spilled blood. This speed can evade your senses, and then restrict your staff. Now standing before the ruins, Asitima smugly said, "Under the attack of the divine weapon, you will surely die." Not allowing him to gloat for long, Thoptam's staff jabbed painfully upward toward the demon's chin. In just a second, he was knocked back far without being able to react. Thoptam emerged from the ground, covered in blood, shouting, "My purpose is not to defeat you. Just to create a moment to attack the idol is enough." Then he directly leaped up, like a demon rising from hell, extending infinitely with divine power. Item M now shifted from an offensive stance to a defensive one, his face swollen from the blow. Damn. The impact was too strong. He could not escape for a moment. The inner energy of Thoptam now was incredibly powerful, and of course, no one could stop him. Approaching the demonic seal, Thoptam raised his fist and shouted, "Divine muscle technique. Unleash all firepower." Infusing divine energy into his punch, Thoptam unleashed a supreme strike. A massive explosion accompanied by his power shook the entire area, causing the ground to tremble under the unbearable pressure. Seeing your determination, Aktung gritted his teeth, glaring in despair. But even though your attack was powerful, the seal seemed to be wrapped in something very rigid. It did not even show a hint of damage. This left Thoptam stunned, his eyes wide as he clenched his teeth and shouted in shock, "What?" Aktung is feeling pleased now. He slipped out of Thoptam's control and laughed. "That was just a close call. Your human race is doomed." As he spoke, he swung the cleaver towards Thoptam. Meanwhile, a voice called out, "The idol cannot be destroyed. Once you realize this, will you understand my true intention for bringing you to the future?" Thoptam began to think seriously. The idol cannot be destroyed. So my true purpose here is at this moment. While Aktung's blade has already swung towards my back, he let out a terrifying roar. Thoptam's hands shot out, and as he was struck, he seemed to discover something. Instantly, he grasped the statue tightly. And somehow, the aura around it vanished. Meanwhile, a powerful light radiated, causing Aktung to instinctively raise his hands in front of him. Unconsciously, he swung his blade forward, but soon everything returned to silence. With no one left around except for Aktum looked around in surprise. Mouth agape. Where did he go? Where's the idol? Back where the voice of Haut reigned. That aura quickly opened up around him. Moments later, Thoptam emerged, still holding that seal. Thoptam sat up, glancing around in astonishment. "This is the river of time. Hudid explained. "I placed a seal on you, and once you touch the idol, you can use the time-space rift to return." Hearing this, he was so excited that he stood up, despite the blood still oozing from his wounds. "So that means I succeeded." Moments later, a wave of pain surged through Thoptam, causing him to drop to the ground. He clutched his chest and coughed several times painfully. I looked at him. "You only have the strength of a late-stage tribulation. Without this body, you would not survive a single attack from that energy." He gestured with his hand, creating a small circle in the air, and continued, "I can utilize retroactive time to bring your body back to its best state." His entire body was enveloped in a soothing blue light, and all his wounds healed. Thoptam was delighted, feeling much better indeed. After a moment, he continued, "Also, I must throw a cold splash of water. Right now, you have only succeeded halfway. In the future, the continent of Shenzhou has not escaped its doomed fate." Thoptam was extremely surprised to hear this information, questions forming in his mind. "What? The idol has been brought back by me. So why can't we prevent the extinction of the human race?" He was carefully informed by the old man Meech about the current situation. "Before you bring the idol back, the blood sacrifice array has already started. Your friends are all dead, Has the human race already exhausted its strength? The old man was trying to make him more alert, while Thaptam was lost in imaginary thoughts. Your actions are merely delaying the destruction of the human race by a few more decades. You do not even know why you are here, or what you can help with in Thaptam's journey. So what is the point of bringing me to the future? The old man recounted the story from the very beginning to the end. In the future, the demon race holds the power to devour souls, which is why I did not tell you my purpose at first. What if the mission fails? The demon race knows my purpose through you, which makes it hard for the idol to appear in the future timeline, or for me to observe it. Thaptam picked up the black stone idol. He had no idea what was inside it. But even I could not destroy this idol. You were told that no matter how powerful your abilities become, it would be difficult to destroy it. Let alone you right now. Even if you reach the Hung-Tron immortal stage, you still could not destroy the stone idol, because its level far exceeds that of immortal artifacts. There is one thing Thaptam needs to be aware of. The old man reminded him about how to destroy the idol in the past. Thaptam focused on listening to these things. It is too absurd to believe, but it must be true, which means it is the timeline you are in. His attitude became even more shocked when he heard the final words. Is this my timeline? The closer everything gets to the end, the more dangerous it becomes. You must be careful in dealing with it. Right now, all attacks in the abyss are ineffective against the idol. To destroy it, you can only leverage the laws of heaven in this abyss. Thaptam's mind became even more confused. You do not know how to use the right approach. What should I do? The old man opened a path as soon as Thaptam asked that question. It must be done carefully. It is simple. Make the future idol come into contact with the past idol. The rejection of time and space will come into contact with the obliteration of time and space, leading to its burial, erasing it completely within the concept of time. Besides that, Thaptam will face countless difficulties. You need to pay close attention. But are you aware of the impact on you when you do this? Thaptam nodded in agreement. This plan was indeed the hardest challenge he had ever faced. I understand. After I finish explaining, Thaptam will be sent back to the past by the old man. Good. Now I will send you back. But suddenly he raised his hand to signal, as if there was still something unresolved. Wait a minute. Thaptam picked up the idol again, looked at it, and stated clearly that he truly was not capable enough. Atim in the ancient ruins could rely on the demon god's avatar to elevate to the realm of the demon lord immortal. With my current strength, the chance of victory is low. In fact, the Thaptam mentioned this because he wanted to elevate his own level. I want to reach the Hung-Tron immortal stage right here. The fourth phase of muscle cultivation. The period of returning to the original track. But he was met with a rejection from the old man. Thaptam could not accept this. The old man does not doubt you. He just can't entrust such an important responsibility yet. It is not that I doubt you, but the difference between the transformation and the Hung-Tron immortal, even if they are just a step apart, is like night and day. You can break through overnight. Thaptam still lacks experience. How can the old man allow a breakthrough? I know this place can enhance your body, but you are not someone who cultivates the way of time. Staying here too long will make you get expelled by the river of time into an unclear timeline. And even I can observe this. Trust in your own abilities. Thaptam knows his limits. So there is nothing to worry about. A short time is enough. The system has clearly guided the way. Thaptam just needs to follow it. His eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to conquer the challenging path ahead and began his training. Switching to another scene. At the original timeline in a desolate land filled with broken trees, the young shield appeared here, his presence causing rocks to scatter. Batcom already knew the identity of this person, and did not understand why he was here. It is Qiu Thian, one of the 12 heavenly generals. Why is he here? The young shield rarely comes here. He seems like a patroller. I sense that this secret realm has issues, especially for patrols. Hoyan Tu stood beside the door from which a demonic aura was about to emanate. An incredibly strange force appeared in the secret realm, seemingly wanting to break through its suppression. Just as predicted, the secret realm broke through, unleashing all its power outward. Everyone was lifted into the air. No one could stand firm. Everyone quickly formed a circle to protect this place together. Batcom was worried about the current situation. Everything happened so suddenly. Some people have already been teleported outside. Tu Man was anxious about his situation, wondering if Thaptam was okay. Little Thaptam is still inside. Kong Yin found that name somewhat familiar. It seemed she had met him somewhere. Thaptam. Suddenly, the secret realm ceased its eruption. It retreated back inside the door and gradually faded away, showing no signs of trying to control this place anymore. The young shield looked sadly at the surroundings, thinking that he could not escape. The secret realm was gone. Were there only this few survivors left? Hoyan Tu slowly walked out and asked everyone what had happened inside, not knowing how terrible it was. Duong Dich explained to Hoyan Tu, deeply worried for Thaptam's life, as some demons had exploited the spatial rift to enter the secret realm, using the bodies of the omnipotent to borrow flesh and regain life. Everyone was astonished to hear this, thinking it was something only found in legends. What? Tu Man looked even more dejected. No one here could feel happy. Little Thap Tam had been pulled into the spatial rift by the demon to save us. Suddenly, in the empty space, a magic circle appeared large enough for a person to crawl through. Yet, Thap Tam emerged from within, his body intact and unharmed. Your gaze is resolute, as if you have conquered everything. Little man's round eyes widened in surprise to see Thap Tam here. Filled with immense joy, you have overcome such difficulties. Little Thap Tam, you are still alive. Thap Tam stood tall, wanting to see each survivor in front of him clearly, one by one. They called out their names. A truly joyous moment this time. Trotumingen is here. Lefioto also stepped forward to call out, everyone wearing bright smiles. Apam Yach and Kong Young Yun both joined in the roll call as a celebration of their victory. The senior disciple Nam Kung, the master of Hefty Faji, was usually quiet, but he felt happy for Thap Tam. Little man smiled brightly. Her lips stretched wide, radiating energy. Thap Tam silently thanked her. Finally, everything he sacrificed was worth it. It is so good that you are all still alive. Het Fing even reached out to check if there was anything unusual about Thap Tam's body. What kind of freak are you? I can't believe you survived from that space crack. Even Little Man was puzzled, but she was more delighted for Thap Tam. Little Thap Tam, how did you manage that? If I were to tell everything here, it would take until nightfall. Those things are too complicated and long to explain. But seeing everyone, it is just so great. Suddenly, a red light shot straight towards them, its nature unclear. His gaze sharpened, sensing that danger was not over yet. It turned out to be Thieu Kine, charging in fiercely and sending Little Man flying like a ball. Ftifiachi could not understand what Thieu Kine was thinking, acting all strange. What is going on? Why attack right away? Thieu Kine got closer to get a better look at Thap Tam's face. He seemed familiar. No wonder you look so recognizable. Isn't he this the young master of the Trang family hiding outside? Kung Yen watched from afar as her worst fears were about to unfold here. This is not good. The demon lord has personally come to the examination site. Just as I feared. Kung Yen tried to stop Thieu Kine, not allowing him to cause chaos. Fengshen General, please show mercy. The Thieu Kine suddenly shouted loudly. He had gone mad, becoming a different person. Everyone, scatter. His voice could be easily heard from the other side of the forest. Kung Yen was too late. Everything happened so suddenly. How could she stop it alone? I have heard Thieu Kine has reached the late stage of tribulation, and no one here can stop him. He is ordering Thap Tam around, his figure already towering, arms crossed and demanding submission. After all, attacking a junior would harm my reputation. You won't easily be subdued like that. Thap Tam resolutely refused to comply, submitting with arms crossed. Just rely on you. Your stubborn attitude infuriated Thieu Kine. As he could not command Thap Tam, Thieu Kine gritted his teeth in anger, throwing a punch at his face. Absurd. In such a peaceful place, a battle breaks out again. And yet another secret realm is about to be breached. Black Phoenix shook his head. Thap Tam was too reckless, not knowing fear. Why would he provoke a tribulation master? Now he is done for. The white smoke like clouds surrounded the body of the young shield. He could not determine where the boy was. Thap Tam only used a single finger yet could withstand its punch. Looking closely, it was indeed true. Yet he did not use any strength at all. Everyone's attitude turned to astonishment. But the truth was they were not mistaken. Kong Yen secretly admired. She had no idea he had this talent. How could he do that? From what I have observed, although his physique is special, he definitely should not be able to withstand a blow from the tribulation realm. Thap Tam lightly touched his abdomen with his finger. The young shield seemed frozen in this scene. I remember you too, red-haired Tintin. He was just giving back as good as he got, not wanting to hold a grudge against the young shield. What you did before, today I return to you. This was the first time he felt so disrespected. Thap Tam gently snapped his fingers. He only used a gentle technique. But the power should not be underestimated. Each move contained divine energy. Young Shield took the hit. He never expected Thap Tam to turn the tables. How could this be? He appeared from behind the young Shield. His gaze was more vigilant than ever. The young Shield realized Thap Tam was no ordinary person. He had special abilities. This oppressive feeling. The boy once again unleashed the divine punch, activating the power of Hong Trantin. Thap Tam drew all his strength from within his body. Who told him to provoke me? The young shield lay flat on the ground, unable to resist any longer. Kong Yen, from afar, was even more impressed by Thap Tam's talent. The rumors were indeed true. What is happening? The heavenly general was beaten by Thap Tam. He even stepped on him. Thap Tam had to teach this guy a lesson. His gaze turned far away, recalling the unfinished mission. I still have important things to do. This is something I need to remind you of. Thap Tam stood in front of them, reminding each person without missing anyone. The fire path in the secret realm likely has parasitic demonic seeds. When you absorb it, you must be extremely careful. The usual methods are hard to explore. His gaze shifted to Votayat. Thap Tam had to pay special attention to him. Especially you. Votayat. Do not think that by enhancing your strength, you can absorb recklessly. Votayat. mentioned by him, became annoyed. He did not like this. Thap Tam stopped at the spot of the young shield. He wanted to ask him for help, and had a little matter to trouble him to take me to Trung Cha. But the young shield did not respond. Thap Tam had to repeat the request once more. I have something to discuss with your emperor. I do not care. Just take him with me. As long as the young shield agrees to lead the way. Before leaving, Thap Tam did not forget to glance at the people here as a farewell. Everyone stood there, unwilling to say goodbye. They had just met. Thap Tam's eyes were truly sad, reluctant to part at all. But time was running out. After saying the final farewell, he quickly left. You all will not meet again. In the royal courtyard of Central Zhou, two people appeared, and they were ready to welcome. The expression on Nevin Hoang's face suddenly turned unpleasant. This place made him uncomfortable. Nen Hoang raised his face to announce that a guest was about to arrive. And even Thivan Fajong did not know the identity of that person. Thap Tam and Thigu Kine rushed down, almost crashing face first into the ground. Thien Feng was angry. She immediately questioned the two strangers, asking who dared to intrude into the royal forbidden area. Thien Feng's expression shifted to one of panic. Losing her previous arrogance, she looked at the person who was tightly bound. Just seeing him made her feel the pain. To her surprise, Fudring then signaled to Thin Feijing, wanting to step up and show his skills. Step back. You are not his match. Nen Hong was quite cheerful. The person he had been waiting for had finally appeared after many days. This esteemed guest was Hong Trontine. Upon seeing Thap Tam, the man said, Those who become Hong Tronthen in the Cheyenne Chu continent are few and far between. But I have never heard of you before. May I ask if the esteemed one is Thap Tam? I am a disciple of the Lum Thin Munin and also a contestant participating in this year's Hein Thin Then Upsai. Nen Hong looked at him, showing a doubtful expression. A contestant in the competition. At this point, he thought to himself, the competition had age restrictions for contestants, not exceeding 200 years. Meaning he had become Hung Tron Tian before reaching 200. Is that really the case? Before Nun Hong could think further, Thap Tam said, However, there is another identity of mine that might interest your majesty more. While saying this, he glanced at the man's expression. I am the young master of the Trang family that your majesty has been hunting for over 2 years. Hearing these words, Nen Hong was indeed very surprised. It felt like a shock ran through his mind, causing Nun Hong to momentarily freeze. Thap Tam continued. But a character like me, you probably won't pay much attention to. After all, it is just a family that has been implicated and captured. A child of an exiled family. Nun Hong could not help but frown. I heard that the young master of the Trang family is a waste without spiritual roots. How could he cultivate? Thinking this, Nun Hong could not help but say, What is your purpose for coming here? Thap Tam continued. According to your majesty, with my current strength, if I participate in the competition, what rank will I achieve? His question put Nun Hong into deep thought. He immediately replied, Although the Hein Then Than Hat Sai has invited some celestial aristocracy, their holy sons and daughters only reach the great transcendence realm. You will surely be first. Thap Tam added, Sir. According to the rules of the competition, Nen Hen Hong can grant one wish of the champion of the Haiyan that then Ho Sai. I know the forces of the complete failure are very complex, and factions are in fierce struggle. But I do not care about any of that. My request is just one. As he spoke these words, his face showed a look of determination. Release my clansmen. Hearing these words, Nen Hong burst out laughing. Don't tell me it is the one who won first place at the Haiyan Then Then Ho Sai. Even if you did not compete, as long as you are willing to befriend me, this little request is no problem. Thap Tam was cheerful. With the promise from the human emperor, that was enough. But there was one more important matter. As he spoke, he slipped his hand into his pocket. Then Thap Tam pulled out 3 black rings, which contained the essence of the secret realm. With that, he forcefully crushed the 3 rings decisively. After that, Thap Tam extended his hand, and 5 blue flames accompanied by a stream of celestial energy instantly appeared. His gaze became more agile. The Thap Tam swung his hand, then clenched his fist tightly again. He spread his palm, revealing a small purple flame. Thap Tam then asked the human emperor, Your Majesty, what do you think this is? The emperor could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. What is this strange thing in the essence of fire? Thap Tam explained. This is a demonic seed. The plan for the demon tribe's infiltration started 1,000 years ago, especially in the secret realm of Thin Emozing, where demons have already appeared. The human emperor was clueless and nearly fainted at these words. What? No way. Were not the demon tribe expelled from the divine continent a long time ago? Seeing him dazed like a deer in headlights, Thap Tam continued. They are exploiting the gaps in space. These revelations were truly beyond the human emperor's comprehension. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Thap Tam recounted what he had witnessed firsthand. But the demons that appeared in the secret realm were not dead. At this moment, he must be in the ancient ruined secret realm, which was also where the finals of the Haiyan Then Than FCI took place. The human emperor fell silent, seemingly unsure how to respond to Thap Tam. But this indeed made him ponder. This secret realm was left by ancient sages, and was not yet time to open it. Even Hung Tron Ten could not enter. The Thup Tam reassured him. It is, I have a way. But now is not the right time. Your Majesty just needs to tell me the direction, and when the time comes, I will go there to deal with the threat. After a moment, he added, during this time, Your Majesty must investigate the cultivators infected by the demonic seeds. Anyone who has absorbed the essence of fire could be a potential threat. Even Hung Tron Ten. Thup Tam's face was extremely serious, and to prevent any uncertainties, they must set up a lethal formation capable of wiping out the top Hung Tron Ten outside the ancient ruins' secret realm. In case he failed, the human emperor listened carefully to his words and immediately replied. Understood. Meanwhile, at Thimenlao, the entrance was surrounded by an enchanting barrier. Inside, there must be many clansmen imprisoned. These people were likely Thup Tam's family. His father was worried, judging by the time. The qualifying rounds of the Hein Thin Hostai must have ended. The girl beside him could not help but feel anxious, not knowing if the young master had made it through. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with white hair snorted coldly. The initial choice was indeed a mistake. How much storm can a person without a spiritual root stir up? Letting him compete will only harm him. Your mother is worried. I do not expect the boy to save us. I just hope Thup Tam can be an ordinary person and live well. As her words ended, a strong aura burst in from outside the cave, making everyone silent and watch closely. Suddenly, the door was broken down, and everyone from the Trang family held their breath. Hearts racing. Through the dust and smoke, a familiar figure stood there looking inside. Thup Tam smiled happily at his clan members. I am here to take everyone home. The scene shifted to the Trang family courtyard, where your father's loud laughter echoed throughout the area. He sat at the dining table, laughing heartily. I knew my son had a bright future. Your mother brought over a bowl of food, saying, eat a lot. Before, I was afraid these dishes were too rich in spiritual energy and would make your body explode. Now, try your mother's cooking. The old man with white hair crossed his arms. I knew the second son of the Trang family was not ordinary. The girl next to him secretly muttered. You did not say that before. Seeing everyone so happy, a smile of joy blossomed deep within the Thup Tam's heart. He thought to himself, finally I can see my family again. Great. Time passed quickly. And just like that, 3 days had gone by. Thup Tam was now standing quietly alone. It seemed like he was observing something. The Thup Tam turned around. Looking around, in front of him now was a large sign clearly stating the name of the residence hanging at the door. After looking, the Thup Tam said nothing. He simply turned silently to leave. He seemed reluctant to leave, but he knew he still had important matters to attend to. The scene shifted to the Fire Mountain training ground, where the human emperor and the great officials were standing by a pit of fire. His face was extremely tense. The Hongtran immortal of Central Continent is also present. We just need him now. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure carrying a divine aura swiftly flew over. The Thup Tam said nothing, a white mist still swirling around him. The human emperor saw Thup Tam standing there and felt a bit relieved. The main character had arrived. He then spoke loudly. The Chu Tin killing formation is set, and we have the Hongtran immortal stationed here. Little friend, feel free to act. Though he said this, the human emperor was still somewhat cautious. He frowned as he looked at Thup Tam, wondering how he would open the gate to the secret realm. The Thup Tam, of course, did not care about the emperor's expression. He closed his eyes, exhaled, then opened his eyes wide. And suddenly, Thup Tam shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, something pink appeared before him. Thup Tam reached out and grabbed it tightly. This left the human emperor astonished. What? He can tear the rift in the secret realm just with his bare hands. The rift gradually widened. Thup Tam gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, then exerted more strength with both hands, shifting the scene to the demon. He was still sitting there gathering his internal strength. A VM closed his eyes, talking to himself. The secret formation is already set up, just waiting for the right moment. But just as he finished speaking, the door to the secret realm opened earlier than expected. A VM stared in astonishment at the phenomenon before him. The hidden realm had been forcibly opened. He sat hidden behind a large rock, gazing at the crack, wondering who could possess such power, and of course, not letting him wonder for long. The figure of Thup Tam immediately appeared. The source of his power was overwhelming. Just moments ago, EMM sensed him and instinctively shouted in alarm. Who are you? The Thup Tam said nothing much, only silently glared at the demon standing there. The VM was so surprised that he shouted, Why is it you? You are still alive. He speculated. Could it be that he was also teleported here by the spatial crack? But time seemed to be out of sync. Then he pulled out his familiar butcher knife. But you are definitely dead. This hidden realm does not suppress levels. But just a moment later, the Thup Tam left him frozen for 5 seconds. This time, he was no longer the Thup Tam of old whom EM could easily overpower. That knife was severed in just a few seconds. And of course, it was Thop Tam who did that. He did not expend much effort. In an instant, he could crush the weapon that Zem was so proud of. He gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. How could a weapon of such precision be broken so easily? Instantly, the Thop Tam glared back, his gaze carrying a tremendous inner power. Zem had not even had time to react. His body was starting to fade away. Before dying, he did not care and could not believe what had happened. Just a glance could shatter his body. Looking at Thop Tam, Zem was startled. He did not strike, just moved so quickly that it was completely beyond his perception. He shouted in disbelief. How could this be? In just a few short days, you could not have gained such power. But of course, power is still power. Em could only watch himself slowly disappear into the void. Thop Tam looked down on him with disdain, mocking. You are weaker than I thought. This was the first time in his life he had been so looked down upon by another person. Em was unwilling to accept it. He was so angry his eyebrows knitted together. Moments later, he completely vanished into thin air. The Thop Tam remained silent. He was not smug but also did not let his guard down before the dangerous demon. But right after, the hand on the stone statue suddenly trembled, and a shocking tremor manifested. Thop Tam stood amidst an earthquake, the rage growing, threatening to collapse everything around. From the chest of the statue, a black aura began to emanate an eerie power. The seal within seemed to be revived by his soul when Em had died. The familiar voice of the demon echoed once more. Do you think that is enough to kill me? Thop Tam now cautiously furrowed his brow. He finally made his presence known.